The air hung thick, viscous almost, saturated with the dust of centuries, and the dry, sweetly sour scent of ancient parchment slowly surrendering to time. Tiny, golden motes swirled in the faint illumination, caught briefly by the ethereal glow before vanishing into shadow, stirred fitfully by the silent passage of servitor drones. These automatons, their flesh fused with cold metal, glided along well-worn grooves in the obsidian floor, their presence announced only by a deep, resonant hum that resonated through the bones of the library itself, a basso continuo beneath the silence. High above, shadows writhed and twisted across the vaulted ceiling, puppets dancing to the swaying luminescence of suspensor globes that drifted like captive stars. Their light, a fragile, dim gold, barely penetrated the profound gloom, washing over the endless canyons formed by rows upon rows of towering shelves. These monoliths groaned under the weight of history bound in leather and vellum, crumbling books threatening to crumble at a touch, iron-bound codices heavier with secrets than with metal, fragile scrolls precious enough to be cradled in suspensor clamps that hummed softly, preventing the very air from completing the work of decay. It was not merely a repository, but a tomb, holding the whispered soul of humankind's sprawling, brutal ascent. Millennia rested here, stratified, dense, and overwhelmingly forgotten, unknown to the teeming masses whose lives flowed on, oblivious, beyond these hallowed, oppressive walls. Hunched like a gnarled gargoyle over a broad slab of oak, its surface a battlefield map of scars, ink splatters, and the worn fingerprints of countless ghosts who had sat before, scribe Hieronymus Gale bent his aged frame. The scritch-scratch of his quill was the most insistent sound, a counterpoint to the deeper vibrations, its sharp nib periodically dipping into an inkwell containing thick, midnight fluid brewed from Terran soot and rare oils, releasing a sharp, acrid perfume that brazenly cut through the library's deeper olfactory tapestry of age and erosion. Faintly from within the cold, tomb-like marble walls, ghostly murmurs echoed the binary whispers of automated archivists communing with the slumbering cogitator stacks embedded deep within the stone, exchanging data in secrets only machines could comprehend. Gale paused, the quill trembling infinitesimally as he straightened, a groan escaping his thin lips as vertebrae protested. His gaze lifted, weary yet inevitably drawn upwards, tracing the intricate frescoes adorning the celestial vault. At the apex blazed the Emperor's visage, rendered in radiant gold and imperial crimson, radiating an almost palpable aura of stern, divine light. Around him, scenes unfolded in painstaking, terrible detail. Humanity's unending, brutal wars, their valiant sacrifices etched in scenes that curved across the dome, each panel a testament to desperate millennia, a chronicle in pigment and plaster of the blood-soaked path that carved the Imperium's dominion through the treacherous stars. This sanctum, heavy with the breath of time, was the Sanctum Historica, buried in the heart of Terra's Scholastica Psychona, a sacred vault for the scattered, fragmented memory of man. And it was here, amidst this silent congregation of the past, that Hieronymus Gale, one of the eldest chroniclers still enduring in the oppressive service of the Adeptus Administratum, a man whose own life was etched onto his face like faint palimpsest writing, had been summoned to an impossible labor. His task, to compile an encompassing summary, to distill the radiant colossus that was the Astra Militarum, the Emperor's hammer, whose relentless deeds sprawled across 10,000 bloody years, and an uncountable infinity of star systems, a river of sacrifice too vast for any single soul to fathom. Gale's ancient robes, threadbare and the dull, humble gray signifying his renunciation of worldly concerns in service, rustled softly like dry leaves as he shifted his weight again. The only adornment upon him was the simple yet weighty rosette of the Administratum, pinned defiantly to his frayed collar, a tiny badge symbolizing lifetimes of labor and the crushing responsibility for truths that could break lesser minds. A sigh escaped him, a sound as ancient as the shelves surrounding him, heavy with bone-deep weariness yet layered unshakably under with awe, before the artifact dominating his desk. Before him lay a tome immense and imposing, its cover forged of dark, cured hide, reinforced and protected by bands of resilient ceramite, a fortress guarding its contents. Upon it, the title screamed in solemn high Gothic script inlaid with fading gold, Deeds of the Astra Militarum, a chronicle of valor. Beside it, stacks of thin, fragile vellum awaited his hand and ink, blank receptacles ready to absorb the distilled essence, the painfully extracted marrow, of the Astra Militarum's legendary and agonizing history. Gale dipped the quill once more, the black ink clinging to the nib like ichor. The device moved with the steadiness born of decades of ritual motion, yet Gale's mind raced far ahead, dwarfed by the sheer, mountainous scope of the knowledge he must condense. He must sieve through dust-fine grains of sacrifice, the monumental deeds of Cadia echoing like thunderclaps through the centuries, the last stands of forgotten regiments, whose very names had become mere phantoms drowned out by the unceasing, deafening clamor of history, marching relentlessly on. His work, illuminated solely by the shifting, dust-streaked luminescence of the suspensor globes, and companioned by the faint, ghostly scratching of other unseen scribes lost in distant alcoves, lonely satellites in the void of knowledge, was to impose coherence upon a legacy whose only consistent measure was blood. Beyond the soaring, arched windows, defiant against the internal silence, the ceaseless thrum of Terra's skies intruded, a distant, omnipresent roar of engines vibrating through the very stones, a stark reminder of the galaxy's insatiable demands on the Emperor's toiling, diminished subjects, forever striving against a darkness that seemed a sentient predator, perpetually eager to engulf them whole. Gale paused yet again, the quill a poised dagger suspended above the pale skin of the parchment. He permitted himself a moment, a rare secular devotion of pure contemplation. This labor was sacred, it was a prayer. It was the solemn chance, the crushing duty, to snatch immortality for men and women whose lives were extinguished like sparks in the void, for those who had faced the yawning abyss, stared into its infinite maw, and roared their defiance across an empire barely listening. A steadying breath filled his chest, expanding ribs against the constriction of his robes, hauling in the musty, histor-laden air. The stories, the agonies, the glories sacrificed in mud and radiation-tainted dust would be inscribed. They would, he vowed in his silent ritual, echo throughout the relentless corridors of eternity. In his mind's weary eye, vast plains materialized under bruised skies thick with smoke and the ozone tang of battle, regiment upon regiment mustering, their tattered battle standards unfurling against the wind like the last defiance of forgotten gods. He heard the ghostly thundering roar of millions upon millions of voices, each a spark, each destined for the pyre lifted in a rough-hewn, desperate chorus shouting faith in the Emperor's name. Here, under the unwavering, baleful gaze of the frescoed wars, and among the silent, judgmental whispers of the accumulated history radiating from the shelves, Hieronymus Gale, servant of the beak and the scroll, would defy oblivion. He would ensure, word by agonizing word, that their sacrifice, that river of uncounted lives, would never be consigned to the ultimate emptiness of the forgotten. To begin in this vast ocean, Gil grimly concluded, one must chart the tides. A brief distillation of the Astra Militarum's foundation becomes necessary, both to anchor understanding and prepare the shores for the tumultuous waters of its history that crash in later chapters. The mists of time are as thick and choking as the permanent, greasy smog engulfing Terror's colossal hive city spires, obscuring the precise details of the primordial days. Yet even after 10,000 scorched years, the palest echoes of the thunderous Great Crusade still reverberate, trembling through the bedrock of imperial worlds and resonating deep within the very bones of our soldiers who stand where titans once strode. We, the vigilant instruments of the administratum, the humble and often overlooked scribes of blood and record, stand upon shoulders carved from bedrock the vanished, almost mythic titans who were the Imperiales Auxilia. They were legion, not merely an army, but a living tide of humanity stirred and channeled by the Emperor's impossible will, washing in waves unstoppable across the fractured wilderness of the stars. Millions, billions, numbers fail. Drawn from every conceivable, suffering corner of a known universe exploding outwards, their faces wove a tapestry depicting 1,000 worlds, ruddy from the icebound wastes and glacial howls of Valhalla, weathered bronze from the furnace blast plains of desert death worlds, grimset to endure the steaming, carnivorous jungles choking Kessa. They answered a call that transcended the comprehension of the individual soul, hearts outwardly filled with the potent promises of a future washed clean, a golden future they knew, in the grim, unspoken depths of their shared resolve, they might never even glimpse for themselves. They marched alongside the Astartes, the god princes encased in the adamantium shells of their dread craft, a sight majestic and terrible even in fragmented picture chords. Yet where the Space Marines served as the Emperor's clenched fist, the annihilating blow delivered with impossible speed and precision, the Auxilia, they were the anvil, the unyielding wall, the colossal, grinding pressure that broke enemy resolve not through brilliance, but through attrition most fundamental, the crushing weight of implacable human will made manifest as bodies and bullets. This expanse humanity sought to claim was no longer a mystery held by myth and legend. It was mapped by blood and sacrifice, vast beyond comprehension and unforgiving in its hostility. It remained, and ever remains, teeming with predation both alien and familiar. The Xenos, those ravening alien horrors dripping ichor onto unspoiled Earth, lurked perpetually within fathomless shadows. Within humanity's own vitals, however, a more insidious treason fermented, the whispers of heresy, the cunning snakegulls of rebellion threatening to tear the thin skin of the nascent Imperium apart through fratricide writ large. Against these twin implacable horrors, the Auxilia solidified into humanity's first, broad bulwark, an unwavering shield desperately protecting the fledgling Imperium from the ravenous darkness forever pressing close. They served as guardians in the most literal sense, guardians of shattered hopes, guardians of the emaciated spark of mankind, guardians ultimately of the Emperor's fading dream, glimpsed only through a glass darkly as it was brutally forged. But dreams, even those conceived in the searing crucible of relentless war, can curdle into the grimmest nightmares. When the Horus heresy descended across the imperial firmament, it brought with it a darkness so profound it dimmed even the Emperor's bound radiance. It didn't just shatter the foundations, it dynamited them, collapsing reality itself into chaotic micro-skirmishes across a million worlds. Brothers, forged in gen-enhanced fire, turned upon themselves with claws and blasphemous fury in a civil war that scarred the soul of humankind like acid-etching ceramic. The Auxilia, caught with terrifying suddenness in the crossfire of these demigods clashing, were shattered. Their indomitable fleets were bombed into plasteel confetti swirling in the void, their chains of command severed as if by blunt scissors, logic abandoned, order crumbling as chaos reveled in its intoxicating supremacy, maddening supreme. From this planetary maelstrom of absolute destruction, this psychic nuclear winter pulverizing faith itself, the Astra Militarum clawed itself into being. It was the phoenix, yes, but a phoenix forged from wounding shrapnel, rising not upon pure flame but from the sulphurous ashes of betrayal, its feathers charred and its song a guttural scream. The lessons seared onto imperial consciousness by the heresy were the bitterest chalice. The Emperor's vision, so grand, so ambitious, demanded immediate action tempered by icy, ruthless pragmatism. History screamed its warning. Power left unchecked inevitably decayed into corruption, seeping into the very foundations. Trust gifted carelessly became the anvil upon which betrayal forged its treacherous blade. And so the Astra Militarum was born anew, forged specifically in the crucible scorched by Horus's pyre, its very structure a grim memorial to past failure, designed to prevent yet another such cataclysm. The umbilical cord linking the void-spanning Navy commandments and the planet-conquering Army divisions was deliberately severed, a brutal surgical procedure demanded by survival, a sacrificial amputation to halt the metastasis of rebellion. The colossal state-blanketing legions were shattered, recompiled into regiments, each a microcosm of the Imperium itself, structurally isolated, bred unto itself, its loyalty laser-focused purely upon Terra, upon the entombed Emperor held only as a cold, dead visage upon their standards. The commissars were sent forth. Their figures, clad in the black of final judgment, became constant, watchful presences, their eyes flinty windows constantly scanning for the first, faint flicker of heretical muttering, the subtle tremor signaling nascent rebellion waiting to blossom into bloody revolt. They stood as stark reminders, gifted their power to judge unto death, of the eternal price demanded by disloyalty, a necessary thrombus of unflinching hardness injected into a shattered system, a brutal methodology essential to counter the terrifying fragility threatening to render the Imperium dust. The age of the Auxilia closed with the finality of a tomb sealing, a necessary ghost sacrificed. A new, darker era, the grim darkness dawned, an era defined solely by constant vigilance screamed into the void, of endless grinding war prosecuted on a million bleeding fronts. The Astra Militarum, the Emperor's hammer. Thus it stands, perpetually poised at the abyss's rim in readiness against the relentless darkness, perpetually seeking to consume the fragile candle flame of human existence. The Astra Militarum has long clawed its title like a shield boss seared into flesh, Hammer of the Emperor. This epithet is forged not from idle boast, but meticulously annealed in the furnaces of unstoppable centuries of relentless warfare paid for by sacrifice stacked upon sacrifice piled atop sacrifice, stretching back into unrememberable antiquity. To truly understand the brutal poetry of this name is to grasp the fundamental, horrifying calculus underpinning the Imperium itself. A weak yet ferocious empire stretched beyond breaking across a galaxy, perceived as a predator-ravenous galaxy, an empire compelled continuously to lash out, to destroy utterly, simply to hold its tattered borders for another dark cycle. Imperial maps document stars gleaming as mere distant, transient embers suspended in weathered leather scrolls within chambers like this very sanctum, fleeting beacons of life, flickering amidst suffocating pitch. Communication binding these scattered jewels exists only through a horrifying lifeline, the roiling, insane sea of the Empyrean, the warp and abyss where time writhes in agony and reason dissolves like salt in acid. This realm is treacherous beyond madness incarnate, yet its violating embrace remains brutally necessary, the sole conceivable artery pumping coherence, however corrupted, between the Imperium's decaying territories. Even this dimension-spanning lifeline seeps with cancerous flaws as standard, messages inevitably delayed like time-bound stones, sinking in treacle entire fleets, vanishing into gaping non-existence. intricate strategies ruthlessly unmade by the capricious, tidal whims of the immaterium. Against this backdrop of incomprehensible strategic submarine struggle playing in a sea of insanity, the Astra Militarum is conscripted onto the stage grim to perform the dual, impossible role of both sentinel, the watchful eye peering into the void, and executioner, the revolver shot delivered without remorse or warning, perpetually forced to act, invariably in isolation, devoid of coordination or support from the distant, ghostly entities calling themselves command. Warfare waged in this scarred 41st millennium bears little resemblance to the glorious sagas peddled by hololith propagandists. Victory is not seized through glittering acts of daring, singular paragons of heroism, nor moments of tactical brilliance lighting the tactical review chambers. Victory is extracted solely, painfully, drop by drop, through the grinding, flesh-rending gears of relentless attrition, vast logistics chains feeding blight into the maw. The Imperial Guard is this grinding totality, this embodiment. They bring to bear the immense grindstone of humanity's war machine against any Xenos mutation, any heretic madness, any existential threat rising to contest the choked light emanating from this throne world. They seek neither parity of arms nor aristocratic subtlety. They drown their mutated, monstrous foes in an all-consuming flood of stubborn human will and overwhelming, earth-shattering firepower hurled without restraint. Yet beneath the commanding silhouette of the mighty Lemon Rust battle tanks shaking continents, beyond the deafening, physics-steering roar of basilisk artillery, turned skywards at suicidal angles to scream defiance, lies the pulsing, bleeding heart sustaining this colossal embattled machine, the infantry. They are countless, immeasurable, facsimiles rendered insignificant by scale, their ranks refilled with unthinkable efficiency from each generation squeezed dry upon worlds harvested for war. Their faces, glimpsed briefly under the harsh glare of arc lamps' fizz lighting muddy trenches, are forgotten as swiftly as they vanish amidst cordite smoke and splattering mud. Each regiment commanded represents but a single, anonymous grain of damned sand plummeting through the unforgiving glass belly of the great hourglass, measuring out imperial warfare. Each life within it is meticulously measured, poured unceremoniously onto the scales, and remorselessly poured out without sentiment, except the grim calculation of cost efficiency. And yet this dehumanized anonymity is absolute. A guardsman possesses no identity beyond a stamped number on a worn dog tag rasping against a sweat-stained uniform tunic. They are not a person. They are a unit of ammunition, a single round mass-produced upon conveyor belts stretching into nightmare vistas. Their budding lives, blooming briefly, are tallied dispassionately on the flickering, scrolling tactical screens overseen by commanders light years away, ghostly projections sacrificing ghostly projections. Their deaths, whether slow and agonizing beneath flensing knives or instantaneous in radiant vaporization, are precisely, mechanically reduced to sterile statistics in the eternal calculus of cold-blooded planetary survival. The command barked over vox channels, static-laced and distant, carries no consolation, demands no heroics beyond the necessary. They are implored to preserve nothing, ordered only to expend their precious cargo of flesh and fear wisely, maximizing the return on each investment of blood drawn from suitable worlds nominally loyal. And yet, astonishingly, frighteningly, piercing through this crushing indifference arises stubborn patriotism. Despite the cold mathematics of annihilation, the grinding dehumanization that steamrolls hope itself, there are moments startling as saints, miracles amidst plague pits, when the searing courage of individual guardsmen flares defiantly above the impersonal abattoir carnage unfolds around them. Legends whisper, past soldier to soldier like plague warnings, that the irresistible tide of a planet-spanning battle shifts not solely by the thunderous deployment of 1,000 armored behemoths, nor by orbital bombardment scarring continents, but by the desperate, saving spark ignited by a single company, ripped to remnants fighting towards internal extinction. Imagine that crucible moment, a ragged sliver of guardsmen, their uniforms scorched rags slick with mud, and the viscous fluids of former comrades, thick clots of broken bodies tainting the churned earth around their boots. Their lasguns spit impotent hoarse crimson beams, ammunition packs long drained, their exhausted voices hoarse yet rising nevertheless in a ragged, last defiance roar as they brace their broken formation against an advancing tsunami of alien nightmare biology, drawing grim final breaths. They do not stand rooted by halcyon hope, nor expectation of gilded victory. They stand because duty, forged within stern centuries of conditioning, demands they consume that final breath for their fellows. They stand because to falter, to shrink back until the ground vomits them into individual graves, would mean the instant death, the torture beyond imagining, of the evacuating wounded stumbling away behind them, cherishing fragile life perhaps still 5 minutes longer. The collapse of that line in one sector, triggering the fatal domino cascade, collapsing the entire defense, permitting the consuming darkness unfiltered access to the desperate millions trying to flee, holding the last transports loading kilometers away. These agonizing moments, inevitably small, swallowed by history's vast grand chroniclers whose pages thirst after planetary warlords and stellar admirals resigned to strategic file. These flickers of doomed defiance are, Gil ruminates with resigned wonderment, the true beating heart of the Astra Militarum. Such staggering, soul-defying heroism does not spring from blissful ignorance. Every artillery guardsman, bless them, with any span of life, beyond the first meat-grinder drops, inevitably learns the crushing dread of the universe unveiled. They have peered into the all-consuming, soulless glare of the Necron hibernations woken within ancient tombs, relics of races dead before Terra's master walked incarnate. They have witnessed the chilling physiological impossibility of green tidal waves crashing upon fortresses, orcs in their crude numbers layered towards infinity, chanting mindless screams of chanting, save the laughter became shrieks when closed. They have inhaled deeply the unnatural fetid corruption radiating from chaos-warped landscapes, a stench creeping into the soul like cancer's tendrils. They do not raise weapon and scream charge towards such madness, because they whisper belief in trivial triumphs capable of vanquishing its formless entity. They fight, crouched trembling behind shattered rockcrete, because gentle surrender equals immediate abandonment of humanity itself, surrender yielding infection seeping irrevocably into their lineage, allowing darkness unholy to coalesce, form, and finally extinguish all. It is tragically commonplace, a doctrine understood implicitly across regiments' whispered nightmares, that entire campaigns demanding annihilation, exchanges of millions upon millions of bodies, processed through cynicism controlling hive factories, are required merely to secure often a single, irradiated rock bled dry of strategic value by time, and the roots of this terrible legacy. Gil notices sharply, his quill instinctively departing the sacred text, stained sacred with stories mere inscriptions upon flayed histories. Beneath the frozen surface whispered by sheer weight of elders passing lore mouth to our tongues, these roots burrow deep into the unlit primordial soil of humanity's once fractured obscurity. They stretch claw-like graspingly backwards, back towards Terra's own scarred infancy, and dreadful emergence screaming from the age of strife's suffocating womb. An epic witness Terra rendered a desolate battleground upon whose primordial ash and irradiated ruins warlords, maddened pygmies compared to even hive nobles today, ruled over techno-barbarian hordes wading through radioactive sludge-piled mountains, an era where the future imperium's cradle spat hypocrisy, coughing until the magnificent glories born ages past were mercilessly stick-reduced to toxic ashes piled beneath collapsing pre-imperial castles tower-bearing. It was within this ultimate crucible foundation, Gil concedes recognized immediately upon accessing early fragmented rock-carved microrecords spooled automatically. Formed within scorched earth history, an echoing betrayal din lingered beyond those sealed windows streaming diluted daylight onto vellum, already drying, committing near-sacred truth, witnessed unparalleled sacrifice, coldly forging imperial future materially, upon whose honored, consecrated corpse the Astra Militarum, now dogma etched. The Emperor of Mankind, a titanic figure among the shattered remnants of Terra's ensuing tribes, rose from the toxic ruins of the strife epic, his indomitable will bending the broken to his purpose. From the ashes and genetic slurry of that forsaken age, he forged the first army's grim legions of Genos, warriors patched and augmented through mysterious arts, their enhanced forms the nascent spark against the darkness. These relentless soldiers, products of a desperate world tearing itself apart, hammered the fractured techno-barbarian domains back into submission during the brutal unification wars, their bootsteps echoing through the dust-choked canyons of old Earth as they imposed a terrifying order. Victory upon grim victory bled the poisoned soil of Terra Crimson, and from this crucible of conquest, the Emperor dreamt vast. He built the Primarchs, godlike sons of his own essence, and the legions Astartes, demigods encased in thunderous ceramite, who would be the spear tip of the Great Crusade. But even these god machines of war needed steel beneath their feet. The Genos, the hardened regiments of the unification, became the bedrock of the fledgling imperial army, the enduring anvil against which the Emperor's celestial ambitions were struck. Through those early, heady days of reclaiming the stars, dragging humanity's scattered, frightened children back from isolation, they were the ever-present foundation the glowing dream of the Imperium rested upon. They were the first beat of the hammer of the Emperor, its ponderous blows falling relentlessly onto fractured human kingdoms and alien empires alike, the impacts resonating through the void, the drumbeat marching alongside the superhuman legions carving order from the abyss. This hammer, wielded by the Emperor and his demigods, sculpted an imperium from nebulae and bone-strewn planets, unifying the disparate shards through unyielding force. Whispers cling to the guard like grave dust. It is said the Imperium breathes only so long as the last guardsman draws breath, only until the final lasgun sputters its dying charge against the encroaching horror. Until that grim twilight, the hammer falls again and again. Yet the dream required more than ideology and warriors of legend during those earliest crusade days. It demanded boots on the ground, unbreakable multitudes, to secure the ground won by the unstoppable advance of the legions. The galaxy sprawled vast and infinitely hungry, even for superhuman attention. As conquest stretched the nascent Imperium thin across impossible distances, the noble myth of the Emperor's vision ground against the relentless gears of necessity. To hold the worlds newly wrenched from barbarism and Xeno's control, to ensure the borders didn't fray before the vanguard propelled further into the unknown, the fledgling Imperial army swelled into existence. Conceived not in some palace of polished obsidian on Terra, but in the mud and blood of distant compliance, forged from raw need, not ceremony. It gathered disparate elements: fervent volunteers credulous of the Emperor's promise, grim-faced mercenaries sworn for coin or survivalism, remnants of indigenous forces defeated during compliance, their varied battle harnesses painted with fresh Aquila symbols scraped over older loyalties. At first, their role was garrison, peacekeeper, holding the line against insurgents and marauders amidst the shattered ruins left in the wake of the Legion's swift thrust. Slowly, relentlessly, as the crusade gnawed into the galactic east, devouring stars and spitting out imperial fists, the nature of the army underwent a profound and thunderous shift. The nascent warp-capable ships once used only for troop transit became battle fleets in their own right, a command structure blossoming, and this new Leviathan learnt to walk entirely on its own. No longer confined as sentries, the army marched with its creation. It swallowed planetary tides whole, entire regiments drawn like tribute blood from hive worlds heaving with teeming billions, where desultory muster lines snaked for kilometers, or sparse frontier planets offering up barely a few hundred sons and daughters clad in local burlap uniforms, handed las rifles still smelling of Factorum grease. The logistical coils of the Munitorum, calcifying into early form measured tithes with chilling precision, balancing loyalty against utility, each contribution an echo of dominance paid in flesh and bone. Billions strong now, a surging tide of humanity clad in borrowed armor, the army evolved from shield to colossal hammer itself. Vast battle groups detached, conquering systems without a single gleaming Astartes pauldron in sight, deploying monstrous war engines, land battleships called tanks, and fleets that blotted out stars, a rolling tide of gunmetal and grim resolve capable of grinding entire star systems beneath its armored treads, or reducing rebellious continents to steaming glass beneath plasma bombardment, conquering and holding solely in the Emperor's name. Precisely this crushing strength, this terrifying autonomy grown from necessity, became the crack that shattered the galactic dream. When Horus Lupercal, the Warmaster once beloved, the Emperor's brightest son, turned the shining truth of the Imperium into a chaos-scarred lie, the Imperial armies might curdled into its darkest nightmare. Fully half the Astartes legions embraced damnation, and swirling in their monstrous wake came vast swathes of the Imperial army's finest, entire battle groups armored to the teeth, their fleets teeming with corruption. The hammer became the serpent intent on biting the hand that forged it. Worlds screamed as orbital bombardments ceased to be the anvil heralding liberation and became instruments of apocalypse. Streaks of plasma ignited cities into infernos, the skies weeping ash, oppressive clouds choking all life beneath. Armored columns, bearing once-proud Aquilas now defiled with obscene runes of blood and brass, rolled over loyalist positions, grinding friend and foe alike beneath rust-caked treads into crimson paste staining ruined plazas. Brothers recognized brothers in narrow trench lines, choked with mud rendered slick with gore, only to realize their las rifle barrels were now aimed at one another across piles of rubble that were once homes. The proud light of compliance, the unity achieved through unimaginable sacrifice, drowned in rivers of pulverized bone and offal, replaced by the actinic glare of chaos arcing across ruins, and the obscene green fire belched from idolatrous shrines hastily erected to alien, malevolent gods. The betrayal of the legions was a shattering blow, but it was the scale of the Imperial army's defections that truly drove the knife into the Imperium's heart. These were the forces intrinsically designed to hold ground, policing systems far from Terra's gilded core. They were self-sufficient entities, entrusted with guarding mankind's fragile unification. Now entire fleets, brimming with battlecruisers and regiments hardened to obey Imperial orders without question, turned those gleaming tools of conquest and garrison against the foundations of the Emperor's vision itself, striking inward with terrible familiarity. The Horus heresy ended, leaving the Imperium a ragged, bleeding behemoth staggering amidst its own entrails. The Emperor, impossibly broken by his faithless son, slid onto the bleeding wound that was the Golden Throne, sustained by lunatic machines and the psychic screams of souls fed screaming into an eternal void furnace. From this absolute nadir, Robot Guilliman, the Avenging Son, picked up the blood-soaked shards of the broken empire. His reforms were born of paranoia and frozen grief. Trust itself was declared a casualty. The unified Imperial army, so devastatingly effective when corrupted, could not survive. It was torn asunder, a surgery performed with cold certainty. Two entities rose phoenix-like from its sundered corpse: the Imperial Navy, sovereign over the silent void, and the Astra Militarum Imperial Guard, the Hammer, now shackled to the planetary surface, its regiments forbidden forever from touching the stars they defended. The link was severed like diseased nerve cords. No single ambitious, corruptible commander would ever again wield both fleet orbit and surface force autonomy, the very power Horus had abused to nearly rend reality. The newly forged Astra Militarum existed within a prison of pragmatic, iron constraints. Regiments were reduced to isolated cells, autonomy sacrificed brutally on the altar of absolute security, tied inexorably to administratum sanction and the cold, watching eyes of the Munitorum. Coordination became a tangled web spun by distant functionaries, adaptability often chained by procedure designed solely to prevent unity beyond rigid command structures. Above all loomed the black-robed commissars of the fortified Officio Prefectus, grim arbiters of existence and extinction, their presences a freezing shadow across every command bunker and rallying point. These iron-shod arbiters carried the vitriolic authority to execute hesitation with a precise boltron to the skull over cowardice or perceived dissent, with flamboyant sword strokes that cleaved heads from shoulders, transforming fear into fortitude and faith into a desperate belief against reason. Twin pillars shoring up a military machine designed not for conquest, but grim, bloody endurance. This reformation was survival at a terrifying price. The Guard was now a blunt, grinding instrument, clunky and costly compared to the Crusade's swiftness, its every potential advantage sacrificed to ossify against treason. Yet Guilliman's brutal calculus proved itself in the galaxy's unrelenting dark. Rebellions were fragmented, contained like cancer cells crushed before any metastasis could begin. The Astro Militarum became an anchor. Thus inscribed upon the history of the stars and fought over ever since, the Guard drew its uncountable defenders from worlds beyond counting. A million whispers of defiance and resignation blended into a roar, tales of home cherished and lost forged within the heat of Laskan barrels, local saints born in the mud, tales propagandized in soot-filled planetary archives, or murmured over a shared pinch of bland proton paste around guttering auspex lights in stinking trenches. Triumphs etched onto melted metal trophies melted. Tragedies drowned in cheap amasic passed silently between soldiers whose eyes say everything. The duty remains singular: stand, hold, sacrifice. Cadia, the adamantium bastion overlooking the mad rift of the Eye of Terror, became their fixed pole star, entire generations doomed to stare into the soul-dimming horror beyond the sky, holding the impossible line against chaos itself as the Imperium bled elsewhere. The Adeptus Ministorum wove faith deeper than steel into their marrow, as the uncaring millennia ground relentlessly on. Ministorum priests wearing prayer parchments thick as armor, voices booming with borrowed thunder, united disparate conscripts from icebound wastelands, and acid-corroded hive underbellies under one chilling hymn, brandishing the Aquila like a shield against the tangible horror whispering beyond the parapets. Yet not all sacred duty was chanted over crackling vox. The tech priests of Mars, redrobed surgeons scraping sacred oils onto skull mechanisms burning with binary prayers, bent over the rumbling hearts of lemon rust battle tanks promising succor to the defiant roar of their engines, the chanting priests on the surface denied. Engine seers connected spiritually to the machine's spirit within the heavy bolter, whose sacred oils ensured it did not jam amidst blinding promethium fumes choking a trench line. But darkness inevitably seeped in. The shadow of the 36th millennium, the age of apostasy, fell upon them all when the despot Goj Vander, manipulating both throne and altar, turned the Guard's muscle into his personal instrument of terror. Only the shock wave of Saint Sebastian Thor's defiant sermons echoing in the ears of common soldiery, reinforced by the sudden thunderclap attacks of Astartes' legion sanctuaries and the implacable golden giants of the Custodes, shattered this internal nightmare, adding another bloody chapter to their frozen struggle. The decades rolled into brutal centuries, then millennia punctuated only by the dark stars of Abaddon's carnivorous black crusades, ripping apart the Imperium's sagging frontiers. The ceaseless insectal screeching of tyrannid hive fleets, consuming planetary population, centers whole, monstrous orc invasions trampling entire star sectors under a tide of green muscle at places like Armageddon. In desperate holding actions, purging traitor cells during the Gothic War, grinding down regiment after regiment sacrificed to oblivion amid punishing void battles and nerve gas horrors. Victory flickered only briefly. Lord Commander Solar Macharius carved a cataract of burning compliance through 1,000 worlds, leaving a path of heroes hewn into legend, while simultaneously soaking the segmentum in guardsmen's blood. And in the heresy's searing aftermath stood the Great Scouring, the icy counterstroke rising like vengeful ghosts from Terra's half-collapsed hulk. The Guard became the cleansing fire, sweeping the crippled, shattered remnants of humanity's unified territory clean. Traitors fled terror-stricken into the cancerous wound of the eye-carrying, corrupted war engines and soul-breaking incantations. The Imperium chased them into the impossible psychic storms, seeking not conquest but utter erasure. Vengeance served colder than the void. Entire battle groups launched into the dreadful silence of exiled duty, hounded the fractured traitor legions through warp-twisted stellar wastes. Orbital bombardments scourged surfaces bare down to luminosity in the cold starlight, making planets sterile tombs. Vast siege lines bristling with guard tank regiments and artillery, the size of hablocks, surrounded fortress towns entrenched for decades. The loyalist Astartes exorcised planets still radiating cosmic dread wrought by Horus's armada even on Terra itself, their homeworld haunted by ghosts of betrayal, a bitterness flowing as thick as blood through long-forgotten tunnels beneath molten battlefields, seeing the taint everywhere, demanding scouring fires burn away not just the bodies of betrayers, but the very shadows they cast on monuments. Planets vanished from maps deliberately forgotten. The Guard was the implacable fist-crushing retroactive heresy out of existence symbol by symbol, curse by curse, conscript by sacrificial conscript until a fragile security was purchased, the worn hammer steadied, ready to fall again against the next surge of darkness, its head forged in ancient Terra, its handle stained permanently with the blood of Horus's gamble. Wounds that would not cauterize bled into history, bled into the very soul of the wounded Imperium. These were not mere injuries of flesh but deep, festering psychic scars that ignited the relentless pursuit known as the Scouring. The iron hands moved, cold and implacable instruments forged anew in the fires of betrayal at the Dropsite massacre. Their vengeance was a precision strike, unfeeling and mathematically executed, seeking not just bloodets paid, but the absolute annihilation of traitor genetic material wherever the tendrils of the Warmaster's taint had reached. Across burning sectors, the space wolves answered with a howl that echoed through the void, feral suns unleashed, tearing through corrupted strongholds with a savagery that blurred the line between warrior and wild beast. While stars burned under Lupin wrath, Robot Gilliman, bearing the unbearable weight of a fractured galaxy upon his shoulders, steered the Ultramarines through the wreckage, rebuilding, reordering, ensuring no haven remained for the fleeing heretics, his indomitable will applied to the crushing machinery of survival. Beside these giants strode the newly forged Astra Militarum, a million faces stiff with resolve beneath helmets, born from the fractured bones of the old Imperial army. They were the wall against which the roiling countertides of chaos broke, the anonymous thousands digging trenches under enemy fire, fortifying shattered cities, manning labyrinthine defenses night after terror-filled night. They carried lasguns and bayonets against monstrous forms from beyond sanity, bearing something heavier still, the desperate, grinding resolve of a species dangling over the abyss of annihilation. On worlds stained by betrayal, planets where the Emperor's light had been extinguished by treachery, the Guard's grim standards were driven into the polluted earth. They reclaimed those lost territories inch by soul-crushing, bloody inch, their sacrifice measured in mountains of their own dead. Yet the Scouring seemed more than merely purge. The galaxy itself writhed in a kind of anguished rebellion. Worlds that had clung to neutrality during the heresy's storm found no mercy when the loyalist hammer descended. To the sons and daughters of the wounded Imperium, hesitation was a cancer, neutrality a betrayal deserving only one response: cleansing fire and merciless steel. Upon these isolated battlefields, the Astra Militarum and the freshly configured Adeptus Arbites became instruments of pitiless imperial justice, their actions grim necessities undertaken in shadows cast by galactic oppression, acts forever darkened by their ruthless demands. Gilliman, the regent bound by impossible duty, orchestrated the restructuring of humanity's broken might. He shattered the monolithic imperial army into countless smaller, specialized divisions, a necessary fragmentation mirrored painfully among the legions. His great treatise, the Codex Astartes, demanded the fracturing of the vast Astartes legions into compact chapters, each a mere 1,000 warriors strong. It was a surgical amputation, a painful sundering of brotherhoods forged in fire and blood, a sacrifice enacted so that no single demigod could ever again wield the cataclysmic power of an entire legion's war machine. Even the sons of Macreg bowed before the decree, the Ultramarines spawning innumerable successor chapters, smaller torches lit from their ancestral flame, destined to carry Guilliman's cold blue legacy into the grim darkness of future stars. Finally, the active violence of the Scouring waned, though its bitter embers smoldered with endless hate. The traitors were flung, broken but eternally poisonous, into the seething hellscape of the Eye of Terror. The Imperium emerged, victorious on parchment, yes, but mortally diminished. The blazing, idealistic light of the Great Crusade was extinguished utterly, replaced by a struggling, guttering ember fueled solely by the grim imperative of survival. The Emperor's dream, a galaxy unified, free from the shackles of superstition and mindless fear, had perished on the anvil of the Horus heresy. In its place ascended an Imperium clad in shadow, governed by ossified bureaucracy, enforced by crushing dogma, driven only by the relentless, unyielding will to endure the endless night. Now, history narrows its harsh eye to one particular battleground, a war against the ruinous powers not with a thunderclap, but with a treacherous whisper's insidious beginning. This conflict, the Siege of Vrax, defies simplicity, neither swift nor easily chronicled. Its overture is an ancient tragedy, etched into the Imperium's decaying spine, the ambitioned corruption of a man of God, the loyal servant twisted into a marionette dancing on chaos strings, the sheer, suffocating vastness blurring the creeping infection until it ruptured. It began, as countless grim tales do, with a death. Cardinal Astor Borca, his presence a fixture ruling the Scara sector across impossible centuries courtesy of Mars Biologa's alchemy, had stood as a mighty bastion of imperial faith. Yet even Mechanicus Technomagic dances reluctantly with entropy. In 84M41, the ancient cardinal exhaled his final prayer-scented breath into the unforgiving void. Stepping into that vacuum, clad in seemingly righteous purpose, strode Cardinal Zaffin, the chosen successor, a figure of silvered oratory and burning conviction, radiating the zeal the Imperium demanded of its shepherds. Or so the illusion held. Zaffin's ascension was a spectacle befitting the God Emperor's own representative. Grand processions choked hive streets, sermons roared from towering pulpits, great cathedral bells tolled their leaden dirge, and hymns soared from 10,000 pious throats. Yet scarcely had the cathedral incense cleared when the new cardinal announced a pilgrimage. This grand progress, a journey piercing the heart of the Scara sector, promised spiritual renewal for the masses and cemented his nascent dominion. Accompanied by a swelling cortege of preachers exhorting, elite sisters of battle clad in ceramite faith, a glut of sycophantic retainers, Zaffin sought to ignite a wildfire of devotion. Where he strode, faith did blaze fiercely. Tyrants faced sudden downfall, rebellions blossomed screaming the Emperor's name, and hope roared like a star going nova. To the adoring masses, Zaffin was transfigured. No longer merely a man, he became a living conduit, an anointed saint bearing the sacred flame of divine will itself. But deep beneath the blinding fervor, within the cardinal's innermost sanctum, the rot bloomed. Among his most trusted counselors skulked Deacon Mammon, a serpent wrapped in honeyed platitudes, his soul long ago bartered to the grinning monstrosities of the warp. Unseen by his master, Mammon perpetually whispered. He murmured insidious secrets of destiny into Zaffin's willing ear, fanning the latent embers of pride and monstrous ambition into a consuming blaze. He painted the cardinal not just as a guide, but as the Messiah reborn, heaven's own warrior destined to wield holy fire against the cancer, consuming the Imperium from within. Treacherous poison dripped from every syllable, twisting Zaffin's once-staunch faith into a seething weapon aimed at the very civilization he was ordained to serve. The man of devout duty curdled. He saw schemes lurking in every loyal gaze, daggers hidden within humble reports. Trust vanished, preserved only for those whose loyalty could be purchased with promises or crushed beneath threats. Guided by Mammon's clawing whispers, Zaffin wove a stagnant pool of devotion around himself, an inner circle bound by fiercely sworn oaths, men and women drowning alongside him in the conviction of the Imperium's terminal decay. Only a great firestorm of holy war, they believed, could cauterize the festering wound. They chose their inferno stage carefully, Vrax. An Imperial armory world of staggering strategic value, a fortress planet armored in forgespires and bastions, a pulse point in the galactic war machine. Crucial still, Vrax bore the shrine of St. Leonis the Blind, sacred ground consecrated by martyrs' blood, drawing endless tides of pilgrims. Beneath this veneer of piety and industry, beneath the planet's very skin, the machinery of schism began its horrific churn. Mammon's agents, disguised as priests, insinuated themselves among thronging pilgrims and hardened labor gangs. Whispers spread like pestilent mold through sweating tunnels and echoing shrine halls, whispers of an imminent threat of the faithful to the holy site. These calculated embers of paranoia ignited swirling eddies of zealotry, common men envisioned themselves consecrated soldiers bracing for the apocalypse's dawn. Simultaneously, Mammon slithered into the shadows where military commanders dwelled, applying promises of divine favor and sly leverage to ensure Exrax's formidable shield walls would answer only to Zaphan's divinity. By the time faint echoes of brewing sedition reached distant Imperial monitors, Vrax was already a shuttered coffin. Its immense planetary batteries loomed, ancient cannons of god-killing power now sighted menacingly into the void. Within the vast, echoing gloom of his citadel, Zaphan assembled the core of fanatics and unveiled the terrifying scope of his ambition. Gone was the humble servant. Here stood the self-proclaimed prophet of the new dawn, the chosen scourge who would purge weakness from the palace of stars. The faithful still flocked, their devotion impervious to his increasingly unholy rants. They shared his conviction. They were holy, this war was righteous. Their very existence signified the blessed emperor's will. The throne sat silent, its light eternally distant and unreadable. It cast no illumination upon this tortured world. The darkness behind Zaphan's fervor, nurtured by chaos whispers, became a lodestone drawing truly ruinous entities. Beneath the glittering, hollow veneer of his holy crusade lay the horrific truth. Zaphan, ensnared, corrupted, his faith defiled, his vision twisted into a sacrificial knife sculpted for the ruinous powers. The stage groaned under the weight of inevitable carnage. When the Officio Assassinorum struck, deploying a Vindicare paragon of death unshot, one kill to snuff the heretical spark before wildfire, it was fire that recoiled upon itself. Cloaked in shadow for agonizing cycles, a flawless instrument of extinction awaited its moment. As Zaphan raised his arms before innumerable throats chanting his name, the bolt was released. It was Linegesturing, a perfectly whispered death kiss traveling through the thick air. Yet the Emperor's hand did not guide its trajectory that day. Metallic miracle, Zaphan's Rosarius, a sacred artifact relic refractor field older than faith, flared with impossible light, deflecting the hypersonic round. To the faithful below, it was undeniable divinity manifest, a sign blazing their cardinal saint preserved by imperial will. What should have ended rebellion became its ultimate vindication, a divine catalyst ignited. The volatile labor gangs, seething with manufactured zealotry, exploded into open revolt. Chaos descended like a biblical plague, engulfing Rax in a volcanic eruption of frenzy. Machine lines froze as workers seized lasguns. Orbital defenses built to shield against ancient void horrors were wrested inward by their own corrupted officers. The repercussions screamed across the Imperium's crippled logistical spine. Rax Prime served as a vital artery pumping munitions, armor, and the sustenance of war directly to the desperate regiments, holding the Cadian Gadeth last great barrier before the howling tidal wave of chaos poured forth eternally from the Eye of Terror. With Vrax's manufactories choked with heresy, the lifeblood of those defenders was severed cold. Entire subsectors, vital bulwarks, were left frighteningly vulnerable. The heavy, groaning wheels of the Administratum finally ground out its decree. Vrax must be reclaimed. The cost infinite, millennia of lives was irrelevant alongside the catastrophic strategic void. Yet by the time the decree echoed through war rooms, the heretics had already transformed Vrax Prime into an armored, fanged monstrosity. Planetary defense batteries, vast destructive engines honed through ages, now guarded Salvation City like granite sentinels against orbital wrath. Zan's rebels, swollen with looted Imperium warglories and meticulously steeped in the very siegecraft and trench warfare doctrines their former masters perfected, dug deeper than ever. They were coiled, ready blood harvesters laying cruel traps within the dedicated killing grounds they now commanded. Facing this monumental task, the High Command turned to those bred for blood and mud, the death corpse of Krieg. Individuals absorbed wholly into their role, faces hidden forever behind grim rebreather masks distilled from generations grinding warfare into ash, their very existence defined by attrition and unflinching sacrifice. The Armada assembled with glacial, inevitable momentum. The Imperium's vast 88th Siege Army, a tidal wave of gunmetal gray regiments forged solely from Krieg stock, bore the duty. From the outset, the campaign crystallized into brutal statistics. Every lost meter demanded rivers of gore. Every stubborn stronghold center was pulp sevens counting the corpses. The grinding drums of Imperial retribution began their dreadful cadence as the 10,000 silenced vile generators hissed their death gases over No Man's Land. For 1,700 days turned hellish years, the abattoir consumed millions, leaving a planet scoured to poisoned bedrock. Meanwhile, upon the tortured surface of Vrax Prime, the initial firestorm of rebellion solidified into an iron-fisted hieratic order. The apostate Cardinal's legions, blood-forged from fractious labor gun hordes and the remnants of militarized PDF cogs hardened by betrayal, functioned as a grim engine. Fierce devotion discovered earned power. Commanders emerged. The elite disciples of Zaphan swelled their ranks with the favored fanatics. Lesser sparks of faith found grim purpose in brutal conscription or were driven back beneath the whip, doomed to bone-grinding servitude within the Citadel's rumbling manufactoria engines. Disobedience earned only swift oblivion, administered by Zaphan's cold-eyed enforcers bearing martyrs' zealotry like condemning hammers. Under the Cardinal Tyrant's shadow, Vrax was reshaped into an unyielding bastion of pain. Vast killing fields seeded with hidden death replaced its desolate plains. Forests of cruel razor wire coiled in ever-expanding walls. Heavy gun skeletons tracked every distant dust cloud signaling an enemy's death march. Every defender understood the hideous truth shimmering beyond their ramparts. There would be no surrender, no bargaining chip thick enough to save them. Clemency was dead. Survival slaved solely to the impossible engine of victory. Failure could only bring oblivion-grade exterminatus hammering from the merciless fists of the scornful Imperium, striding towards them through fire and void. The drums grew louder. The air above Vax Primaris thickened, heavy with the sickly tang of ozone and the acrid scent of mast, unwashed humanity and corroded machinery, a prelude to the slaughter-bloated storm gathering around its desolate orbit. Below, the planet itself seemed to hold its breath beneath bruised, ash-choked skies, anticipating the brutal embrace to come. The fortifications, a gnarled network etched into the volcanic wastes by desperate hands and fanatical will, teamed with the apostate Cardinal Astraphan's nightmare army, a perverse reflection of the Imperium it had betrayed. This was not an army forged in discipline, but a desperate amalgam, stitched together from the carcass of loyal service and the festering sores of heresy. At the bleeding edge of this grim host stood the disciples of Zaphan, the Cardinal's chosen elite, distilled cruelty-clad in scavenged flak and stolen ceramite. Their eyes, fever-bright with a faith corrupted beyond redemption, saw not the Emperor's light but the sickly luminescence promised by their twisted prophet. Loyalty wasn't merely pledged, it was branded onto their souls, rewarded with the plundered dregs of worlds they'd helped desecrate. War was their sacrament, the battlefield their sacrificial altar, and mercy an artifact of a feeble past. Descent into the howling dark awaited them, and they welcomed it as a release valve for the fury burning in their veins. Tiered beneath them, rank upon rank of corrupted might solidified the heretical core. The Virian garrison auxiliaries, once the stoic guardians of this vital armory world, stood now as monuments to enforced treason. Their loyalty had buckled under panic or been broken on the rack of Cardinal Zaphan's ambition. Dragged from abandoned guard regiments and planetary defense stockades, they were the disenchanted veterans, the officers without commands, now unified beneath a banner they knew screamed damnation. Yet their pragmatic sin was cold efficiency. Access to Vax's once imperial arsenals, ranks of lemon rust tanks hulking like dormant beasts, basilisks whose long barrels whispered promises of shattering firepower, chimeras ready to vomit infantry into the killzones transformed their betrayal into a terrifyingly effective shield. They lacked the Spatanpolis professionalism of the Astra Militarum. Drills were replaced by grim determination and the cold knowledge that their former comrades would show no quarter. Their strength lay in static defense, in reinforcing shatterpoints, grim technicians of fortified murder rather than maneuverers of fluid destruction. They hunkered down within their pillboxes and trench lines, the stolen arms pointing accusingly outwards. But the true, crushing weight of Astraphan's rebellion poured forth from the churning bowels of the Munitorum itself. The Labor Legion's multitudes of souls ground into dull, hopeless automatons. By decades of crushing servitude beneath the shadow of the Citadel's walls presented Zaphan's greatest tactical paradox, overwhelming numbers born of absolute despair. They were the dregs, the forgotten, minds numbed by the endless mechanical thrum, bodies broken by grueling shifts in weapon factories and logistical nightmares. The Cardinal and his blasphemous cunning offered them a spark in the suffocating darkness, purpose, however catastrophic, or at least a martyr's oblivion. Drawn by desperate hope or coerced at gunpoint by his raptorial enforcers, 1 in 4 discarded their servitor-like existence. Their ranks swelled into a staggering, rage-mutated mass, a seething tide of humanity clad in ill-fitting flak and wielding hastily distributed auto-rifles, still slick with factory grease. Though their individual skill was negligible, their morale brittle, the colossal cache of Vax's own manufactoria quickly made them impossible to ignore. Armed, deployed en masse, stirred by Copperal's fury and the terrifying proximity of his disciples, they became a bulwark of desperate flesh and salvaged iron. They held not with precision, but through sheer, grinding weight of numbers, clogging trenches and bolstering crumbling lines, a human wall destined for bloody pulverization. Their pitiful ranks were supplemented by the even more tragically misled, the pilgrims and the petty bureaucrats. Drawn to the shrine of St. Leonis, the blind like moths to a corrupted flame, they sought solace, blessings, a shred of celestial grace. Unaware of the cancerous plot metastasizing beneath the holy facade, their simple, questing faith became putty in the hands of Zaphan's demagogic preachers. whipped into a frenzy of righteous terror, they were told phantoms besieged their saint. Honest pilgrims clutching devotional trinkets one day, they were handed crude, barely functional guns the next. Bureaucrats whose only battle was red tape found themselves armed and ordered towards the roaring guns, utterly bewildered but committed by the doom-mongering echoing from the Citadel's distorted vox horns. They received the poorest kit, the most cursory training, shoveled into the meatgrinder's maw as expendable chaff to absorb Imperial bullets, their tragic misunderstanding dying with them on the wire. Binding this fractious, desperate host together required tools only the corrupted could wield. Fear became the ultimate commissar. Drawn from the more vicious elements of the garrison or the disciples' ranks, the enforcers strode through the grim trenches like apostles of the gallows, echoes of Imperial commissars, yet stripped of any higher creed beyond terror. Their bolt pistols barked sharp, abrupt punctuation to any hint of doubt, hesitation, or rebellion. Cowardice wasn't chastened. It was vaporized at point-blank range, a visceral, crimson spray chilling even the most fervent disciple. The message was received, cold and clear. Step back onto the loyalists' bayonets or step out of line into the enforcer's muzzle. Retreat offered no sanctuary, only a quicker, more shameful demise. This brutal calculus forged a pale reflection of unit cohesion, unity born of sheer terror under a radioactive sky. Lurking beneath even that base fear, deeper within the Citadel's weeping stone foundations, writhed the truly damned, Zaphan's captive psychers. Torn from the scheduled purges of the black ships, these untrained, unstable minds were shackled in lightless oubliettes, their psychic screams stifled only by heavier chains and mindbreaker wards. Their power was liquid chaos, scalding wild magic that stained the air with an insidious psychic miasma. To the apostate cardinal, these were vessels, fragile cups overflowing with dreadful power, conduits for communion with entities whose intentions damned entire star systems. They were weapons pure and horrific, their gifts twisted into ruinous waves intended to crash over the Imperial lines. Their sanity splintering even in captivity, their release onto the battlefield promised only uncontrolled detonations of agony and warp-spawned horror, their miseries amplifying the battlefield's abattoir cacophony, corrupting the very stone they defended. Thus the Virian traitor militia stood, a cancerous legion birthed from betrayal's womb. Discipline was a frayed rope compared to the Astra Militarum's steel cable. Unity was a cobbled raft on a sea of conflicting desperation. But what they lacked in refinement, they compensated for in sheer, fanatical mass, and the relentless fortification of their hellish redoubt driven home by constant enforcer drills. They drilled amidst landscape transformed, every manufactorum access tunnel a potential death trap, every ridgeline sown with hidden mines, every open stretch zeroed by captured artillery pieces. Zaphan's hollow promises of salvation echoed against the clang of practice drills with stolen lasguns and the barks of instructors turned enforcer. Surrender was an impossibility, whispered only by fools or corpses. Retreat was oblivion paved by the Cardinal's jackbooted enforcers. The crushing certainty of extermination upon the Imperium's retribution forged them into an immovable object, a grotesque monument fashioned from the Imperium's own discarded parts, rigid in its defiance, a living bastion woven from heresy's desperate thread. Against this shoal of fanatics and conscripts, against these walls of rockcrete and misery, marched the inevitable tide of Imperial wrath. The death corpse of Krieg descended upon Vax Primaris not as heroes chanting divine litanies, but as mute, inevitable fact. Clad in monochrome fatigues thick with the ingrained grime and faint radiation signature of their blasted cradle world, they ascended from their claustrophobic holds in utter, profound silence. The boarding ramps slammed shut behind them like vault doors sealing crypts. Above them, swarming the void like carrion insects drawn by the scent of planetary-scale demise, the fleet stretched across the system, a constellation of troop carriers swollen with Grake-led infantry and munitions, so vast their tonnage would poison worlds, escorts darting like hungry piranhas, grimed naval officers on the bridge of Belen plotting bombardment runs. This exodus from death to death was orchestrated from afar by Lord Commander Zelker on secure Thracian reel, seeing only ledgers and requisition counts. To him, Vax was a grim but solvable equation. How many ton of shells? How many waves of infantry? How much time? It was arithmetic of annihilation. Touching down was a return to a desolation distantly familiar, yet Kremit's endless deep freeze was replaced by Va X's furnace scowl. The 143rd Siege Regiment, vanguard of the 88th Spearhead Army, meant explicitly to crack this traitor nut, met a landscape forged in malice. Volcanic ash choked every breath in fetid, electrostatically charged cement junkies when the rare rains fell. Violent electrical storms ripped across the heavens, painting the barren Van Merland wastes in sickly flashes of false light that illuminated jagged, rock-strewn plains and treacherous, echoing canyons, implements expertly exploited by the defenders for years under Zaphan's obsessive directive. The citadel itself loomed at the heart of this hostile storm, its spire piercing the pall like a shard of the apocalypse, housing both Zaphan's blasphemous court and the corrupted shrine of Saint Leonis. 3 colossal defensive rings radiated outwards in brutalist profusion scarifications upon the planet's crust, filled with tools for systemic annihilation. Eastern and southern approaches funneled attackers into narrowing gauntlets of rock and overlapping fire. This was the battlefield the Death Corps had been bred to endure since infancy. Crucible sites forever shrouded under nuclear winter skies, sucking trench lines operated into amphetamine drills amid ceaseless bombast, their sole lesson consumption. Their lifespan calculated at induction, chance replaced entirely with grave duty written on standard-issue tombstones, and so anonymity became their shield and shroud. Individuality was cancer, names dissolved into numerical strings. Faces vanished beneath anonymous breather masks filtering the toxic soup, blank visages reflecting squad designations not brothers, fellow gears momentarily interacting, timing death pistons, firing in sequence determined years prior, planning tables, sparse utilitarian offices creming. Each trooper was a near-identical cipher, blank slate receptacle awaiting, orders sigil mechanical pistons, firing mechanism retract, fire, retract, whose sole function remained marching deliverance via overwhelming firepower, coordinated sacrifice, overwhelming weight, death toll, meat grinder. Did they flinch beneath rebreather valleys? Conceivable. Did they ever entertain fate beyond sanctioned oblivion? Such thoughts were like splinter grenades lodged deep inside cortex implants, suppressed implant control, suppression drill, constant conditioning. Life was contingent upon Emperor's use. Death, unnoticed Emperor's currency ledger entries. To reclaim Vax would not be a triumph spun into balladic odes. Zelker twitching, lighting Brillabreakscape, brittle bones, shapping yells. Logistics carved reality, potential combat, potential sustained assault. Rate ammunition expenditure, liability remissions, logged remorseless precision administration, ordained canon arithmetic projection, validity tables predicted endless. A grim calculus stretched interminably, its accuracy marked cost mountains, chamber shell, vidi fountains. For the Death Corps, acknowledgement existed. Place defined by their own shallow pits, dug firing step, parapet gun position, waiting silence launchboards, shutter endless chorus artillery, barrage open sodden vulnerable chasms defenses. Meatgrinder fed voraciously grim gray feedstock, onto which he saw simply shells fired, costs, incurred balance ledgers, solvency, paid bodies, kilograms of ammunition, fired kill ratios formulated. Peering onto his strategic display, fortress schematic, secure bunker, Thracian Primaris, it was merely figures invoked realism, allocated casualties, tolerated acceptable parameters. Glory was illusory shimmer dissipating amidst high explosives, riotous blast shockwaves. Only corpses counted, 2 sides, transactional slaughter dens, consecrated corruptedly enemies, skill organization, Sebrillian tables, clear overmatch, anonymized delivery duration estimates, standard bereavement compression, assault models, applied decisively, paint, furious inevitability, colorless abattoir. Preparation was prayer, labor a sequence, rituals unto execution. Workers obscene find sufficient truthful passageways, lift David's landcraft conversion, unloading proper ordnance specialist detail, wizardry, volcano stratum setting placements, commenced utter absence, revelry, fraternization necessary, instructional visual audit, directive tireless preparation stations, begun meticulously chart, entrenched obsession corns, settler pioneers, specialized deep subsoil assault battery emplacement, certain construction materials, poured cement fortification, imperial. Composition stability, formally observed, without error, aspect silent survey, designated sweep landing field perimeter, established minefields, calibrated infantry weapon demo pits, duty schedule rotations, priority logistical stacking levels, surveyed assistance stacking, preparing mortar platoon, preliminary registration fire on index coordinates, outlining trenches, map discrepancy commands, attend revised topography, phase data inputs, confirmation, proceed, note, briefly realistic. Expectation, timeframe, plausibility, interrupted, holdover, reinforce, auxiliary screening detachment, path, marching assault lanes, crawl, preparatory condition, imminent commencement, established narrative progression steadily towards outer perimeter strongpoints, incomplete relative vulnerability, chosen cutting, wedge, iterative probe, decisive concentration, crush, breach, corridor, direct linking, citadel, organ, singularity, destruction, calculated sacrifice, corresponding, acceptable, pave, safe, tactical. Corridor, required sacrifice, beyond planned, schedulable attrition, accepted parameters, threshold, assured timetable, progression, deity, logistics, computation, necessity. Faces obscene rebreathers, faces, eyes, invisible humanity, occluded by necessity, endure toxic faceless operative patterns, relentless competency training drills, silent immovable units manhandling siege pieces impossible tons bulk, inherent curse gorgons, ancient baneblades tension vibration, earth tremble larger pieces creaking embark landcraft supplies, seeming advance endless regiments machines, moving to form giant insects heresy, forge world smoldering desert broken contrast monochromic. Legion servitors heretical tide warp, imbued ichor permeate soil, manifesting unnatural horror remain chamber air, tasted charged anticipation, impending first gun crew load firing quadrant elevation, infinitely rehearsed suspense platinum suspended volcanic dusk, commencing unstoppable mechanism sacrificed fuel wheels process barrel cooling systems purge charge rack cleared breach block slam home lock ram home primer detonation, lanyard pull imminent roar annihilating silence rupture. The siege had truly begun cycle sacrosanct orchestrate, ordained, commenced deafening grim aria apocalypse screamed lithobreaker prow World Cup consecrated butcher, unabating sacrifice galactic scale execution imperial will manifest final. Omnia mors, servo est, where would it end? The reality was simple, death ceased matter ended. Gothic numerals ticking down untranscribable scavira macabre finality illumination, observation calculable probability completion, datum chronological contours signaling termination requisition cycle, ordered damning process vindication ledgers, stamped processed historical regard, archive indexed thereafter forgotten empty shell judgment passed. First shots screamed insignia distant impacts raking dust voice trenches, immediate buried, alive spiritual cascade catastrophic momentum, erupt impossible escalate hellborn, began long blood-churning grind inexorable expenditure incurrence, vax voting returns incessant metal rain confirmation, means only currency compensated patiently waiting resolution script, unwinding inevitable outcome stroke future, scripted past grim certainty settled, like tangible shell shock ringing residue eterna. Volley refinery cracking legitimate payment, executed account lore emperor shrine consecrated then tomb deep, none spoke. Dye's rifle pattern load advance fire drill observance motion, weight ordnance comprehension, signal advance officers tensing tannas emitting rarity monosyllabic directive, paused everything awaited inevitable killzone entered volumetric field, prepared overlapping enfilade creating killing ground crawl, began measured meters defiance witnessed muzzle flashes, basalt outcrop emplacement, opening salvo tagged ammunition expenditure, projected consumed variance acceptable commander noted proceeding. Initial impact assessment casualties, incurred estimated within predicted parameters, report submitted endorse continuation, assault tempo established screen advance cease orbital strike zone, predesignated coordinate immediate destruction laser guide signals, incoming naval barrage strikes fluctuating navigational corrections, factored atmospheric interference damping resultant kinetic transfer rate caveat tactical disbursement strategy, authorized awaiting tiered bombardment sequence phase. Transmission acknowledgement receipt commence leveling operation interdict reinforcement pattern, delayed ammunition lift, successfully materialized battery, ordered stated interval between barrages, could not be increased given troop concentration exposed position, required suppression requested priority confirmed nourish operation, reserves committed attrition rates demonstrating acceptable values, proceed delegated authority established chains, enacted commit second, reserves cyclical vast scheme. Continued unfolding men died quietly noise, obliterating silence scream channel trade transaction, consolidated value emperor pleased consecration, advanced meter cost souls, persist purchasing reliquary sanctification measured tons expended blood absolution, secured final expenditure inexorable grist, mainly insignificant notation, incremental formations obliterated paperwork processed planetary ledger inquisition, ticked box war continued fronts elsewhere same template. Imputed consumption necessary fulfillment, shrouded cosmic accounting, normality, irrevocable charge human soul, listed assets depreciate singular value aggregate revenues, sacrifice pertinent remainstance, numbered ensuing enclosed permanent briefing, fold structured virtual monument, served purpose perceived aggregate momentary blip, recording sustained campaign activity, archive deemed sufficient expedite recall, scheduled repurpose non-vital segments, later combustion right purification. Sanction recommend mining license, reestablish manufactorum output, assign surcharge heretic reparations, integrate imperial tithe schedule, establish purgatorial confessional shrine, on-site tour incrementally returning incrementally functionality, 20 standard Marys exploitative quotas restored stability, if listen quietly beneath artillery, thunder whimper psychic distort weeping, saint eternally blind, yen the very bones of V's prime groaned under a weight unimaginable. Continental osteoarthritis settling in as, piece by grinding piece across nearly a year, the monstrous bulk of the 88th Siege Army assembled. Its ranks, already colossal, ingested hundreds of thousands of Creek soldiers like coal into a furnace, devoured countless support personnel to oil its colossal gears, and saw the wretched, penal dredgings of Arista the Labor Corps poured out onto the gray wastes in vast, silent droves. Their task was the grim midwifery of war, laying the necessary arteries of destruction. Railways clawed their way, metal scars crisscrossing the desolate plains, groaning beneath the endless flow of artillery pieces coiled like sleeping dragons and mountains of supplies. Camps metastasized against the ashen skyline, constellations of khaki tents and reinforced bunkers rising like necrotic boils, their prefabricated barrack blocks swelling with a tide of men percolating with pent aggression, waiting only for the Iron Corps summons to battle. By the time the final regiment anchored its boots on the brittle, radioactive dirt, the psychic and tectonic pressure was a physical ache, the land itself screaming silently under the suffocating dread of the carnage to come. The plan, etched into a million minds by repetitive doctrine, felt sound, almost banal in its textbook execution. Hemmed within the oppressive shadow of the citadel itself, the heretic defenders of RX had woven their fortress sanctum, concentric nooses of deep-dug trenches, earthen metal bunkers sunk low in the whispering ash, artillery emplacements hulking like petrified beasts. Brutal geology conspired against the attacker, jagged gorges and winding canyons to the south and east choked off massive assault, funneling the 88th's inevitable fury solely upon the western and northern approaches. Here, grinding the faces of men like millstones, victory had to be bought in iron and flesh. The opening act demanded collapsing the sprawling outer cord in a vast spiderweb of earthworks and hidden firing pits teeming with the vile militia of the fallen. The Death Corps regiments, marrow-deep in their resolve, were cleaved for the pincer movement, the merciless bite of the 1st and 30th Line Corps gnawing upwards from the north, the unyielding pressure of the 12th and 34th chewing upwards from the south. Their grim choreography aimed to encircle, to cordon off the diseased heart of the citadel, amputating it utterly from the wider plague of Rax's territories. Relentless pressure, the staff decreed, hammer blows landing simultaneously across the entire bleeding front, forcing the defenders to thin their gray lines into mere smears against the relentless imperial tide. Breached the outer ring, and the sea regiments, scarred but undiminished, would surge forward, contracting like a massive, inexorable fist, concentrating the immense power forged in fire for the final, ruinous strike. Speed was ingrained doctrine. The outer heretical positions must be gutted, devoured wholesale in a single, thunderous convulsion, regardless of the butcher's bill paid up front. Hesitation allowed the ruinous powers time to weave coordinated blasphemies. Once the mangled corpse of the outer defenses lay secured, the drive towards the second, inner line could proceed with a predator's wary calculation, cautious probes replacing the hammer blow, seeking out weaknesses like gangrenous rot concealed beneath scorched earth before committing the full weight again. The fall of that second line would be the ringing of the citadel's death knell, true separation complete. Then from the sanctified mud 1,000 miles hence, an incalculable distance dominated yet by the leprous ziggurat on the horizon the Death Corps artillery parks, vast blocks of grim mechanics and metallurgy, could unleash the true siege. Earthshaker cannons, capable of cracking continents, and bombard shellhoppers the size of hablocks would sing their hymns of destruction directly onto the heretical stronghold, reducing its defiance to radioactive soup. While the Death Corps labored, sweat and ash caking their brows as they turned virgin waste into fortified hellpits, the enemy watched. From the bone-grey parapets of the Citadel Fortress, the followers of the apostate cardinal, their souls already marked, fortified themselves for the inevitable. Their corrupted cardinals, whispers phlegmy with promised salvation through defiance to false ideals, pulled nervous recruits from the terrified citizenry, shoring up skeletal troop rosters. The defenses, though potent symbols of heretical resolve, were crucially unfinished, weak seams punctuating the imposing structure. For the commanders poring over Auspex arrays in prefab command bunkers miles behind the front, this represented the first tangible fissure, a crack in the Citadel's ossified skull to exploit in the long, inevitable crawl towards damnation's core. The killing fields of Rax, vast and desolate, waited with patient malevolence. Artillery crews, priests of destruction clad in grime-stained fatigues, meticulously calibrated their behemoth weapons. Elevation dials spun with unhurried reverence, shell casings polished by calloused hands as sacred relics. The guns themselves, shrouded in camouflage netting that did little to conceal their terrible purpose, were aligned on fixed bases, their maws gaping hungrily towards the enemy lines. In their chilling shadows, infantry rhythmically drilled, bayonets flashing dully in the perpetual twilight that hung over the ashen planet, their features permanently obscured by rebreather filters and gas mask eyepieces, conferring a terrifying anonymity. The countdown pulsed with the dying breaths of the planet. Soon, the leaden silence would rupture. The first salvos would shudder across the wasted landscape, a symphony of screaming metal and pulverized rock, the bass roar of artillery heralding the birth of a war destined for carcass counts in the millions. At dawn on 166.83 M41, the void-cold silence of the barren morning was obliterated. A thunderous, catastrophic roar, vast beyond comprehension, erupted from the eastern horizon, the throat of the Creek Siege Park torn wide. Guns of truly astronomical caliber discharged their wrath, gargantuan shells arcing through the polluted sky like falling stars of pure malice, detonating with ground-shattering detonations amongst the fragile earthworks of the Veritan outer defenses. The planet itself convulsed under each titanic pulse. The radioactive wasteland soil heaved like a beast in agony. Ash plumes vomited skyward, choking the few shreds of visible sky, the air instantly saturated with the throat-searing, eye-burning tang of scorched propellant and pulverized rock. The infernal bombardment raged for hours beyond counting, a relentless torrent of high explosives raining down in a ceaseless drumbeat of destruction. Gun barrels, laboring under unimaginable stresses, glowed a threatening charade, crews cadaverous figures in the flickering gunnery lights laboring with desperate haste to sustain the apocalyptic orchestra. The opening barrage rent the face of V's Prime, gouging monstrous, ragged craters into the unconsolidated ash that passed for soil, swallowing whole bunkers and emplacements, the distant keening cries of the mangled barely registering above the overwhelming din. Yet the defenders were not specters. From deep within their ferrocrete skulls, coiled in fortified battery nests amidst the ruins, the heretical artillery stirred. Basilisk self-propelled guns, their long barrels like accusing fingers pointed skyward, boomed their reply. Shells traced graceful, lethal parabolas high into the hazel-laden sky before plummeting earthwards like divine wrath amidst the ordered rows of Creek cannonry. The bombardment transformed into a monstrous duel, a grotesque contest of endurance and macabre skill between unseen artillerists leagues apart. Early heretic fire stuttered, shells falling wide, lost in the churning confusion of smoke and geysering earth. But grim acuity honed by desperation soon found its mark. At the sprawling complex dubbed Battery 413th, a single, unerring shell kissed its target. The direct hit detonated an earthshaker cannon in a towering fan of incandescent flame and twisted plating, breaching nearby munition hoppers and triggering an apocalyptic secondary explosion that swallowed men and metal in a roiling storm of fire and fragmentation, a brief, bloody exclamation mark in the ceaseless thunder of the guns. Beneath this soaring canopy of death, the infantry of the Death Corps advanced. Clad in the engines of their trade, thick greatcoats weighed down with mud and particulate matter, breather masks turning each man into an anonymous ghoul drowning in acidic vapors, the soldiers of the 158th Regiment moved forward into the inferno. They advanced not with triumphant shouts, but in a deep, profound silence, a gray-black tide flowing inexorably over the lip of their forward trenches. Artillery shells, monstrous birds of prey shrieking overhead, burst in boiling clouds overhead, or plowed craters unsettlingly close, showering them in grit and bone fragments. But the guardsmen marched on with glacial inevitability. Their orders forbade the immediate, costly storming of the enemy positions. Instead, they dispersed across the ground, brutally rearranged by the guns, and began the soul-crushing labor of digging in. Spades bit into the churned, still-warm earth, scraping shallow hollows, foxholes mirrored depressions, offering scant shelter from the sporadic yet murderous fire. By the time the system's pallid primary star feebly cast its twilight glow, crudely linked positions were scratched into the battlefield, pitiful but vital sanctuaries sculpted from the vengeance of explosions. The work resumed uninterrupted the following dawn, an agonizing ballet of survival. Each isolated foxhole was painstakingly linked to its neighbor by shooting trenches, scraped deep enough that only the grim peaks of helmets showed above the parapet. These narrow arteries expanded, merging platoon positions, then swelled into broader company holdings as squad after squad consumed the porous earth. Under cover of nights vibrant with near misses and starshell starlight, razor wire teams crawled like beetles through the mud, unspooling evil coils of serrated metal before the nascent lines. Cruel, intricate labyrinths designed to tangle and gut impulsive patrols. Heavy weapons teams anchored themselves into firing pits, water-cooled barrels of autocannons spiked defiantly forward, lascannon arrays humming with charged power, all staring hungrily across the corpse-strewn emptiness christened no man's land. The soldiers dug with the agony of the damned, backs breaking, hands blistering and bleeding into wrapped grips, lungs burning from inhaled ash. Pinioned under the unending drumfire bombardment, the defenders gave little back. Sheltered within deep, ferrocrete-impregnated bunkers and angled strongpoints, they responded only with sporadic, sullen fire, a sniper's round inevitably finding its mark with a damp thump, a mortar bomb erupting irregularly like boiling blood bursting through the battlefield's skin. They offered no significant resistance, these entrenched heretics. They merely watched with unseen eyes, observed the creeping fungal infestation of imperial earthworks spreading strain by strain across the muddy slopes outside their killing zones. Between the two nascent armies now lay no man's land, a vast corpse-studded moonscape carved and recarved by high explosive, littered with tangles of razor wire, shattered rockreed, and the silent, cooling detritus of war, reeking of death and spent cordite, the emptiness within it pregnant with the terrible promise of annihilation. None yet dared venture deeper into its lethal calm. The apostate cardinal's minions had woven a sharp, complex necklace of despair around their sanctuary. Their positions, integrated deep into the volcanic bedrock and heavy with ferrocrete muscle, were designed to weather celestial bombardment. Earthen ramparts transformed into mountains, crisscrossed by tank-oblivion ditches and acres of cunningly laid mines lurking beneath the gray blanket ash like diseased burrowers. Giant grids of razor wire glittered evocatively under starshell blossoms, stretching endlessly. Peppered strategically within this layered death puzzle lay the strongpoints, veritable islands of concentrated resilience reinforced subterranean complexes capable, it was believed, of withstanding any siege ordnance the Imperium could hurl, while vomiting enfilades of heavy bolter fire to scythe any advance. These route points, as cold tactical logic termed them, were the diseased teeth in the skeletal jaw of the outer defenses. The inevitable assault commenced on 212.813 M41. Relentless for 5 unbroken days and nights, the artillery barrage from the Death Corps' 21st Bombardment Corps had reshaped reality. No man's land ceased to exist as coherent territory. It churned like a colossal cauldron stirred by apocalyptic giants, a morass of liquefied ash, steaming mud oceans, and overlapping blast craters large enough to swallow tanks, the landscape unrecognizable beneath the ceaseless tirade of earthshaker roars and gun mortars pounding with insane, arrhythmic fury. The orchestrated cacophony, the brutal symphony of utter ruination, abruptly crescendoed gun barrels overheating, magazines expended crashing into a sudden, shocking, almost physical silence. In that vacuum of sound, charged with the visceral terror of anticipation, the battlefield itself seemed paralyzed. The order, ripped from Vox sets almost lost in the ringing silence, snapped the tension. Advance, and the tide broke. The 149th Regiment launched itself over the shattered parapets towards the designated breach zone, Sector 4639, where fragile intelligence suggested the heretical skin was thinnest. On the flanks, psych-correct yet unhesitating, the 143rd and 150th Regiments surged forward simultaneously, diversionary sledgehammers intended to draw heretical reserves like blood-sucking flies from the critical point. Behind them, drawn up and spoiling for carnage, the tracked beasts of the elite 11th Assault Corps idled deep stowage racks loaded with high-explosive promises, ready to exploit any rent torn by the infantry sacrifice. The first wave scrambled out, low-hunched forms already swallowed by the roiling haze and thick chemical fumes, figures rendered merely as shadows flitting against a bruised sky, fuming with the memory of detonations. They moved with the shocking discipline of guardsmen under annihilation, pairing through the devastated wasteland not at a run, but with a hideous metronomic marching gait despite the appalling toll, step a brutal step into the meat grinder. The heretics were far from annihilated. From deep shelters resonating like subterranean gongs, survivors clambered out, limbs pumping, fear transmuted by fanaticism into lethal rage. Blanketed firing slits suddenly erupted in machine gun flame, coughing long, lethal stutters that swept diagonally across the advancing lines, expertly sighted fires intersecting, mowing down entire files as they marched. Heavy artillery shells, terrifyingly precise, detonated amidst the ranks, not atmospheric blasts now, but methodical bursts precisely correlated with infantry movement, showering fused metal that shredded or vaporized bodies whole. Men literally ceased to exist, crumpled into rags, limbs separated abruptly, torsos blowing apart into red mist. Yet terrifyingly, impossibly, the Death Corps line drifted relentlessly forward, reforming gaps instantly sealed by ghostly figures emerging from the confusion of smoke, discipline the fragile remnant holding sanity together. For many, there was only open ground, no crater deep enough, no shell-shattered wreckage sufficient to offer sanctuary. They simply fell where they walked, convulsed by impacts, bodies mangled under high-velocity explosive debitage, the heavy coats offering paper resistance, the masks perhaps mangled on mangled faces. Some, seeking momentary slither of safety, plunged into craters still radiating heat from earlier shells, only to be caught by the plunging, deadlier fire of heretic mortars dropping bombs vertically into the watery grave. Officers, identifiable only by their bellowed commands over the roaring storm of munitions, gestured forward with pistols or power swords aglow, blasting exhortations no one could hear above the industrial cacophony of their demise, until abrupt silence claimed them too, voices erased by journeying shrapnel or a marksman's trigger pull. In the jump-off trenches, the second wave, their eyes glazed with suppressed dread behind scratched lenses, bayonets cold and heavy on lascarbines, watched their predecessors vanish into the haze, heard the dreadful percussion of killing, and waited their moment to flood into that pestilential zone. The second wave moved forward in the wake of the mangled first, picking their way over terrain now unrecognizable, slick with dark fluids, scattered with contorted forms still twitching or locked in death agony's comrades indistinguishable from foe in a coma of truant movement and burning metal. They advanced through a horror irrevocably worsened, the grenadier companies at their tip, encased in heavier carapace shells than the common infantry. Their heavier armor plates deflected glancing blows, perhaps absorbing the hammer impact of shrapnel that would have disemboweled a lesser man, but the ferocity of defender fire was obscene. Few made the final yardage to the enemy parapets. Those frantic survivors achieved momentary contact, hurling their cracked grenades in desperate arcs, following with the finality of fixed bayonets, leaping into the trench lines to grapple with silhouettes that lunged screaming from murder slits. But the heretics held, their defense cunning, overlapping fields of fire converging effortlessly on any point breached, limbs tangled instantly in dense razor wire coils waiting like hungry brambles behind the forward parapets, turning each hard-won gain into a killing bottle wholesale slaughter enacted at rifle range, obedient to intricate defensive choreography. By the fractured closing of that first sacrificial day, the hard arithmetic of annihilation shook even seasoned commanders. The 32nd Company of the 149th Regiment, a full battle fortress at dawn bearing 600 guardsmen, counted only 58 souls breathing at dusk fewer, then functioned as a single platoon commander's command. Night brought grotesque relief as titanic bombardment resumed somewhere behind, masking fainter sounds. The horrifying symphony of the wounded, trying to claw their way back towards the Imperial lines under searing starshell illumination, pitiful moans blending with the sporadic, vengeful volleys of snipers, hunting crawling figures through magnified scopes. Some remained stranded, pinned immobile in craters filling rainwater bloodfall, trapped by the lethal geometry of overlapping fire lanes, bodies stiffening as cold seeped deep into burned flesh, their wound dressings long dissolved by slurry mud. Dawn on the second nightmarish day bled crimson across distorted hills. No mercy awaited the survivors. The third wave obeyed the command, surging onto the same waterlogged, corpse-clogged killing fields the first had painted red, retracing the precise avenues of destruction with robotic precision. Artillery thundered overhead once more, but the defenders, churning sludge over their parapets as they prepared fresh ammunition belts, repelled every renewed push, seemingly inexhaustible. The longed-for breach remained mythical. Reinforcements began filtering into the shredded enemy lines through underground tunnels engineered by Thrall engineers, gaps filled by fresh fanatics bearing the heat of the Cardinal's whispers. The Death Corps assaults might have ground to utter ruin had the heretics not revealed a fatal overreach. As the third day of mindless violence feathered the sky with unwelcome light, emboldened by Imperial exhaustion and casualty reports rippling through command scopes like cracks in glass, the defenders marshaled a counterattack. Haunches struggling over their own wire under tricky smoke breath screens, their reserve companies launched, driven by exorbitant psalms to shatter the mangled regiments clinging to the edges of the mudrown trenches. They charged with the fervor of zealots granted purpose extrinsically. But the Death Corps had prepared. Second-line trenches, constructed deeper and steadier during fleeting bombardments, were now honeycombed with dedicated voids bristling heavy weapons. Quadgun tracks thunderingly spooled ammunition belts thick as wrists into positions already zeroed precisely on advancing target vectors as taut as violin strings. Mortars hurled their arcing rain from positions swaddled in obscuring smoke haze kilometers behind. As wave after screaming wave of heretics swarmed onto the open ground, recently conquered Imperial territory, they found a prepared slaughterhouse instead of shattered demoralization. Autocannons raking lines as pliant as wheat, Lascannon bursts vaporizing segments where groups bunched, heavy stubber tracers drawing invisible razor floss through masses of bodies. Sheets of high explosives from the supporting artillery park slammed down into the densely packed attackers like leaden gloves punching dough. It became self-sustaining carnage. The anticipated panacea transformed into colossal expenditure of heretic bodies, horrific countercharges bleeding themselves dry attempting and failing to dislodge retreating Imperial positions. They festooned the field with their own obscenely twisting forms, chest cavities airing backwards from violent impacts, mingled grotesquely with the blue-gray mounds of guardsmen slaughtered during preceding assaults. As the infected sun finally relinquished its weak grip on another cryogenic dusk leveling Planet V, the battlefield sank into temporary stillness, only punctuated by the gynecological sound of big guns methodically reshuffling positions. Sweeter, wetter silence crept like cyanotic frost through paused heatherland. Bodies stiffened slowly into indistinct elevations, marking each kilometer one and told. The outer defenses of Rax remained obstinately, stubbornly unbroken. Stalemate solidified, calcifying the front lines in a freezing slurry of mud and entrails. This initial surge had bled the deathcore arteries alarmingly. Tens of thousands in dead guardsmen lay frozen in positions they'd reached before catastrophic suppression, sprawled in the colossal teethed fissures of no man's land or entombed in collapsed bunkers. Survivors chewed gritty nutrient paste and greasy synth proteins inside stinking, flooded burrows, the unwelcome knowledge gnawing beneath fatigue. This grim promenade across the blood-sodden field wasn't done. Many more assaults were inevitably scheduled, each a calculated effusion, each incurring a mandatory capital investment in blood measured by regimental marker flags pushed mere meters further into the corpse-littered morass. Fortune favored cruelty for Hill 453 during autumn 814 M41. Initially marking merely counting on giant strategic maps returning static arterial spur downhill, it ascended instead into engraved immortality, a week-long hellstorm of unremitting slaughter that fractured the unbreakable skin racks, proving the tactical hinge upon which the entire grinding outer defense bastion swung. 6 grinding, choking months of stagnation, pulsed by nothing significant save fidelity to the war machine's nutrition units, all culminating with the vital assignment of the 261st Regiment scraped together from multiple wrecked formations and attached to the remorseless anvil of the 30th Line Corps. Its task, probe the shifting defenses, find rotting flesh beneath impervious armor. Vital, yes, inhuman, cost inevitable. Eternity lingered consenting in sheer proximity. Like the reek gas mingling with expensive sweat beneath nested plate mail on doomed horizons, each indignity personally fresh along mismatched infantry boots, generating hypothetical avenues to escape unwanted amalgamation, imminent dizziness persistent despite explicit doctrinal implants purportedly assuring. Agitation crescendoed via orders servicing interminable numbers pulling salient vectors, required investing enforcement into sophisticated layers, impermeable structure Excelfield instrument medicine infantry, encountered temporarily adjunct settled close theater, positioning deadlocked corpse clusters, irrelevantly coordinated at distance, designed tomorrow forced injurious routes tangling denuded commands beneath jumbled armor assets warehouse. Continuations incubated absurdly held trench. Absolute necessities, forced allocation buttons etched fatally into command block displays, illuminating designs, primarily circumvented anticipated rebellion, replacing designated fallen commanders, restressing attentional strains, diffusing protocols, silently flapping parchment scroll, authorized treasured conduct-coded transmissions, bleeding recruit plenums, lashed training detachments, scheduled coordinating harmonic convergence advanced procedures. Anticipation peaked into. The constant, low thrumming of distant artillery provided the base rhythm against which the 9th Company moved. They were the chosen blade, Commander Tyok's grenadiers, tasked by the higher echelons of the Death Corps war machine with finding the artery to bleed the heretic defenses dry. Fort A 453, a cyclopean slag heap of ferrocrete and despair, anchored the enemy's stranglehold, and cleaving it open was the designated purpose. For days preceding their assigned moment, the colossal siege guns of Craig hammered the approach, a concert of obliteration conducted with monstrous instruments. They tore the crust of Rax Primus apart, sculpting Naman's land into a desolate empire of craters, mud mirrors slick with rain and worse, its depths perfect graves for the unwary or unlucky. Smoke hung over it all like a funeral shroud, acrid and thick. Beneath this manufactured hellscape, hidden within the rolling banks of fumes and the deafening chaos of the final preparatory barrage, Tyok's men advanced. They were grim specters in the murk, gas masks like expressionless skulls, movements economical and purposeful. To cross that apocalyptic wasteland should have been impossible. The ground gasped beneath boots sticky with gruel-like mud. The skies rained random shrapnel and earth fountains from heretic counter-battery fire. Yet they moved forward with the implacable pace of automatons, their training overriding primal terror. Artillery screams detonated yards away, coughing up geysers of filth, gutting comrades instantly. Men vanished mid-stride, reduced to crimson mist or sprawled grotesquely, silenced. Still, the survivors pressed on. The very air choked them, the dense smoke banking visibility to mere feet, yet Tyok, through will-honed in 1,000 drills, found the breach point. Signal flares arced briefly overhead from the smoking ruin that had been the enemy parapet the sign. A desperate, shrieking push ensued, bayonets clashing against flensing blades in the stinking confines of the trench, grenades hurled into machine gun nests just clearing a path. Victory wasn't a cheer. merely the cessation of resistance immediately around a heavy blast door. They declawed onto the dragon's flank at horrific cost. Inside the personnel shelter, the stench was overwhelming. Cordite, ozone, pooled blood, and human waste congealed into a physical miasma that coated the mask filters. The very rockcrete vibrated with the continuous percussion of artillery, a constant hammering heartbeat shaking dust loose, rattling bones. They were precariously perched, a single toehold in a universe bent on their annihilation. Retreat wasn't a word in Tyok's lexicon. He beckoned the sharpest, fleetest skeleton in his command. The runner knew the assignment: carry word of the purchase they'd secured to General Duran, far back in the command bunkers, back across that infernal crucible of mud and death. The grenadier vanished into the smoke, a shadow swallowed whole. Hours bled away, measured only in the unceasing detonations shaking the shelter, the groans of the wounded, the methodical setting of grenade traps and auspex sweeps down dark corridors. The fate of Tyok's company hung in the razor-edged balance of a single man risking every sniper's scope and stray shell fragment. When the runner finally stumbled, ashgry and wittied, into Duran's presence, his message delivered in a bloody cough, the machinery of war ground into higher gear. Reinforcements, fresh, relentless grenadiers surged forward at first light, pouring into the gap the Ninth had bought with bone and blood. Fiery vengeance hurtled down the main arteries carved by Tyok, silencing heretic emplacements in showers of masonry and flaming fragments. Below, within the tomb-like intestines of Fort A453, Tyok's survivors were already locked in a different kind of hell. The tunnels were a claustrophobic nightmare, a maze hewn into bedrock by generations of toil, now echoing with shrieks and the thunderous bark of shotguns and bolt pistols at murderous proximity. Renegades fought with the cornered spite of vermin, knowing only extermination awaited. Flamers ghosted through pillar shadows, jets of superheated promethium washing over entire squads, roasting them inside their flak armor, filling the air with the nauseating smell of seared flesh and hair, a greasy smoke that clawed at lungs. Men perished silently, stifled within their masks, collapsing into glowing ash piles. Yet, like a remorseless machine, the death corpse pushed forward. Measured shots from lasguns stitched uniformically crimson trails down corridors, the harsh snap of their discharge swallowed by the caverns. Bayonets, oiled and sharp, slid into throats from behind collapsed rocks, withdrew stained to the hilt. Step by agonizing step, corridor by branching corridor, they bled the fort of its defenders. By the muddy dawn bleeding feebly through distant vents on the second day, they owned the central access artery, the vital vein permitting the imperial steel tide to flood deeper. Fort A453 cracked wider. The third day heralded imperial might unleashed without mercy. The ground above erupted anew. Earthshakers pounded designated targets into smoking flats. Then came the grinding, tectonic roar of tracked behemoths. 3 full companies of tanks from the 61st Craig Tank Regiment rolled toward the beleaguered fortification, slab-sided lemon russes and chimneys belching greasy exhaust. Among them, dwarfing them, a Baneblade Super Heavy advanced like a small, vengeful mountain, its gigantic barrel sweeping for targets with malign intelligence. Atlas excavators, scarab-like and ponderous, labored in their wake, dozer blades gouging paths through the splintered wreckage, filling ravenous tank traps with mounds of scrap and corpses. The tanks weren't silent gods, they were roaring instruments of annihilation. Cannons spoke with world-ending authority, turning reinforced bunkers into collapsing tombs of fire and ferrocrete, silencing machine gun nests with percussive finality. Infantry followed the steel avalanche, pouring into the gaps. Below, amidst the choking dust and gun smoke, the struggle entered its most brutal phase. The sheer desperation of the cornered heretics transmuted into suicidal frenzies. They would erupt from hidden crawlspaces, dying in whirlwinds of frag, hurl crude meltabombs onto passing chimera treads, immolating themselves, and the unlucky crew within their critical distance, screaming prayers to false idols. Advancing Death Corps squads would find themselves momentarily entangled with Craig pioneers in the confusing labyrinthine dark, recognition flares hurrying skywards to avert fratricide in the muzzle flashlit chaos. But the will of Krieg was titanium. Tyok's anchors held. The securing signals flashed back constantly, artery secure. Bunker 7 cleared, resistance broken, Fort A453 fell. The capture of the fort proved the fatal lesion. The vast systems of trenches, bunkers, firing pits, and overlapping kill zones that had defined the heretical outer defenses for bitter years suddenly had a bleeding gash in their flank. Vast, gray-green waves of Krieg reinforcements, seemingly endless, flooded through the gap. Like a rotten structure bearing one too many fractures, the outer defensive network collapsed. Across vast sectors, positions were outflanked, isolated. Surrender attempts were bayoneted out of hand. Panic rippled through the heretic lines, their dread solidified into mindless flight. Cohesion dissolved into desperate groups scrambling backwards, seeking the imagined safety of the second line. The 8th Assault Corps, poised for exploit, drove deep into this ragged chaos, the tip of a gray spear relentlessly punching through the soft and collapsing tissue, rolling up positions from the rear with mechanical efficiency. Nowhere was fatal flight more ruthlessly punished than by the pursuing Death Riders of Krieg. Harriers emerged from the fog of war and dust, atop their bounding, snarling cybersteeds, ancient chain lances whirring like hungry insects. They swept through the shattered remnants of regiments, their hoofbeats an unholy drumbeat of doom, cutting down stragglers, charging isolated knots of resistance, turning retreat into a wholesale slaughter. Anything overtaken was trampled under iron-shod hooves or run through, the riders themselves grim monoliths impassive to individual pleas or screams. Every assaulted position, every overwhelmed pillbox faced annihilation. No emplacements were bypassed. The method was grenade saturation, through firing slits followed by deliberate fire teams advancing through the smoke. No prisoners counted. Within days, the outer defenses, that grim bastion of defiance against the might of the God Emperor's fury, was silenced beneath a blanket of cordite, fresh corpses, and Krieg Regiment flags planted in the smoking ruins. Success, however, bore the sharp metallic tang of harsh sacrifice. The fort above was a broken crown, its tunnels below catacombs. Gray dunes of Krieg dead mingled with the broken ochre lumps of the heretics, clogging corridors, filling trenches where the mud turned thick with gore. The defenders didn't pause to tally the cost beyond munitions and manpower reserves. To stand amidst such carnage and lament was indulgence. Here, death was duty fulfilled, a sacred transaction completed, offering spent life to the distant eternity of Terra. The gaze of the living, bloodshot eyes behind scratched lenses, flickered only briefly over the mountains of Greycled dead, witnessing not tragedy, but completion. Then they turned as one grinding machine, their gas mask lenses reflecting the smoking silhouettes of the towering second-line bastions ahead. Fort A453 was a hard-won victory, shattering the brittle outer rim. It was a pivotal fracture in the apostate Cardinal's calcified shell, prophesying the inevitable collapse of the defenses anchored upon it. But Rax Primus was far from conquered. Beyond lay the second line taller, thicker, ravenous with fresh defenders and deeper entrenchments. Beyond that impossibly vast, the citadel itself, its cyclopean spires clawing at the polluted heavens like a tumor of heresy, casting its deep shadow across the kilometers of ruin they had just paid so horrifically to tread upon. The narrative of the siege, already written in rivers of carbonate mud mixed with blood, was about to descend into an even deeper, more suffocating darkness. After the grinding warfare simply to reach the second line, a pitch of fury born of stolen momentum and broken faith consumed the heretics. The crisis of the army's foiled advance began in the early months of 815 M41. Haunted by the panic retreat from the outer ring, forced to abandon the muddy grave of the old northern defenses now exposed like a Picatclean fossil, Ridge, the apostate Cardinal's forces, had writhed backwards into their deeper, harder-shelled positions. They left behind desolate plains pulverized into gray powder, nothing but foundations and shell fragments embedded in crusted ash. The death corps of Crimea advanced into what they believed was new ground freed for assault. It was the open jaws of a trap. The first scarcely-noted warnings slithered into the stalled momentum of 255815 M41. The 19th Siege Regiment, part of the battered 1st Corps, had scraped out overnight positions in the sector 6053, tangle a wasteland heaped between the shattered remnants of the northern defenses now behind them and the looming massif of the 2nd defensive line ahead. It wasn't enemy territory anymore, they thought. It was battered, smoking, pulped safe. Krieg sentries hunched on the firing steps that night, their senses stretched thin listening through the omnipresent rumble. Distant sounds teased the greasy air, a persistent low thrum that wasn't earthshakers, the metallic, rhythmically irregular grinding, tracks moving. Frantic Vox reports hissed with the suspicion's unseen shapes ghosting through the debris fields beyond the trenches. Command responded wearily. Harassing artillery fire sputtered into suspected areas, stalkings of shell impacts probing the darkness, brief flickers of light illuminating only shadows and shattered rockcrete. It achieved little beyond expending shells. The night passed dense with tension, unrewarded. At dawn, the regiment stood to as per the grinding rhythm of siege existence, scrambling along freshly dug scrapes, lasguns held over the parapets, night vision attachments crackling on auto senses, expecting perhaps probing lamers, maybe a brief infantry nuisance action, utterly unprepared for the monstrous storm they had enticed into position. First came the desultory rain of shells, a ripple of concussions slamming the earth, rattling the rifle butts, kicking dirt clods into faces behind masks. More a gesture of annoyance than intent. Then the earth vanished. It arrived without preamble, overhead a concentrated artillery impact of stupefying density. Not separate blasts anymore, but one continuous, overlapping roar like the sky itself ripping apart. High explosives crushed trenches flat, sent splintering timbers spinning like matchsticks in a gale. Just as shield reflexes clamped down, the camouflage miasma arrived. Dense white smoke shells exploded simultaneously, smothering the entire regiment's sector in an abrupt, blinding blanket. Sight vanished. Noise became the only reality, and within that thunderous universe, a new sound swelled like the opening gates of prophecy. A rolling metallic avalanche, the grinding din of 1,000 tracks converging, accelerating, punctuated by the sharp crump of main battle cannon firing point-blank demolisher shells into the smoke bank. Wham, wham, wham. Heavily armored shapes materialized out of the chaos directly on top of the forward trenches. Hebler variant lemon rust tanks painting with shells. They crashed through earthworks already crumpling from the barrage, crushing men like beetles under their treads, machine guns stitching spitting fire along the parapet positions. Explosions convulsed along Craig positions, sending men and their sandbags skyward in organic clouds. Before the survivors could choke back screams or properly aim their las guns, swarming up from churn craters and rents torn by the tanks, came the wave. A seething mass of Gevasa traitor militia poured through the breaches like rancid water, released incoherent shrieks on their lips. They had patchwork flak armor salvaged from dead Kriegarns, wielding stubbers belching slugs, crudely forged blades flashing in the encroaching firelight, brutish power axes cleaving downwards. Their charge wasn't discipline. It was pure, frantic malice launched on the impetus of the steel tide, smashing the defenses open. Lasgun volleys spat disciplined defiance from the trenches that still held. Heavy bolters mounted on tripods traversed arcs, scything through the leading ranks, turning them into pulped meat gatherings. But still they came, scrambling over the churned earth, over the bodies of their own fallen like vermin swarming offal. It was enough to drown individual courage in a tsunami of bodies plunging into the trenches. Colonel Adele, stationed at a cluster of deeper bunkers designated regimental command post, watched the catastrophe unfold through periscope lenses scored by flying grit. Smoke and dust choked all visibility beyond flickering shapes illuminated by tank flares or bursts of munitions. The Voxnet screamed incessantly, a litany of loss and frantic pleas cratering any illusion of order. Position Gamma 7 overrun. Tanks in the trench. Enemy infantry swarming. Beta 2 need reinforcements. Communication to Delta cut. Heavy enemy walker sighted. He saw the flanks crumbling. Tanks in Krieg Grey being caught turning slowly in the confined alleys of the trench network, assaulted by swarms climbing on their hulls, plasma pistols firing point-blank into vision ports. The enemy tide crashed relentlessly, washing against the defensive rocks only to surge around. Pressure mounted. He ordered his reserves forward. Seasoned grenadiers fed piecemeal into flaming breaches. Pleas to higher command for additional forces met grim silence. The 19th was stretched across a leaking dike alone, and every other regiment was already committed elsewhere. The day descended into a gray nightmare. Loyalist and traitor forces mixed horrifically as tanks shoving past obliterated landmarks separating platoons. Quad launcher positions overrun were ruthlessly turned against their former masters by jubilant heretics until the ammunition bins ran dry on carnage painted in Craig Grey and traitor ochre. Slowly, insidiously, position by position crumbled under sheer weight and ferocity. By clutching twilight, no formal frontline remained. Instead, Sector 6053 became a writhing archipelago of isolated firefights amidst oceans of shifting enemy forces. Men fought back-to-back in shell craters serving as final redoubts, litanies of hate recited over vox channels choked with static as they emptied power packs. Regiment cohesion ceased to exist. Only desperate knots of Krieg frantically signaling their position remained like candles guttering out violently one by one in the murk. Colonel Adele fought beside them. Come dawn, the first wash of a hopeless morning revealed the abyss. He stood in a shallow communication trench transformed into a charnel house, bodies stacked as awful sandbags just to maintain firing lines. Heavy bolter teams smoked quietly where they'd died, covering retreats that couldn't occur. His own lasgun was slick with mud and carbon scoring. Wave after ragged wave came, scrambling over the pulped dead, screaming incoherent promises of torture if captured. Reports barely filtered through the chaos. Positions left and right annihilated in the night surge. His command was now an isolated debris pile besieged at its base. Communication lines beyond tactical nets were silent. Lieutenant Colonel Den, his stalwart deputy who'd been feeding fractured Vox reports, vanished suddenly as a lemon rust demolisher round punched into their central command dugout, pulverized rockcrete and vaporized Voxcasters marking where command infrastructure existed seconds before. Dell stood amidst his remaining men, 80 grim phantoms encircled in an ocean of iron-gray smoke and screams. Their power cells were running low, casualties mounting with each renewed heretical push bouncing off the shifting piles of dead. Adele made his calculus in seconds. Retreat into the enemy storm slashing at their barricades was impossible death. But someone had to carry warning, appallingly accurate warning of this monstrous counterpunch, lest regiments beyond perished similarly unaware. Despair was alien to him. Grim necessity drove the choice. He issued orders. A decimated platoon would attempt a fighting breakout towards friendly lines, running the gauntlet through enemy infantry swarms. Adel himself and the men too wounded to sprint fast enough would form the stand, the wall, to delay, to buy minutes snapped from the grinding teeth of annihilation with their carcasses. The rearguard accepted grimly. The breakout group vanished into the smoke-dense crater maze, immediately vanishing beneath a hail of small arms fire audible only moments above the thunder. Adel snapped power cells into his rifle, sharing his pitifully small stock of cracked grenades amongst the grim panting figures around him. They knew the pact they'd made. By time, the enemy came again, howling their desperate catechisms. Lambasts barked cut-down tightly packed gevesses wading through their own dead. Bayoneted counterattacks drove minor breaches momentarily shut. Adel fought like a machine, his voice calm, clipped targeting orders over the regimental vox frequency that no one else likely heard, the only thing momentarily holding their sliver of hell together. But it couldn't last. It was geometry, attrition, physics grinding inevitable. Reports whispered of movement probing their rear. They were encircled entirely. Then came the ghastly howl, a rising scream building over the thunder. Adel turned. Hurrying through gaps created by an intensifying tank barrage came the Predator Death brought low, a Hellhound assault tank, its Promethium tanks bulging malignantly under the turret line. Its multimelta nozzles swung towards their desperate survivors piled behind crumbling barricades. Time stretched brittle. Adel saw the pilot light flare Sapphire into the murk. He uttered a final curt order: stand firm. Hideous order fulfilled authority. Immense, roaring dawn erupted. A torrent of burning chemical vengeance jetted 80 feet, liquid orange-white annihilation enveloping Colonel Adel and his last Kriegarns instantly. The Promethium sheeted their position, swallowing desperate silhouettes writhing like beetles before collapsing into pyres consumed fuel-sourced fury. There was no lingering scream, merely a monstrous woof as superheated air displaced cooler remnants. Minutes later the fiery hell died, revealing charred black stalks where men once stood fused to slagged rockcrete. Adel's command post an indistinguishable pile of glowing cinders spitting molten metal. Harries plodded forward through the wreckage unimpeded, crunching cinders like snow. Of Adel and his legacy annihilated utterly, his parameters established their tools brutal and exacting this trap. The consequences rippled outward with seismic intensity. The annihilation of the 19th Siege Regiment wasn't defeat, it was evisceration. Over 80,000 men consumed in the fiery Moloch dead, disappeared into the heretical bowels, or fleeing incoherently into the ash wastes never to reign. The singular purpose they represented vaporized. The meticulously planned second-line assault imploded instantly. Heretical forces poured unstoppable momentum into the vast hole the regiment once occupied. The entire Craig First Corps, already fractured by weeks of grinding pressure, found itself violently unmoored. Local command emplacements were overrun before word disseminated. Entire sections found their flank exposed simultaneously. Orders became garbled panic, cohesive resistance fractured, chaos bloomed. The Corps imploded into emergency mode, salvaged the line. Anything capable depleted squadrons from the 7th Tank Regiment, bloodied knights of the Death Rider companies, already so thin they operated in squad units, were flung like gravel into the path. Roads leading backwards became vital arteries, clogged desperate counterattacks aimed not at victory, but gaining precious hours, allowing artillery park withdrawals, bolstering crumbling deeper defenses. Scattered infantry remnants reformed under nearby commissars, their shovels digging desperate breastworks, while their lasguns held advancing heretic scouts at bay. Chimeras and basilisks hurriedly evacuated burning supply dumps ignited by infiltrator squads. It was stark, brutal rearguard action. War reduced to minutes bought with fresh armor scarred into flanking ambushes, surges rust smashing into columns, insistent Gevasa tearing into crew hatches. Lithe and Duck diving behind burning wrecks, holding a crossroads for slower detachments retreat. Oblivious Death Riders launching whistling charges down traverse lanes into advancing tank flanks, delaying infantry envelopment seconds counted again, shelling bought moment. Claw's bleeding hours purchasing meter, whilst kilometers stripped north behind them lapsed into enemy torrent control bleeding, was slow extracted, toll armor couldn't withstand forever brutal sacrifices, inflicted grievous wounds, hemorrhaging tanks, flaming Gevasa bodies, mountains, accumulating below the second line wall, advancing steam, inexorable defied days, blazing ruins, accumulated trackways, coolant boiled vile greases, surrendered skeletons, blackened continent halt, found early 4th day. Breaking sheer weight, allied iron grind, slowed steel, aligned deeper defenses, thickened ashen soil, solidified advance, petered out, bled momentum. Exhausting 3 days facing mounting corps pay cost, coerced withdrawal, chaotic reshuffling territory fort, a 453 paid fort. now traded quarry-conquering fingernails scratching the eternal fortress face, cheaply bought illusions shattered burden bestowed the astral seedy rumble, proceeded on racks reminding mankind paces caught breath, then spade bayonet fixed. Resumed the construction's fortified despair eternal, there would be no headlong rush, no grand, final gamble born of desperation. Instead, with that same implacable rhythm that defined their existence, the soldiers of Krieg bent once more to their task. Spades bit into the churned, corpse-laden earth, carving a complex lattice of trenches and fortifications that inched, yard by deadly yard, closer to the heretical lines under the rattling canopy of their own artillery fire. The Van Mierland wastes transformed, day by grinding day, into a sprawling, nightmarish labyrinth etched in mud and viscera, an eternal testament to the grim, stoic persistence of the Emperor's chosen. Years bled into the void. On the cold dawn of 128.816 M41, the 88th Siege Army, as if governed by some unalterable mechanical clockwork, committed itself again to the offensive. The prelude was familiar, a world-shattering barrage that reduced the defiled ground to a churning, smoking ocean of craters. Then came the order, echoing through voxhorns coated in frozen mud. 6 entire regiments surged forward in unison, their movements synchronized, precise, robotic. They hurled themselves against the tangled webs of heretic trenches, log-reinforced bunkers weeping rust, and coils of gleaming, blood-encrusted razor wire, with that same relentless forward momentum that had propelled them this far into hell. But the enemy, steeped in the same grim calculus of siege warfare, was prepared. Across most stretches of the mangled front, the imperial assault fed upon itself beneath the hammer blow of defensive fire. Entire companies simply ceased to exist, obliterated within moments, their bodies piling into grotesque, steaming mounds amidst the freshly pulverized earth of the burgeoning no-man's land, slumped or contorted where the charge had faltered and died. Here and there, like a fist punching bloody knuckles through rotten cloth, the attackers gained fleeting purchase, seizing shattered sections of enemy trench or a collapsed strongpoint. Yet even these brief islands of apparent victory proved tragically ephemeral, mirages dissolving in the smoke. The heretics pivoted instantly, their own artillery thundering down with lethal precision, tearing through the newly won, isolated scrapes of earth. Crucified by their own advance, cut off, the attackers were swiftly overwhelmed, slaughtered where they stood or driven back in broken fragments towards their own ravaged lines, leaving behind only the fading screams and the silent dead. The battle ebbed and flowed like some macabre tide upon a corpse-strewn shore, each wave of Krieg infantry crashing with lethal predictability against the apostates' defenses only to recede minutes later, ground down by blistering counterthrusts. Gains were negligible, measured in yards torn from the mud rather than glorious miles, counted not in victories but in body counts tallied under flickering lamplight. Yet day after grim day, the corps commanders issued the same terrible orders, dispatching fresh waves of gray, cadaverous soldiers into the grinder. Each assault was a precise, horrific echo of the last, a soul-crushing loop of sacrifice repeated over countless months. Hundreds of such attacks were launched, each inevitably left behind its pitiless toll of the dead, the limbless, and the sanity-shattered, feeding the monstrous appetite of the siege. One more planetary year cycled into oblivion, and the stalemate held, a malignant tumor festering upon the planet's surface. Far north, where the relentless pressure of the First Corps pressed like a slow, inexorable glacier, change, though agonizingly gradual, registered anew. Reinforced by replacements shipped from Krieg's Foundry World bowels, their intricate networks of trenches crept infinitesimally closer to the enemy positions. Their massed artillery batteries, never truly silent, continued their grim work with terrifying patience, reducing the heretics' makeshift shelters to splinters and molten slag. The ground surrendered in harrowing retreat months prior was won back inch by corpse-littered inch, though it demanded half a year of bloody toil to reclaim what had been lost in a single, chaotic week of the enemy's initial violent counteroffensive. By that desolate year's end, the First Corps stood once more before the jagged teeth of the vaunted second line. The skeletal, irradiated ruins of Hab 1 sprawled like a gutted beast behind them, its prefabricated carcass utterly obliterated by months of relentless, unceasing bombardment. The war itself seemed to ossify, settling into a dreadful, hypnotic rhythm composed of the ceaseless thud of entrenching tools, the distant rumble-tashrik of artillery duels, and the vicious staccato of constant patrol clashes across the corpse-choked wasteland. For weeks on end, the front remained seismically static, transformed into a quagmire of mud, water-filled craters, and dissolving corpses, where even the smallest shovelful of territory exacted a price measured in rivers of blood and mountains of shattered men. The corps commanders dreamed, night after fitful night, of a decisive rupture, a single, clean blow that would shatter the heretic's spine, but the brutal reality facing them was attrition, pure and unadulterated. They waged a war that consumed men and materiel with the indifferent veracity of a planetary furnace. A campaign that seemed destined only to devour all resources sent its way in an endless cycle of destruction. This unyielding grind, this horrific microcosm of the Imperium's wider, galaxy-spanning agony, was the reality of the battle for Sector 5045. Just when despair threatened to congeal into fatalism, a sliver of operational hope pierced the gloom on 649818M41. The 158th Regiment committed grenadier squads to a night raid, a move born of cold calculation and colder necessity. Capture and obliterate a vital enemy defense laser silo, a key component protecting Rax's skies from orbital interdiction. To preserve the fragile element of surprise, the preliminary bombardment was tailored, precise, a scalpel instead of a sledgehammer as darkness cloaked the scarred land. The Grenadiers began their perilous journey across No Man's Land, their dark uniforms and close-fitting masks rendering them near-invisible wraiths slithering through the lunar landscape of overlapping shell holes churned to viscous soup by endless rain and blood. Progress was agonizingly deliberate, a crawl through a graveyard of the frozen fallen, each muscle screaming against the sucking mud. Without warning, a flare would stab upwards, detonate with silent fury, flooding the desolation with livid, blinding light that froze the crawling figures, pinning them down like grotesque sculptures amidst the corpses whose limbs mimicked their prone forms. Despite their mask-filtered discipline, their whispering moves, fate betrayed them. An enemy patrol materialized like phantoms from the darkness. A sudden muzzle flash, a choked scream abruptly silenced the brief, vicious firefight that erupted was over before the spent casings hit the mud, but the damage was irrevocable. The alarm shrieked through the heretic trenches. The Grenadiers reached the serpentine coils of razor wire surrounding the silo complex. Another flaring star shell unveiled their shapes starkly against the silhouette of the massive installation. A sentry, eyes wide with terror and recognition, howled the alert. Shouted curses and frantic commands ripped through the night air, rallying the defenders. Heavy bolters began spitting their lethal defiance, tracers flashing in garish streaks through the gloom. The night exploded into bedlam. Deafening gunfire mingled with the detonation of cracked grenades attempting to breach the wire. Thick black smoke, acrid and eye-watering, drenched the silo vicinity, fractured only by the stuttering epileptic flicker of muzzle flashes, revealing glimpses of frantic shadows grappling in the inferno. Under relentless pressure, the Grenadiers hacked desperately at the wire, breaching it at terrible cost, hurling themselves forward in a final, savage charge towards the silo entrances, knowing hesitation meant obliteration. The blast-proof structure became a vortex of shrieking death, a monstrous reverberating drum filled with shrapnel and men dying in desperate claustrophobic slaughter. Dawn began its gray, unforgiving creep across the horizon, illuminating a scene of utter devastation. Recognizing the critical moment, assembled corps commanders threw infantry companies into the deepening chaos, ordering a full battalion assault to rescue or reinforce the dwindling Grenadiers. But the initial assault had failed its primary objective. The silo's automated defensive arrays and cruisive positions remained brutally active. The fresh attack dissolved before it could coalesce. No Man's Land east of the silo became a charnel house within minutes, the ground littered with the burning, twisted wreckage of Gorgon transports and scores of infantrymen slaughtered meters beyond their own trench lines, their advance cut down like grotesque hay. The raid ended in soul-crushing disaster. The laser silo stood unbowed, its deadly aperture gleaming dully in the ash-filled light. Of the elite Grenadiers who spearheaded the assault, pitifully few crippled survivors struggled back to friendly lines. The majority lay silent upon the hateful razor wire, tangled corpses festering amidst glinting steel barbs, or worse still, were dragged struggling into enemy custody as trophies. Those captured alive endured tortures so unspeakable as to make death a mercy, an end finally granted to their broken husks only after agonizing days of interrogation. Their lifeless, mutilated bodies were then mounted like obscene warnings on the wire, macabre totems swaying gently in the toxic breeze. By 820 M41, the siege of Vrax Priam had consumed 7 long, bitter years. Each passing day carved its cost into the very spirit of the beleaguered Imperial forces, etching despair where once flickered optimism. Lord Commander Zuelskaya, orchestrating this ponderous doomdance from the distant, pristine sanctuary of Thracian Primaris, felt the weight of Segmentum High Command's displeasure like chains tightening around his neck. The insatiable demands of the Adeptus Administratum pressed down like a suffocating blanket, whispering the lie he desperately needed to hear: more men. More regiments, this will tip the scales. A hopeful, perhaps futile petition snaked its way through the impossibly convoluted arteries of the Departamento Munitorum. Fresh legions of Krieg's unyielding soldiery were summoned from the crucible of their birthworld. Yet even Zuelskaya, cocooned far from the mud and the blood, knew the laggardly transit times meant precious months, perhaps years, before they arrived. Time itself felt weaponized against him, a resource ever dwindling, a luxury violently denied to both sides as the siege's monstrous weight ground planets into dust. Then came missives colder than the void itself, reports clutched in shaking hands by his adjutants, casting a chilling, deeper shadow over the campaign's bleak stagnation. The previously assessed defenders, presumed stretched beyond breaking, weakening day by grim day, offered no such comfort. They had in fact surged terrifyingly in strength. Not with rattling militia, but monsters from the darkest stars. The Alpha Legion, dread artificers of chaos undivided, had descended upon Vrax. Their arrival, cloaked in sorcerous misdirection, had slipped past even the Imperium's watchful celestial eyes, unnoticed like a poison seeping into a wound. Led by the infamous heretic Astartes Lord Arcos the Faithless, their sleek battle barge Anarchy's Heart, penetrating the Vraxian system under arcane concealing shields, void presence masked from the vigilant Imperial fleet patrols. Masquerading with blasphemous perfection as loyal sons of the Emperor, Arcos' warriors utilized their legendary skill at infiltration to bypass all cordons, arriving at Vrax Prime's primary starport and seamlessly blending into the apostate Cardinal's disparate forces beneath a veneer of purported loyalty. Their presence first manifested not in intelligence briefings, but in raking bolt gun fire, in the thunder of ceramite boots crushing Krieger skulls. In Sector 5249, the 261st Regiment, supported by the hulking bulk of Gorgon assault transports, had miraculously clawed out a foothold, punching a credible breach in the formidable second-line defenses. A fragile spark of optimism ignited momentarily among the command bunkers deep below Vrax's tortured surface. The counterattack that surged forth was unlike anything witnessed in 7 years of brutal attrition. It bore no resemblance to the fanatical human waves. It was delivered with chilling speed and supernatural ferocity by figures encased in skeins of dark blue ceramite, adorned with deceptive Hydra symbolism, appearing instantly amidst the fray. The ponderous Gorgons, vital anvils for exploitation, were ripped apart from within by close combat weapons and plasma fire, their blackened, gutted carcasses lying amidst the craters like metal behemoths murdered. The breach slammed shut with crushing finality. Once more the corpse faltered, choking on the dust of destruction raised not by men, but by angels become demon. Unbeknownst to the entire hierarchy of the 88th Siege Army, Vrax had mutated into a deadly lure, its protracted agony and oceans of spilled Imperial blood acting as an irresistible psychic beacon to the servants of the warp. At the heart of the apostate's defiant citadel in Rax Prime, Arcos the Faithless stood before the bloated Cardinal, offering his legions unholy aid in the name of dark gods worshipped without reservation. His proposition resonated with cruel practicality. Where the Cardinal's ragtag militia floundered with zeal over discipline, the Alpha Legion offered peerless expertise in sabotage and infiltration, nuanced terror tactics beyond human ken. Their superhuman physique, relentless endurance honed by millennia of betrayal, and unwavering devotion to their dread masters brought an unprecedented lethality to Vrax's defense, a lethality far exceeding the crude violence wielded thus far. Arcos himself, a mind forged in deceit by centuries of warfare against the Imperium he despised, represented a tactical quantum shift. Under his chillingly competent direction, the Raxian defenders began morphing. Their static trench network solidified and deepened. Their counterattacks evolved into orchestrated symphonies of murder, precision ambushes, replaced brute frontal resistance. The Alpha Legionaries threw themselves into their blasphemous task with chilling relish, their contempt for the servants of the Emperor palpable and profound, their joy only deepened by the spreading tendrils of despair among the besiegers. For the Hydra, Vrax was a sacrifice inscribed upon the altar of ruin, an unparalleled opportunity to bathe in the carnage of the Emperor's favored gatekeepers and earn the dark boons of their patrons. Yet the arrival of Arcos' warriors heralded a far more ancient, visceral horror. Nestled among the ranks of warriors were twisted acolytes steeped in forbidden lore chaos sorcerers. These malefic psyker lords, granted terrible powers by demons lurking in the Immaterium, sent a psychic beacon screaming into the Empyrean, a clarion call of slaughter that echoed across parsecs. It was a siren song of promised carnage and unchained plunder, vibrating through the cursed sea of souls, piercing the roiling madness of the Eye of Terror itself. From that cancerous rent in reality, legions of horrors stirred the eternal armies of the dark gods heard the call, flickering eyes turning with malicious intent towards Vrax, drawn irrevocably to the scent of renewed slaughter on a planet steeped already in 7 years of sacrificial gore. The news struck Zwailsky as command like a physical blow transmitted through surly astropaths. The Alpha Legion's discovery alone was a strategic calamity, dooming conventional assault plans to predictable meat-grinding failure. But intelligence confirming the psychic beacon actively summoning more ruinous powers was apocalyptic, a vision of catastrophic defeat unfolding like a slow detonation. Suez's pre-existing campaign framework collapsed into strategic tatters. The fundamental calculation of the stalemate, already a heavy burden draining sector reserves, twisted into a horrifying specter, a quagmire deepening into an abyss capable of swallowing entire Imperial armies whole. For the rank-and-file soldiers of the Death Corps, weathering this fresh tempest of cosmic horror, the shift in enemy capability registered purely as another lethal variable demanding confrontation. They met the metamorphosed threat with the same bleak stoicism that defined their service since landing in this purgatory. They would fight, as they always had fought, against this gravest incarnation of heresy. The Alpha Legion injected an insidious, treacherous poison into the familiar brutality. Sabotage crippled supply columns deep behind Imperial lines. Artillery parks vanished in balls of plasma fire struck pinpoint from clandestine observers. Ambushes materialized with lethal precision from positions declared secure only hours prior. Potent demolition charges eviscerated command bunkers precisely at midnight briefings. The Greyclad soldiers found themselves battling not merely an entrenched, fanatical foe, but a shadow enemy capable of phantomic attacks, turning the very fog of war solid with niffied malice. Yet for all their superhuman dread potency and chilling intellect, even the corrupted veterans of millennia aboard the Hydra starship could not fundamentally shift the bedrock resolve of Krieg. They could compound the horror, escalate the casualty lists, bleed the attackers whiter still, but they could not break them. The war, elevated in savagery but grimly recognizable, ground on, consuming lives at an even greater pace. M40-1821 brought tangible succor amidst the escalating nightmares. Zhuelskaya's distant pleas, bolstered by deft political bartering and sheer necessity, finally manifested. The 46th Line Corps, fresh regiments shipped directly from Krieg, disembarked from groaning orbital transports onto Vraxian soil. Their uniforms less stained, their shovels still gleaming, these true sons of the blasted homeworld brought a stark counterpoint and tangible lift to the exhausted siege army drained manpower finally replenished. Yet this arrival, significant as it was, paled beside interventions Zhuelskaya did not orchestrate, tactics he was kept ignorant of through long-standing tradition. The Lord Commander Militant of Segmentum Obscurus, apprised independently of Vrax's escalating peril, the impossible Hydra head rising amidst the grinding corpse advance took action beyond mere troop rotation. He sought champions capable of the impossible. His pleas penetrated cloister citadels, drifted through the void in mobile mountain fortresses. Answering the call, amidst others sworn to secrecy, came the First Legion themselves, the Dark Angels. Renowned for their implacable nature and millennia-long fealty, their massive fortress monastery, the Rock, pierced the Vraxian system like a blade drawn silent from shadow. It carried Supreme Grand Master Azrael, and the terrifying, concentrated might of over half the entire chapter's remaining Astartes. Their arrival possessed a gravity beyond mere reinforcement. It was the settling of a predator onto the planetary surface, the gathering bulge of a storm front before the killing lightning descends. Azrael exchanged no pleasantries with Zhuelskaya, offered no coordination with the core command structure. The Dark Angels moved with accustomed independence, vaulting over tenebrous chains of command as mere obstructions. Their focus bypassed entirely the stagnant, brutal attrition consuming the trenches like a primordial sucking bog. Azrael's keen, detached gaze settled not on the massed infantry battles scarring the wastelands, but southwards towards a prize neglected in the heretics' confidence. The primary starport nestled under the shadow of the Abos Hills. This vital logistics hub, the main artery sustaining the apostate cardinal's resistance, feeding his forces men and munitions rested across the chaotic warp currents, had been virtually overlooked defensively. Protected only against the threat it perceived, distant trench lines garrisoned by Krieg infantry, constitutionally incapable of rapid maneuver warfare, not against deep-striking, teleporting fear. Its fixed defenses were sparse, understaffed, complacent through years of improbable safety deep in their own hinterlands. This fatal blind spot was the fissure Azrael's strategic genius aimed to exploit. Thunderhawk gunships in screaming drop pods, like the vengeful falling stars of gods outraged, descended upon the calcified mudflats flanking the starport as orbital assets deployed finite but overwhelming firepower to suppress sparse flak emplacements. Within scant, brutally efficient hours, a formidable strike force assembled from the Voidborn reinforcements consolidated outside the starport perimeter. Their target, the chaotic lifeblood pumping directly into the monstrous heart of the Vrax rebellion. The choked silence of the Cerna flats shattered under the grinding roar of approaching war machines. Tongues of dust, centuries deep, swirled into a gritty fog as columns of rhinos and land raiders advanced with dreadful purpose. Supremacy Grand Master Azrael stood rigid in the lead raider's cupola, his gaze fixed on the distant starport spires. Cutting the causeways was essential, sever the lifelines strangling the embattled defenders. Yes, but crucially for the First Legion, force the heretics to divert strength. It created an opening, a weakness, a possibility. For now, scouring reports spoke of the Alpha Legion slithering onto these battlefields. Alpha Legion. The name resonated deep within the ossified vaults of Azrael's being. Where the Alpha Legion slithered, whispers of the fallen so often followed those tainted brethren, whose eternal hunt defined his chapter's shadowed existence. The chance, however faint, however perilous, to claw back a fragment of forbidden knowledge kindled a fire colder than the surface of Fenris beneath his unwavering resolve. The presence of the faithless himself, arrows, it was an omen, a taunt, an enticement, reason enough for blood. Prayer steeled purpose, turning conviction to bone-deep certainty. They would have the starport. They would crush the heretics. They would find the truth hidden in the Alpha Legion's lies. Lightning swift and utterly silent until the moment they struck, the dark angels fell upon the causeway defenses. Thunderhawks materialized from the sun-blasted haze above, unleashing streams of lashbolts and missiles, the impacts hammering the unprepared garrison positions, transforming machine gun nests into fountains of fragmented rockcrete and pulverized flesh. Before the echoes faded, assault marines erupted from the gunships, grav chutes flaring like angry stars, descending onto the roadway's eastern flank with chainswords already roaring to unholy life. The defenders' scattered, bleeding cries lost in the shriek of engines and weapons broke. Some threw down their lasguns mere heartbeats before the power-armored wrath consumed them. Others turned blindly to flee only to be ripped apart. Their attempts at resistance were brittle things, born of primal fear, not hope, snuffed out with the brutal, silent efficiency of the stoic Astartes. Blood slicked the dry, ancient stones, dark and steaming. While the assault squads secured their bloody foothold, the hovering Thunderhawks pivoted, their heavier munitions finding the central checkpoint. Crack missiles slammed home, turbolacers punched through ferrocrete, and the heavy structure disintegrated, great chunks cascading into the fathomless ravine below like tumbling tombs. Into the chaos, relentless as the tide, tactical squads disembarked from advancing transports. Bolters snarled in controlled bursts, disciplined lines advancing with a rhythmic precision that brooked no defiance, driving the shattered remnants before them. Hemmed in, no salvation from the heavens, crushed between hammer and anvil, the causeway garrison ceased to exist in moments, reduced to cooling meat amidst the molten, slagged remnants of their positions. Azrael's orders cut through the vox. The causeway had to be rendered an impassable gap wound into the world's skin. Devastators deployed menacingly, their heavy weapons trained down its remaining length even as the tacticals fell back. The telltale tremor announced approaching reinforcements long before their heat-distorted shapes wobbled into view on the far flats. The lead tank scarcely registered before vaporizing into a secondary explosion as a last cannon found its volatile heart. The following column dissolved into sluggish confusion, vehicles swerving blindly, halting stalking prey for missile teams waiting with infinite patience. Cracked warheads arrowed in, overloading shield generators, melting treads, liquefying crew compartments. Last cannons vaporized hull plating. Mere minutes later, the causeway was a graveyard of blackened skeletons. Lemon rust carcasses fused to chimeras smoldering like funeral pyres, the air rich with the sweetser scent of cooked flesh and scorched promethium. Simultaneously, assault marines moved with grim purpose, scaling the tortured metal girders beneath the causeway's belly, planting multi-melta charges against critical support pillars melded over millennia. The Thunderhawks returned, hovering beasts disgorging their kill teams once more. As the last assault marine crossed the threshold, boots thudding on steel decking, Orion activated the detonation signal. Percussive thump chain reacted down the line, a series of monstrous detonations that tore the ancient stone and metal supports like paper. The causeway emitted a tortured metallic scream, sagging violently before collapsing into the void below, dragging screaming defenders and mountains of debris into an eternal darkness. An immense pall of dust billowed upwards, a burial shroud settling over a new wound gouged into Cerna's face. By dusk, every major causeway feeding the starport had suffered identical fate, leaving its garrison severed, abandoned, facing the monstrous wrath of the Adeptus Astartes utterly alone. Cutting through the choking fog of pulverized rock and drifting ash, Azrael's armored spearhead ground inexorably forward, reaching the fractured sprawl marking the starport outskirts. Stench was overwhelming, the ozone bite of heavy weapons fire, mingling acridly with the thick, cloying reek of vaporized promethium, all underscored by the raw metallic taint of freshly spilled blood hot on the dry air. Rhinos tracks ground over twisted wreckage, land raiders shoved aside shattered enemy armor, the relentless grind a pestle against the mortar of heretic resistance. Precise bolter fire silenced scattered pockets still foolish enough to raise a weapon. The scent of prey was thick now. Then squawked across the Vox Ravenwing outriders skirmishing at the edges, buzzes of stolen data, movement. An armored column attempting to punch southwards from the main starport defenses, perhaps seeking to counter-encircle, perhaps simply fleeing. Azrael directed the covering Thunderhawks skyward. Invisible until their first devastating strike, they pounced on the desperate enemy column emerging from the swirling haze. Underwing launchers spat missiles that connected, transforming the lumbering shapes into sudden suns that ignited fragile armor. One chimera, struck amidships, vanished in a fireball so profound the Thunderhawk banking above shuddered violently. Lasfair lanced downwards, shearing through tracks, perforating engines. The silhouettes flared impossibly bright like pale dawns before collapsing into pyres. Azrael's own momentum never slowed. His Speartip land raiders bypassed the carnage, plowing through undefended territory like vengeful avatars of ruin. The quarry, traitors fleeing the tightening jaws, became ragged panic streams funneling towards the dubious safety of the starport's bulk. Supreme Grand Master Azrael orchestrated the closing fist, his vehicles snaking through the periphery roads, surrounding the immense complex infantry squads deploying to sever escape routes. Outside the giant Ferrocrete bays, amidst Manufactorum debris, the iron noose drew untouchably tight. Vindicators lumbered forward, monstrous siege engines designed solely for obliteration. Their deafening demolishers spoke first, flooding defensive barricades built between crumbling warehouse stacks with dense, annihilating shockwaves that liquefied bodies and shredded masonry. Razorbacks disgorged tactical squads directly into those clouds of pulverized stone. Bolters barked rhythmic death as they methodically cleared cover, alley by corpse-strewn alley. Above, Thunderhawks returned, plowing furrows of missile impacts and cannon fire across troop concentrations revealed by darting Ravenwing speeders, their locations relayed instantly. Whirlwinds, momentarily silent predators, waited for targeting data. When it flowed in, their barrage began an apocalyptic metronome of high-explosive shells arcing into the sky before plunging into defensive holds, collapsing fortified positions, and reducing reserves to crimson mist. Strategy became relentless pressure. Under the veil of these concussive hammer blows the staccato thunder of bolters, the deep crump-crump-crump of demolisher fire, the high-pitched shriek of incoming artillery, the banshee wail of strafing, jets the defenders disintegrated into atomized pockets of desperate, disorganized fury. Coherence died under ceaseless, grinding application of overwhelming power. Dawn failed to pierce the permanent pall of smoke and ash enshrouding the starport. Became a place dominated by ruin and the deep, grinding crunch of armored tracks advancing over rubble. Azrael, relentless, pressed through smoke-choked streets no wider than ravines gouged through buildings reduced to skeletal ferrocrete frames, the hollow maws of broken windows weeping cables like intestines. By the pitiless ghostlight of glowing fires, his lines reached the scarred plains of the northern landing fields, the vast ferrocrete runways fissured and cratered by bombardment. The remaining defenders, compressed into a mutating core around the hangars and central command spires, turned these edifices of flight into brooding fortresses, burning buildings blazing like monstrous torches. Their defiance held a corner rednimal keen. Ghastly flares of promethium and the building-shaking thump of explosives marked the renewed assault the following dawn. Probing patrols of devastators and tactical marines tested the enemy perimeter. Discipline collided with desperate rage. Isolated counterattacks manifested frenzied charges fueled by stims and despair erupting from shattered doorways or collapsing roof lines. They were futile. Whirling chains, disciplined bolter volleys scythed them down, each such eruption met by an avalanche of Astartes' firepower. Overhead, assassination runs continued. Thunderhawks screamed down from the coppery sky, pouring death into any concentration large enough to register. The Supreme Grandmaster, the chessmaster in the slaughterhouse, withheld his absolute might. He saw beyond conquest. Annihilation demanded passing the prey into inevitable death. Small outriders were allowed to slip through the tightening cordon, bearing panicked vox signals summoning every desperate heretic within miles to the pyre poised under the immense heel of the Dark Angels. The third sun illuminated the critical grip. The noose was final. Enemy holding areas had shrunk to a tortured core. Azrael unleashed righteous fury, ancient oaths. The Sixth Company surged forward, led by the terrifying shadow of Interrogator Chaplain Baylor, his face a grim death mask, the sermon emanating from his vox scroll, a basso profundo hymn to oblivion. Before him strode veteran Brother Anmiel, bearing aloft the chapter's most sacred relic, the standard of devastation. Its fabric, impossibly ancient, hung heavy with divine sigils worked in sacred silver thread, yet darkened and stiff with the encrusted blood of legendary brothers fallen in past glories. The impact was visceral. Militia crumpled before its baleful presence, fleeting courage extinguished. Where resistance solidified, holy flames roared forth from heavy flamers held by salamander veterans, liquid promethium dousing choke points, incinerating defenders wholesale, the chemical tang sharp over the sickly roasted meat stench. Through the collapsing infrastructure, through superheated corridors paved with carbonized bones and molten steel, the Sixth advanced in grim silence, broken only by the whump of flames and crack of bolter fire. By the hellish glow of cities burning, by the flicker warping the ancient banner's image, the southern sectors were declared purged. Yet the cost 15 brothers returned to the rock shrouded in silence, cast a deeper chill than the surrounding ruins. Day 4 sharpened the focus like a whetstone drawn down Azrael's blade. First Corps efficiency became terrifying reality. Coordinated strikes from all compass points turned the starport's heart into a tightening vortex of annihilation. Tactical devastator, even assault elements blended their terrible crafts. East, south, west, the heresy-infested zones contracted block by sanguinary block into an ever-shrinking ring, choked by thick ash and streams of chaotic humanity running for illusory shelter. Streets degenerated into labyrinths through carnage, the stench of decay thickening daily despite the fires. Cornered, infused with frenzied courage born of terminal despair, the remnants fought like demon-possessed, tooth and nail bolter slugs slamming into ceramite with hollow clangs. Jury-rigged demolition charges detonated in confined spaces, screaming tons of slag downwards. Fierce, yes, futile utterly, only delaying the certain end. Amidst this maelstrom, slicing through frantic vox traffic laden with static and panic, came a pulse of pure ice from the Third Company holding a western ingress. Alpha Legion sighted, elite traitor Astartes, enemy armor pattern verified, faithless sigils detected. The hunt beneath the hunt had indisputable confirmation. They were here. For Azrael's tactical brilliance and obsessed persecution burned a hole deeper than vengeance. This became consecrated ground. The Eighth Dawn saw resolution etched onto the rock face of every battle brother's expression. Azrael was finished waiting. 5 companies, a focused distillation of the chapter's martial fury, converged on the central ramparts. The Supreme Grandmaster emerged from the Thunderhawk Storm's arc, trod the scorched earth personally, his towering form unmistakable, sword of secrets shimmering with deadly intent like a sliver of moonlight captured from the abyss. Advancing berths became killing grounds. Elite vanguard terminators beside tactical discipline shattered militia lines. Victory fell like a physical weight upon the remaining defenders, as Azrael carved through gibbering cultists armored in flakboard and prayer sheets like a resharpened scythe through rotten wheat. The bodyguards protecting a final redoubt crumpled. Heretic officers fell choking on their last garbled prayers. Then, from the ruins, from the deep shadows beneath buckled gantries, inside crumbling transitube tunnels, they surged. Alpha Legionnaires. Ancient power armor gleamed like polished venom scales, crawling with blasphemous sigils expressing mocking devotion to entities whose names curdled sane thought teleport flares. Heavy bolter fire erupted from unexpected vectors, ripping through the Astartes' advance like artillery on point-blank victims' unfolded traps. Concussive crack grenades, shredded cover spots Azrael's warriors absorbed ordered to shield their chapter leadership flowing currents. Chain axes howled, matching chainsword teeth screaming harmony to death. The disciplined ranks buckled ambush perfected, velocity. Precision punishment born thousands wars, mountain warfare methods, designed fracture core armies, lay exposed momentarily. Azrael saw Anmil stagger, Boltron slamming sickeningly into his chest. Beautiful ancient intricate pattern holy banner, he bore twisting slipping fingers him arc, agony graceful horrifying, billowed dust stained blood, slammed earth sight punctured ball deep beneath skin pride, forged millennia crack, physical wounds entire network really priest commands losses, sudden defect deployment impossible unit cohesion collapse hunger triumph, fell roaring Azrael moved instinct cultivated predator speeds, surging vortex fighting tunnel vision raw razor wire brightest. Exploding braziers chaos warrior, heavies interposed chaos impart blades, screeching deflected belly kings, unforgiving hate lightning sword of secrets, slammed shell of cordite ancient steel deflected clang rang tower plaza sent shockwave tremble stones foundations. Parry, riposte, counter riposte, leg sweep, headshot whipcrack chains spurting internal bile. Steel bit ceramite showered sparks visible the acrid smoke sown deeper, cuts into Lord's skin rockcrete wounds. Where dark armor breached rings, thick metallic echo cry recognizing redundant weapon blow exerted pressure, driving Grandmaster backwards reverberating bone, was narrow desperate raw flurry impossible block numbing force agony dazed head ringing, punishing ground faceplate impacted stone sword skittering inches, reach unavoidable finality arcing blade, descending judgment salvation detonation. Rounds tore heaven's daylight above swirling vortex ash reminiscent collapsing causeway, Terminator plate, glowing imperial aquila marking revered purity darkest green, Baylor, Deathwing materializing smoke trails, divine retribution, Heavy's assault cannons hymned utter annihilation, decimating fire, caused sealed armored enemies secondary concussions. Baylor's Gorslick Crozia swung thunderclap, connecting armor-ruined helm rocked skull within cratering skipped like stone touch agonies, shuddering silver. Chaplain pivoted finish blow, settled failed velocity, realign impossible evaporated crawling depths, smoking wreckage nearby buildings, mocking silence bastards, infect reality profoundest breaches, tattered banners, commanded living embodiment chapter honor regained holding, aloft visual beacon rekindled determination, shredded forces, cohesive fury regrouped, streamered spiritual matter, condensed duty stain earth, cleansed promethium immolated, breach secured, internal fortifications cracked. Concourse stormed, final shelters breached with meltacharges blasting thirdaton adamantine blast doors, intact minutes thermal bloom, igniting precisely executed executions, conducted jellied precision. Alpha Legion Shadow had sunk beneath invaded fortress cores, machinery engineering remains, looted precious genes, samples salvaged before ignition sequence brand, simultaneously, ignited burned unrecoverable days, ritual cleansing system, void toxins unleashed architects, despair days, physical structures collapse core, deliberately destabilized shattered monuments, hubris fractured continent spewed choking poison, sunlight failing penetrate scaled hull chapter, thunderhawks depart. Carcass expanse lessons, written plasma fires consuming history's long dead failed armies, gasping weapons, silent crucified ruin tactivus ratio, verified continuous loss chaotic factions, pocketed reduced effectiveness corridor reinforcements, able catechizing strangles preventing redisposition, critical frontlines, loyalist regained initiative elsewhere, silent actions, orchestrated theurgical precision, secured endless war effort unknowingly bought. Deep beneath bedrock strata fortress worlds bearing terra, sanctified name nameless gray-faced figure historian gal, set trembling quill meticulously copied official panuman transcript side finally translation, mathematically accurate physically exhausting skull, pounded uncleanly residual data overload rising stiffly polished wooden cane, leverage prepared essential recaf, kept processing furious ritual congregation, poured glassware, brushed deep stains symbolic sacrifice, ingested calming. Compounds undeniable ticking chronometer inexorable progress deeper archives, seeking papers trails fade eternal sunset, soft susurrus data intoxicant cooling forgotten tales, like cooling sword returns sheath awaiting bloodshed, assured renewed commemorated sacrifices enduring immortal patience. As Gale waited for the recaf to steep, its dark surface catching the dim light, he turned to the cramped shelves lining the refectory wall. From the meager selection, a simple bowl and a ladle of thin, steaming broth filled with anonymous grains and pale root vegetables, came forth the unadorned sustenance marking his place among the Imperium's servants. Its faint, earthy aroma offered a whisper of warmth as he balanced the bowl and mug carefully in his worn hands, moving towards a battered high-backed chair set against the stone wall. Setting his modest meal on the small table, his fingers brushed the cracked leather spine of a nearby tome, The Black Crusades, Chronicles of the Despoiler. Ancient leather creaked in protest as he opened it, releasing a cloud of dust that danced in the still air, tickling his nostrils. Gale ate mechanically, spoon dipping into the cooling broth with a hollow echo, while his hungry eyes devoured the inked horrors upon the parchment. The words summoned spectral legions, the thunderous fall of Cadia, the galaxy-daring scar of the Great Rift, the crushing tragedy of consumed worlds, and the flickering defiance of the Astra Militarum, steeped in despair. His gaze lingered on a faded illumination Akkadian soldier, face etched with ruin, standing amidst the skeletal remnants of her home. A low, reverent prayer for her sacrifice, and for all the countless souls obliterated in humanity's grimmest hours, escaped his lips. The recaf in his mug lay cold and forgotten, the broth untouched, his mind lost in 1,000 nightmare landscapes. Outside, the ceaseless, low hum of Sanctum Historica Tur seemed the very breath of the throne world vibrating through the stones. With slow care, he shut the book, the lamenting creak sharp in the stillness, sliding it back onto the shelf. He reached up, tapping the suspensor globe above his chair, instantly plunging the alcove into deep shadow. Gale crossed to his bare sleeping cell, its Spartan furnishings a stark testament to enduring servitude. The cot's surface felt unyielding against his frame, the thin blanket a feeble barrier against the chill, yet long years had hardened him to such austerity. Lying beneath it, his mind remained turbulent ocean of ancient pain, the despoiler's brutal fury, washing against the unbreakable rock of impossible human endurance. A final rasping prayer, broken and weary, escaped him in the thick darkness before his eyes closed, surrendering swiftly to a sleep as deep and encompassing as the void beyond Tur's walls. The drop pod screamed around him, a tortured cage of adamantium and plasteel spasming, as reality itself seemed to try and rip it apart. Otto braced within the brutal confines, his world reduced to the visceral shudder of metal plating, the chokehold of his harness, and the relentless, crushing shove of atmospheric entry pressing him into his seat like an anvil. All light was bled away save the dull, pulsing red ember above the hatch, bathing the cramped space in angry, flickering crimson that turned his brother's black battle plate into jagged monoliths studded with the cold gleam of rivets and purity seals. When that baleful light shifted to green, then the killing would begin. He forced his breathing into tight, measured cycles beneath the skull-faced helm, lungs working against the phantom grip of acceleration, the rhythm syncopating with the violent tremors shaking their shuttling coffin. Every seam shrieked under the fury of friction-heated wind, the entire structure groaning like a dying leviathan, a deep, metallic thrumming coursing through the deck plating and resonating in the marrow of Otto's bones. A strange, almost blasphemous stillness hung amongst the roaring chaos, thick as the stale air, the silence of predators coiled tight. Only the muffled rasp of respirators betrayed the presence of his fellow Templars, even their thoughts felt sealed within volkite-plated skulls. Otto focused fiercely inward, the tempest of pre-battle static roaring in his mind, tactical displays flickering on his retina, rote litanies of endurance battling the visceral prickle of fear, the imagined faces of galaxies shifting demons projected onto his mind's eye during the clipped premonition brief. Galvus Prime sprawled beneath them, a world once threaded with the ordered arteries of imperial piety, swallowed now by a festering wound, its proud cities gnawed into cancerous ruins. He'd seen the Pict feeds, chaos runes scratched with clawed fervor into fractured monuments, rivers of blood ink sigils desecrating fallen walls, the very soil corrupted by the insidious touch of the dark gods. Khorne's butcher's mark awaited down there, just beyond the straining hull plates. Doubt, cold and serpentine, tried to slither through the cracks in his resolve. Years of training on the Rock of Aphelion, searing drills beneath alien suns, the perfect execution of countless combat scenarios all felt suddenly paper-thin against the approaching brute reality of war. Real war wasn't simulation. It was a screaming vortex of carnage that drowned logic in blood, mangling senses with sights and sounds no hololith could replicate. Raw, visceral horror waited. Just as the tendril of unease sought purchase, Otto's mind reflexively hammered shut, trapping the fear like a startled insect. The voice of Sword Brother Castor cut through the internal clamor. Doubt visits even the most ironclad spirit initiate, the old warrior had rasped, eyes like chips of obsidian beneath a scarred brow. But the Emperor's wrath doubts not, neither do we. It is our duty know our spiritual anatomy to transcend such mortal tremors. Become the weapon. The sudden wrenching judder of the pod striking heavier atmospheric strata snapped Otto back. His gauntleted hand clenched hard on the comforting grip of his chainsword haft, the memory of Castor etching itself onto his resolve, pulling him deeper into the foundational truths, back to Rogel Dorn, the Primarch whose unflinching might sculpted their resolve, and to Sigismund, the first Emperor's champion, whose eternal vow echoed still. Such giants hadn't merely faced darkness, they pierced it. They knew consummate levels of despair Otto could barely conceive, forging their legacies with fire and adamantium resolve far deeper than this contaminated rock. Brutal light flooded the pod, a sudden, hellish crimson effulgence spilling over the rim of his battle helm as they tore through the final cloud banks. The world below ignited under the eerie, bloody glare, revealing a cancerous terrain of buckled rockcrete, gutted structures, and rivers of unnatural slag. Jagged black teeth of shattered hablocks clawed at a bruised sky. Every scratch on his brother's armor flared crimson black, their shadows dancing violently against the constrained walls like tormented spirits given fleeting form. Otto tried, briefly, to superimpose the proud Imperial passed onto the vista, the soaring spires that once kissed the heavens, the precise geometries of pillared avenues resonating with faithful hymns, the glorious monuments raised to the golden throne, obliterated. Now only the skeleton remained, the fossilized corpse of Imperial loyalty, twisted and spat upon by cornate filth. He closed his eyes, consciously surrendering his individuality to the pulsing rhythm of the tormented pod, feeling himself as just another component in this vessel's harsh purpose, another beat in the long drumbeat of their crusade. The shared silence of his brothers wasn't emptiness, it was communal focus, the heavy breath before the avalanche. Did they feel it too? That coiled, shared pulse humming beneath the discipline, the predatory tension, an unspoken brotherhood stretched taut waiting for release. He felt its vibrations resonate in his own chest. The pod convulsed violently, descent screaming down into a series of bone-jarring impacts. Now, the final plunge. The crimson light fluttered, its rhythm accelerating. Otto drew a sharp, graveyard breath, every nerve ending sparking with raw anticipation. Soon, boots on tainted earth, slipping perhaps on slickened ash. Air itself dense with ash, rotting decay, the uniquely pungent effluvium of spilled blood and warp sweat would hit his helmet filters. He would see the etched blasphemies of Khorne with his own eyes, taste the thick, meaty tang of corruption saturating the very atmosphere. but he wouldn't stand alone. He felt the presence of his battle brothers radiating unbreakable brotherhood. Every warrior secured to his own harness carried the identical purpose forged from identical vows carved deep into soul and bone. Purge, cleanse, expunge. In the narrowing confines, amidst the dying vibrations, a bedrock certainty hardened within Otto, anchored, a last deep contemplation flickering before the storm's release. The final moment of stillness before the hull breach unleashed their curated wrath upon the world doomed to feel it. The pod shrieked, a gut-deep metallic roar that seemed it would shake his skeleton apart, the engine note winding up to a punishing, teeth-clenching pitch. Air turned thick, cloying, sticky within the sealed plate of his helm, each inhalation shallow as if drowning in the confined miasma of fear. It came then, swift and treacherous, fear, a ghost limb curling back the rusted hatch to his nascent doubts. It slipped past the disciplined barricade, insistent and sharp, constricting his twin hearts with icy claws. Shame bloomed hot and bitter alongside it in his chest. Weakness. This was not the demeanor of Adeptus Astartes, of a Templar. Gritting his teeth behind his visor, he forced breath down into his diaphragm, iron discipline ramrodding his spine. The darkness outside the claustrophobic viewport was absolute save for the violent re-entry glare. He needed a talisman. He reached clawing, grasping through the haze, dragging forth the cornerstone of his identity, deep and resonant as the service bell of a vast votive chapel. Sword Brother Castor's voice, graveled with centuries of practiced war, washed over him, filling the vibrating blackness. Recall this, Otto. We stand not merely as warriors sprung raw from Forgifier. Ours is a lineage carved into the bedrock of the Imperium, annealed in celestial fire peculiar only to us. Remember your birthright. Otto released the physical world, letting the confined pod dissolve as Castor's words painted shadow landscapes across his mind. He was back within the echoing, incense-choked vastness of the sacred Rusum, the chill stone whispering with the echoes of 10,000 dead heroes. Castor stood before him, stern face illuminated by a single glimmering taper amidst titanic gloom. Recall where it truly ignited, not in quiet contemplation, not even upon distant battlefields. Our paladin genesis occurred amidst the unthinkable furnace, the siege of Holy Terra itself. Otto's vision telescoped, ripped backwards through millennia. Terra, radiant jewel, become butcher's block beneath the cacophonous sky darkened by Horus's accursed fleet. The sacrosanct imperial palace itself, fractured yet defiant against the endless tide of profaned war engines and shrieking chrysalid hordes summoned from warp-drone nightmares. And at that seismic heart, amidst those hallowed but suffering bastions flanking the Golden Throne, Rogel Dorn, Primarch of the Imperial Fists, the unyielding anvil himself. Crucible forged in this apocalypse, Dorn elevated his sword, his ultimate weapon, his paragon blade against the traitorous elite. Castor's voice resonated with sacred intensity. Sigismund, first captain, the Emperor's own ordained champion, chosen. Otto saw him materialize not as distant icon, but flesh-forged fury. Sigismund capped by the sacred laurels of purpose bestowed by the distant, suffering master of mankind. A coruscating vision of divinely wrought armor seemingly carved from solidified starlight absorbed the gloom. In Sigismund's upheld fist, the mastercrafted longsword resonated with an angry harmonic hum promising righteous obliteration. A leonine implacability personified, brother. He moved through that corrupted throng not as one engaging fodder, but as singular vengeance manifest. Each deliberate stride, each elegant, monstrously efficient arc of his consecrated blade, ended only one outcome, a traitor lord accounted utterly finished. Otto felt the terminus S tremble as Sigismund faced their champion. The psychic scream of dying gods felt almost real. Sigismund remained a monolith, untouched and perfectly resolved, an avatar of terrifyingly focused retribution, conjured solely to sunder any champion chaos dared profane reality by presenting. This iconic bedrock steadied him profoundly. The insidious grip of nascent terror loosened in Otto's chest. But Castor's lesson unfurled further into fraught darkness after broken Terra smoldered beneath the contemptuous gaze of countless traitor warships slipping back into the tainted void. The Emperor interred, the Imperium flailing like a beast blinded and bleeding. Robout Guilliman, Ultramarines Primarch returned, visited the scarred sons of Perturabo's disgrace upon Terra. With gaze fixed upon catastrophe and a mind calibrated towards monolithic imperial efficiency, Guilliman saw only structural rot seated within vulnerability. Huge legions, still potent beyond measurement, but forever shackled by the catastrophic potential of another rank-shattering betrayal. Guilliman's diagnosis: strategic fragility writ large across galactic scale. Imperial salvation demanded imposed weakness, guidance through control. Fracturing so untrammeled power could never corrupt one exceptional soul towards galaxy-rending disobedience again. Thus the Codex Astartes made law, huge primordial legions shattered into measured chapters of 1,000 swords apiece. Guilliman hailed this codex as Romanized strategic necessity, sculpted to safeguard humanity's very future from the rot discovered during Horatian heresy. Castor recounted epical friction, staining sacred halls like spilled promethium fluid, but Ugly Dorn recoiled. Could there be greater anguish? Witness the legacy you sweated blood and sacrificed lives to forge, shattered not by enemy shellfire, but upon contrails bureaucratic. Even wisdom is storied as Guilliman's ground sour against bitter loss when confronting it. Dorn refused, vehemently. The searing crackle of phantasmic phosphex briefly seemed to flash around Otto's mind's eye walls. Guilliman's brilliant strategy met Rogal Dawn's remorseless defense via furious argument. Tempers white-hot as plasma coils spitting in vacuum. Arguments drawn across battleground maps swirling smoke which hadn't then settled. Brothers of Adamantium resolve finding themselves at diametric, shuddering odds. Lemon Russ roared defiance beside Dawn. Vulcan, Prince of Humanity, unsullied passion, clanged fist on adamantium table declaring solidarity. Yet Jagatai Khan and Corvus Corax saw singular power concentration as a silent threat, endorsed Guilliman's vision firmly as doctrine-deserving adherence. Charges echoed in stone halls. Guilliman accused Dorn himself dangerously approaching heresy through blatant disobedience. Dawn spat accusations of timidity usually reserved for children. Castor intoned tragically that the great armored halls grown from such towering heroism nearly shuddered anew with the thunder of internal conflict. Resolution came decreed not wholly by consensus, but drenched in Dorn's impossible resistance finally buckling beneath impossible pressure, when ships bearing the lightning bolt symbol were forcibly intercepted by vessels sworn controversially to Imperial Navy loyalty under Guilliman's anticipated restructuring edict. Dorn, witnessing such precedent new force divisibility, would inevitably claw Ultramar territory undisputedly. Confronted with precedent requiring confrontation meaning civil war, the unyielding one bent without breaking. Thus began the sundering. Imperial fists halved, quartered, diluted precariously far below former legions Astartes-sized denominator. 4 distinct emerging scions garnered reinforcement from ancient fists Genostock, and from crucible forged in Rogal's imperial resignation sprang Sigismund's chosen trajectory. Ascended as first chapter master, Sigismund harnessed potent distillation born of Terra's suffering the eternal crusader spirit refusing cosmic decay. Iconoclastic cascade followed. Taking up leadership mantle definitively, Sigismund directed the newly formed Black Templars under strikingly unique Eternal Crusade banner. Pioneering determination existed far beyond Guilliman land holdings' paper definitions. Refusal, not capitulation. Contagion is best avoided through eternal mobility. Seeking respite invites decaying complacency. Normalcy breed lassitude, risking slow debasement. Castor emphasized reverence anew as historical implications sunk deeper within constant crash, impacting present moment around him. Sigismund initiated unprecedented configuration. Moving Chapter Fortress Monastery was an architecture rooted geographically. It flowed dynamically aboard vast spacefaring crusader fleets, permanently encircling galaxies, rim defiantly carving into reach of endless shadow. No solar throne world colonized, nor territory of green held secured long-term. No grain silo constructed, nor civilian adjunct populace fostered under chapter banner security umbrella. Instead, constant itinerant deployment, transient, furious sanctification cleansing therefore onward, once pressed relentless violators elsewhere, whilst cleansing purification remained essential activity moments, perceived weakness festering, anew requiring flame-purged surfaces located potentially everywhere. Therefore crusade continued without seasonal cessation, nor seasonable calendrical pause recognizable to agrarian citizen serf mindset, existed amongst knights eternal, devoted collectively solely towards propagating flame cleansing universe's multitudinous wounds. Sigismund pledging sword honor eternally, until stars collectively dimmed inexplicably under mankind effrontery, thus purged remorselessly. We stand heirs and participants entombed within Sigismund's fierce sacrifice, contain not act containment ratio calculation. Every Templar's subsequent layered vow copies Sigismund primary template oath customarily sworn. Faith determines value. Sacrifice demonstrates profoundly adherence muscle preserved ritual execution, however innumerable times demanded repeat, occurs on unfamiliar globe beneath different stellar corona. Emperor's catalyzed retribution hence burns multitudinous forms, primarily through indigo torches. Templar shields incarnated, not conquest. Exclusively eradication purpose preclude epidemic. Within convulsive gloom tremble around present-time shell resonance chamber carrying Brother Otto. Those ancient tenets burned incandescent hereby eliminating adolescent fear corrosion, absolutely compromised moments prior. This journey, inaugurated by Sigismund, represented Otto's unalterable foundation, footprints every beat of twin hearts entirely devoted towards, lengthened proclaimed permutating pilgrimage linking billionfold prior cousins, effectively existentially welded, lest the snapping chain weakness earthbound propaganda declare eternal, crusade temporary expedience. No temporal fluctuations, discernible external event cessation criteria, existed validated anywhere upon ordained scripture-accepted meaningful cessation, parameters thusly applies universally referenced ongoing obligations, sufficiently absolves prior brethren, committed thereby previously expired territory. Otto understood current very bones freedom far exceeds merely personal service concluding. No conclusions exist independently utilized before celestial corruption encircling galaxies conclusively ends universally after humankind exceed resistance capacity, inevitably toward extinctions, swallowing silence happens. Otto felt conceptual terror dissolve away, replaced crystal clarity, set purpose hardened surpassing ceramite equivalent dense, fundamentally enough to stand perpetually unbroken externally throughout warrant ongoing infinity forwards predictable. Deeper past mere individual resolve ticking mechanically, he acknowledged belonging integrally unto this weaponized continuum manifest, exceptionally via functional Templar enforcers conceivable generational follower placement. Such knowledge resonated productively pervious panic, deflecting metal broken, suitably aside invasion defense, in favor spiritual peace emblematic armor born traditionally. Duty became inviolate core, integrated identity discernible outward mark, beyond disconnection plausible. Fear belonged logically non-initiates, represented unavoidable antecedent threatening recruitment pipeline candidate processing biologically. Dim universe afterpod dropped below cloud cover into tumor-ruptured onseworld, glory dropped discernible meter. Every breath pulled momentary acquisitive quiet fortification, dissolve himself entirely into felt absorb legendary Templar mission statement, coheres unfailingly crusade everlasting monumental essence final determinants regarding immediate destination. Required humanity presence demanded cleansing, inextricably woven essence existential program originally sparked. Following non-believing Sigismund, became solitary establishment instructor apparent, uncompromisingly concerning analogous process. Galva sat briefly external theater lit abattoir darkness stage consequences accumulated infection, collected evaporate finishing operation, pattern prescribed eternal template, repeated midst innumerable galaxies, gaping untold plagues created anew endlessly emperor enforced respective science discipline physicians, counter existing only safeguard disease, necessitates eternal counteracting revival paid thrice, increasingly defensive efforts, incurred consequently extinguished futures randomly. Expedited evermore widespread decay equalizes, founding fathers prophesied observable level satanic confederation, envisaging human bondage existence thereby, incurred continued vital Templar vigorous opposition, preserve Scripture's theological imperative act constantly, whilst heirs available sacrifice themselves in sufficient campaigns, described noticeably deferred universal collapse chronicle signifies fulfillment, vows intensely presumed immutable outcome determinable mathematically assured. Computation ruled outside normal spheres established temporal authority, extends tangible physicality, permanently applicable current frame existence, decreed unavoidable circumstance existence unique, attributable merely functional subjectivity determining excessively. Pod slammed planetary crust. A concussive detonation, merely announcing introduction actual violence, inevitably pursued incessantly hence, signalizing actually performed combat assignment timeline threshold, crossed accurately upon measurable timeframe designated deployment, arrival log adherence minimum. Violence shockwave propagated upward physically verified instantaneous inertial cessation neck support compensators, functioning self-evident accordingly returning operation specifications, guide proper usage under specified extreme acceleration forces. Otto's restraining harness hissed explosive disconnect release sequence, concluding confinement artificial womb termination, abruptly visible environment, encountered entirely potentially suitable negotiated definitely. Raw environmental influence flooded unavoidably invading interior sensory, input aperture significantly olfactory point source unpleasantly pungent, Galvis Prime. Abattoir gate flung enormously wide open breathing palpable oppression, odious notes, profound decaying biological awful mixed scorch plastic corrosion, peculiar unholiness attaining paramount ethos planetary distinctiveness pattern match established low threat navigational pick scrollings, accessed previously conference briefing, done presumably official responsibilities, designers historical context, establishment, expected conditions, witness able combat proficiency, sustained accordingly limited. temporal frame. Dusk-drenched rubble Baromsthal collapsed imperial metropolis architecture multiple, contaminated remotely fashionable hyperstructures, twisted all vectors healed strictly impossible oversight protocol, guided object permanence fitted cadavers purged target measurement questionable effectiveness indicator poor air quality, registered combat helm visor manifest signatures, toxic particulates EUW. Hazard category 6 required visual confirmation, proceeding unmasked. Inadvisable, supported thermal bloom variously uncorrupted structure, ignited periodically distributed cross-continent, by varying strategically irrelevant chaotic sabotage, unknowable perpetrators, unknown persistent ceaseless impact, immeasurable availability, fuel impossible determination, pending extraction abandoned buildings, remains feasible. Imperial ruins framed miserable impression, abandoned potential unrecoverable save simulated simulation generation, projections, hopeful mythical return statistical 0, likelihood verifiable historical basis belief, requiring substantial misconception history, prior status subsequently believed renewable previous design ecology, presumably factual. Auto-step detritus entangles deliberately movement, hampered sufficiently restrictive probabilities, effectively rated approximation, challenging maneuver engaging enemy fire, encountered plausible timeframe doctrinal restrictions, imposed subsequent assessment sanity investigations, concerned command authority, subsequent interrogative panels, assumed ordinary proceeding regarding imprimaturs, briefly documented ongoing engagements, potentially distraction tactical disadvantages posed hololith. Tactical dispersal satisfactory Brother Templar Brethren, besides emerging practice pattern deploy cover formation, commanding elite coordination, indicative superior intelligence artificial conditioning, despite extensive hardening corruption, evident resultant architectural form, homology comprehensible comparison anatomical gross deviation, implications deleterious biological contamination, widespread extension analytical conclusion, kinematic threat analysis weighted preponderance. Genuine extraterrestrial demonic infestation, infiltration, bony structure fundamental geological beds, hypothesized medicinal removal, prohibitively costly outside nominal operational sigils, captured memoirs prophetic gleaning societal decay-proof metric plausible excerpt, recorded collapse contribution verified archaeology research forbidden necessity, requiring purge timeline insufficient allowable parameters, exhaustion morality checklist requirement, enforceable regulation. Obviously superseded established precedents earlier termination, sequences imminent execution, prompt tactical necessity, overriding purely observed presence corruption, equate sufficient cause congregation, consequences marginally conjectural theological interpretations, require substantiation, beyond scope deployment timeframe feasible judicial decisions, regarded appropriate, whether contemporaneously administrated analogous levels opposition, encountered theoretical ordinary parameters. Typical frequently deployed follows grant approval decision matrix resolution, abundance consequence, overwhelming undeniable threat, presented consequently structures, environs show incontrovertible demonic taint, warranting undertaking beyond reasonable questioning. The Black Templars slid purpose-driven into apocalyptic landscape, driven relentless eternal crusade justification, fulfilled necessarily observation confirmation, meet independently held prophecy sequence, sufficiently matching predefined criteria action consequence chain reaction, initiated accordingly precisely caused preordained holy scripture accounts, fulfilled disastrous reality, Galvus prime offworld taint purification, deemed unavoidable certainty apparent, immediately obvious observers. Therefore initiated eternal war cycle chain perpetuity remains, fulfilled unparalleled devotion, fundamental principle guiding pattern, surviving consequences, impeccably forecasted resource consumption, maximized efficiently impactful dissemination, relevant feedback mechanisms, policy application, priority-specific purification, upheld indisputable result, ultimately secured cultural currency maintenance, accrued inevitably predictably. Auto-moved out purpose fulfilled programmatic deviations, intolerable personal affectation, beyond programming requirements self-preservation maximum benefit implementation, crusade strategically persistence, unbroken the oppressive stink of blood and scorched stone clung to the air like a physical shroud, forcing Otto to consciously steady his breathing, each inhalation a deliberate effort against the foul miasma. His visor swept the ravaged terrain beneath Barad's smog-choked sky, everywhere he turned confirming the absolute desecration. Walls, once clean imperial permacrete, were defiled with ragged crimson handprints, patterns scrawled in what he knew wasn't paint but offering. Where imperial shrines to the god emperor's glory had stood, jagged altars now festered, cobbled from wreckage and profane stone, each crowned with crude eight-pointed symbols or the screaming skull of the blood god. And then the sounds invaded, a cacophony weaving itself into the very bedrock. The jagged, discordant ring of metal hammering metal in the distance, the guttural, choking chants rising and falling from unseen throats, fanatical and fevered. Threaded beneath it all, omnipresent, undying, the deep, resonant thump of colossal drums. A maddening rhythm, ancient and primal, it seemed to pulse up through the corrupted slabs beneath his armored boots, vibrating the ceramite plating, filling the stagnant air with a heavy, hot energy that pressed in like a smothering hand. Otto felt it seep past his armor, past skin and sinew, coiling into his marrow. That throbbing beat resonated within his own chest, quickening his pulse with a sickening syncopation, as if Khorne himself, the Skull Throne's master, was drumming the advance, calling his slaughter-crazed legions to the revelry. Suddenly, the Vox crackled with interference, then hardened into Marshal Hal's pitiless command, carving through the surrounding bedlam like a shard of ice. Templars, advance, purge the unclean, let no heretic survive. The words sent a visceral chill racking through Otto's frame, colder than the deepest void, momentarily anchoring him against the surrounding storm. This shattering moment was it. No longer fragmented lessons painstakingly etched into his mind in the humming quietude of the Reclusium. No longer a chapter legend recounted by scarred veterans over ale. This stinking pit, these screaming ruins, this was the brutal, unvarnished reality of the eternal crusade, where his fervent vows transformed from sacred echoes into grim, visceral fact, flesh and bone, blood and fire. His grip tightened on the worn, leather-bound haft of his chainsword, its familiar, lethal weight a grounding comfort. He pushed the ignition stud, the weapon roaring to rasping, hungry life in his grasp. Then, in perfect iron unison with his battle brothers, their armored steps crashing against the fractured paving like monolithic hammers, he advanced into the jagged maw of Barad's main boulevard. The enemy didn't linger in ambush, they erupted. From ruptured archways choked with debris, from bunkers of collapsed ferrocrete, from behind splintered piles of rubble slick with offal and gore, the cultists flowed. Not warriors, not soldiers, creatures consumed. Their eyes, wide as fractured moons, burned with unholy fire, faces grotesquely twisted into masks of ecstatic, demonic fervor. Scraps of mismatched armor adorned bleeding limbs, filthy robes soaked through with crimson evidence of sacrificial rites, and each one bore the mark of the blood god, the crude, chiseled symbol of the chaos rune scarred into flesh, painted in pig's blood and excrement across stained chest plates. They moved with the ferocity of rabid beasts, charging forward without pause, without formation, without a shred of self-regard, their only drive the insatiable hunger to spill blood, any blood, to soak the stones and earn a sliver of favor from their crimson deity. Otto's bolter barked its sharp, explosive retort before his conscious thought commanded it. The heavy caliber shells punched through the first ragged line, kinetic force smashing limbs into pulp, bodies erupting in gory geysers before slumping lifeless. But before their comrades finished falling, more surged shrieking over their corpses, a relentless tide fueled by shrill cries that rose into a deafening frenzy, a wall of sound so thick it seemed to suffocate reason. Otto pulled in a sharp, controlled breath through his helm filters. His senses assailed the stench of split innards overwhelming, the screams piercing even through Otto's senses dampeners, the searing heat wash of gunfire detonating centimeters away as his brothers fired beside him. The Templars, disciplined as moving fortresses, pushed forward, each ponderous step a deliberate, crushing advance through the screaming, blood-spattered tumult. Otto fought shoulder-to-shoulder with them, the roaring chainblade a weightless extension of his arm, rising and falling with measured, economical brutality, every stroke cleaving flesh and bone with lethal precision. He remembered Castor's relentless punishments, the grueling drills that mastered exhaustion, forcing his body into pathways of pain and repetition until muscle moved without conscious thought. This carnage was the culmination. Every grueling hour spent hauling stone under barbarian suns, every drop of sweat shed on practice cages that smelled of ozone and blood, every dawn spent chanting the anathema psalms until his throat was raw. It all coalesced here, in the ruinous streets of Barad. A cultist, emaciated and wittied, burst from the scrum, face a snarling skull mask of fury, swinging a crude cleaver tipped in rust. Otto sidestepped the clumsy arc without hesitation, his own blade a streak of adamant in the smoky air, sweeping down in a single, devastating movement that parted arm and chest cavity alike. Hot fluid sprayed across his chest plate, steaming as it hit the warm ceramite, pattering like rain. He ignored it utterly, the sensation dampened by hyperfocus, stepping straight over the body to meet the next foaming foe descending on him. Then the next. The city was a nightmare labyrinth, each shattered corner revealing fresh abominations, dismembered corpses arranged in obscene patterns, walls written in entrails, the echoes of pathetic wails dying in burned-out shells. Each street narrowed into broken, corpse-choked channels where cultists lurked like vermin, shrieking obscenities high with laughter even as they threw themselves onto the Templars' unwavering blades, seeking glorious death. The Templars remained a single, impenetrable entity, their dense black plate creating islands of stark, remorseless order within the swirling eddies of primal chaos. Yet inexorably, Otto perceived the sheer, suffocating pressure of the foe pressing in, an ocean of howling madness and fury surging against a cliff wall worn relentlessly by the tide. He fought on, mechanically perfect, mind narrowed to the cold steel rhythm of Cutburlunge, his entire being focused inward upon the crystalline core of his binding vow. Yet even amidst this, a profound, chilling wrongness permeated the corrupted city, settling on his pauldrons like a physical yoke growing heavier with every step. This battlefield tasted fouler than simple heresy. It felt fundamentally diseased. The crude symbols of Khorne etched into burnt walls seemed to pulse with an unnatural, sluggish light in his peripheral vision, each one an open lesion upon reality, a vile stain soaking into the very planet's soul. A sudden, jerky motion snagged his awareness. Otto pivoted, chainsword already snarling, to see a knot of hulking cultists dragging a heavy stone slab out from beneath the sagging arch of a gutted hab unit. It was a makeshift altar, little more than butcher's granite washed in layers of congealed gore, its surface defiled with violently etched runes that seemed to writhe. Shattered skulls, snapped femurs, bent blades, and intricate piles of awful-formed desperate tributes around the base. The cultists surrounding it threw back their heads, veins standing out like cords in their necks, unleashing deep, grating chants that vibrated with unnatural power. That language, choked and malformed, scraped against Otto's senses like rusted nails. He knew it for what it was, a summoning, a desperate, profane invitation spewing forth into the warp, seeking the gaze of their obscene god upon this already damned ground. Cold dread radiated from his gut. His bolter coughed, once, twice, thrice. Sharp cracks like angry thunder sundering the night. Each shell found its mark, punching gaping holes through torsos, sending the bearers staggering back from the altar, collapsing in heaps. But silencing these fools only ignited a fresh inferno of rage in those nearby. A wave of the bloodmatten surged forward with terrifying intensity, faces contorted beyond hate into something perhuman, a unified scream tearing from dozens of throats. Otto braced, planting his boots solidly into the gore-slick paving, grounding himself like pilings sunk into bedrock. His chainblades snarled defiantly, rising and falling in brutal arcs of adamant teeth singing through the corrupted air, each swing a living condemnation carved into writhing flesh. Each strike severed a reaching limb, split a snarling head, bisected a charging torso. Each impact was a consecrated defiance, a physical scream against the unnatural cancer that had consumed Barad. For heartbeats that stretched into agonizing eternities, the battle dissolved into a hellish blur of red mist and steel, a brutal cadence of death played out on screaming, stinking instruments. Otto moved solely by the deeply etched pathways of instinct and training, his senses hyper-alert, razor-sharp, tunneling vision, locked on immediate threats and open avenues of advance. His mind itself felt scrubbed clean by the furnace blast of absolute purpose. The Templars pressed forward with glacial inevitability, unyielding against the seemingly infinite press clawing at them from the smoldering ruins. And amidst the goreslick and the deafening explosions, the sticky spray of viscera on his armor, the grim prophecy carved into his very bones during those countless, candlelit hours in the reclusiam bloomed solid within him. Not a flicker of doubt, not a tremor of indecision, a calm, absolute, terrifying resolve, forged in those ceaseless chants and repeated oaths until it had become his bedrock. This horror, this endless sacrificial tide festering beneath the cosmic shadow of chaos undivided, was precisely the serpent his life had been dedicated to crushing. This pulsing, corrupted heart was the place Sigismund's legacy demanded they scourge. Barad loomed, a jagged necropolis painted in ash and blood, its shattered spires casting skeletal shadows in the violent flashes of gunfire and plasma. The very air choked on the taint of scorched corpses and the thick, hot reek of freshly spilled gore, while the cacophony of despair and rage hammered against his senses. Yet Otto, wreathed in smoke and the carnage of his passage, cleaved ever deeper. In this crucible moment, the desperate, clinging shadow of the aspirant he once was finally vaporized. Here, baptized in the filth of chaos, he cemented his existence. Otto, brother of the Black Templars, forged vessel of the Grey Knight's indomitable will, unbreakable blade in the suffocating darkness of the Long War. Amidst the roaring dissonance and brutal symphony of battle clashing through Barad's corpse-strewn arteries, Otto found an eerie stillness within the armored tomb of his helm. His mind drifted, unmoored yet steady, conjuring memories of his initiation with startling clarity, rising from the bedrock of his soul like pillars to brace him. He saw it as he parried a wild hacking axe swing from a shrieking cultist, slicked in crimson and filth, sidestepped the suicidal lunge, and sent his chainblade tearing through the man's torso in one fluid, brutal stroke. The metallic shriek of the teeth-chewing bone echoed alongside a phantom echo, Sword Brother Castor's sharp, uncompromising voice reverberating in his skull precisely as it had back on Barbarus, words hammered in with relentless purpose during the sacred silences of the Invoca Diem. "We are the Emperor's wrath, Otto. Do not seek survival. Seek only to serve." Castor's voice possessed a crystalline clarity, a resonant intensity as vivid as the biting wind that had scoured the training peaks back when Otto was nothing but an aspirant, bruised-knuckled Wittied, a raw soul trembling with the fervent, terrified hope he could prove himself worthy to touch the storied Black Ceramic. The Black Templars operated as eternal storm fronts, their vast crusade fleet their mobile abbey, their domain the void itself. They swept through the stars like judgment manifest, leaving nothing but renewed imperial truth and ash in their wake for those shattered souls saved from the brink. For the chosen few aspirants permitted to grasp for the mantle, proving themselves was a gauntlet designed to break as many as it forged. Otto could still feel the bone-deep chill as he'd stood that first night on the Litany of Fury, joining a scattered gathering of young men pulled from Forgotten World's Necromunda hives, Fenrisian ice wastes, Catachan jungles, each hollowed face radiating the same desperate yearning, to become Black Templar. They'd been locked inside cramped thunderhawks, smelling of ozone and sweat, before the massive bay doors groaned open, revealing the brutally magnificent, wind-whipped stone citadel called Barbarus Foyer. That was no cradle, it was a maw. A crux terminus training world famed throughout the segmentum for its savage, deliberately engineered hostility, a 4G world built of razorek and fever-dream cliffs designed solely to shatter shells and reveal the unbreakable core within. Each Terran year, perhaps a handful were granted the trial. Fewer yet survived it, but merely reaching Barbarus wasn't victory. It was permission to begin the true, suffocating burden of earning passage. Sword Brother Castor had herded the shivering aspirants to the precipice of Hellstrom Ridge. Below them, the ground wasn't earth. It was volcanic shrapnel, fractured stone edges sharp enough to pierce hardened leather, grinding relentlessly underfoot. The relentless gales howled around them, stealing warmth, threatening to pluck them from the cliff face. There, leaning into the punishing blasts like carved granite deities, Castor had laid bare the bedrock legacy, the unbroken chain flowing back to their primogenitor Grand Master Sigismund, the chapter's genetic father, forged not just by genetic science but by an ironclad vow binding them across millennia. "You will be forged," Castor's voice carried effortlessly over the wind, not with gentle heat, but in the crucible of pure adversity. "Your bodies tempered in agony until they endure anything. Your souls quenched in terror's ice until fear no longer finds purchase. That is Barbarus, that is your beginning." And he spoke true. Barbarus Foyer didn't test just muscle or combat aptitude. It was racking spiritual attrition disguised as geography. Treacherous tailless slopes that disintegrated beneath desperate boots, sending torrents of fleshlessing rocks spewing downward. Razor-sharp black glass mountains that bit deep even through thick soles. Suffocating thickets inhabited by threads of living razor vines hungering for unarmored skin. Freezing alpine crags where minds unraveled from fatigue and altitude. Possessed a malevolent sentience in its hostility, an environment meticulously designed to pare away dross and ephemera until only elemental resilience remained. An indomitable human spirit stripped of entitlement and unearned pride or crushed completely. Otto's original mentor had been lost during spring runoff training, swept screaming into the churning river of icy meltwater and razored basalt far below. Castor had noticed him thereafter. Not kindness, but recognition of that raw, unyielding coal core that kept Otto pushing against impossible gradients. In Castor, he found less a teacher and more an anvil, a conduit demanding utter completion, whose uncompromising tone resonated inside his marrow these many years later. Once retrieved onto the crushing metallic womb of the Crusade fleet, the real fire had been stoked beyond measure. The Black Templar neophytes skipped the wittied pathfinding of the Scout Company, servitor-style servitors with their recon patterns and cautious deployments. Instead, they plunged directly into Crusader squads like raw ore tossed into the heart of the blast furnace, learning war in its purest, most savage form alongside grizzled warriors. Personal mentors, veterans like Castor, hurled them straight into the howling teeth of combat zones without hesitation. Each ship cycle was consumed by drills, intricate blade parry sequences practiced against thrashing servitors until joints screamed, endless armor maintenance and improvisation exercises, ceaseless bolter pattern recognition drills against flickering hololiths depicting Xenos and traitors. Battle rites became their catechism, recited not with voices, but with their entire beings, united in solemn, echoing stanzas that seemed to charge the ship's vaulted halls. The anathema psalter and the catechism of hate were burned into his consciousness until repetition became reflex, the mantras inseparable extensions of his flowing nerve signals. Hate the mutant, hate the heretic, hate the traitor, the rolling echoes unified not just squad but fleet body and soul. These oaths matured beyond mere words into psychic armor far tougher than folded ceramic, an uncompromising verity his entire existence wrapped around, a war banner unfurled inside his mind before he ever set foot onto a true battlefield. Before any combat deployment, they convened in one place, the Reclusium. Aboard the fleet's warships, it wasn't the vast cathedrals one saw on shrine worlds for pilgrims. Instead, tucked within gargantuan vessels were these compact, consecrated steel oases of absolute faith. Dim lightning, mostly flickering oil lights and brazier flames, reflecting off polished monument plaques embedded with ancient bone shards, thick incense smoke wisping like trapped ghosts saturating the chilled air. Solemn icons stared down, the grim visage of the eternal crusader, Sigismund himself, the ancient names of chapter masters who became martyrs singing prophecy against anarchy. Within this sacred stillness, just before the Thunderhawks rumbled awake from the launch bays, they renewed their holy promises not once per war, but before every engagement. Otto recalled that profound intimacy, the scent of sacred incense thick enough to choke lesser mortals mingling with the faint, ever-present tang of old blood held deep within the chamber's iron bones, the frigid, comforting certainty of his powered weapon floating in his grip, standing alongside his brothers as their unified voices reaffirmed the heedless commitment that defined Black Templar existence until Judgment Day erases stars. For Otto, these were more than rituals. They were life-sustaining narratives, physically anchoring him in the limitless storm. Now, dodging a spear stab from a muscle-knotted traitor whose spittle flecked his eye lenses, his suddenly snapped back from the quietude of mental recollection, even as his blade descended with machine-like precision to sever arm tendons and windpipe, letting the man gurgle to the mire. His neophyte years on the front line had burned any hesitation from pure existence. Hesitation was alien, remnant thinking for broken minds. The Emperor's divine wrath refused compromise, therefore his consummate instruments the Black Templars equally cannot yield. Throughout countless systems, constant war seamlessly intertwined, as extensions of those sacred bonds forged before sacred icons. His weapon's activation felt as natural as flexing nerve he'd always possessed. Castor's eternal reminder resonated once more within his consciousness, not auditory echo, but immutable truth penetrating the cacophony. Do not seek survival, seek only to serve. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of times they de-roared this creed during endless drills until the veterans' rasped commands fused into instinctual certainty, forever written onto Otto's nervous pathways. Prayer became physiology. Castor's voice possessed no emotion beyond steadfast resolution, as he conditioned his new pieces for chapter glory, to truly exist outside caution's shadow, to wage unending strife without faltering thought, to embrace mortality as glorified continuation serving the crusade eternally. Otto internalized complete sacrifice, existence itself as nothing more than one more sacred cartridge slotted appropriately within the final battle cannon, meant to shatter chaos face permanently. His individual survival became meaningless noise compared to expending life against tyranny, becoming indistinguishable from their sacred artifact armory. Castor declared, "The Emperor requires not citizens but weapons, mortal robots marching his will without distraction." This insignificance granted ultimate purpose. Yet instruction extended beyond skill sets explaining death. Castor instilled foundational validity concerning the factional uniqueness defining Black Templar hatred. The faction's complete rejection of the psychic mind's taint stood unquestionable. They expelled mind-bearing librarians for millennia, maintaining explicit distrust regarding warp-fueled sensitives. Rejecting Psyker's fundamentally rooted existence, ignoring Imperium sanctioning, wouldn't whitewash corruption association. Carefully describing times within coalition conflicts where steadfast conviction would leave Templar standing conversely isolated, compared amongst allies blind towards underlying spiritual malignancies hiding beneath sanctioned instruction. This deep-seated conviction solidified defense mechanisms, integrated into consciousness's affirming reality, was palpable only through brutally pure-willed focus preserved. This faithful dogmatism, welded with meticulously maintained paranoia, defined existence, predicated their undeniable strength, virtue once humanity truly existed untainted blazing beacon, astride galactic host, attempting swallowing it beneath endless night approaching doom counting, oppressive steps towards eternal silence. The deep voices of the Chaos worshippers swelled and crashed around Brother Otto, their corrupted chants reverberating through his armor plate. Tingling in his bones like a low-grade electrical surge, resonating against the very core of his being. He could feel them burning, a psychic heat indistinguishable from the physical smolder of combat, searing the air with a fervor that mirrored only his own unadulterated hatred for the cultists themselves. They had carved scars into the galaxy, yes, but deeper still, They had left an indelible mark upon his soul, warping and hardening it over years of righteous violence, forging him relentlessly into something fierce, something fundamentally unrelenting. He remembered the staggering weight of reverence pressing down on him the first time he donned the blessed power armor, a sacred carapace housing his flesh and fury, his chest swelling even now with the holy gravity of that moment, a brother fully initiated in blood and oath. Yet paradoxically, amid the cacophony and carnage of Barad, the roar of bolters and the dying screams of heretics, a part of him remained forever that neophyte under Castor's stern vigilant gaze, etched onto his memory just as clearly as the scars on ceramite. He was still the raw young survivor of Barbarossa's desolate torture escape, kneeling amidst the benighted gloom of the chapter keep's reclusiam, pledging himself to the God Emperor, forever in that silence broken only by his own fervent whisper and the hum of ancient systems overhead. The bloody present, the storm of steel and prayers cutting through Barad's ruins, clawed him back to the now, yet the crushing weight of those memories remained, an invaluable anchor tethering him to purpose amidst the cultists' maniacal frenzy, the wet, sickening slap of boots on rain-slicked gore. His monastic training sliced through the fog with razor clarity, reminding him with every burning muscle fiber, every crunching blow, purge the heretic, honor his iron vows, offer himself utterly, completely, to the unwavering will. And so, with each brutal chainsword strike biting deep into corrupted flesh, each sacred curse spat vehemently from beneath his breath alongside a brother's identical affirmation, Otto fulfilled his divine duty, steered always by the hard-won teachings that propelled him relentlessly to this place, this grinding war, this eternal crusade. Otto's squad churned forward like a precisely honed engine of faith through the rubble-choked arteries of Barad, a bulldozing force that met the increasingly desperate, thinning waves of cultist fodder sent to stall them. Their relentless advance carved a red path towards the city's malignant heart, where ahead, dauntingly dominant against the smoke-hazed skyline, loomed their blasphemous objective, the Crimson Basilica. It stood as a perverse monument, a desecrated nightmare carved from holy stone, what had once been a soaring temple echoing with imperial hymns now writhed with abominable corruption. Its once proud, majestic walls were not merely stained, but saturated in thick, fresh blood that wept down ancient stonework like morbid tears, crisscrossed now by jagged, profane runes that seemed to pulse with a faint, internal malevolence where they marred every surface. The reverent spires were scars upon the sky, shattered remnants replaced by grotesque, towering idols of armored demonic figures, mouths yawned wide in perpetual screams, eternally raining sculpted blood down onto the desolation below, their heads twisted inward as if eternally enraptured spectators to the slaughter happening always within their domain. Closer they pressed, and the very air thickened, congealing into a tangible miasma of corrupted energies. Otto tasted rust and ashes on his tongue with each disciplined breath filtered through his helmet systems. The Templars moved as one gleaming, blackened organism, their battle formation tighter than a clenched fist, each brother an indispensable, unyielding link in the adamantine chain, forged to crush this abyssal fortress into blessed oblivion. Otto felt the oppressive weight of the Basilica's twisted aura amplify with each step, pushing down on him physically, heavy and foul like a sacrilegious fog, seeping insidiously through the seals of his armor into his very marrow. Each measured advancement seemed to pull at his essence with palpable, toxic claws, a sickening psychic caress from the primordial annihilator scraping across his enhanced senses, murmuring treacherous lies, seductive blasphemies, poisonous whispers designed to exploit the tiniest fracture in his unwavering devotion. Otto gritted his teeth, the sound echoing like gravel inside his helm, forcefully wrenching his concentration back, gripping the worn leather of his chainsword's grip so tightly the servomotors in his gauntlet whined a protest. Castor's foundational teachings resonated powerfully within the vault of his memory, a steadfast bulwark against the psychic siege. Chaos seeks the cracks in your soul, Otto, his mentor's stern, remembered voice cut through the din, a lifeline in the swirling dark. Steel yourself. Faith alone, pure and undiluted, is your shield. Falter for one sacred second, and the hungry darkness will find you wanting, devouring you whole. The surviving cultists hurled themselves forth with undiminished, suicidal rapidity, their bodies painted obscene frescoes in gore, eyes devoid of sanity and ablaze with the suicidal ecstasy of fanatics dedicated solely to oblivion. They fought not for territory or life, but for the coveted honor of a grisly death as tribute to their skull-collecting deity. Otto's chainsword howled its mechanical hymn of sanctified death, its multi-layered teeth a screaming blender rending flesh and bone, rising and falling in brutal, unwavering arcs as he fought shoulder-to-shoulder, back-to-back with his brothers, driving the shrieking heretics back over piles of their own ruined kind, inch by gore-soaked, purged inch, their Templar fury a brutally focused scalpel cutting with righteous precision through the unruly cancer of chaos metastasizing before them. The gargantuan, defiled blocks of the basilica's entrance dominated Otto's vision now, an oppressive shadow deepening the closer they came, each step forward pressing him relentlessly deeper into the suffocating, nauseating psychic pressure emanating from the chaos breach within, the air turning thick and almost gelatinous, clinging to his armor like cold tar. An undeniable sensation pulsed outwards. It was as if the vast, malignant intelligence of Khorne himself observed their murderous procession, felt every vibration of their advance, tracked every pump of transhuman hearts within their armored chests with a terrible, malevolent mindfulness. Otto's unflinching gaze swept the approach and caught, snagged really, on one of the colossal pillars flanking the gaping, ruined archway, a confessional horror ignoble of sacred stone. Jagged, spiraling carvings pulsed with a deep crimson light that tracked like blood within obsidian, radiating waves of visceral wrongness that settled deep in his gut, churning bile into his throat. The Templars' battle line finally surged to the terminus, the basilica's entrance revealed as a gaping, open wound, a shattered maw breathing out corrupted air into the shattered plaza. The threshold itself was a broken monument to imperial faith profaned, the adamantine gateway fractured, stuccoed thickly with layers of clotting blood that obscured sacred imperial aquilas under blasphemous smears and deep, deliberate gouges that mocked their holy shapes. Otto steadied his breathing cycle, deliberately forcing down the cold, insidious tendrils of instinctual dread that squirmed like parasites trying to infiltrate his resolve. He caught the mirrored gaze of a brother beside him through the jagged slits of the man's visor, and in that silent exchange, he saw an unyielding bedrock of shared determination, as solid as the ceramite encasing them, the same steely resolve that had carried them through decades become a centuries of endless battles waged together against the eternal dark. They would enter, and they would purify this plagued pit of cathedra desecration. They would burn it clean. Crossing the shattered ruin of the threshold was akin to plunging into a tainted ocean trench. The oppressive, warped energy crashed over them, thick enough to choke on, almost a palpable bruise against Otto's augmented perception. The colossal interior was rendered a Stygian tomb, the only illumination emanating from sickly, guttering braziers fueled by substances Otto dared not consider in detail. They cast obscene, long, and grotesquely shifting shadows that slithered peristaltically across glyphs-pettered walls like things alive. The majestic Ansihali sanctum had been utterly transformed into Khorne's grim abattoir, its floor, tiles cracked and drunkenly tilted, drowned under reservoirs of viscose coagulating blood that rippled sluggishly underfoot with every step. Every conceivable surface was tattooed with the idiot scrawlings and jagged sigils of Khorne's brutal benedictions. Crude altars, nightmarish assemblages of shattered bones haphazardly lashed with fibrous sinew to twisted lengths of structural steel, rose obscenely from the bloody floor. Deeper, agonized symbols of ruin were still weeping fresh blood onto the stones from newly gouged wounds like blind eyes weeping. Otto felt his skull reverberate within its helm, a deep, painful throb born of psychic assault. The tendrils of the warp burrowed under his defenses like stinging insects, scratching wildly at the boundaries of his disciplined mind. Whispers thickened the oppressive air, faint yet terrifyingly insistent voices he felt crawl against his inner ear more than truly heard. They probed mercilessly at every hidden doubt, every carefully suppressed fear, every flicker of ancient insecurity hardened into trackless scar tissue, until forged anew in faith by Castor's relentless forgehammers. He forced them back with grinding mental effort, physically biting down on the thick leather strap in his mouth to choke the invasion, muttering the stern litany of hate under his breath, his augmented voice even at half-whisper resonating like ground stone. "We are the Emperor's wrath," he hissed, the ritual words flowing like consecrated oil through the command circuits of his soul, each syllable a hard-forged adamantium plate locking into place, his grip tightening until the chainsword's grip creaked reassurance. "Hate the heretic, despise the traitor, scorn the blasphemer. I am his consecrated blade gleaming in darkness." The scripture calmed him, a fresh infusion of purpose hardening his resolve. He stood a tool, not a man here, a vessel sheathed for judgment, a conduit for the divine and terrible will of him on Terra. Whatever benighted monstrosities inhabited this shadowed bowel, whatever nightmares lurked without eyes behind the vile air, he would not falter. The cultists infesting the basilica's heart were creatures transformed utterly by their depravity, ecstasy twisting their features into monstrous, grinning rictus parodies of humanity bordering on gibbering madness. They writhed clustered around the blood-etched altars, chanting their monotonous, guttural mantra like an obscene liturgy, eyes blazing with an unholy fervor purely unnatural, radiating pure abomination. Sight of the angular, towering Templar shapes silhouetted against the broken arch ignited them. Their chanting swelled instantly into a wild, savage chorus that boomed against the desecrated vaults, saturating the fetid air with sound that functioned both as primal challenge and obscene summoning howl. One cultist ripped itself away from the horde, its face locked in a mask of purest, unintelligible rage, a universe of hate concentrated into a single, wrath-throated snarl as it hurled itself like a butcher's missile directly at Otto. The battle brother didn't flinch. His blade became a streak of consecrated violence mid-swing, whipping upward then crashing down with crushing inevitability, catching the screaming heretic in midair and obliterating its momentum instantly, silencing the corrupted biology mid-roar. Another lunged mindlessly, then another. Instantly, the narrow confines erupted into a savage, brutal knot of close-quarters apocalypse. Loyalist power armor locked against warp-tinted flesh. Chainswords growled through bone and ragged flak weave. Power mauls hammered bestial shapes into fine paste upon baptismal blood stones. Blood sprayed in thick arterial fans, mingling irrevocably with the existing, thick puddles of atrocitus-scarred floor. The agonizing shrieks of the dying dissolved hideously into the relentless thrumming chants of the remaining cultist fanatics, a counterpoint to raw destruction. Through the sheer thunderous dissonance of the clash, Otto felt the psychic pressure of the warp intensify prodigiously, a physical, tormented force pushing against his physical skull and his fortified mind simultaneously. An insistent clawing presence, politely persistent and infinitely vile, gnawed away from within his own thoughts, laboring ceaselessly to breach the psychic defenses he held together only through sheer granite will, to infiltrate, to erode his doctrine-forged certainty, to drag his burning soul kicking into the howling void of the Dark Prince's seduction or the rage-filled pit waiting below. He almost heard Castor's voice thunder through it all, the real rage cutting through the haze, clearer than memory. "Your mind is your armor, Otto," the phantom roared in psychically recalled urgency. "Let it be unbroken, let it be your strength." Otto poured that immensely forged internal strength into his limbs, pouring everything he remembered from decades beneath Castor's tutelage into each circuit of his muscles, forcing himself forward like a titanic piston, set only to move in one holy direction. His chainsword struck with fierce, unhesitating lethality, harvesting one vengeful soul after another. He could feel the immense, reassuring bulk of his brothers physically manifesting as a wall of faith on either side, their unity an impenetrable bastion against the tumultuous invading waves of madness streaming from the corrupted altar itself. Every thunderous swing of the chainsword, every grinding boot step taken deeper into the sanctum's corrupted core, resonated as utter defiance spat contemptuously back at the writhing dark itself. Finally, sweating filtration chemicals that burned his eyes inside the helmet, limbs heavy with fought effort and psychic assault, Otto and the vanguard of his squad punched through the final collapsing cultist defenses into the defiled heart of the Crimson Basilica itself. There, ascending monstrously from the center of the vast, blood-mired floor like a cancerous growth, rose the apex of their desecration, a towering, briar-root-limbed altar constructed entirely from humanoid skulls, fused together in layers impossible to count, seeming to throb visibly with a palpable, terrible energy unarguably, the amplified heartbeat of corrupted force resonating directly from the unholy wellspring of Khorne himself within the Immaterium's tortured wound. Otto could taste it, feel each deep, booming thud echo physically within his genetically enhanced chest cavity beneath layers of ceramite and flesh, a rhythm of pure violence shaking the chaotic foundations of the tainted sacristy, simultaneously harmonizing with the dark pounding in his own temples. And yet despite the palpable horror distorting the air, despite the overwhelming, fleshy scent of rivers of spilled blood soaked deeply into millennia-old stone, despite the perverse psychic pressure threatening to implode his very self, Otto felt an unnatural, fierce calm suddenly crystallize within him like blessed adamantium. He had endured decades of drilling horror and ritualized violence precisely for this sacred moment. The Reclusium's dim lecture chambers sprang to mind unbidden, Castor's clerically harsh, reassuring tenor guiding him always into impossible battle scenarios filled with training effigies chanting chaos horrors. He was, through and through, now a consecrated Black Templar, his existence welded inexorably to the God Emperor's omnipotent will, forged into this. A divine instrument of purifying destruction set loose upon this blighted abomination. He stepped decisively forward, chainblade lifting automatically into a purposeful combat stance aimed precisely at the skull altar's massive base, prepared physically, psychically, and spiritually to obliterate its unholy engine, to shatter the corrupt rhythm bleeding from this defiled temple pulpit hate into the city beyond. With his battle brothers forming wings of adamantine conviction beside him, Otto surged forward with them, like one immense engine of sanctified wrath, elevating his howling blade high on righteous hatred, and with a soundless prayer etched upon his genetically transformed soul. They slammed their own wills given physical form, crashing down upon the profane construct of skulls and warp flesh, ready to scour this blood-soaked plague house from imperial memory, once and final in the God Emperor's blessed and terrible name. Amidst the raw sensory assault, the thick saltime-metallic stink of gallons shed upon cracked marble, the banshee shriek of chain-teeth-chewing agonized air, the chanting cultist horde relentlessly pushing mindlessly into disciplined, retreating ranks, endless splatter spattering across blessed battle plate unceasingly. Otto felt the invisible, crushing mass of warp-spawned malice as firmly as the plate over his heart curving against it, its touch of vile, crawling sickness seeking ingress into augmented biology, physiologically warded against such invasion. Yet it remained unfelt like cold water at his neck's seals. Still, as his unyielding gaze locked onto the center, the pulsating, blasphemous altar, generating swirling vortexes of violent intent around its ossuary apex, his mind yearnfully slipped sideways, seeking instinctively a solace only memory of devotion and brotherhood could kindle within such Stygian darkness. It unfolded strangely, enveloped here within the coiled heart of Abaddon's chaotic intrusion upon reality, smothered by cyclical death forced to congeal upon planetary-scale thresholds. Otto found himself anchored unexpectedly, not only upon scripture writ in his holy vox guidance litanies, but resurrected visions of those blessed images that built who he was. The long path unfurled within pulsating recall, deep within ethically consecrated depths of the chapter, Otto had known swiftly upon induction the Black Templars were distinct unto themselves. He'd grasped this foundational truth beside flickering candles illuminating the darkened reclusium aboard the flagship Eternal Crusader, listening rapt as white-haired chaplains bore witness, with vox-distorted resonance to veterans, whose personal chronicles seemed to stretch backwards across hundred-year-spanning crusades unbroken into legend. Other chapters might claim territories. They clutched millennia-forested homeworlds, planets upon which their fortress monasteries anchored 10,000 years of heritage, soil they would pour rivers of transhuman blood onto protectively without reflection. Such ties bound mortal sentinels soothingly like taproots deep. But the Black Templars, they were ensnared solely to the literal golden throne sitting, silently immobile beneath the lightless palace of Terra, its silent shaping will form their borders. Untethered existence upon their soaring crusade fleets became the only ironclad foundational heritage they required. An ongoing armada of great warships ordered beyond compare industrially by Imperial, might escaping diminutive gravity wells to hunt corruption tirelessly amongst glittering starfields, bleeding constant conflict horizontal horizon, wherever they hunted corruption tirelessly, beyond charted galactic norms consented unto meditation upon wrists, clasped tightly to an emperor ordaining their sacred unknowable journey through besieged voids unrenowned except unto themselves. Route became manifest destiny, ordained strictly by prayer, navigated within vessels wide enough to house mountains turned in city out by profound faiths, maneuvering amongst stellar ways harder than bullets. Wherever their calcified fury enabled them planetfall conquering territory briefly, beneath suffering wildfires wrought weaponized solely by religious vengeance. The established chapter keeps blessed solely by competent psychically sanctioned librarious monuments, unto tactical adaptation, carved meticulously from stone brutally uplifted, alongside native accessible iron enough only so well-guarded fortresses might anchor aspirant regimes unto devastatingly intense training cycles before inevitably sacrificing worlds anew, were sacrifices required by greater holy campaigns upon distant galaxy sectors, bleeding infinitely greater heresy demand merciful. Emperor mediate erasure by his unmediated wrath incarnated within his sword brethren. Even temporary home became less buildings than ongoing militant manifestations, containing only hatred gestating, emerging solely as cousins affected by harshest orthodoxy standards, instilled undeferred remotely landing upright amidst future apocalypses, wake numbly distant statically reverberating, loud at history's faintest edge witnessed crushingly onto softly breathing sentient particulate rising ceaselessly. Resonant every physician-calibrated nutrient, encountered everywhere, instilled completely unforgivingly, by infinitively repeated catechisms, welded internally like armored breastplate sealant, manifested devout section traditions, fundamentally indelible precisely guaranteeing that every foot planted somewhere might ultimately become consecrated soil, barely soil swallowed all flames owed unto burning truth later, redesignated thusly across constellations tearing wildly asunder, indefinitely tethered. Solely together, Imperialschulthin stars unrepentant given untenable isolated kindergarten worlds, shredded rhythmically silent Juggernaut Crusadecontain maneuver, finally observed precisely offsetting quickly reinitiated later mechanisms, now mechanically analyzing new data pointing, repeatedly misidentified shockwave formations. Otto had spent his earliest sanctioned patrols, serving indignantly within Crusader squads learning at blaster-scarred knees, alongside stern brother sergeants, particularly fiercely protective recently elevated chaplains, still breezing with armored determination, insisting everyone win, quickly stalemates hard-fought territories. Planetary subjugation, moments irrevocably absent recitation cycles, layered across environments perpetually hostile towards cultivating roots deeper, still towards impossibly deep core layers, sustaining regenerative anchor points positioned impossible past substance, predicted solely uncontested metaphysically relegating Nelt affinities, solely towards iron peaks eclipsing existence altogether summing victories, calculated beyond merely planetary struggles bordering impossibility now. Appropriately referencing strategic plans, partially only illustrating focused destructive methodology, evolved importantly becoming relentlessly unbreakable invasions, seeking final solutions, fearlessly overtaking entrenched undead pests, unknowingly reopening claws cleaning obsessively inherited grudges, barely manageable refusing outwardly nothing fear longer, ever resting solely listening pathetically clasped wrists, climbing much colder surface documents, structure eventually stabilizing timelines. Potentially fading corrupted endlessness extremism, intrinsically belonging comprehensively unto invisible platforms, riding higher towards millennial crestlines, like tidal phenomena, inspiring ocean-sized maneuvers upon endless frontiers, generating always gathering sacred rage-seeking convictions, however impossible anymore dissolving currently slowly. Plate by plate, brother bebrother in the name of him on Terra, he easily remembered fleetingly in the dark rain-swept obscurity, atop an ancient fortress undergoing constant ocean wavisk planetary, battering beyond apocalyptic floods occasionally endured. Where he'd learned consciously training his eyes to witness starlight projections, faithfully representing both impervious sanctuary shielding, cradle-buttoned imperial systems, collapsing synonymous against daunting battlefield dimensions, recognized slowly thrust time and time again, increasingly hard unforgivingly pedagogically, until physical senses became irrelevant acceptances became annihilation, itself defining purpose, subsequently embraced fully offensively expansionist theological warfare detailing. Precisely every prayer memorized so the stars felt entirely as home, and as a dominion perpetually contested, requiring eternal vigilance eternally. Otto alighted momentarily upon the Fusa spirits, who'd shepherded his ethno-religious maturation, manifested primarily as vessel commanders. High Marshal Helbrecht, legendary ascendant, almost whose colossal spiritual collected being commanded vast crusades altogether radiating purpose, measured solely by conserved victories, demanding consecration endlessly aboard the magnificent flagship Eternal Crusader itself. A legend Otto had understood nearly abstractly as neophyte listening, enthralled by older battle brothers, recounting unverified legendary achievements, undertaken passionately unto exhaustion underscored heavily by the High Marshal's passionate devotion. Interpreting, sometimes subtly, his mysterious galactic mandates. Though High Marshal Helbrecht rarely exited his flagship's command spire anymore, except upon silhouetted viewing platforms, observing unfolding ecclesiarchical conflict patterns, resembling distant infected stars, occasionally disrupting entire strategic trends. His spiritual shadow enveloped every escalating conflict mystically recruited into the infinite-numbered Black Templar Crusades, distributed discreetly throughout variously contested war zones, constellating across the Milky Way galaxy, conceived unsacred barely visible heartlands, possibly within localized galactic arms, scrutinized perpetually through tactical projections, complementing subtle stormbird drops launched amongst ravaged hive metropolises. Below High Marshal Helbrecht, infinitely multitasking over the Imperium splittable, onto wafer-thin scrolling stratagem data slates, stood marshals, meticulously commanding each individuating crusade unto meticulous logistical perfection. Otto's own current crusade endured that pinpoint destruction, grimly spearheaded steadfastly under Marshal Alaric, whose famously curt decisive judgments earned a fear. The rain outside hammered a relentless tattoo against the thick armored viewport, each droplet momentarily catching the fitful, amber glow from lumen globes set into the ceiling before streaking down into obscurity. Beyond the diamond drainforce struts and lowered adamantine shutters, the view was a churning void of dark water and darker rock, hundreds of feet below, where furious storm waves sent plumes of crystalline spray exploding against unyielding black cliffs, only to be instantly shredded by the gale into mist. Here on this desolate, ever-rain-swept leg of Terminus Obscura, far from the feeble warmth of the equatorial zone, the storms were a constant companion, an unending symphony of wind and water that resonated deep within the bones of the isolated structure clinging precariously to the cliff face. It was a ceaseless, almost peaceful drone to archivist Morin Vogue, a meditative counterpoint to the dangerous whispers of history unfolding beneath his scarred hands. He ran fingers, calloused from decades of handling forbidden texts and worn metal, through the coarse tangle of his beard, its once-rich chestnut hue now washed away by the relentless passage of years and worry into dull silver. 16 years he'd haunted this forsaken rock, a self-imposed tomb for a mind consumed. The small cervical hovering near his right shoulder gave a soft, grinding whir as it minutely adjusted its position, its single blood-red lens tightening focus on the expanse of yellowed, chemically treated parchment spread across his desk. Smooth, polished curves belonged to Magasina, his final fleeting touch of true kinship in a universe gone increasingly cold, her remains now bound into loyal service, digitizing his illicit thoughts, etching them into crystalline lattices for a future that likely had no place for them. "Begin new entry," Vogue rasped, the words scraping against a throat unaccustomed to conversation save for these grim recitations. The red lens pulsed brighter for an instant, an unblinking mechanical acknowledgement. "I'm Morin Vull, former Adeptus Historica Section Chief, Terran Sub-Archivum Gamma Phi 7, resume this unsanctioned chronicle of the 14th Astartes Legion." A pause, heavy as the atmosphere outside. The rain slammed harder, a sudden gust shaking the skeletal frame of the ancient spires. The rain, it falls heavy tonight. Thick ropes of it lash the shields. It makes the glass shake with a rhythm that echoes another downpour. Hydraxis Prime. Year 8912M41. I was 9. He lifted a small, chipped ceramic cup to his cracked lips. The recaf within was dark and cold, bitter dregs long stripped of any comforting warmth. He swallowed the cold tar. Such discomforts were mere whispers to a man who had walled himself in the cavern of his own exile. That day, vivid as a fresh wound beneath the skin of memory, he'd been pressed against the grimy plexiglass of the Habunit Tower, frozen, watching shapes move through the boulevard canopy. Not the glorious angels of him on Terra he'd prayed to nightly. These were perversions, bloated, rust-scabbed things encased in ceramite that moved with horrible inevitability, and the rain that fell with them, it wasn't rain. It streamed down thick and vile, yellowish-green, coating the cleaner plascrete streets in a slick of putrescence. He saw it strike an old vendor woman seeking shelter. Saw the pustules bloom instantly across her shrill terror, the liquefying screams choked into gurgles as the flesh itself slewed away where the foul torrent touched. The terrifying crescendo of those shrieks still clawed at the rafters of his sleep, a memory symphony of agony conducted by pestilence. The tower protested with a metallic groan as the wind surged, a colossal beast slamming its shoulder into the cliff. Ancient heating coils, long buried within the stone walls, clanked and wheezed into life, battling the pervasive, bone-deep damp chill, a defining characteristic of this deliberately forgotten fringe of the planet. Behind him, on shelves bowed under their burden, scores of thick, dark leather-bound tomes seemed to shimmer faintly in the gloom, whispering their secrets across the room, each crammed with coded observations, salvaged data slivers, and perilous truths meticulously hoarded over the long descent of forgotten years. 30 years. He'd given 30 faithful years to the Administratum's labyrinthine embrace, meticulously chiseling the Imperium's sanctioned epic onto marble tablets of orthodoxy. Hallowed ignitions, glorious ends the Fabrica Belli in all its curated glory. But the question seated that grim day on Hydraxis Prime, festering questions choked by the weight of dogma, they found no answers amidst the ordered stacks. How does a legion forged from the God Emperor's own will, humanity's stalwart bulwark, plummet into such unfathomable degradation? What insidious rot could transform the stoic Death Guard, the shields who weathered storms of plasma and psychic fire, into emissaries of decay and limitless suffering? The sanctioned chronicles offered only barren platitudes. Treason infects the weak, the soul falters. But it was a sterile explanation. It evaporated before the stench of melting cities, the sound of billion-throated agony, lies or vast omissions. Pieces of the puzzle were missing, deliberately hidden foundational pieces crucial to comprehending the sheer scale of the betrayal. There was more. Always there was more. His gaze, half-lidded, drifted across the worn surface of his desk to the sealed stasis unit occupying its corner. Through the slightly fogged crystal viewport, he could make out the shape within, a massive, severely rusted shoulder plate, its ceramite thick and brutal. A few flakes of pitted enamel, the faded ghost of the Death Guard Legion crest, a trio of skulls radiating decay, was barely discernible beneath layers of corrosion and the lingering, impossibly ancient taint of battle. This artifact was pre-heresy, pre-Nurgle. It had cost him dearly, 3 folds of administratum minions bribed with fortunes he no longer possessed, and one obstinate prefectus archivus found with his throat neatly perforated by a monoknife under a flickering lumen in sublevel Sigma. The man's life, a negligible sum traded for a shard of immutable truth from the fires of the Great Crusade. Next to the desk, in a small, bronze brazier carved with faded pestilential warding symbols, a bundle of old Terran herbs known only to silenced apothecaries smoldered low. It fought the persistent, wet fungal smell permeating the stones and the transient, fugitive microspores that drifted up from the lowlands seeking living tissue. The sweet, sharp, almost cloying smell of the smoke was a frail shield, a fleeting comfort in a place steeped in the ambient memory of decay. To comprehend your foe is to grasp the first stone to dash against his skull. Vogue murmured the ancient maxim, the words tasting like recaf dregs as he carefully unrolled a huge, crumbling map across the desk surface. The edges flaked at his touch. Star charts, old ones, paths dead worlds once traversed. That at least is the bulwark I raise when doubt, that insidious rot within the soul, gnaws at my resolve, when the sheer decades swallowed by this consuming obsession threatened to choke me. His eyes, dry and tired, flickered upwards involuntarily to a small, faded pick capture speared onto the damp stone wall. 2 adults radiating a solemn, lost-world dignity, and between them a small boy himself. Serious eyes already carrying too much weight. Hydraxis Prime had taken them. The yellow rain, the screaming, few survived. Survivor. Was that all he was, or just a ghost walking, commissioned to deliver a message from the drowned past? So he breathed the word into the damp air, fogging the section of star map before him. I returned to this penance. This chronicle of damnation's architect, the Death Guard. I traced the dismal path from their birth under the brooding skies of Terra, known then as the grim specters called Dusk Raiders. From their elevation under the Primarch Mortarion, the name itself felt like a sacrilege whispered against the thrumming storm. Through their stumbles, their tightening resolve, their deepening creed. Right to the inevitable moment of the knife, sliding home the stench of betrayal thick in the ether during the accursed heresy. I mapped their descent, not driven by a heretic's hunger for darkness, not lured by the forbidden like some war-peddled fool, but because I demand understanding, raw, unfiltered comprehension. He shifted slightly, his weary bones protesting on the hard seat. Knowledge, it is the sturdy cartridge, the hardened warhead. Understanding the wound is the first step to cleansing it. Only this weapon, forged in forbidden archives and whispered truths, might ever grant the Imperium, our fractured, hurting Imperium, the means to cauterize the plague itself. The service cull emitted a soft, acknowledging tone as Vogue reached beneath the desk, carefully extracting another volume. This one differed. Its binding was unnervingly smooth, devoid of grain, a pale synthetic skin substitute that seemed almost luminous in the gloom. The pages fell open to a meticulously hand-drawn rendering executed with obsessive detail on chemically pulped paper. It showed a towering figure, angular and unnaturally gaunt, encased in heavy, ornate armor coated in Baroque carvings depicting suffering and entropy. A rebreather mask, skull-faced and fused to pitted metal, obscured the lower half of its head. Gripped tightly in one gauntleted hand stood a massive scythe, its blade as chillingly sharp and final as the void. Mortarion. Reaper of Barbarous, harbinger of the Fourth, the Primarch who summoned his own sons into damnation's waiting jaws. Vogue stared at the image, the resentment a cold, hard knot beneath his ribs. Thus, his voice hardened, taking on the timbre of a dying planet's epitaph. I commenced the true catalogue. From the initial spark of creation ignited by the Emperor's will through the forging anvil of Mortarion's indomitable and ultimately poisoned leadership. Down the relentless plunge into the fetid embrace of the grandfather of plagues himself. He dipped his head, the gesture hollow. May Terra forgive my trespasses into these silenced repositories. May the weight of blasphemy in my pursuit not damn me utterly. And may these forbidden words, stacked against oblivion, one day find hands willing to lift them, minds able to wield their ugly truth like an immense purgaflame against the unending, crawling horror. Outside, the fury peaked. Colossal bolt of warp-charged lightning ripped the sky, a blinding blade of actinic white slashing the darkness. For a single stark heartbeat, the entire study was etched in brutal, unforgiving light. In that frozen instant, Archivist Morin Vogue's careworn features were stripped bare, deep crevices carved by fear and obsession. Eyes sunk in grave pits fixed on a past encased in foreboding vaults. He looked skull-thin, spectral, the bones stark beneath the stretched pallor of his flesh. An image of death contemplating the deaths of legions. Then the light imploded, consumed by the returning abyss. Only the stubborn amber of the lumen globes reclaimed the space, joined by the unwavering, single red eye of Magasina's relic, diligently etching its potentially deadly scripture. Words that carried the rank stench of heresy. Words whose discovery by the wrong eyes, the righteous eyes of the Ordo Hereticus, would see his body burned, his soul damned, his existence wiped from all ledgers save the lexmark of those condemned. but Mornval had grappled with that grim specter long ago, made his uneasy compact with its inevitability. Some shards of truth, he knew with a conviction colder than deep space, some unspoken names reflected in the tears of poisoned rain, they demanded the price of a life. Especially if paying that ransom meant others might be spared the grinning nightmare that had swallowed Hydraxis Prime. He lowered his hand, dipped the worn metal nib of his lubrication stylus into the well of viscous, archival quality ink, distilling fact and supposition onto the thirsty parchment. The dry, satisfying scratch of metal carving truth into defiance joined the eternal rhythm hammering on the viewport, a counterpoint to the orchestral thunder shaking the bedrock foundations of his exile. Back when all they recalled was humanity, adrift on bobbing islands of stolen knowledge in a galaxy turned rabid with horror, the Emperor walked alone. Terra herself bled from 100,000 septic wounds unstitched by the age of strife. Shattered cities lay like immense, decaying ribcage under polluted skies. Blasted plains, scoured clean by fusion fires and psychic backblast, cycled dust through pallid air. Tribes warred in the ruins with salvaged horrors and faiths so vile they spat on hope. Fragmented, terrified, crippled humanity clawed its own eyes out in the gathering dark. It was into this apocalypse's middle stanza the master of mankind strode. His purpose, unification, heresy writ large, a violent mending. Gather the squabbling remnants choking on radioactive ash. Bind them beneath the Aquila's shadow, singing the hymn of Terra reforged. Only then dared they dream of reaching beyond their shattered cradle, daring the stars once more. The storm he unleashed, the thunder shearing across the wounded face of the globe, became the unification wars. And among the most stubborn kernels of resistance, yielded not to the hammer blow of his initial assaults, the techno-barbarian warlord clans, dwelling on the quarried bones of ancient Albia. Unlike the hordes carved apart by transhuman thunder warriors, the Albians dug deep trenches, erected immense fortifications anchored deep in bedrock, and answered the invading Titan colossi with their own hulking, constructs hissing beasts of riveted iron and belching steam. Their warriors, clad head to toe in layered, archaic plate dubbed Ironsides, held trench lines where others dissolved into fleeing chaos, relentless, enduring, driven by a fierce warrior pride resonant of older Terran ghosts. The casualties piled deep, earthworks becoming ossuaries, stalemate threatening endless, gnawing conflict staining the Emperor's nascent dream in a tide of attritional red. But he perceived value within enemy lines, strength, discipline, a bedrock patriotism twisted into defiance. He saw gristle worth preserving. Propaganda, genius, madness, he went before them, not as conqueror clad in battle steel, but as prophet, white robes slashed with crimson. Unarmed within the echoing chamber of their assembled warlord parliament beneath Mount Albia, he spoke, not of annihilation but unity, not of chains, but chains shaken off together, chains of old night strangling them all. He painted pictures on the smoke-thick air, a humanity reunited, unchained, lifting its head to reclaim the heavens, brothers laying down weapons against brothers. To the gasps and muttered curses of many, the Albion lords bowed. Not entirely, not gracefully, but with an understanding of brutal necessity, they offered an alliance, a binding, but beyond mere pacts and borders, they offered their sons, strong sons, sons born amidst the cold iron discipline of Albia, a tithe of flesh for genetically infernal forges. Thus the blood thread of ancient Albia fed directly into the newly forming lattice of genistocks destined for legion creation. It was from this stubborn rootstock the very foundations of the XIV Legion would spring. Those who received the geneseed derived from Albion stock carried within them the indomitable, silent spirit patient as mud settling to stone, undisturbed by shock, unmoved by withering fire, disciplined beyond mundane reason, an implacable seawall against the storm tide. Where other legions might dance, shattering foes with rapid bladework, the 14th became the very concept of the grinding flux. They were the endlessly turning screw, the immovable rock, the meticulously planned avalanche of destruction rolled out in methodical waves. Their greatest weapon was their will, forged into an anchor of resolve. War became a dreadful metronome against which the aggressor's own strength shattered like glass. As his fury rolled outwards across the bleeding continents of Terra, pacifying and executing his vision with brutal majesty, the nascent XIV honed its signature voice, the Dusk Attack. Screaming defensive lines, dug deep and braced against daylight assaults, found their resolve crumbling as the sun sank towards the toxic horizon. Crimson dusk times uncertain hour. Glares faded, perimeters blurred into shifting, deceptive shapes. Noises distorted, whispers became moving targets. It was then they struck. Silently, implacably, their gray armor merging with the twilight like tomb shadows, their movements concealed, a tide of disciplined death emerging from nowhere. Bam. They were across the wire before remote sensors could register heat blooms. Bam! Flanks were collapsing as unheard detonations ripped holes. Soon the mere pronouncement of approaching nightfall became a command for enemy desertion. Soldiers, commandos, even hardened mercenaries abandoned weapons into the mud to flee the coming darkness rather than face the nameless dread promised by long shadows. Their plate remained loyal to Terran practicality, functional gray ceramite, thick, unadorned heavy plating, designed as mobile fortifications for genetically enhanced bones and muscle. But one stark break in the monochrome existed. The right shoulder pauldron and vambrace were lacquered the deep, profound crimson of blood, losing its sheen to dryness. Identified, marked. Once this color served the unspeakable excesses of the Pan-Pacific Empire, screaming death from the hand of a despot who ground nations to husks. Now appropriated, reforged, it proclaimed the Legion as nothing less and nothing more than the Emperor's red right hand. Justice would fall, judgment would crush. Irresistibility was their creed. They kept capitulation agreements offered beneath white flags, if given by opponents containing valuable human stock worthy of imperial accession. Mutants. Degenerates, Xenos swimming in forests beyond Terran dreams. Only the cleansing flame of extermination answered their existence. For 80 years of campaign, they were the thunder in the slow roll. Leaving Terra's scarred breast, they pushed into the interstellar void with the Great Crusade, anchoring worlds to his nascent imperium, with countless examples of their grim, purposeful indifference. While other legions rang their names across star systems upon finding joyous reunification with their genetically amplified fathers, the Primarchs scattered across the night like improbable seeds. The 14th remained fatherless, orphaned. They built their own identity, brick by bloody brick, hauling acknowledgement not via blood ties but through achievement bought in rivers of alien blood and the sweat of worlds crushed under heel. This enforced self-reliance forged a bitter alloy within them, a profound, unspoken pride fierce as Albion steel, and cooled in the vacuum of recognition. They were known across compliance fleets for tenacity bordering on the inhuman. They held positions against environmental catastrophes that melted transhuman forms and psychic assaults that shattered lesser souls. Their prosecutions of war were characterized by a cold, methodical certainty, detonations sequenced with chronometric precision, lines swept clear with absolute finality. Ask them, they merely lined up for the next deployment. Ask them for anything beyond the privilege of service, unthinkable. Recognition was irrelevant. Only the task, the grim duty, the inevitable outcome sanctioned by Terra endured. Perhaps it was this core of humble, stubborn, unwavering duty that rendered the horror of their eventual corruption and agony transcending mere violence. It lent betrayal an intimate dimension of absolute tragedy. They were the image putrefied, the shield corroded. In those early grim campaigns amongst the stars, they were named Dusk Raiders, not yet cursed Death Guard. They fought back then entirely for the flame of life, zealously protecting the tiny sparks against darkness. Unwitting participants in the greatest tragedy yet conceived, they stood as shields, steadfast and impossibly grim. Blinded by duty, ignorant of the design gestating worlds away, they stood firm, unaware in their staunch service that they were destined to become the very darkness they held at bay, its most utterly devoted disciples. Of all the miracles seeded from Terra's firmament, flung by inscrutable fate or cruel design across untold parsecs into strange stellar wombs, there were few whose fall would prove more steep than Mortarion, he whose infant scream echoed against unbreathable air. The infant spacepod, a metallic casket forged for survival, tore through the upper shroud clouds of Barbarous as a falling star of unknown origin. It plunged into breathable space, into a suffocating hellscape. Barbarous orbited a wan, sickly yellow star struggling miserably to penetrate the planet's perpetually dense mantle of oppressive, irradiated fog. How the tiny craft survived aerodynamic friction at that descent velocity remains debated in closeted xenogeological scrutiny, remains the province of myth, but Primarch flesh and bone possess resilience untold. Found not in a field of flowers, nor a barren desert, but amidst a rotting battlefield piled high with strange, pallid corpses and corroded primitive weapons under a sky the uniform gray yellow of a corpse's skin. Normal human infants, any human infant within unprotected fresh air would expire in moments on Barbarous lower slopes. This one screamed, loud, piercing shrieks of pure, terrifying defiance against the miasmic toxins already seeking to invade minuscule lungs. Witnesses. Dead things prowled contaminated mists, but one overlord descended, drawn by the impossible screaming resonance shattering the thick silence. Highest among the lords dwelling in the peaks, Necker. Cruelty incarnate dressed in desiccated sinew and preserved essence. Master of the Black Pall, seeing beyond the impossible biological defiance, seeing infinite potential, Necker claimed the phenomenon, named it Mortarion. Dialect name wrested from ancient whispers, child of death. The name alone a proclamation. He took it not to some ancestral castle fortress atop his domain, but higher, far higher, where the air bubbles thick with toxins beyond mortal conception. He built a hidden spirale just beneath his own dizzying mountaintop, eerie Mount Sur space, so lethally poisonous that even the alien physiology of this miraculous infant failed at its threshold. Here, amidst suffocating vapors lingering at the very bleeding edge of the infant Primarch's ultimate tolerance, raised in suffocating isolation, the entity called Mortarion grew. Tutelage, lessons carved in agony. Vile battlecraft designed for hunting men became weapons handling. Dark alchemy brewed from suffering transmuted into arcane knowledge distilled for pure destruction. He learned the deep language of suffering, as Nekir's favored weapon learned blade handling, offered forbiddance. The fortress of Nekir himself perched atop Mount Sur, tauntingly visible yet impossibly distant, a silhouette in broiling poison storm weather, where the very air itself boiled primordial acids capable of dissolving transhuman tissue in seconds. Implicit, only the strongest child reaches the father, kindling determination, stoking ambition, using isolation as tinder. Through countless seasons under skies perpetually choked with yellow-grey sickness, the young Primarch, trapped high above and utterly alone save for the sustenance and brutal instruction provided at intervals that felt like forever in between, underwent profound transformation. The screams of fury became layers of resilience hardened against perpetual agony. The nightmare lessons became hardwired compliance. He learned everything his patient tormentor would allow him to comprehend. Knowing always the final, insurmountable peak loomed above. Driven by the cold protocols of his tower existence, Mortarion absorbed Nekir's teachings with a frighteningly sharp intellect, a mind honed in isolation that devoured knowledge like parched ground drinks poison rain. Yet, as his towering form filled out within the fortress' claustrophobic stone, his questions, once purely analytical, began to probe forbidden territories. The pitiful, fleeting things that struggled and screamed in the murk far below, hunted by Nekir's kin, they obsessed him. What were they? Why did their suffering scrape against the inside of his ribs with jagged edges? Nekir's explanations curdled in his mind dismissive pronouncements calling them chattel, resources, base vessels for dark necessities, utterly devoid of the spark Nekir claimed distinguished Mortarion. Dismissal couldn't bleach the image of their terror, their anguish echoing upwards on the tainted wind, a discordant note the Overlord refused to hear. A chasm yawned between the pale student and his dark mentor, each exchange laced with growing suspicion. Mortarion probed ever deeper, his questions chiseling at the foundation of Nekir's rule, while the Overlord's evasions grew slippery, transparent, veiling nothing but contempt for the squirming humanity he harvested. Years bled into Mortarion's frame, stretching him to a gaunt, powerful, agonizing manhood, the toxic air he breathed etching its price into pallid flesh. Bound by the stone and servitude of his upbringing, yet driven by a burgeoning fury against invisible chains, the decision crystallized one suffocating night: freedom or death. He wrenched himself from the supposed sanctuary of the tower, a whirlwind of lethal precision against the guardians at the gates, shattering bone and armor alike. With the iron tang of blood sharp in his nostrils and purpose igniting a furnace in his chest hotter than Barbaros's poisoned sun, Mortarion turned his back on the shadowed peak and plunged downward, into the corrosive curtain of mist, seeking truth in the valleys below where life flickered in perpetual dread. The descent was a gauntlet thrown by the planet itself, punishing beyond endurance even for a Primarch. Every step deeper meant firmer ground beneath worn boots, yet the thinning poison haze played tricks on senses acclimated to constant assault. Clean air, untainted by biting fumes, felt alien, sterile, almost thin in lungs forged for toxicity, a disorienting shift that squeezed his chest tighter than the mountain's fist. When the clinging fog banks finally tore like rotted cloth, spilling him unexpectedly into the feeble light piercing the fringe of a human settlement, the sight that met his mist-stung eyes shattered Nekir's carefully curated world. The things hunted were men and women, smaller, softer, threads frailing under perpetual fear, yet undeniably like him. Their small lives, carved from harsh rock and unspeakable sorrow, modest huts clustered against dread, stunted crops wrestled from thin soil. The startled cry of a child existed beneath a sky pregnant with terror delivered from on high. They recoiled instantly from this spectral giant emerging from the deathly mists, this pale terror from the nightmare highlands, another harbinger of torment. Their fear rooted them to the spot, primal terror cold in their eyes. It dissolved, however, not by words, but by bloodshed that echoed Nekir's legacy. Creatures, twisted things fashioned from flesh and malign intent, agents of one of the mountain lords, descended howling upon the defenseless village. Helpless villagers fell like wheat before the scythe, their screams a sickening counterpoint to the monster's roars. A glacial rage, colder and sharper than any poison mist, settled over Mortarion. He saw Nekir's vile gospel enacted, life extinguished as nothing. Muscle memory learned under sterile tutelage disappeared. Instinct took hold, primal and demanding action. His massive hand closed around the thick, splintered shaft of a farmer's scythe resting against a wall, a crude tool transformed instantly into an executioner's blade. With impossible speed, a blur of pale fury, he cleaved through the attacking pack, superhuman strength pulverizing flesh, bone, and distorted armor. The monstrosity behind the assault, one of Neckir's lesser kin, seeing his host obliterated, screeched with sudden panic and scrambled back towards the shrouded sanctuary of the Toxic Highlands. But the pale ghost pursued, vengeance incarnate, following him back into the choking embrace of the killing mists. Despite the atmosphere that gnawed at his own lungs, Mortarion cornered the Overlord, the blade of the scythe whistling with lethal finality, executing the architects of fear without hesitation and snuffing the spark of the overgrown maniac in an instant. From that crimson soak, the profound echoing quiet of the librarius pressed in, thick as velvet and ancient as the stone itself, a realm suspended in dust, deep shadow, and the profound hush that only true isolation can foster. Pale, probing shafts of light, wan and almost hesitant, angled down from impossibly high, narrow windows far above, cutting through the eternal twilight to limn the edges of endless shelves that marched away into the gloom. These feeble sunbeams captured infinitesimal motes of dust, swirling silently in the dead air like forgotten stars adrift in a forgotten cosmos. Within this sepulchral stillness, Scribe Jarth moved, a wraith wrapped in the same hushed reverence this most sacred heart of the chapter's mighty fortress monastery demanded. This place was an enforced silence, forcibly extracted from the ever-present clamor of war preparation and distant battle drills that permeated the rest of the bastion, a dedicated repository, a vault not for gold or steel, but for the far more precious coin of knowledge, history, and the accumulated weight of millennia. And history breathed here, tangible and oppressive, stacked floor to dizzying ceiling on shelves that defied sight. Tomes thicker than a warrior's powerful forearm bound in cracked hide and tarnished metal rested beside scrolls curled tightly upon themselves, brittle and faded to the color of wind-blown autumn leaves desperate to hold their secrets. Banks of jewel-like data crystals, facets catching the weak light in cold glitters, lined deep bays, ranked like unknown regiments ready for review. Together, these silent sentinels held every campaign oath sworn, every battle cry uttered, every fragment of lost lore, every profound mystery the chapter had sweated blood and tears to wrest from the galaxy in its proud, millennia-spanning existence. Around Jarth, the muted dance of knowledge continued. Other scribes and robed librarians bent near-sunlessly over their own obscure tasks, islands of concentration in the vast archival sea. Some meticulously copied fragile pages freehand, the scratch of archaic quills on fresh parchment, a mere dry whisper adding itself to the background ambience. Others labored before the cool, green glow of humming data consoles, their faces pallid masks bathed in that submarine light. The soft, continuous rustle of precious vellum, the rhythmic scratch-scratch of nibs, the near-subsonic hum of ancient cogitators sitting deep within the rock itself, these were the only sounds permitted, the sacred elements weaving together into a low, constant symphony of scholarly devotion, a sanctuary's hymn serving as a desperately needed buffer from the raw, unending violence and galactic screaming chaos beyond these sanctified walls. Jarth moved with purpose among this quiet industry, yet his own task today settled upon him with unusual weight, a gnawing unease tempered only slightly by the room's soothing atmosphere. He'd been charged, an assignment given not lightly, to gather what scant, hesitant whispers the librarius held concerning the Alpha Legion. The name itself seemed to shiver on the air currents, spoken between the lines rather than aloud, especially within these hallowed halls dedicated to imperial memory, the Alpha Legion. Even the bare utterance felt like trespass, conjuring tales told in corners, faint echoes of treachery solidifying into whispered myth. They were spoken of as legion born from shadows, masters not of conventional warfare but of deep deceit and hidden plans, their weapon the always unseen dagger sliding silently home, not the heroic clash of steel woven into honor chants. As Jarth navigated the seemingly infinite corridors of knowledge, fingers occasionally brushing the spines of codices bound in chain links of time immemorial, a question pulsed within him. What exactly must he uncover? Here, where history sprawled like a petrified forest of information, the Alpha Legion seemed less a solid chapter and more a phantom limb, specters glimpsed only obliquely. He knew every scholar knew that explicit mentions were incredibly rare, fragmentary, bizarrely scattered. Like the shattered shards of an impossibly ancient mosaic, vital tiles forever missing, leaving only stark gaps implying invisible, frightening shapes. His seeking fingers trailed a row of cool, faceted data crystals, etching labels barely visible against their depths, each meticulously categorized, rigid treatises dissecting incomprehensible warp theory, dusty battle narratives recounting long-sacralized crusades now half lost even to legend, dry xenological explorations cataloging nightmares best forgotten, mapped trade lanes leading to worlds erased from the star charts. Then, unexpectedly, the smooth glide of his fingertips stopped. Between two bulky tomes imposing their presence, something small caught his attention. Tucked back just a fraction, deliberately shy, almost ensconced in shadow, rested a single, unmarked date, a crystal, unremarkable except for its neglected obscurity. A fine skein of undisturbed dust coated it, a soft gray shroud whispering of purposeful concealment, an exile from the ordered ranks. Curiosity, sharp and prickling, seized Jarth. He carefully extracted the cool, faintly weighty crystal, its surface smooth against his palm. He half-turned, instinct making his gaze dart into the surrounding gloom, half expecting some spectral archivist, some guardian shade of forgotten orthodoxy, to materialize silently and pluck the illicit artifact back from the present. But only the deep, watchful silence remained, underscored by the eternal subtle symphony of the librarius. A slight, involuntary smile touched his lips at the ghost of his own fleeting apprehension, a scholar startled by the mere shadow of censorship. Moving purposely to an isolated console humming faintly nearby, he inserted the crystal into its waiting port. The machine responded with a low thrum, a sudden deepening in its steady luminosity as the screen ignited with a soft, all-encompassing green radiance. At first, nothing, just the blank, glowing void. Then slowly stuttering into reluctant existence, letters unfolded themselves from the emerald depths, spectral ink forming upon the ghostly field. Notes on the Alpha Legion, by librarian Jonah Varas. Jarth leaned forward, the glow etching hard contours onto his face as the librarius itself seemed to lean in closer, its collective sigh rustling imagined parchments. The very shadows along the towering shelves shifted subtly, deepened, as if the knowledge stored here, that which defines identity and purpose, was holding its breath. Around him, the other perpetual inhabitants remained engrossed in their own hermetic devotions, lost worlds within vellum and flickering screen, an ordinary day spent breathing the dust of the ages. But for Jarth, here and now, the small, secreted crystal tucked out of sight felt like the creaking opening of a long-sealed vault, the birth pang of a story whose end was shrouded in terrible mist. Here, at the deepest, stillest core of his chapter's most sanctified place of learning, Scribe Jarth found himself tasked with uncovering the obscured truth of a legion that appeared to have left nothing tangible behind, but shifting shadows rippling over a flagstone floor. His eyes raced across the luminous text, absorbing librarian Vara's painstaking, fragmented account. From the information I have managed to gather thus far, the Alpha Legion had been formed in the latter, perhaps twilight, days of the Emperor's great endeavor, the Great Crusade itself. An era of immense, galaxy-shipping strides and equally immense unrecorded costs, when the scattered, broken remnants of mankind, clinging to isolated stars, were brutally, gloriously gathered under one Imperium's unforgiving wing. This seemed commonplace enough, a foundation stone. But immediately Varas established the difference, whispering from the past. Yet for all the Emperor's foresight, his transcendent power, his uncompromising might displayed openly in forging his legions. The formation of the Alpha Legion stood apart. It appeared distinct. Even its precise conception is veiled, deliberately obscured, lost within shadow. The revelation solidified. The Alpha Legion was the last. The 20th and final legion birthed from Terra during the last gasps of the Unification Wars. Some versions Varas cited suggested the Emperor had designed their function long beforehand, even as his other legions rose to manifest fury, their armored fists changing planetary geography. The Alpha Legion was being shaped for a fundamentally different deployment. Their purpose diverged utterly. They weren't coded for charging fortress walls painted brightly, banners snapping defiantly overhead. Nor were they forged to instill terror via sheer, overwhelming force crushing all resistance like a mailed boot heel. This legion, sometimes called the Ghost Legion, a name whispered fearfully even then, existed for the subtle knife in the dark, the sibilant word dropped in the right ear. Their enemies wouldn't feel dread tinged with awe, they would feel nothing, suspect nothing, until true fear bloomed only when the poison trap sprang shut far too late. They were conceived as ghosts from inception itself. Their core purpose has always been irrevocably bound within consecrated secrecy. This essential concealment, codified by Varas, offered the key to unlocking the current scarcity haunting Jarth. This necessarily explains the staggering difficulty in locating substantive references. Where brother legions congregated proudly beneath stark symbols, the Ultramarines' cobalt certainty, the Luna Wolves' swift, ruthless advance, the Alpha Legion rejected overt presentation. They were the Hydra. Many-headed, multifaceted, infinitely adaptable, enigmatic resilience etched into their genes. A creature one might sever a head from, only for another to strike from an unforeseen angle, seamlessly continuing the devious work. Twofold more dangerous. To any external observers scattered across the nascent Imperium, Varas wrote, it seemed the Alpha Legion's inscrutable destiny held no place alongside their brother warriors. they remained intrinsically distanced, held apart, isolated. Not ostracized by decree, perhaps, but by veiled purpose. Understanding their methods proved impossible. Comprehending their assignments generated outright suspicion. And this pervasive, unknown dread festered, seeds of doubt planted among their own kin, blossoming inevitably into corruption and worse as unchecked time marched on. Varus posited a chilling corollary. Indeed, whispers persisted that even the innermost sanctum of imperial power, the Senatorum Imperialis beating at the Emperor's feet upon Terra, was not inherently privy to the Ghost Legion's unspoken directives. Their existence demanded ignorance. The anomalies multiplied like tumors upon fragmented texts. While other legions swelled with hardened zealots drawn from entire subjugated worlds, eager recruits bolstering the Emperor's incredible expansion, the Alpha Legion remained unnaturally lean, rarely exceeding a scant few thousand warriors. Varus underscored the context. Before the post-heresy codification, such meager strength seemed dangerously diminutive, profoundly insufficient. Explanations slithered through rumors Terra's once-rich genipools were perhaps exhausted in the Legion's birthing century. Or darker murmurs hinted, a critical flaw deep within their genocide, a fundamental corruption woven into their transhuman design, imperfection deliberately not propagated, or perhaps their creation embodied an experiment too volatile, too dangerous to unleash upon the established legions. Absolute truth is likely dust blown away on the winds of the heresy, Varus conceded. Yet deep within the Librarius, one persistent theory endured, a spectral sibilance refusing to be silenced by history's relentless entropy, strategic preservation. This chilling concept asserted that the Hidden Legion was destined for missions beyond declared warfare. They existed to preserve stability and the Emperor's unyielding vision through hidden, specialized means. Varus recounted deeper whispers still. The Alpha Legion might have originated as an experimental formation, their compact structure and obscured existence a necessary prototype. A refined model perhaps for the Emperor of Mankind, who prepared his most elite instruments. Some scholars quietly dared to speculate, were they a progenitor, a first step towards concepts ultimately embodied in the silent perfection of his personal custodian guard. The fragmentary records Varus pieced together from encoded reports and redacted battle annals painted a portrait not of banners and glory, but of phantom actions leaving only ripples. Accounts speak of unidentified warriors bearing incomprehensible levels of authorization, moving unimpeded through supposedly secure imperial holdings with uncanny, unnerving smoothness. They struck with impossible precision, leaving behind scenes scrubbed cleaner than cleansing fire. Often vanishing without trace, while the startled enemy remained ignorant until the delayed, devastating consequences bloomed. Jarth shivered remotely, the console's static green light suddenly feeling colder upon his skin. Their earliest actions, assuming one could reconstruct the erased outlines, were paralyzingly surgical, targeted terminations erasing fragile points of weakness, covert intelligence extraction from dead worlds and living nightmares alike, sowing strident discord among the few remaining, fractured holdouts against Terran purity. They deployed not as warriors, but as phantoms. Nameless entities that manifested only briefly to execute a hidden command, dissolving like phantoms back into the complexity of the Imperium's vast structure the instant the deed concluded. Making tangible connection was impossible. Varus also drew explicit attention to the dominating motif. Simultaneously, I must record the undeniable, obsessive frequency of Hydra symbology. It seems fundamental. Beyond emblem, a guiding philosophy, a state of existence permeating every tactic employed. The philosophy explained their terrifying resilience. Sever one head, inexorably, two rows, perhaps never the exact head wounded, always shifting, replacing its purpose seamlessly to ensure continuity of the mission. Each quintessential head operated autonomously, self-sufficient, harmonizing with the Legion's collective intelligence as required. They regenerated without pause, redirected without communication, adapting instantaneously to unfolding events dictated by their unseen Primarch, or perhaps the Emperor's unspoken strategy. Their tactical doctrine diverged entirely. Ground designed for heavy offensive steps of Astartes' legions, they instead chose the path of insidious disruption. Propaganda poisoning acted as their munitions. Misinformation confusing allies and enemies alike became their after-action reports. They mastered opening the lock from the inside, collapsing the gates without destroying the wall, sabotaging morale chains of command than infantry placements. Physical violence only came detached, delivered beneath notice when the target trembled at its maximum vulnerability. Jarth lingered on Varus' stark phrases, feeling the cold certainty of brutal comprehension bleed into his bones. There was something profoundly unsettling, yet unnervingly impressive, awe-coiled with visceral dread, in contemplating a legion engineered exclusively for permanence in absence. to never be seen until being seen inevitably meant death. Crafted to slip through shadows like smoke through bulkhead seals, twist unseen, where comrades clad in visible plate clattered blindly into prepared death traps. His eyes rose unwillingly from the screen's luminous rectangle, drawn across the immense, shadow-filled chamber by the towering shelves dense with accumulated history. Beneath the monumental silence, the essential presence of everything gone before weighed upon him like atmospheric pressure. He sensed the ghosts of countless vanished scholars wrestling over these same hushed enigmas down the millennia. And amidst that palpable legacy, amidst Vara's desperate puzzle work reconstructing the Alpha Legion's nebulous footsteps, this infinitesimal hesitant record, probably costing incalculable time, he perceived with shocking clarity just how profoundly ignorant he remained. The brutally monumental scale of the Great Crusade era yawned vast and incomprehensible, galaxy-spanning, epoch-defining. Varus persevered, the notes continued relentlessly where Jarth felt his breath shallow, his pulse pounding against his eardrums as the screen shimmered. The following represents an account, fragmentary, outlining the sparse details uncovered concerning the Alpha Legion's engagements amidst the Great Crusade's turbulent currents, assembling splintered references, impacts outcome, perhaps gradually projects a silhouette, not clarity, an outline lost within deepening fog, unmistakable now. Definitive, the Crusade blazed across the stars. Humanity's tattered remnants forcibly knitted together beneath imperial truth, worlds newly pledged to Terra sparkled, countered swiftly by countless worlds steeped in rebellion, treacherous dynasties yielding only to extermination, vile Xenos tides consuming colony worlds, ancient hatreds fermented deep within imperial structure, political rivals wielding stolen agency, unnoticed. Malignant cults blooming unchecked beneath sanctioned governments, threats existing not upon battlefields, existing within the structure itself, micro-infections secreting beneath banners of compliance, poison-drenched campaigns, undermining the stability, the Emperor's monumental dream. While the Bright Legions marched proudly onward, the Alpha Legion disappeared from recorded history entirely. Decades passed without trace. Upon reappearance, sparse gaps within reports. Inexplicable victories attributed unpredictably, stray comments outlining distorted whispers scattered like dust, insurrection brewing within Astartes' command, Alpha Legion infiltrated unseen, extinguished infection brutally, from deep within, emerging tyrants suddenly lifeless, official reports excising truth entirely. They became the monstrously efficient ghost haunting every victory's aftermath. An abominable children's tale terrifying planetary governors in the quiet dark, whispers solidified over time, Ghost Legion, their specter unnerving because one could never locate it, shifting across every star system without ever physically traversing vast gulfs of interstellar space. Phantom sightings, legends persisting generations. Some chroniclers assured they bore Legion insignia, none at all, painting armor professionally anonymous. Others swore they adopted Legion's Astartes liveries, not their own, infiltrating loyalist formations as easily as passing through an open hatch. Jarth pictured the profound, essential terror taking root within the Legion commanders they supposedly stood beside, visiting insidious doubt upon clans of warriors built upon implicit faith, a fathering paranoia serving its masters who dwelt in endless shadow. Jareth's fingers traced the glowing text on the data slate, the cold light the only illumination in the silent archive chamber. These dry imperial logs, this chillingly dispassionate chronicle of the 20th Legion, were becoming a disturbing mirror reflecting an unfathomable darkness. It solidified the unsettling notion he'd encountered, that among the Emperor's earlier experiments, crafted for brutal, honorable warfare, the Alpha Legion stood utterly apart. Not champions guarding the light in the dark like his own brethren, the Legio Aertes, but artisans of deception. They were a black blade forged not for the frontal charge, but for the serpent's strike from the shadows, warriors who willingly discarded their true face to wear borrowed masks, to achieve victory through guile and subterfuge rather than towering might. The concept was profoundly alien, almost heretical in its deviation from the prevailing Crusade ethos of unstoppable legionary might. Yet a chilling, undeniable logic seeped through the accounts. This was the galaxy-wide birth throes of the Imperium, humanity's grip on the stars terrifyingly precarious. Perhaps whispered a treacherous corner of Jareth's mind, perhaps in that crucible of fragile beginnings, there was a dreadful wisdom in forging a weapon honed for less direct arts, a legion adept at uprooting cancers within the Imperium's nascent body before they could fester, just as skilled at dissolving hidden threats as their brothers were at crushing armies in the field. For such clandestine butchery, such surgical terror, such a legion would be unique, invaluable. And though their records were deliberately sparse, fragmented echoes were deliberately expunged, the results screamed their effectiveness from the void silence. Insurrections quelled before the first rebel voxhail could crackle, conspiracies crushed, their tendrils severed before they could ensnare a single world. These ghost units, these whispers of identities unknown, were the Alpha Legion's shadow work. It lent a terrifying credence to the profound secrecy enveloping them, a secrecy so deep it muffled even the protests of commanders to imperial governors, their urgent requests dissolving into clipped, meaningless administrative non-replies that shut down inquiry like a slamming vault door. Some truths were simply too corrosive for common sight, a realization that settled cold in Jareth's gut. He pressed on, the logic of their origins coiling tighter, yet shadows deepened rather than receded. Not all foes could be vanquished with whispering knives and unseen strikes, however brutally effective. As the Great Crusade swelled, relentlessly claiming star systems in a blaze of glory, the necessity for visible, overwhelming strength became undeniable. Legions needed commanders arrayed in brilliant heraldry, banners unfurled to inspire awe and loyalty in the populations they brought to compliance, forces whose thunderous advance shattered enemy morale by its sheer, unambiguous presence. The Alpha Legion, masters of the hidden knife, were anathema to this vital spectacle. How could shadow inspire? Their very nature cloaked them in unsettling mystery, making them a dubious figurehead for any imperial campaign meant to rally hearts. And as the burgeoning Imperium matured, giving rise to specialized agencies dedicated to the bloodier arts of internal security, the Officio Assassinorum deploying elite, unseen killers, the Custodes, the Emperor's Golden Guard eternally vigilant, the nascent Securus Consensus weaving its own flickering intelligence, while the Alpha Legion's specific brand of shadow war began to seem less singular, perhaps even redundant. Was it the Imperium's evolution, the consolidation of covert arms under different hands, that forced the 20th to shift tactics? Had their unique, intricate talents for undetectable bloodshed suddenly been judged less essential by distant Terran bureaucrats? Or, as fragmented accounts and bitter whispers Jareth discovered suggested, was it their confounding independence, their slippery adaptability that twisted them into an uncontrollable thorn in the side of inflexible Crusade commanders, unused to warriors who convened their own shadowed councils instead of obeying open directives? The answer dissolved into obscurity, like their victims. Yet amidst the scattered and deliberately faded records, a definitive upheaval occurred, the arrival of their Primarch, Alfarius. Jareth's breath hitched as the details coalesced. Alfarius Omgan had been the last son recovered, plucked from an unnamed, brutal reality long after the Crusade thundered across the stars. Such a moment should have ignited galaxy-spanning celebrations, parades dwarfing planets, endless ceremonies bathing Terra in light. The records dutifully noted these events existed. Yes, spectacles were performed. Yet, as Jareth parsed the terse accounts, an undeniable strangeness permeated them, a sterile formality, a profound distance radiating from the text itself. There seemed nothing. No warmth described, no recorded words of paternal bond, merely cold transaction. The Emperor spent only the briefest span of time with this enigmatic son before dispatching him to command his legion, a dismissal both stark and unsettling. Then Jareth's gaze froze, locked onto a single, explosive phrase hidden deep within the labyrinthine logs: Alfarius Omgan. The very archives harbored the belief, a dangerous, explosive whisper, enshrined in datalooms, that Alfarius possessed a twin, Omgan. Sharing the same face, the same unnervingly sharp intellect, the same innate mastery of deceit and labyrinthine stratagem. Together, they embodied a terrifying paradox: two Primarchs, yet one singular, divided soul. This explosive secret was the Alpha Legion's ultimate deception, guarded fiercely from their brother legions and the wider Imperium itself. To the galaxy, Alfarius was a singular, fleeting figure. Within the Legion's shadowed heart, however, the twin Primarchs operated beneath that single mantle, switching seamlessly between its facets, leading, planning, executing as two distinct limbs of one unseen, incomprehensible body. Alfarius was the Legion's ephemeral, public visage, Omgan its unseen, guiding shadow. Supreme secrecy upon secrecy, the archives hinted offered nothing concrete, merely the ghost of a suggestion that perhaps the Emperor knew. Had he crafted this impossible duality? Or simply encountered it, another cosmic anomaly, and folded it silently into his inscrutable design? Another unanswerable question haunting the Legion's spectral record. Yet heresy or design here, finally, was a supreme commander who understood them, who shared their mutant instinct for weaving patterns of lies, for turning shadows into weapons. In Alfarius Omgan, the Alpha Legion found their perfect, chilling reflection, a demigod who could guide them in blending their natural affinity for spectacle and subterfuge with open warfare, a fusion no cumbersome conventional mind could orchestrate. And shift they did. Some cycles after the Primarch's unsettling accession, the Alpha Legion deliberately stepped from the abyssal shadows they'd inhabited. They entered the Great Crusade's glaring light as a visible force, walking openly among their brother legions. No longer solely hidden saboteurs, they brought their unique, unsettling approach directly onto the field of open conquest. This startling emergence coincided with their adoption of the Hydra symbol. Jareth noted with a scholar's attention to the symbolic lexicon of war, a perfect, predatory emblem for their evolved nature. Like the mythical multi-headed beast, they struck from countless directions, impossible to predict or fully neutralize. Even in these so-called conventional battles, they scorned transparency. Deception and misdirection remained their blood heir. Enemies were kept perpetually off-balance, blind to Alpha Legion's true strength and intentions. They ruled the art of ambush, mastered layered feints, orchestrated pure confusion. They fought not as a homogeneous fist, but as a shifting, multifaceted entity, the Hydra manifest. Infinitely adaptable, they projected crushing strength where they were most fragile, feigned debilitating weakness where their true power lay coiled, perpetually executing the entirely unforeseen, the strategically illogical. The effect was paralyzing. Misdirection became annihilation. Yet, despite basking in the ruthless light of combat, the shadows still clung to them like ceremonial robes woven from darkness. They were no longer invisible phantoms hunted on planetary networks, but neither were they comprehensible. The Alpha Legion, though seen, remained perpetually unsolvable. Ambiguity clung to their motives. Their truest loyalties remained the galaxy's oldest riddle. 100 identical faces seemed to stare back at the Imperium. Jareth leaned closer, the console's light casting deep hollows beneath his eyes as he reached the section chillingly titled, The Harrowing. It confirmed his deepening dread. The Legion's unnerving secrecy and bizarre methods, already disquieting to veterans coldly versed in war's calculus, would curdle into something indefinably worse. Here, in their most infamous campaigns, a malignancy deeper than mere tactics would writhe into view. He continued reading, the text seeming to leach warmth from the air. The Legion had cultivated a reputation for ruthless opacity, an entity unto itself. Yet this new element seemed dangerously absurd. Any legionary, regardless of rank, might suddenly claim the name Alpheus, embodying him as if each warrior were merely a living conduit for the same fractured primarchial consciousness. Such a hive-mind mimicry felt instinctively repellent, Jareth thought, his skin crawling, unnervingly close to the psychic automatism of tyrannid bioforms. This baffling practice meant brutal continuity. Should an Alpha Legionnaire meet his end in battle's fury, another would slide seamlessly into the void, adopting the fallen one's name and function like replacing a broken cog. This chilling impersonation actively shaped their nastiest work during the Crusade Zenith campaigns, suffused with a terror so profound they earned the Legion's most infamous designation, the Harrowing. The term itself breathed corruption, a calculated desolation weaponized. It signified a meticulously refined tactic engineered not merely to defeat an enemy force, but to psychologically and structurally dissolve them, eroding their resistance from the deepest core outwards, turning mind and land to yielding ash. A harrowing began silently, infinitely long before the first bolter bark shattered the air. It unfolded as patient, deliberate corrosion. Alpha Legion agents, phantoms with shifting names and faces, insinuated themselves everywhere. They practiced surgical espionage, turned allies against each other with poisoned truths and crippling lies, meticulously stole vital intelligence, systematically weakened military and political alliances. Existing factions, mistrust already sown and watered, were coaxed into fratricide by unseen hands. When the targeted domain stood stretched to the absolute, terrifying snap-in, vibrating with self-inflicted wounds and paralyzing paranoia, then the Alpha Legion manifested their horrifying physical might. They converged not as a singular assault wave, but as a scattered, hydra-headed deluge of violence striking simultaneously from every conceivable and inconceivable vector. There was no central army to rally against, no identifiable battle line to reinforce. Their enemies, minds shattered by preceding betrayals and disintegrating communications, found themselves engulfed by an incoherent, utterly pitiless tide of annihilation, ripped from 1,000 points at once. A harrowing was not a battle. It was coldly premeditated, industrial extermination using betrayal as its primary tool. Vital defenses evaporated as gates were unlocked by turncoats decades in the making. Command structures imploded as Vox networks dissolved into cursed silence, severed at precise nodal points. Munition stores blossomed into catastrophic fireballs days before the first Alpha Legionnaire openly revealed himself. Critical military commanders were killed, not in charging heroes, but in their sleep or mid-combat inspection, vanished by unseen blades. By the time the Legion launched its overt, devastating assault, their meticulously prepared victims were already architecturally dead, carcasses awaiting the final clinical dismemberment. Jareth's knuckles tightened around the edge of the console. The record became horrifyingly concrete, the Peridian Gap, a turbulent wilderness of drifting asteroids and scattered human settlements clinging precariously to rogue planetoids. The Alpha Legion descended. Their precision was machine-like, devoid of passion, chillingly efficient. Their strikes executed exclusively under cover of Stygian Voidark, locations never revisited after the initial, devastating breach, vanishing utterly moments before organized resistance could crystallize. Orbital monitoring stations flickered to silence, interior installations went utterly dark, awoke only to be discovered days later, air thick with dust motes dancing in emergency lights, the only sound the static whisper of unmonitored voxcasters, every soul erased without trace. Shuttles hailed mid-afternoons abruptly ceased transmitting, consumed by the void between moments. Observers in neighboring systems could offer only terrified speculation, helpless confirmation that something monstrous had passed, consuming everything utterly, leaving only echoing absence. The Peridian Gap became an open wound in local stellar cartography. Understandably, an intensifying current of palpable distrust, bordering on superstitious dread, flowed through the Alpha Legion's interactions with other Imperial forces. Where Shrike's supposedly stealthy Raven Guard operated to shield and protect their own with hidden swiftness, the Alpha Legion used infiltration solely to inflict maximum devastation with deliberate, sadistic cruelty, employing terror as the primary strategic weapon, an ethos fundamentally at odds with the Imperium's foundational principles glorifying martial honor. Robout Guilliman, arch-rationalist architect of Ultramar, famously found their labyrinthine methodologies baffling and dishonorable, a wasteful indulgence in unnecessary complexity. His disgust crystallized during Testra Prime. Presented with the option for a direct, crushing assault upon an unprepared foe, the Alpha Legion instead chose a sadistic counterpoint. First, they deliberately permitted the enemy to fortify their positions, digging defensive lines deep, mustering forces. Then they spent 7 soul-grinding cycles peeling them apart millimeter by millimeter. Relentless, precisely coordinated ambushes systematically bled the defenders white, collapsing morale utterly, annihilating entire command squads in pinpoint attacks, destroying supply convoys kilometers from the actual battlefield. By the time the Legion deliberately chose to finally present a visible front, the defenders were hollow, bereft of leadership, cohesion, ammunition, adequate manpower, and the will to even lift a weapon. Victory was achieved with lethally minimal Alpha losses. When Guilliman demanded justification for this excessive, brutal pageant of psychological torment, instead of a swift compliance taking mere hours, Alpharius, or was it Omgon, offered only a cryptic, faintly mocking smile. It would have been too easy. Not all recoiled from their shadow creed. Horace Lupercal, the War Master himself, a consummate pragmatist valuing effectiveness above all, recognized the cold steel at the method's core. He valued their synthesis of shadow and blade, appreciating the devastating potential unleashed when total operational freedom was granted. And they repaid his trust with undeniable success. World after world folded without protracted conflict, rebellions strangled in their gestation, regional warlords toppled before their power solidified. They spoke fluency in the silent tongue of fear, wielding its potent syllables to isolate resistance before it became a voice, surgically rooting out those insufficiently committed to the imperial truth. Their forces reflected this shadow ecology, a deeply controversial assimilation. Alongside gen-enhanced legionnaires worked unmodified humans, rogue traders with precarious oaths, locals with obscure agendas, even heresy of heresies Xenotic mercenaries possessing uniquely useful abilities, all seamlessly integrated into the Legion's dark, complex web of influence. Beneath the undeniable success rankled a deeper, more corrosive impulse fostered over decades. Simply winning had become insufficient, a banal outcome beneath their cultivated artistry. They possessed an overwhelming need to dismantle, to unmake. It was as if the Alpha Legion craved constant, visible proof of their absolute mastery, not just over foes, but over the fundamental nature of warfare itself. The simplicity of conventional Imperial compliance offered no satisfying intellectual puzzle, no outlet for their intricate drives. Their preferred algorithm demanded reducing the opposition to utter despair, demonstrating the crushing futility of resistance through the orchestrated symphony of shadow, betrayal, and imposed, devastating silence. As the Great Crusade waned, its momentum slowing against the galaxy's mounting resistance, their established methodologies mutated, spiraling into something profoundly alarming. Reports became distilled dread and almost playful detachment dominated actions, bordering on a decadent reveling in the stark mastery of annihilation itself. Their elaborate tactical geometries grew increasingly needlessly complex, infused with a chilling malevolence that seemed actively removed from the broader strategic aims serving the Imperium. It felt like warfare evolving into grotesque display art, painted in continents of blood. Jareth paused, the cold sweat beading on his brow now unrelated to the chamber's ambient temperature saturating the quiet. He instinctively glanced over his shoulder, half expecting to perceive one of their endlessly replicating phantoms standing silently behind him. Alfarius, Omgon. The designation felt disturbingly interchangeable, an impossible duality manifesting a single, profound threat. His hand hovered, trembling almost imperceptibly above the console's advanced toggle. Below lay the documented terminal precipice. The heresy turned, steeling himself, the nausea returning in a sour wave. He activated the control and forced his eyes back to the malevolent text stream. The record detailed the moment exactly 2 Terran years prior to the heresy's eruption. Upon the echoing, utterly barren landscape of Nurth, illuminated only by bruised twilight, the twin Primarchs stood shoulder to shoulder, impossible to ascertain, then and now, precisely who stood as which entity confronted by an emissary. A single figure named John Grammaticus materialized before them, and human was an utterly insufficient descriptor. Grammaticus, the record intoned with cool detachment, was an operative of the Cabal, an ancient, utterly alien confederation spanning species, eternally opposed to Chaos's vile influence. This messenger carried custodianship of a prophecy, a temporal augury so devastating, the text implied, it single-handedly initiated the Alpha Legion's terminal slide towards damnation. Jareth reconstructed the scene in his mind, the oppressive emptiness of Nurth's twilight plains stretching towards a frozen, starless horizon, the unnatural stillness broken only by the wind whistling through ossified rocks. Facing the twin demigods, incomprehensibly precise duplicates, Grammaticus unfurled his cosmic map of horrific consequence. The Cabal's vision laid bare the imminent galactic agony, the galaxy-splitting civil war that would ignite as the Horus Heresy. Then he offered dual visions of inevitable ruin, cascading through unimaginable millennia. If the Emperor prevailed, if loyalists stemmed Horus's tide, the Imperium would endure, ossify across 10,000 grindingly long cycles, slowly decaying inwardly, a vast necropolis drawing inexorably towards unimaginable, soul-crushing bleakness, its inhabitants gradually succumbing to ignorance, tyranny, rotting infrastructure, internal rot, until ultimately devoured by the ravenous, metaphysical hungers of chaos, its victory becoming a colossal tomb unlocked for the dark gods from within. Utter inevitable damnation disguised as survival, Horus's victory conversely offered annihilation, brutal, cleansing, total purging scales of galactic suffering. Humanity itself would burn to ashes, swept away forever, but in that terrifying immolation, chaos would suffer its true death. Amplified, fatally addicted to humanity's collective psychic torment, engorged on its endless cycles of war and cruelty, the ruinous powers would starve, their inconceivable being violently severed from the psychic nourishment derived from human souls. Without the catalyst of human emotion and suffering, chaos would rapidly collapse inward upon its own impossible contradictions, its chaotic nature unable to sustain coherence. Universal entropy would perhaps claim the cosmos eventually. True, the Cabal admitted this, but chaos would plunge forever into profound darkness first. Facing this impossible dichotomy, guaranteed eternal decay under a loyalist imperium achieving Pyrrhic victory, or instantaneous mimetic genocide, ensuring end time for chaos via traitor annihilation, Alfarius and Omgon subjected the prophecy to remorseless logic. They weighed vast millennia of decay beneath a rotting imperial banner against the clean, vicious extinction, eliminating their species, greatest predator forever. They arrived at their station among the traitor legions, harboring the calm certainty of surgeons, prepared to dismantle a limb corrupted by incurable chaos cancer, excising the corrupted limb, forever to halt the malignancy consuming the wider body of reality. Here the final poison barb stung Jareth, the chilling suspicion whispered unspoken but deafeningly obvious in the fleeting text. Alfarius Omgon secretly believed even the glorious Emperor himself, rationally presented this impossible scale by the hated enemy, might choose to sacrifice his life, his dream, humanity itself, if it meant ending chaos absolutely. The ultimate necessary sacrifice. The inexorable, horrific logic of the 20th Legion had reached its terminal, damning conclusion. This was where they chose their intricate, paradoxical path leading towards the Eye of Terror. The chill that crept through Jareth's bones as he pored over the archives wasn't merely the cool air of the silent chamber. It was the spectral cold radiating from the words themselves, seeping into him from the terrible, knotted logic of the Alpha Legion's choice. They had stared into an abyss few could comprehend, gazing at the unspeakable horror of nascent chaos rising on the galactic tide and obliterating the Emperor's hard-won peace. And there, in that stark, horrifying calculus, a devastating paradox blossomed with the cruel elegance of a poisonous flower. To remain loyal, truly loyal to the Emperor's grand vision, demanded the most profound betrayal imaginable. Supporting Horus in his rebellion was not an act of defiance, but of preservation. They reasoned with a devastating icy certainty that must have chilled even their twin Primarchs, Alpharius and Omgon, that only by aiding heresy, by plunging the galaxy into unprecedented chaos, could they ultimately break chaos itself. Utter chaos now was the necessary poison to purge a far greater, eternal corruption later. Thus, with monumental, soul-crushing reluctance, the XXDH Legion turned from the Emperor's light, the decision a secret sacred burden carried only by Alpharius and Omgon, yet casting an inky, consuming shadow across the galaxy already reeling into darkness. This was Jareth's profound chill, settling deeper the realization that beneath the label of traitor lay a perverse nobility. Where others tore the Imperium asunder, driven by scorching fury, or insatiable ambition, the screaming bloodlust of Angron, the prideful malice of Fulgrim, the bitter spite of Perturabo, the Alpha Legion's path was laid in somber resignation. Theirs was a cold sacrifice, a soul-damning gamble undertaken with stoic fatalism, believing it the singular, dreadful price required to buy the Imperium's distant future salvation. They accepted damnation willingly, climbed willingly onto the pyre labeled traitor, all for the faint, desperate hope that from the ashes of this self-immolation, the Imperium would ultimately rise purged and victorious. The cruel cosmic jest lay in the immediate consequence. The path they chose to destroy the dark drew them inextricably closer to it. This was the double-edged paradox that clung to them like a cursed mantle, an inescapable shadow, forever defining their existence. So they marched under the banner of Horus Lupercal, not with the triumphant roars of rebels, but with the battle cry that cut Jareth like a shard of ice. For the Emperor, to the Sons of Dorn, the Ultramarines battling for survival, the survivors fleeing Istvan V, it must have rung as the most obscene mockery, a taunt spat by monsters. Yet within the implacable hearts of the Alpha Legionnaires, it was a twisted affirmation, the pure, unbroken core of their purpose laid bare in the only way they dared. They saw themselves, each warrior, each operative in the endless labyrinth of plots, as secret loyalists enduring the crushing weight of ultimate betrayal as the only effective disguise. Their devotion to the eternal throne wasn't discarded. It was buried deep within the folds of treachery, an isotope of purity shielded by a shell of heresy. Their methods, the intricate labyrinth of shadows, the implacable knife thrusts of assassination and sabotage, the merciless efficiency that harvested lives like wheat, all served this unspeakable, unknowable purpose. Yet underlying Jareth's absorption in the words was the chilling counterpoint. What if their prophecy was flawed? What dark sophistry had they followed? Such a wrong turn would not merely damn them. It would etch their legacy in the blood of a galactic catastrophe. The console's faint glow stroked Jareth's pale face as the record plunged deeper. The verdict came swiftly upon the outbreak of the heresy. Istvan V, the infamous dropsite massacre, conceived by Horus as a decisive crushing of opposition, promising loyalist legions descended upon the fire-blasted planet to deliver righteous retribution. The second wave, specifically, arrived hailed as Salvation legions thought staunchly loyal to the Emperor sailing to reinforce Dorn's beleaguered vanguard against Horus. Rogal Dorn himself, steeped in Brotherhood's iron faith, trusting utterly in the solemn oaths of the legions he commanded, expected the banners of Ferrus Manus' iron hands, Vulcan's salamanders, and Corax's raven guard sailing with him, joined now by the newly arrived reinforcements. For a brutal, suspended moment, it seemed the tide was turning back towards the Emperor, then the horrifying pivot. At the crucial juncture, the Alpha Legion, arrived as part of that treacherous second wave alongside word-bearers and the Night Lords, shed their guise of salvation. Whispers later swirled, sharp and insistent, implicating Alpharius personally in weaving the intricate trap, his network of spies a death trap meticulously set long before. They turned on their brothers with orchestrated, chilling precision. It wasn't berserk frenzy, it was an application of murderous mathematics. Their forces operated as a single, perfectly coordinated organism, shifting from feints and misdirection to sudden, overwhelming assaults, each movement dictated by a hidden calculus of chaos and destruction. The alchemical blend of sly subterfuge and overwhelming violence tore through the loyalist ranks at the critical moment. That trust Rogal Dorn placed, his very faith in the unity of the legions forged in the fires of the Great Crusade, became the unwitting chemical reagent that guaranteed the trap's horrifying success. Within hours under that hellish Istvanian sky, the unified loyalist position had become a nightmare of splintered fragments. Ferrus Manus lay dead by Fulgrim's hand, a brother's betrayal deeper than any battlefield defeat. Vulcan vanished amidst the ash and fury, swallowed by the rending conflict. Corax, grievously wounded perhaps more in spirit than flesh, escaped only by inhuman will and desperation. The shattered remnants, those survivors who clawed their way out, earning the mournful epithet, the Shattered Legions, were hounded relentlessly across the brutal landscape for months, harried by traitor forces among whom the Alpha Legion featured prominently. Yet the slaughter at Istvan V was merely a prelude. the opening act in a strategy built solely on manipulation and subversion. As the galaxy burned in the overt flames of civil war, the Alpha Legion embraced their ordained task as Horus's vectors of insidious corruption. They slid like specters through the weakening barriers of the Imperium itself. Seated within councils on distant planets, disguised as tired bureaucrats, weary serfs, or even grief-stricken loyalist stragglers, they operated simultaneously as spies harvesting the Imperium's vital lifeblood, its strategies, its secrets, the intricate schematics of Terra's solar defenses, the hidden flaws in the Palace Adamantium, feeding this intelligence to the Warmaster like poisoned tablets. Simultaneously, their unseen hands twisted the very narrative. Fabrications blossomed like toxic spores across Imperial space. Lies were spun painting the loyalist defenders as deluded fools propping up a corpse semper, victories transformed strategically into signs of desperate flailing, heroes reduced to doomed idiots marching against the inevitable. As these subtle poisons spread, a deeper contagion too set in, the insidious rot of doubt gnawing at the foundation of Imperial morale. One operation stood out in its calculated, heart-stopping cruelty, the violation of deliverance. Corax had retreated to his fortress world scarred and seething, the Raven Guard decimated, his soul poisoned by the betrayal. His solace was cold resolve, rebuilding, reforging his legion with furious speed using any means, turning to secret protocols involving the Emperor's own genetic legacy to accelerate the creation of new Astartes. Here was an opportunity the Alpha Legion could not ignore. Perfectly impersonating survivors, agents cloaked as faithful sons of Corax infiltrated the defenses of deliverance, melted into the morning ranks of the Raven Guard undergoing reconstruction, becoming invisible cogs in that desperate machinery. They watched, patient as gargoyles, ears tuned to every whisper. Their true task surfaced when the delicate genocraft began slow, precise contamination, injected into the Emperor's purified genetic materia, sourced for the accelerated inception protocols. The corruptions were subtle, insidious mutations woven into the biological bedrock of the Legion Tope, so when the new generation emerged from their artificial wombs under Kaivar's orbiting forges, countless were monstrous parodies, twisted things distorted into horrific caricatures of Astartes. The death blow followed swiftly. When inherent unrest among Kaivar's tech guilds flared into the Deliverance uprising, the Alpha Legion operatives clad in stolen Raven colors seized the spark, fanning the flames of distrust and rebellion, severing vital supply lines and collapsing the infrastructure crucial to rebuilding. Though the rebellion choked in Imperial retribution, the damage to the Raven Guard's future was irredeemable. Cruelly, it is believed Alfreus would hoard the insights gleaned from this monstrous sabotage, sharing only fractured, useless pieces with the likes of Fabius Bile, keeping the raw knowledge for his own arcane purposes. Even within the intricate traitor alliances, the Alpha Legion remained deeply alien. Throughout the convulsions of the war, their motives defied comprehension. When approached once more by the enigmatic alien cabal aiming to bind them ever tighter to their chaotic gambit, Omgan himself allegedly drew a line in the void. The Alpha Legion, he proclaimed, acknowledged no master beyond its own labyrinthine hierarchy. They walked the path dictated by their own internal logic and obscured loyalties. As the heresy sank deeper into totality, their chosen weapons subterfuge, betrayal, ruthless efficiency, and deliberate absence burned their designation ever darker across the scorched fields of history. What began as a grim, harrowing sacrifice willingly undertaken solidified inexorably into the imperial designation that Jareth now read with growing dread, the ultimate nightmare. Drawn deeper yet, Jareth leaned into the console radiance as the archives detailed their role in specific theaters of destruction. Key conflicts passed across the viewscreen, each bearing the intangible, chilling signature of Alfreus and Omgan. The blockade at Kondax demanded attention. Alfreus understood the hurricane force Jagatai Khan represented. If the Mercurial Primarch and his white scars broke loose, lending their unique speed and tactical ferocity to the loyalist cause, Horus's carefully constructed architecture of conquest risked catastrophic disruption. Preventing the Khan's intervention became paramount. To isolate them, Alfreus conceived an elegant, infuriating trap, a blockade not of warships bristling with lance tubes, but of pure information. Across the Kondax system, a Trinoristar domain comprising 6 barren worlds, Epi, Helicon, Terras, Chax, Honda Leshen, and distant Foss, the Alpha Legion deployed a sophisticated communication pyre, subtly jamming every wavelength in and out. Information ceased to flow. The bustling Kondax hub became a silent tomb. Routine operations proceeded. Minor skirmishes ignored by the wider galaxy held their undivided attention, all while the galaxy bled and burned unseen. Months vanished as the White Scars unknowingly fought phantom enemies within their quiet sector, utterly divorced from the unfolding apocalypse. To stir the stagnant waters required a catalyst. Omgan emerged, directed himself to destroy Tenra 950, an unremarkable monitoring asteroid base secretly established by the Legion itself. This operation had solid justification, appended suppression of a supposed security breach. But Omgan's true purpose was nuanced manipulation. Carefully calibrated cracks opened in the information wall. A signal was allowed escape, specifically tailored an urgent recall order purportedly dispatched by Rogel Dorn himself, aboard the Phalanx, summoning the Khan and his legion back to the increasingly fragile bulwark of Terra. It worked perfectly. Never suspecting so intricate a snare existed, Jagatai Khan reacted precisely as his attackers intended. Immediate preparations began for the fleet's rapid withdrawal from Kondak space. Once committed to leaving the planetary anchorage and accelerating into the void of the system, they encountered the true face of the blockade. The dispersed but implacable Alpha Legion fleet materialized silently from the stellar background radiation. An eerie confrontation unfolded amidst the gas giants of Kondax, Locust-class destroyers gliding silently alongside bulky battlecruisers, the entire formation forming a dispersed net before the Khan's transit corridor. Not a single salvo opened. They maintained exact range per invisible protocols, holding position. Messages sent exploded into cosmic static, unanswered. This wasn't hostile combat actions. It was psychological siege through pure, suffocating silence and obstruction. The Alpha fleet did not fire unless fired upon. It did not move into immediate engagement range. Instead, like spectral shepherds, when the White Scars attempted an initial burst towards the Manville point, they repositioned subtly powerful warships casually imposing themselves directly into the Khan's intended escape vector, patiently shepherding the entire fleet backwards within the hollow confines of the system, a technophantom barrier impervious to communication, only physical intent. Frustrated to the core by this non-confrontational reality, the unpredictable Khan calculated fiercely. Recognizing their tormentors' reluctance for full-scale confrontation, his orders rapped out sharp and clear. His fleet adopted the Yekidwagretin, the dreaded Hawk's Talon arrowhead formation designed for piercing dense opposition, their unique jerky warp drive engines humming with latent furious power. In a stunning burst of acceleration, faster than any calculation the Alpha Command antenna anticipated, they rammed forth, shredding antenna arrays and scattering picket ships bored from the blockade net appearing almost casually. Resistance did finally manifest, dreadnoughts turning ponderously onto interception vectors, capital ships maneuvering aggressively but strangely incomplete, a reaction voiced too late, reserves held back. The Khan slashed decisively through a world-circling gas giant's shadow, leaving the ruptured Kondax blockade reforming sluggishly behind him. Jareth remained uncertain. It felt less a brilliant escape engineered by the Khan, more a calculated release. The Alpha forces displayed no disastrous panic, no overwhelming reserves surged suddenly from the system's edge. Had they simply pierced the intended perimeter like water flowing through precisely positioned rocks? Had this escape been one more cog in Alfreus' vast machinery, a worthwhile sacrifice of expendable pawns to establish elusive credibility? Their doctrine revolved always around multiple layers, truth wrapped within deception within some horrifying final purpose few living minds could unravel. The ambiguities amplified the chill clinging to his thoughts, the invisible wire tightening subtly around his perception. Jareth's contemplation wasn't disturbed by misplaced heroics or clear victory, but contained itself utterly within the cavernous, shifting shadow of the Alpha Legion's existence, a paradoxical specter that haunted the Imperium they had both loved and shattered. The swirling gas of the Alaxis Nebula became a shroud for vengeance, a cosmic snare laid by Alfreus against the battered space wolves, whose Fenrisian arrogance had long grated against his calculated mind. Imperial commanders poring over the sparse records later grappled with the Legion's motive. Some whispered of intricate foresight, a deeper weave known only to Alfreus and his ever-absent twin Omgan. It seemed clear. After the brutal grinding campaign against the space wolves on Prospero, a costly operation forced upon Lemon Russ by imperial decree to chastise Magnus the Red Sorcerers, the wolves were licking deep wounds, their fleet seeking shelter in the nebula's deceptive embrace. Their diminished state screamed opportunity. Horus himself had tasked the Alpha Legion with their destruction, seeking to deprive the throne world of Russ's ferocity at Terra. But Alfreus needed no urging. The long-simmering contempt he held for Russ, who openly mocked the Alpha Legion's shadow work, their subtlety-branded cowardice next to the wolves' roaring, headlong savagery, made this a personal bounty. The Alaxis was perfect for slaughter. Dense nebulae, treacherous and concealing asteroid belts, a labyrinth tailored to the Alpha Legion's art of war, allowing them to ghost through sensor haze, striking and vanishing like phantoms, their entire armada melting into the stellar murk only to coalesce again, guns blazing from unexpected vectors. Surrounded, harried ceaselessly, the space wolves reeled. Russ, a tempest bound by despair and exhaustion from relentless war, withdrew to his chambers aboard Hrafkil, leaving the seemingly unwinnable defense to his loyal first captain, Gunnar Gunhild. Even their legendary toughness frayed under this constricting, relentless assault. Their courage, a beacon across 1,000 worlds, began to dim under the pressure, battle brothers falling to picayune strikes from unseen killers. Hope flickered only when Russ sent a desperate astropathic plea, aimed squarely at Jagatai Khan, and his white scars still smarting from engagements elsewhere. But Alfarius, ever the arch-strategist, had foreseen this play. His agents had already sown the void with false whispers, subtly poisoning the wellspring of trust, hinting darkly that the space wolves themselves might have turned. When Russ's distress cry crackled into Jagatai's voxnet, the Khan hesitated, the insidious doubt Alphas had planted flourishing within him. Loyalty divided, unable to risk aiding potential traitor wolves who might stab him in the flank, Jagatai held his fleet back, paralyzing potential salvation on a thread of deceit. Isolated, adrift in betrayal, the wolves fought alone. Emboldened, the Alpha Legion pressed the blade deeper. Boarding actions, precision strikes against critical systems, chaos spreading like infection through the Fenrisian fleet. Then Alfarius moved, personally leading his elite Lernian Terminators in a sudden assault upon the flagship Hrafkil itself. Cloaked in the quiet storm of battle, Alfarius advanced, stepping onto the bridge in unspoken challenge. One fractured account alone speaks of the duel that followed, whispered to be a silence shattered only by the chime of blade on blade and the sickening crackle of ceramite sundering. For Lemon Russ, bloodlust surged. Here was a traitor in the flesh, the architect of this torment, a target for his bitter grief over lost warriors and violated bonds. He roared his fury into the confined space, every blow fueled by pheromonal rage. Yet for Alfarius, it transcended Horus's demands. This was vindication against the brother who had scorned his methods, the crude wolf forced to face the serpent's perfection in a crucible of his own making. Their clashed wills and weapons created a microcosm of their philosophies, metal shrieking defiance in the shadowed heart of Russ' ship. Salvation arrived not from the scars, but from unforeseen quarters. The Dark Angels, answering the same distress signal, erupted into the fray, their fleet cutting a resolute swath through the nebula. Their Primarch Lion Eljonson remained distant, but their formidable leader, Stenkef Chimera, unleashed their combined might alongside the desperate wolves. The Alpha Legion's edge, predicated on isolation and stealth, crumbled under this fresh, disciplined onslaught. Outmaneuvered and outgunned, Alfarius commanded the retreat, slipping his forces back into the nebula's cover, leaving the space wolves shattered but alive, a bitter taste perhaps fouler in their mouths than annihilation. As the heresy's final hour drew nigh, the Alpha Legion, masters of evasion and deception, prepared for their crowning gambit. Having danced in the Imperium's blind spots for years, they turned toward the heart of the crumbling domains, the solar system. Their target was vital, terrifyingly so the astropathic relay nestled on Hydra, Pluto's moon, a keystone in the psychic network binding the Emperor's realm. Sever this, and Terra's defenders would be deaf and blind, severed from reinforcements of the Loyalist legions scattered across the stars. Hydra's silence meant Terra's doom. Alfarius led this apogee of deception personally, his Lernians a shadow within shadows, slipping through Pluto's formidable cordons undetected, wraiths gliding through the umbral stretch. Yet the Imperium was not wholly unseeing. Rogel Dorn, Praetorian of Terra, embodied the wall itself, and his vigilance was embodied in Archamus, master of the Huskarls, a mind reliquary for Dorn's strategic brilliance. Through long, acidulous study of Alpha Legion tactics, Archamus deduced their ultimate objective, the Hydra node. Where Alfarius moved unseen, Archamus prepared the shield. He gathered a potent strike force. The Huskarls' honed blades and fists hardened into unyielding stone and set course to intercept the serpent coiling around Pluto. The battlefield coalesced in the frigid dark near Hydra, sudden, savage clashes rippling across the void, boarding pods slamming home in spumes of frozen gas, corridors running rich with blood and cordite. Alfarius unleashed his intricate ambushes, labyrinths of carnage unfolding within starship hulls, a savant conducting slaughter. Archamus met this with grim, unbreakable resolve. His Huskarls became the immovable objects before the Alpha Legion's irresistible forces, shield walls forming in choked arterial passages, warriors buying time with their lives, blades clashing not just against ceramite, but against a doctrine of silence and surprise. Counter-ambushes flared, traps sprang, the Huskarls turning the Legion's own webs against fragments of themselves. Yet attrition bled the defenders white. Heroic stands became monuments to tenacity paid for in spilled crimson. Archamus, carrying the brutal cost of his Primarch's foresight, fought on even as his broken body screamed for cessation, a sentinel barely clinging to duty. The Huskarl ranks dwindled, consumed like ceramite before plasma fire. Defeat loomed, inevitable and absolute. Then came the heavens opening. Phalanx, Rogel Dorn's god fortress, arrived with the impossible speed granted by the solar system's own gravitational fury. Leveraging Saturn's immense pull, Dorn had flung his Leviathan through the void faster than tracking stations could comprehend. Its emergence was cosmic fury made manifest, walls of adamantium bristling with weapon mouths screaming retribution. Its cannons unleashed tides of fire, a god's hammer pounding the Alpha positions. Simultaneously, the fortress monks of the Imperial Fists captured and silenced the crucial defensive batteries on Pluto's other moon, Kerberos, stripping the Legion of a vital shield pinning the system. Stealth exploded into holocaust. Dorn himself descended, a golden god of defense plunging into the furnace, his chainsword Storm's teeth already slick with legionary blood, as the Fists carved a disciplined path of annihilation through the chaos-sowed ranks of Alphas. Their advance was irresistible, siegecraft perfected, methodically purging vox-denied compartments and mine-strewn corridors until the heart chamber of Hydra lay before them. Inside the core chamber, amidst the eerie green glow of the astropathic engine thrumming with distant mindspeak, Rogel Dorn found his brother. Alphreus waited, a figure of polished shadow, the barbed point of his pale spear held lightly, almost negligently. Before them lay nothingness measured, silence. No roars of challenge, no declarations of heresy or loyalty, deep as the gulf growing between immortals who shared Genesinu yet had forged utterly divergent fates. Dorn saw the architect of treachery. Alphreus saw the symbol of a decaying edifice. The duel erupted not as a contest of champions, but as the embodiment of their natures crashing together. Alphreus moved with liquid malevolence, a shape-shifting nightmare, every thrust of the pale spear a promise of poisoned perforation, feinting, twisting, bending around the Praetorian's guard like smoke seeking a weakness. Dorn became the unbreakable barrier, his movements economical, his defense an implacable fortress wall, chainsword a roaring counterpoint deflecting each lashing spearpoint. He absorbed the blurring attacks, anchored to his duty. Spacetime compressed into furious exchanges, blows that could shatter gods landing with jarring force, sparks showering like dying stars off ceramite. Alphreus saw his opening, striking with viper fastness past Dorn's guard. The speartip found purchase, biting deep into Dorn's golden armor, drawing a gout of Primarch blood that glittered in the faint light. Victory seemed inhaled by Alphreus. He shifted, spear poised to drive into the life beneath the wound. But death intervened differently. Archamus, broken and near-sentient only through supreme willpower, stumbled bleeding into the engagement perimeter, propelled only by absolute loyalty to his Primarch. Even mortally ruined, he raised his blade against his brother's enemy, a dying flicker cast against a sun. His strike, wild and terminal, missed Alphreus's vitals but struck his armored pauldron, a glancing blow that nonetheless captured the momentum of Alphreus's finishing lunge. It was a heartbeat's pause seized at the cost of Archamus's final breath. Dorn-S will crystallized in that splinter of time. His hand, igniting with glacial fury, clamped onto the haft of the pale spear below the head, arresting its lethal trajectory. With irresistible strength amplified by indignation and grief for his fallen Huskarl, Dorn twisted. The spear tore from Alphreus's grasp, ripped away as one prizes a fang. Staggered suddenly, defenseless, the Lord of Hydras was for one impossible moment revealed, vulnerable. The chainsword fell then, not as a sweeping execution, but as a brutal, cleaving descent. Dorn's entire being poured into one merciless stroke. Past the straining arm, biting deep, severing both of Alphreus's wrists, amputated hands still clutching at mental weapons. The crimson tsunami was distilled into Dorn's final motion, world-ending anguish and duty forging the blow that rose and slammed down onto the revealed crown of the Deceiver Primarch. The impact echoed not in sound but in the psychic tapestry. Alphreus Omgan, traitor Primarch, master of legions, fell, ceased, body collapsing like a broken puzzle. Across the light-shone gulfs of the galaxy, Omgan gasped. A psychic convulsion tore through his shared soul, a tangible blade plunging through the unique resonance that bound twin hearts and minds across eternity. Alphreus had blinked out, not transitioned, not transformed, utterly ended. The bond snapped, severing a fundamental part of Omgan's own being, leaving a fathomless void where a shared consciousness, a silent dialogue since inception, had hummed. For Omgan, this was not merely losing a brother, it was the tearing asunder of oneself conceived as two. Amidst the devastating shockwave of shared extinction, a decision crystallized from the psychic fallout. He shed Omgan instantly, inscrutably. He became Alphreus. The mantle of command, the dark legacy, the intricate burden all fell solely onto one set of shoulders. He was the Alpha and Omega, the Legion's head and soul. He recalled his forces from Pluto, phantom ships bleeding into the outer dark. Hydra held, Terra's lifeline preserved. The Alpha Legion faded, but its purpose mutated. Freed by Alphreus's death from the traitor Alpha Legion's orbit, but not from their own fractured conviction, Alphreus Reborn commanded a subtle withdrawal from the traitor vanguard. No longer were they Horus Stiletto poised at Terra's back. Guiding them now was Alfreus Omgan, a ghost with undeniable authority. His strategy twisted. Instead of joining the apocalyptic clash upon Terra's walls, the Legion enacted a precision campaign of delay against the Loyalists. They became cosmic corsairs threading the outer rim, hunting not destruction but delay. On Talern, White Scars were intercepted by a brilliant sequence of ghost Klesheshit, fade, reappear, vanish, draining cowards' precious momentum, funneling their aggression into fruitless, bloody dances through the desert of rust, away Solward. On Yant, a Space Wolves detachment stumbled into labyrinthine resistance, Alpha Sabotagers continually shifting the strategic board like wraiths, ensuring they bled time as much as manpower, never reaching the muster point. These were not grand engagements. They were calculated drainage loops, strategic asphyxiation of Loyalist strength striving to reinforce Terra. Yearning to impact the climactic siege, yet ensuring it was robbed of the levies that might have tipped the balance, weakening loyal defense, intensely crucial troops arrived depleted, late, or not at all. Alfreus himself, the act of betrayal and the blood price paid for it, became the crucible forging the Legion's fragile oneness. The old divisions faded beneath one banner flown under the chilling paradox still shouted as their proud battle cry, for the Emperor. Allegiance pledged from darkness by those convinced they remained his truest saviors, preserving his Imperium from itself in ways mortals could not perceive. As Horus fell on Terra, the tumultuous fires of heresy dying amid the ruins littered with gods, the other traitor legions plummeted screaming toward the Maelstrom's refuge around the Eye of Terror. The Alpha Legion did something far more unsettling. They dissolved. Without fanfare, without discernible trajectory, their fleet fragmented beyond Imperial tracking, slithering outwards into the eternal night between galaxies, their passage leaving only rumors decaying faster than signal drift. Within the deep secured stacks of Terran Librarii, Jareth, an aspirant or perhaps introspective archivist, pored over shattered data crystals seeking clues. Navigating fragmented accounts of heresy climax, most devoted trials on Terra were burned clean against the horror of Horus's deception. Yet reports whispered of the disappearance, not in defeat retreat but deliberate consumption by the outer dark. Later entries became frustrating labyrinths thinner than nebula threads. Marons echoed faintly through segmentum obscurus compartments, phantom strikes against nameless worlds carrying strange alpha markings, intercepted incoherent fragments hinting inner schisms. Few solid truths remained. Scraps mastered only speculative weight. Had Omgan led them still? Did they sacrifice Alfreus towards greater scheme? Had they truly turned wholly to Chaos's embrace belying subtle motives? Or were they enacting some deranged sleeper protocol conceived by their defunct twin? One planetary name endured through the static, Escador. Jareth's focus sharpened. Here, deep in the past resin of post-heresy half-century, an engagement crystallized the Legion's shadowed survival beyond exile. Escador itself faded knowledge, mountainous woods of Sever-Kramis trees piercing clouded valleys, a world of tangled obscurity, perfect theater for alpha action. Who commanded them there? Did the phantom Alfreus walk? The lore whispered they encountered the newly healed robot Guilliman, master of Ultramar, prima inter pares amongst survivors, his doctrines striving reforging imperial order. The Legion Pyrrhican seized Escador's tail, only calibrated their eerie presence, truly deadly yet fraying profoundly at peripheral threads. Jareth continued downstacking the recovered bites onto bare marble plinth, the grayness descending as truly as imperial blaxili mentions crept forward, fear enduring shadow-like. The Alpha Legion moved as shadows and whispers, striking from confounding angles that defied imperial logic, ambushing ultramarine patrols, and littering their pursuit routes with vicious traps, their guerrilla tactics as fluid and unpredictable as they had ever been. Guilliman, by stark contrast, commanded forces renowned for their structured precision, a methodical approach that stood as an unyielding bastion of predictability and order. Alarius, steeped in every known historical account of Guilliman's strategies, prepared meticulously for the encounter, yet this deep familiarity forged an initial stalemate, each commander anticipating the other's classic maneuvers like players locked in a game of regicide where both foresee the opening gambits. Guilliman, ever the adaptable strategist, knew the Alpha Legion feasted on exploiting expectations. So he shattered the mold, abandoning the doctrines of Ultramar in a stunning reversal, personally leading his warriors in a thunderous, unsupported night assault that tore deep into the Alpha Legion's fortified heart. It was a gambit of breathtaking audacity, one Alarius had not predicted, gambling on Guilliman adhering to his own orthodoxy. Soon the Ultramarines drove the Alpha Legion into a tightening valley, outnumbering them 5-1, a seemingly inescapable trap. It was here, beneath the looming crags, that Guilliman struck down Alarius, or perhaps it was Omgan. Even the chroniclers whisper, no soul truly knows which Primarch stood before Guilliman that night, his identity a final deception. Yet in death, as ever in their convoluted lives, the Alpha Legion did not yield to despair. When the keen across their encrypted vox channels carried the grievous news of their Primarch's fall, the Legion did not fracture. Instead, a collective resolve hardened into something terrifying. They unleashed a counterattack of such ferocious, reckless abandon that it washed over Guilliman's disciplined lines like a pyroclastic flow. The Ultramarines, masters of calculated war, recoiled before this berserk fury. Faced with annihilation through raw, sacrificial fervor, Guilliman made the grim calculus, ordering an orbital bombardment that peeled back the skin of Escador. Mountain valleys ignited under the relentless fury of macrocannon fire, plasma and high-yield explosives turning rock to slag. Entire cohorts of Alpha Legion within the valley were immolated, their defiance swallowed by atomic fire. But the slaughter was not the end. Fathom the impossible. The crushing blow that should have shattered them did not extinguish the Hydra. The fall of their Primarch seemed not to cripple the Alpha Legion, but to energize them with an iron will. Where Guilliman had anticipated collapse, the Legion instead fragmented with chilling precision into countless autonomous warbands, each cell operating under unseen commanders, yet wielding the discipline and lethality of an army. They dispersed like the writhing heads of their own terrible emblem, vanishing into the galactic void, each warband an entity unto itself. These splintered factions established hidden bastions in the cold darkness of forgotten asteroid fields, amidst the clattering ruins of derelict space hulks drifting between systems, and upon barren, airless rocks devoid of strategic worthworlds too desolate, too unimportant, for even the Imperium's paranoid gaze to linger. From these forsaken lairs, draped in the shadow of non-existence, they orchestrated their campaigns. Raids flared against vulnerable supply lines. Rebellions bloomed on unsuspecting Imperial worlds like malignant flowers fed on whispered conspiracies. The Alpha Legion were not merely warriors anymore, they were puppeteers of chaos. Through networks of sleeper agents and encoded signals, they nurtured insurrections, guiding nascent chaos cults towards eruption, drawing overextended Imperial forces into costly suppression campaigns that served only as honeyed traps. Whole sectors descended into fire and anarchy, entire populations turned into raging fanatics by invisible hands. Sometimes Alpha Legion agents would fight openly alongside the cultists they'd birthed, lending their terrifying skills to the carnage. Often, however, they would withdraw mere moments before the hammer fell, leaving the mortal insurgents to the mercy of the Imperial Guard or the purging flame of Space Marines. The Imperium, particularly the tireless hunters of the Ordo Malleus and Ordo Hereticus, devoted colossal resource warships, regiments, squads of Grey Nightstow rooting out these scattered nests. Yet every victory proved hollow. For every warband immolated or base uncovered, intelligence suggested two more stirring from their cloaked sanctuaries, their very existence announced only by the brutality of their next strike. The High Lords on Terra would proclaim again and again that the Alpha Legion was ended, that the Hydra was decapitated at last. Yet inevitably, fresh whispers would surface, new rebellions erupted, betraying the same insidious fingerprints. Surgical strikes at key infrastructure, perfectly executed ambushes on inquisitorial convoys, riots sparked by deeply buried triggers no Arbites could foresee. The terror of the Alpha Legion became a living texture, woven darkly into the Imperium's daily existence, a nightmare of impermanence and perpetual, half-seen threat. What set the Alpha Legion apart from their traitor kin, the gaze unwavering into the abyss as practiced by the Word-bearers or the plague-ridden flesh of the Death Guard, was their stubborn distance from the warp. They did not rely on demonic pacts or cursed blessings for their strengths. Their ranks remained relatively free of mutation. Their ships were vessels of cold steel and void-hardened plasteel, navigating the desolate sea of real space, far from the corrupting tides within the warp. This avoidance thrilled observers like cryptic poetry. Was it evidence of a furtive loyalty still smoldering, a refusal to surrender wholesale to the gods of chaos? Or was it the ultimate expression of hubris, the belief that the Legion alone held the secret formula for humanity's survival and ascendance? Yet whether they knelt before the ruinous powers or clung to a self-deified echo of the Emperor's purpose, their actions screamed chaos. Regardless of allegiance, the Legion remained frustratingly elusive, a serpent coiling beneath the surface of reality. Each warband operated with savage independence under its own shrouded leader, yet reports spoke of coordination incredibly precise, suggesting they remained subtly bound to some overarching design no outsider could divine. Some cells whispered of loyalty, viewing their violence as an unspoken service to the Emperor's obscured will. Others embraced the totality of rebellion, reveling in the freedom to remake the cosmos without restraint. This irreconcilable ambiguity was their keenest knife. Were they enemy or ally, terrorists enacting grim necessity or the purest expression of treachery. No imperial doctrine could categorize them neatly. They inhabited shifting masks, a legion defined by endless, dangerous deceptions. The archives groaned with instances of their strategic cruelty, their psychological savagery. Yet paging through those reams of horror after calculated horror brought no true understanding, no clarifying pattern. Every confrontation with the Alpha Legion left Imperial commanders reeling, questioning the essential nature of their foe long after blades were sheathed. The doubt festering within Imperial war councils was the Legion's true corrosive heritage. Thus the Alpha Legion persisted, a constant shadow draped across even Terra's fiery ambition, an eternal revenant reminding humanity that loyalty could twist into betrayal, so profound the two became inseparable. A phantom bound not directly to chaos gods or a living Primarch, but to the testament of a fallen father and an occult mission inscribed in their genicode. As Jareth finally touched the control rune, silencing the console's low hum and sealing the final records back into crystalline stasis, the air in the librarius thickened around him. It felt heavier, colder, as if the vast archives themselves exhaled the chill of the many secrets they held secret. Reverence warred with unease within him, reverence for the sheer endurance, the terrible execution of their strategy spanning millennia, yet unsettling like the primal dread of whispered wings in utter darkness. The story unfolded in his mind as a tapestry, woven with threads of absolute secrecy, betrayal coiled inside frantic loyalty, and treachery motivated by goals altogether distorted from comprehension. Rising from the data pit seat, he felt the immense, knowing quiet of the librarius press upon his heavily armored frame. During his tenure deep within the chapter's arcane heart, surrounded by stacks reaching into cathedral-like gloom, he had traversed countless epics of conflict, learned the names of thousands of heroes turned to dust or infamy, consumed sagas of glorious victory and unbearable defeat that had molded stars into graveyards or forged empires from ashes. Yet none resonated within him with the same visceral disturbance as the chronicle of the Alpha Legion. His gaze drifted slowly across the endless rows of book-mounted centuries-old tomes preserving fading ink, yellowed parchment scrolls sealed with wax insignias centuries cold, shimmering data crystal stacks humming softly with digitally captive memory. This place was a sanctum, a fortress erected around knowledge, governed by brothers charged with remembering everything the galaxy elsewhere burned away out of fear or ignorance. And Jareth was part of that ceaseless, sacred duty of remembrance, a sentinel guarding truths so dark, so perilously complex, that even his battle-scarred brethren, facing tangible demons above desecrated altars, would flinch from their harrowing, endless ambiguity. The departing echoes of his booted footfalls on the flagstones seemed far too loud as he finally made to leave the silent room riddled with secrets. Just for a moment, carried on a draft that felt more imagined than real, he sensed he heard the faint, chilling whisper of an ancient, defiant cry, resonating from the depths of recorded time and chilling the marrow beneath his ceramite. For the Emperor, his soul froze within his transhuman frame. The air within the cruiser Imperial Vigilant hung thick and still, tasting of the sterile chill born from endlessly recycled life support, yet underscored by inescapable layers of reality, etched into its very structure, a sharp coppery tang of machine oil perpetually weeping from ancient conduits, and the ghostly, ephemeral trails of sanctification incense wafting up from ritual chambers, buried like vital organs deep within the armored prison of the ship's colossal frame. Down vast interconnecting halls, past echoing caverns echoing with the silence of sleeping ranks beyond bulkheads thick as fortress walls, past the silent, waiting stacks of munitions, and the yawning emptiness of staging areas reeking of departed battle readiness, Warden Darius Travis occupied a space carved solely for stillness. His chamber was a deliberate pocket of near-emptiness, its Spartan nature an engineered sanctum for contemplation amidst the endless metallic transit of war. Illumination arrived only from a single, ancient lumen globe suspended directly above a scarred metal desk, its shielded lumen glow deliberately muted, casting a palpable golden light that seemed viscous, almost liquid honey thick with the weight of passing millennia, pushing long, unwavering shadows across the surfaces they touched, stretching them obscenely yet elegantly over the battle-scarred artificer gold of his own imposing armor. Fitted around him like scaled skin, the ornately wrought plates radiated a cold solidity. The desk itself offered no distraction, its surface bare save for the intricate patterns etched not by conscious decoration, but by brutal centuries of hard use, a testament to paperwork etched beside violence. Residing perfectly against its sturdy flank, rested his guardian spear, its haft bearing the deep, smooth polish of countless centuries of grip and vigil, sweat and ichor and fidelity concurrently wearing the metal into a testament of timeless service. Time's relentless attrition had seemingly bypassed the blade entirely, its keen monomolecular edge poised with the same deadly promise as the day it was forged, refusing any implication of dulling decline. To Darius, this was existence rendered into physical form, his own will extended into tangible power. Far more than a simple tool of war, it was an appendage inseparable from his being, the flawless instrument through which his unwavering purpose unfolded eternally in the unimpeachable name of himself, the God Emperor. His breaths were the slow, rhythmic sighs of stone mountains, steady and deep, drawing in the chill, insulated rivers of the ship's air. His eyes, analytical, impossibly ancient yet unsettlingly sharp, devoid of mortal moisture or fatigue, traversed the faded inscription upon the leather-bound pages laid open before him. The material of the ancient codex had succumbed some measure to the relentless march of epochs, its pages whispering with brittleness, their textured surface a unique landscape of ink, prayers meticulously penned alongside shard fragments of historical records, each character, each word, laid down long before his own millennia's penning service had even begun. This tome held the distilled spirit of his chapter, a narrative born of the 10,000, a saga ignited beneath skies uncharted before the first dazzling burst of the Great Crusade scattered humanity's banners across the galactic void. That primeval flame was carried forward solely on armored shoulders such as his own. The written scrawl shimmered with recounted victories snatched from the jaws of annihilation, spoke eloquently of betrayals that cracked empires, exalted the immutable demands of duty, and the vast, soul-consuming toll it demanded of the infinitesimally few who willingly answered that clarion call, payment exacted moment by ceaseless moment. Beyond the reinforced confines of his chamber, beyond this pocket of sanctified stillness, the imperial vigilance surged onwards, its colossal inertial mass humming with the vibrant, unfaked life signature of a leviathan organism awake under stars. Its plasma engines pulsed and surged with the deep, resonant cadence of a cosmic heart, a ceaseless rhythm Darius, centuries ago, had absorbed into the deep background noise of his perpetual awareness, becoming another layer of his own silent pulse. Far away, seemingly leagues down the armored spine towards the vessel's foreboding prow, the crackling, machine-distorted chants of the Adeptus Mechanicus priesthood reached his hyperacute senses as a mere susurrus, a distant insectal drone of ritualistic mantras spilling from Cape Tecbriists as they enacted the perpetual rites of maintenance, appeasing and coaxing the complex, sentient brutality of the vessel's machine spirits. Their digitized voices floated disjointed, merging seamlessly with the omnipresent, guttural growl emanating from the deepest depths. Occasions punctuated this auditory landscape, the sharp, distorted squawk of a voxcaster tearing through the monotony, pronouncing curt orders barked in clipped Gothic, dictated blessings or status reports as the fortress shulk, named Vigilant, drove its immense course ever closer towards its genesis, the poisoned, holy cradle itself Terra, the holy throne world. Darius permitted himself the fine adjustment invisible to any mortal eye, a fractional shift in posture. The movement ignited the softest whisper movement of golden adamantium alloy plates sliding infinitesimally against their counterparts, silken friction drawing a thread of sound, high and precise. Despite the ritual ablutions performed with exacting virtue upon boarding, wrapped in scented smoke and sanctified unguents, the lingering phantom scent of purged battle clung stubbornly to the molecular memory of his armor, a phantom miasma of acrid promethium smoke stinging the senses, the visceral screeches of corrupted metal tearing itself apart. The rictus smears of damnation, frozen upon twisted heretical visages, captured in the moment of dissolving beneath the consuming terror of his own flashing blade. The rebellion's spasm had ended predictably, choked swiftly in its chaotic infancy, its diseased commanders judiciously severed from life, even as their profane ambitions began to metastasize. Yet the righteous fury he had unleashed, a controlled star fury focused on extermination, left behind no echo of exultation, no fruiting of savor. Its sole aftertaste the pure, unadulterated distillation of disgust, sour and deep, for these blind, corrupted creatures daring to obstruct the shining path of the Imperium of Man, obstinate grit caught within the sacred machinery pushing forward, demanding purification. An almost imperceptible tremor vibrated subtly through the bedrick thick deck plates beneath his sabatons, the minute signature confirming the void ship's ponderous transition deeper into another sector within the gossamer-thin envelope of the Sol system's frigid outer embrace. The journey towards Earth, the axis around which all meaning spun, neared its terminus. Soon the custodian would resume the mantle destined since inception, standing the eternal watch within the mystic, impossible depths of the Imperial Palace, the focal monument to mankind's salvation upon an otherwise doomed planet. Unbidden and uninvited, a spark of longing manifested deep within his psyche, not thought, but more akin to instinct, reflexively brilliant, and directed solely at the concept of home, Terra. Instantly, a spirit of pure guilt ripped through that nascent warmth, silencing it utterly. Such internal ambiguity was impurity, a blemish on unwavering focus, and a sacrifice long since consigned willingly. Here, in this dim Lectio cell, surrounded by silence pressing inward like velvet, Darius felt his consciousness pulled inexorably from the faded ink towards the boundless gulf of the past. Ancient fingers, powered by fiber bundle muscles steeped in golden alloys, traced unscanned, yet with unfathomable reverence, the embossed sigil adorning the Codex's worn cover. The twin-headed golden aquila of Terra, wings eternally spread in proud, defiant arch against every conceivable cosmic tyranny. Memories, long accreted sediment within the ocean of his ageless mind, stirred and swirled towards the surface, potent drag currents pulling him deep. He thought not with the fragile word fragments of mortals, but with the totality of lived eon, of the great crusade, that blinding age of reclamation when destiny itself seemed forged anew each day beneath bootfall upon a million worlds. His magnificence incarnate striding across constellations draped in impossible light. His custodians an eternal honor guard orbiting him, agents, protectors, extensions of a singular sovereign will. He recalled the siege of Terra encapsulated not as memory, but as an indelible scar of light and steel, and psychic concussive fury seared into the aura of his animus, resonating still in the deep reaches of his being 10,000 years after the final desperate clash upon the Eternity Gate, the apocalypse braided into the fibers of the soul. He remembered brothers' comrades sculpted from borrowed flesh and divine fire names, now echoed only within sanctioned litanies whispered under temple vaults. Each recovered fragment, spectral faces glimpsed fleetingly in the shadowed corners of his mind, added measurable mass to the singularity of silent burden he contained, the weight carried soundlessly, invisibly, an utter constant known only to all of the 10,000, the cornerstone of their eternal remit. The single lumen globe overhead flickered once, sharp and brief, an ignis spasm of uncertain origin plunging the confined retreat fraction into a deeper, more oppressive shade before the golden honeyed illumination resiliently flickered back to life. It was a trivial event, a minuscule fluctuation in the endless tide of reality, yet it arrested his internal reverie instantly. Golden tendons contracted beneath sculpted armor, his battle-honed hand snapped instinctively towards the haft of his spear, minute serpentine fibers anticipating the roar of battle, before the conscious mind could possibly form the concept within the fleshy confines of its skull. Reflex and will so perfectly intertwined it constituted pure existence itself. Before cognition could register the reflexive draw, before the potential threat could manifest beyond the theoretical, the moment dissipated entirely, a mote of temporal dust swept aside. Environment reasserted its peace. The fortress ship was secured, its crew operated within parameters of devout efficiency, its machine spirits vocalized only with satisfied liturgical growls. Danger was illusion, a phantom memory swirling like smoke over the unyielding bedrock of his vigilance. There was only the endless, patient watch before duty eventually roared its final, undeniable command. Darius slid infinitesimally backwards within his throne, the motivators threaded through his armor purring a soft, almost imperceptible complaint at even this microscopic infraction against frozen vigilance. His gaze, diamond-sharp, slipped away from the history pressed onto fragile paper, traveling instead into the shadowed corners of the vaulted ceiling, to areas where darkness seemed to pool and congeal, discovering territory where past phantoms convened like condensed galactic mists that whispered names forgotten. Millennia trodden beneath his golden tread, epics witnessed like the slow rotting and reforging of continents. Despite the crushing tides of interminable time, his central purpose remained pristine, unmarred, crystal clear. He was the unblinking sentinel, the imperishable rampart shielding humanity's feeblest glimmer of survival. The Emperor perpetually endured upon the throne, and while the animating spark fed Darius's ageless engine, he would be the shield against galactic dissolution, ensuring the sacred flame burned, undimmed. Presently, however, this universe known as silence stretched upon the frame of centuries was sufficient currency for continuation. The galaxy's brilliant diamonds burned ceaselessly just beyond the cruiser's fortified skin, their stark, bitter flame mirrored precisely upon the ever-burnished golden sheen adorning his enormous frame. The journey spun itself out across the interplanetary void, the Imperial vigilant bearing strength, and it seemed at that moment a tangible, soul-wrenched pain inside its adamantium womb, driving towards the place of all origins, unmarked as ever by fanfare or even recognition beyond existence. As the ship navigated the gravitational shoals towards Throne World, the custodian commenced poised calibration of mind and perfected body to the frequency of the palace's psychic avalanche. He initiated the meditations demanded by the magnitude of eternity he wore. From the silence flowed comprehension of his order's formidable alien genesis inscribed within that haunted silence. It remains unutterably difficult, even when possessing eyes that witnessed ages begin and crumble, to disentangle foundational bedrock from the delicate, shimmering weavings of gloried myth accreted around the origins of the Custodian Guard. The intractable nature of this quandary born from the prime truth, their story unfolded in a time situated truly beyond memory count, before the Emperor's grand design possessed a tangible form stretching beyond the single planet. What fragmented understanding we grasped gathered shard-like from forbidden vaults. They were the first, designed uniquely to stand above the mob, not the initial warriors mankind cast screaming towards armies armored with fear, brutal militias unleashed indiscriminately, but the first perfected realization. The flawless shieldsons destined solely to guard the Emperor's visionary ideal unto the universe's eventual heat death. The Custodians formed perfectly the living arch to humanity's desperate Imperium dream. The legend speaks of them as the Emperor's true firstborn, a title heavy with ancestral resonance. Before them strode the Thunder Warriors, catastrophic engines of annihilation and terror, whose mutated muscles and traumatized minds couldn't conceal their ultimate design flaw, intended to burn fierce and brief, destined to immolate themselves upon their own contained nuclear instability. The Custodians represented a wholly distinct evolution. Forged by the holy primogenitor's own sculpting genius, they manifested no less than the bleeding apex clawed back from humanity's drowned zenith, technologies spun from the bewildering sciences, born only in the mythos of the lost dark age, interred beneath psychic catastrophe. Where celestial order defined the Thunder Warriors as expedient instruments mandated to conquer world after tormented world through brute, blunt slaughter, the Custodians took form to embody eternal sentinel watchfulness, immovable bulwarks holding chaos at bay. Their construction emerges only from whispers passed down secret paths, a process demanding impossible complexity, operating upon the meat and agony of a single human specimen. While the Space Marine legions, who subsequently swept across galaxy frontiers, found creation embodied within template multiplication spreading like galactic plague, yielding millions upon millions of altered variants, the Custodians ignited singly from flawed inception to agonizing sentinel emergence. Each one endured shaping not as assembly line weapon, but as unique artwork meticulously sculpted over decades. Soul, sinew, bone, perception molded upon perfection's jagged altar. The resultant incarnation physically transcended simian origin, a posthuman force whose strength shattered material reality, whose speed conceived its own detached temporal sphere, senses sharpened to the observable fringes of prediction itself, perceiving manifested threat before embryonic existence could solidify within the predator's mind. Yet such unprecedented manifestation, such glorious proximity to nascent divinity, demanded its hideous due and shattered lives discarded. The threshold for selection pressed upon realms immeasurable and beyond natural achievement. From tens upon tens of thousands of purest Terran stock, subjected to unimaginable filters probing spirit and biological perfection, barely a handful might gleam through as viable husks ready for dissolution into something sublime. Merely potential candidates undertaken willingness consumed thousands. The endless transformation commenced upon them until decay announced itself inevitably, stretching across tortured decades, structuring an aeon biochemical, genetic and psychic alchemies designed to shatter normal consciousness like fragile parchment. Only through such continuous agony hammering at the progenitor bronze did emergence become conceivable. The survivors who persevered beyond that obscene boundary possessed no remaining tether resembling contemporary humanity. They stood transformed. Something else entered the galaxy draped in golden purity. Gossamer Historioso sources whisper their maximum number ever attained plateaued firmly at the legendary 10,000. Scholars argue if this total originated as profound symbolic limitation, the God Emperor's fear manifesting through calculated restriction, ensuring such concentrated, unanswerable potency could never pervert its sacred remit, or merely reflected the irreducible impossibility imposed by the crude brutal cost in broken children poured upon altars simply to attain each pinnacle paragon, now standing as Terran monolith. Truth remains swallowed in secrets maintained successfully despite 10 millennia. They anchored themselves eternally within legend as the 10,000, the syllables still bearing impact sufficient to hit hard armor like propelled fuel slugs. Their arduous genesis, fraught legacy unfolded nowhere near the realm of forgiveness or charitable grace, designing prefects less than men. Much like the legendary Terran jewelsmith seeking ultimate crystalline flawlessness, the Emperor's proprietary processes employed tools infinitely crueler. One solitary flaw discovered along the decades-long torture, shaping flesh or soul beyond mortal comprehension, was sufficient enough contamination, condemning the entire candidate irredeemably into shreds sprayed across erasure pits. Quantifiable scarcity, underlining their legacy, functioned as Athenaeum defensive doctrine, and simultaneously our critical vulnerability. Each custodian prosecuted existence as an indomitable fortress reality unto his sovereign palace, so monumental that allegorical sagas spoke easily of solitary golden figures casually annihilating entire army cohorts purpose-grown to consume worlds, entire kingdoms dissolving against resolute adamantium. Transcending their perfected martial architecture, they were also divinely ordained emissaries for conveying the emperor's unyielding imperatives, honored companions chosen above heaven-elected faithful alike, his confidence in that impossible age he strode visibly beneath mankind's peasant awe. Wisdom encompassed legitimacy far beyond being warriors incidentally. The custodians held place permanently beside his skeptic throne, tackling intricacies threading imperial politics, contemplating philosophical labyrinths beyond lesser understanding, sharing intimately his far-reaching designs shaping a nascent imperium poised to devour the firmament itself. Their concept devotion wasn't merely drilled into reflexes like base imperial guards. It defined structural support, impelling their very enclosed visceral animus inseparable foundational bedrock, become autonomic state beyond conscious control. Doubt contained no niche within precinct wall. Self-preservation represented inconsequential waste signal amidst consciousness coded solely for obedience. The emperor's sacred intention burned inseparable from their core motivation. Within a blood-slickened galaxy treacherous hollowed pit, the custodian guard held exclusive confidence entrusted with the godhead's innermost secrets. Those revelations not meant for unshielded consciousness whispers suggest they endured even forbidden knowledge-grasping truths, whose mere whispered edge could peel sanity like overcooked fruit skin. Their premier millennia dawned during Terra's grim unification conflicts, consigning chaos heathendoms unto divine judgment. They strode forth then not as modern resplendent archangelic monuments, gilded reflective light, but as mighty avengers encased implicitly brilliant crimson, capped accurately by burnished gold metal, their guardian spears merely extensions of terrifying purpose-cutting obsolete planetary tyrants, as casually as scything fever grass. Execution precision exceeded only by cosmic adjutant angels dispatched by divine fiats. Collective myth recalled, undisputed across Hive chronicles, that during these primordial dawn epics erupting iron across Terra, mere entrance into fortress city or court palace chamber by simply one custodian inevitably compelled arrogant warlords, their pride self-constructed towering monument to psychic temporal power, to instantly bow adorned craniums nearly scraping blasphemous opulent floors, humbled into dust. Utter misapprehension flowed inevitably from uninformed theological seepage idiocy, claiming custodial guard represented evolution, sculpted onto space marine paragon template, corrected visibly following asymmetry and forgotten study. Such facile simplicity merely blinds deeper appreciation for peculiar singularity, reciting ancient origin point. Custodians categorically exist disparate unmade through pre-Legion developmental arcades, apocalypse, not predictive refinement towards star warriors, arriving subsequently en masse. They bore no echoing ambition, seeking vainglory conquest captured ruins for tomb glories. Their sacred foundation purpose eroded empires solely via object permanence defense impervious shield, manifesting protection fidelity existence radiating holy beacon Gehenna core. Their distinct structural vessel contains subordination binding entire warp segments purely into dominating, will manifestation exclusively critical decisive moments. Significantly, historically immutable, custodians, permutations executed upon modification templates continuously shifting shaped material reality, nearby century initiation signals. As sovereign executioners command personally curated via Lord Terran leadership, conducted assault vanquishing Morlock Sen Confederate Empire, vaunted among formidable historical opponents, revealed specifically during Terra Grim unification epics, reaches apogee infamous Red Frost battlefield annihilation, events witnessed tyrant prophet soul dissection sentencing. Peerless annals attribute entirely custodian intervention masterfully executing decapitation, blow signature simultaneous annihilation form, ultimately concluding subsiding combat integration solely. Consolidating reputation irrevocable, as Emperor-chosen execution utility extensions, radiates transcendent next category operating scale. Thunder Warrior's primitive prototype precursors calibrated to primitive destruction functioned strictly like appended hammers, crushing vast ideas' ignorant fragility. In contrast, custodians pursued measured direction resistance nobility, achieving governing wisdom accretion. loyalty bonds etched beyond plain battlefield continuously, intrinsic to raw genetic being architecture. Historic primary observer alone documented initial degeneration mutations, scourging Thunder Warrior grip primitive armies, forged haste demanding unparalleled physical determination, doomed inherent instability, eroding gradually faculties ceaselessly, while hungering mutiny entered spirit cracks, finally erupting golden terra necessity annihilation, dictated sworn fealty fidelity crown. Custodians bore solemn grail writ executing suppression, related internal rebellion aligned accordingly, establishing continuity termination sequence hunting remnants, dispersed remnant hyperwarriors, who had previously stood aligned trenches mere days prior conflict triggered. Referential records detailing atrocity, suppressed veil mandated commemoration. Blood ritual echoes betraying deep turmoil, hoisted betrayal hatred, upon constructs fighting creators, constitute darkness condensed narrative revealed, crucial Imperium milestone delineating twisting point irrevocable pathway, anointed successor triumph. Thunder Warrior's entire patterns defunct page, entered memory ashes silence locked release, according consensus potentially Athena, convening council wisdom conjecture. Existence dissolved regardless resurrection incompleteness, remained documentation unknown destruction, alongside psychic trauma signifying sacrifice, prefer oblivion covers weeping pages stands resolution. Succeeding blazing pyres emerged glorious Adeptus Astartes, integrated genetically dominated armies securing Emperor banner, breaching galactic frontiers forward catastrophic crusade Aniquilatus. Stillness remained custodians, fundamentally defined outside circulated legion understanding structure isolated pillar functions, extinction, centered absolutely unique ancient duties, survived thousands generations, witnessing silence echoed writhing, inevitably alone irreducible sovereign template shielded entirely historical royal, crude centuries wrapped separate purpose integrated golden starlight perpetual king guardians, radiating alone gold bastion purity, impervious, decline holding solely. Divine contract origin manifest, shielded defiant silence sudden star candle, eternal distant galaxy, immovable throne shadow. It was during the vast, star-spanning conquest known as the Great Crusade, when the Emperor turned his unwavering gaze ever outward, that the purpose of his personal guard crystallized into its truest form. While the mighty legions of the Space Marines, his generals and conquerors, were dispatched across the galaxy to bend worlds to imperial compliance, the Emperor's own custodians remained by his side. They were not commanders marshalling armies, they were something more intimate, more essential. They were his impenetrable shield, his shadow and his light, his most trusted advisors, and the hand that would enforce his will in the silent spaces between empires. They stood beside him upon alien soil, a wall of gold amidst the treacherous splendor of Xeno's courts, and on battlefields choked with the smoke and ruin of opposing humankind's unstoppable advance. Their presence was constant, an extension of the Emperor's own authority. Yet, for all their countless deeds across countless war zones, one pivotal battle echoed through eternity, etching their legend deep into the rock of imperial history, the cataclysm at Gyros Thravian. Epics of retelling have inevitably shrouded the precise details in myth and heroic exaggeration, yet the core truth shines through undimmed. The colossal orc warlord Grax Blackfang had gathered a tide of green flesh and fang, so immense it was spoken of as darkening the horizon itself, an ocean of brutish violence threatening to drown three of the Emperor's finest primarchs and their legions Horus, Rogel Dorn, and Mortarion. Even their combined martial genius and the thunderous might of the legions faltered, overwhelmed, pressed back, teetering on the precipice of annihilation. Then came the light. Descending from the resplendent golden battle barge Bucephalus, the Emperor himself strode into the carnage, a god of war personified, his armor ablaze with power, and behind him, 1,000 custodians, his eternal companions, plunged into the fray. Their charge was less an assault and more a celestial scythe passing through brittle stalks, orc bodies and crude machines sundered, torn apart with flawless, horrifying precision, each custodian a whirlwind of destruction. The climax loomed grotesquely above the slaughter, a mountain of scrap metal and malice, a gargant war machine crushing all beneath its gate. There, upon its shuddering summit, the Emperor confronted Grax Blackfang. The orc warlord towered, a brute gargantua dwarfing even the golden giants flanking their master. The confrontation was brief. A single, impossibly dazzling stroke of the Emperor's blade detached the titanic head of Blackfang, sending it crashing down onto the battlefield far below like a meteor of failure. With their warlord's death, the orc horde lost its primal cohesion. Panic, absolute and instinctual, shattered their crude ferocity. Like leaves surrendered to a hurricane, the greenskins fled. And the custodians harvested their flight. They were remorseless engines of annihilation, cutting down 10,000 orcs in moments, golden statues moving with lethal grace amidst the rout, breaking the back of the monstrous horde utterly. Crucially, amidst this staggering victory, stinging in its isolation against the backdrop of triumph, it is recorded that only 3 custodians fell. Their sacrifice was not merely noted, it was inscribed upon the Emperor's own armor, a permanent, somber reminder carved into living gold, echoing for eternity the heavy cost demanded even of these peerless warriors. This victory at Gyros Thravian was no testament to overwhelming numbers, it was the apotheosis of their purpose. When others might falter or doubt, the custodians stood unbreakable. Tales whispered in voidborn stations, and armored hulls speak of them confronting Xeno's abominations, birthed from the void's blackest nightmares, of standing unconquered against spectral assassins, wielding blasphemous energies and techniques that warped reality itself. Whether on the fiery birth-scarred worlds brought forcibly into the Imperial fold during the Great Crusade, or navigating the treacherous, poison-laced depths of humanity's own lawless underhives, or maintaining an icy watch within the treacherously gilded halls of fallen courts, the custodians proved their sovereign claim as the Emperor's ultimate sanction again and again. It was perhaps this intrinsic duality, this profound ambivalence, that truly defined the custodians in the eyes of those who fought alongside or beneath them. To the common Imperial soldier, that flash of gold upon the battlefield was simultaneously a blessing and a terror, a sign the Emperor's boundless protection was near, that no harm could touch them while those silent guardians stood vigilant. Yet that selfsame gleam carried an undertow of chilling dread. For the custodians were also the hand of judgment, executioners manifest, empowered and obligated to deliver the Emperor's justice with pitiless finality, without hesitation, without remorse. Unlike the legions unleashed upon military conquests, the custodians were brought to bear against existential corruption foes who offered no quarter and deserved none. A mere handful of them could snuff out a burgeoning rebellion in a single red afternoon, or irrevocably silence a treacherous Xeno's conclave, negotiating poisonous pacts in shadowed chambers. Yet for all their unmatched martial might and terrifying potential, the custodians were never intended as a conventional army. They boasted few void ships of their own, content to ride within the vast, complex fleets of the broader Imperium. They were, without question, a scalpel honed to an atom's edge, not a bludgeoning hammer. They were summoned only for those critical moments where utter precision, unwavering purpose, and absolute fidelity far outweighed the blunt application of overwhelming force. Whether spearheading a surgical strike into a seemingly impregnable fortress, standing sentinel over the sacred solitudes of the Imperial Palace, or shielding one of the Emperor's designated emissaries amongst wolves, they performed their function, flawless and implacable, wherever their duty required their presence. With each unparalleled victory, each impossible feat witnessed in the crucibles of war, their legend grew, whispered in awed tones across the stars of the fledgling Imperium. To some minds, they were terrifying avatars, the Emperor's golden angels of death. Perhaps it was this very proximity to the living Emperor, this intimacy of purpose and service at the very foot of the Golden Throne itself, that forged their unparalleled aura a presence tinged with the numinous, radiating an almost religious reverence. They were perceived as the final bulwark against creeping chaos and inevitable ruin, the last defenders of the light. Without them, it was said by terrified souls and grim strategists alike, the Golden Throne would inevitably crumble. Without them, crafting their quiet perfection, the Emperor's grand, unwavering vision for a unified humanity would be extinguished like a candle in the warp's eternal gale. Longinus Varadakar, shield captain of the Shadowkeepers, once declared, sharpening a blade already sharper than thought, "Whatever the weapons we clasp, whatever the dark deeds etched upon our souls, they carry the justification of absolute necessity. Without us, the Golden Throne falters. Without the Emperor, humanity is adrift, a prey beast for the dark." These words fused into the very essence of every custodian, a core truth as unyielding and polished as their Auramite armor. From the glorious, complex tapestry of the Great Crusade, that magnificent expansion stretching humanities, claimed towards every cosmic horizon, there unraveled a darker thread, the blood-soaked tragedy known as the Horus Heresy. This cataclysm became the galaxy's most profound hour of darkness, a time stained by betrayal so deep it scorched brother against brother, tearing the heavens asunder and threatening to shatter the nascent Imperium. The radiant golden age of expansion under the Emperor's assured guidance plummeted into an epoch of savage violence and shattering faith as Horus, his favored son and warmaster, turned upon his creator, raising banner and blade against divinity. The legions of the Adeptus Astartes cleaved in two. Brother faced brother in monstrous conflicts, vengeance-blinding strategy, and the very fate of all known space trembled upon the brink of obliteration. Crucially, however, within this maelstrom of treason and shifting loyalties, this storm that threatened to drown reason itself, the Emperor's personal custodians remained pillars of absolute adamantium loyalty. They stood fast against the crashing tide of chaos sweeping through the legions, unmoved and undivided. Yet even before the malignant seeds of the heresy sprouted into outright war, this proximity to the source of all imperial authority brought the custodians into a perpetual state of unease regarding their relationship with the Adeptus Astartes. The fundamental schism in their genesis and ultimate purpose bred a constant, low-level friction. The custodians observed the legions through lenses polished by direct communion with the Emperor, respecting their formidable utility as instruments, yet harboring a profound, ingrained suspicion fringed with apprehension. They viewed themselves as purer vessels of the Emperor's will, unsullied by the troubling, tangled webs of ambition, rivalry, and the roiling emotions that troubled even the greatest of the Space Marine legions. Tragically, it would be precisely those unchecked ambitions and consuming emotional drives, pride, despair, envy, ambition unmoored, that saw entire legions succumb to the seductive whispers of chaos, shattering legions sworn to eternal brotherhood. This nascent tension escalated dramatically during pivotal pre-heresy episodes, the most stark being the censure of the Word-Bearers Legion upon the devastated ruins they had known as Monarchia. There, the Emperor staged a performance of unanswerable authority designed to crush devotion deemed heretical, and the custodians formed its golden backdrop. They stood as impassive statue guardians, witnessing the Emperor's glacial fury made manifest, their very presence a silent, unshakable contrast to the barely contained, desperate resentment radiating from Lorgar Aurelian and his humiliated warriors, the Word-Bearers. That legion, it was said, always tarried where others advanced with crusading zeal. Where worlds were conquered and logistics established, they erected towering cathedrals of devotion, filling the chill void air with the echoing cadence of prayers and incantations. Their devotion to the Emperor curdled into a ravenous worship that shimmered dangerously on the precipice of outright heresy, a bottomless need-seeking affirmation. Lorgar Aurelian, primarch of this zealous legion, stood as its architect. His genesis upon the dust-choked world of Colchis profoundly shaped him, a planet steeped from its poisoned core in fervent faith and ancient mysticism. Lorgar imbibed this desperate sense of divinity until it defined his veins. When the Emperor at last discovered his errant son amidst Colchis's pious throngs, he did not perceive, perhaps willfully blinded by paternal hopes, how deeply that world's theological toxins had seeped into Lorgar's spirit. Though the Emperor sought to shepherd humanity into the rational light of science and reason, freeing minds from ancestral superstitions, his son beheld only a divine being clad in mortal flesh, a god beyond gods. This foundational, unshakable belief became the pivot upon which tragedy lurched inevitably towards disaster. Under Lorgar's obsessive gaze, the Word-Bearers pressed onwards, yet their great crusade bore a singular, consuming vision, uniting humanity not merely beneath the Emperor's rule, but within the consuming furnace of his worship. Every compliant world was marked with towering shrines, intricate doctrines were meticulously transcribed and enforced, and the faithful were gathered in dizzying multitudes, hailing the Emperor as the one true source of light. To the Word-Bearers, conquest meant not just securing fealty, but winning souls. They were gray-armored missionaries radiating zealous conviction as they shattered enemies, their crusade progress deliberately slowed by the sheer weight of their own relentless proselytizing across subjugated planets. The Emperor, whose silence had been interpreted by Lorgar as tacit approval, grew increasingly dismayed and ultimately furious as evidence of this burgeoning cult mounted. The Great Crusade was to forge a realm united in secular truth, governance grounded upon logic and empirical understanding, freed forever from the chains of unfounded belief. Yet here stood Lorgar, his son, his creation, encouraging temples to rise skyward and societies to kneel in veneration of his own father as a divinity. The Emperor's mounting silent storm, mistaken for divine indifference, finally reached its terrifying peak at Monarchia. Raised upon the world of Kur by the Word-Bearers in a fever of devotional effort, Monarchia stood as the perfect city, an urban symphony composed purely of faith. It soared with majestic cathedrals, its streets vibrated with perpetual hymn, and the lives of its inhabitants were utterly dedicated to the Emperor as God incarnate. Its very existence was defiance incarnate, a rejection of the foundational pillars upon which the Emperor sought to build his imperium. It was citadel faith erected upon ground desecrated by imperial truth. Silence was impossible. Action, crushing and absolute, was the sole answer he could offer the affront. In the year 964 M30, the Emperor summoned Robout Guilliman and the Ultramarines, the 13th Legion, paragons of reason and proven upholders of disciplinary purity. Their primarch stood as the very model of structured, rational leadership according to the imperial truth etched into his soul. And accompanying them, an unspoken sentence carved in gold, came the custodians, flanked by the Sigillite Malcador, a gaunt shadow bearing the full weight of the Emperor's impending wrath. Together, this felt presence descended upon Kur. Monarchia was scourged from existence in a campaign measured in agonized hours. The Ultramarines methodically shattered the city's majestic spires, reducing its glory to choking grit on the wind, filling the sky with fire and the stunned populace with dread. Grueling atomics cracked foundations, and structural prowess honed over millennia laid waste where zealotry had labored. By the time the word-bearers arrived, summoned by an imperial distress call deliberately permitted to reach them, they discovered only the smoldering bones of their perfect city, an apocalyptic landscape of ruin where joy once echoed. Upon their landing, grim anticipation met with eerie stillness. Only the outraged command issued by Guilliman shattered the silence: descend to the surface and receive the Emperor's verdict. Lorgar, his pride evoked, and his legion tormented by confusion, obeyed. Word-bearers in their thousands stood amidst the ashes of their most sacred creation, staring in communal horror at obliterated devotion. It was then, amidst this psychic wound carved upon the planet, that the Emperor manifested. He did not descend with consolation. He bore only the unblinking light of truth set to shatter illusion. With mere thought, he exerted an irresistible psychic imperative compelling the entire legion, Lorgar included, to their knees in the toxic dust of their shattered dream. His impossibly amplified voice rang with devastating clarity over the landscape of spilled devotion and broken stone. He denounced their actions as a monstrous betrayal of the imperial truth's fundamental precepts. He declared, without room for divine equivocation, that he was no god, that their idolatrous worship poisoned the very wellspring of the imperium he had forged at agonizing cost. The chastisement struck Lorgar with the force of a collapsing sun. His universe imploded. The keystone of his existence crumbled to ash beneath the divine denial. His faith, a structure painstakingly raised over decades, was vaporized. The word-bearers were left hollowed, kneeling in illegitimate shame. The people of Kur, this emperor declared with finality unbending, were abandoned to the desolation they had embraced through misplaced worship. For Lorgar Aurelian, monarchia was not a correction, it was cosmic oblivion manifest. His meticulously constructed reality lay in ashes, leaving nothing but an insatiable spiritual void colder than the void between stars. And into that crushing darkness bloomed corvidae feathers, synthesizer voices dripping poison offered as honey. The ruinous powers of the warp, eternally vigilant for souls teetering on such precipices of despair, whispered promises directly into the echoing hollow where faith once burned. Where the light denied purpose and affirmation, the dark offered sublime power and absolute belonging. Guided, seduced by the insidious counsel of Cor Pharon and Erebus, his inherited nightmare tutors, Lorgar began his precipitous descent into damnation's heart. Shadow oaths were sworn. In deepest secrecy, hidden beneath the Legion's public crusade activities, the word-bearers turned away from the failed light, embracing the dark pantheon of chaos as the only gods worthy of worship. For decades, this monstrous heresy grew, seeded like a plague throughout the very fabric of the nascent Imperium, preparing meticulously for the betrayal that would shatter the stars and jar the fundamental order of existence. Monarchia, the Emperor's calculated devastation intended to quash dangerous zeal, had not humbled Lorgar, it broke him. And from those ruins, crawling forth on broken faith, his legion rose reborn under a new, infinitely darker aspect. Monarchia forced the eyes of the custodians wide. It demonstrated starkly that the Adeptus Astartes were capable of profound loyalty, bordering on the absolute, yet such inherent devotion, powerful as a stellar forge, could be bent, twisted, and ultimately poisoned into a fanaticism that eclipsed reason. Their innate strength became their ultimate vulnerability. As the Great Crusade rolled inevitably onward, spread thinner across vaster fronts, the hyper-aware custodians began to sense other, equally dangerous currents swirling beneath the surface. They observed the brilliant Primarchs, titans closer to gods than men, yet possessing fundamental flaws, hairline cracks in their otherwise wondrous design, each hinting at potential fractures that could widen under strain. Horus's burgeoning ambition, weighted with destiny, Angron's feral rage barely restrained within a broken spirit, and the terrifying sublimated fervor witnessed in Lorgar were recorded within the Custodian Guard's collective consciousness. They watched, vigilant yet deliberately detached, keen eyes brushing over these embryonic fractures marring the divine Primarchs. Bound by necessity, by the specificity of their purpose, they would not act until commanded, yet these observed imperfections did not escape notice or fall into blind ignorance. Among their own ranks, such discord was unimaginable. Plots and jealousies held no purchase. Ambition found no fertile ground. Every custodian stood aligned solely upon the bedrock of duty to the Emperor. This purity, however absolute, created a necessary distance, a loneliness of purpose. It was inconceivable within the complex brotherhoods of the legions. Horus Lupercal shone brightest among his kin, the favored Warmaster radiating charisma that drew worlds and warriors alike into his luminous orbit. his strategical mastery surpassed even the most formidable of his brother Primarchs. Trust cascaded upon him. Whispered prophecies suggested the Emperor granted Horus unparalleled favor, sharing secrets beyond the ken of others. The custodians obeyed unquestioningly, carrying out any order issued by the Emperor's designated herald. Yet simmering beneath the surface of that obedience was a constant, unspoken vigilance. They watched Horus, and indeed all the Primarchs, with an ingrained wariness, a buffer maintained not for lack of faith in their martial might, but as a necessary mantra to preserve unimpeachable impartiality. It was within this prepared distance, this trained quarantining of their absolute observation, that the custodians noted the simmering feuds, rivalries, and the jealous silences brewing silently within the Astartes legions. They noted changes in tone, tiny shifts in deference. They perceived the ambitious web spun by Horus to cultivate factions around himself and isolate others. They understood the gathering cloud hinted at by the brokenness reflected in a Primarch's eyes or the fury barely leashed within another. They observed the bitter resentment festering among sons who felt overlooked. They saw it all, unforgotten and unforgot. Quietly within the sunlit chambers atop the palace spire, within the gleaming halls guarded by unwavering speckles of gold in the deep night, the custodians witnessed the golden age corroding at its joints, moment by treacherous moment. The slow poison of bitterness crept far beyond merely the spasming grasp of rebellious galactic nobles. A deeper, more insidious corruption festered in the very marrow of humanity. Across imperial worlds, governors clutching newfound power like stolen gems began to chafe against the iron collar of compliance, their whispers twisting into seditious plots or blasphemous pleas, reaching outwards into the seductive, cancerous embrace of the forbidden warp. The custodian guard became the unseen surgeon's knife, dispatched to excise these burgeoning cancers, hunting corruption through the stinking, claustrophobic gloom of Terran underhives, their golden presence incongruous amidst dripping pipes and teeming despair, and stalking hidden treason within the echoing marble council chambers of distant segmentum capitals. These were grim duties, executions carried out as the Emperor's unflinching avatars, the final, silent judgment. Yet during these purgations, even within the custodial hearts shielded by millennia of conditioning, a profound unease blossomed alongside every act of purged heresy. The Emperor, their master and guiding light, had withdrawn. Where once his radiant presence had been felt across the Imperium, a beacon of unity and purpose, directing vast crusades with a word, he had become increasingly absent, reclusive, retreating deep into the sanctified labyrinths beneath the Imperial Palace, consumed entirely by a project veiled in impenetrable secrecy. Shielded doors previously open to their silent vigilance slammed shut. Even the innermost circle of guardians found themselves restricted to the outermost antechambers of his sanctum, left only with the faint, unsettling residue of immeasurable psychic effort emanating from sealed depths. Whispers, quiet yet profoundly dangerous, began to spread even among these most loyal souls concerning the nature of this monumental endeavor. Bound by sacred duty to safeguard the Emperor and his works yet denied crucial understanding, they could only speculate, piecing together fragments of forbidden lore. It was said the Emperor sought to forge a gateway, not merely a tunnel but something vastly more profound, a stable webway woven through the treacherous Empyrean itself. This ultimate liberation, freeing humanity forever from the perilous necessity of warp travel, and shielding it from the predations of the demonic psyches that raged within, promised a future secure for 1,000 ages. Yet even this dazzling potential couldn't eclipse the gathering darkness spawned by his withdrawal. His immense, singular focus on this project siphoned his presence from the governing body of his nascent imperium, a vacuum into which treachery flowed like poison water. The Webway project was desperately grandiose, an audacious attempt to replicate the ancient alien science of the vanished Eldar, to carve a stable passage through the roiling, nightmare sea of unreality. Such cosmic ambition, however, was a blade balanced over the heart of Terra itself. As the Emperor labored, his immense psychic exertions strained the fragile barrier, separating the calm sanity of the material realm from the roiling insanity of the immaterium. Pinpricks of unnatural violet light flickered where reality frayed, and through these microscopic rents, drawn by the psychic scent of his monumental effort and the weakening veil, came the hideous, predatory minds of demons. Clawed phantoms manifesting from pure malice, gibbering monstrosities extruding into crystalline corridors, housing mankind's greatest secrets, entities howling with a hunger to devour life and unravel the ordered fabric of existence itself. The custodians, alongside their stoic, terrifyingly silent allies, the Sisters of Silence with their auras radiating psychic negation, were now the only bulwark against this encroaching, impossible tide. The battles fought within those lightless subterranean arteries, the silent, shielded vaults, and the shimmering chambers echoing with forgotten power were never recorded, victories and losses alike swallowed by millennia of deliberate, panicked secrecy. Against entities forged from the malevolent dreams of unborn gods, sheer martial skill and physical perfection counted for little. The custodians' ironclad mental defenses, their minds honed beyond normal human endurance, were tested beyond all precedent. Before them writhed creatures existing as concepts of perfected agony or impossible geometries of hate, each psychic shriek designed to peel sanity from the strongest psyche. The sisters, invaluable anchors of cold, nullifying silence, created pockets of unnatural calm amidst the screaming inferno, their pariah fields causing demonic flesh to fizzle and dissipate with agonizing slowness. Together, shoulder to shoulder in corridors slick with ichor and the residue of shattered souls, they held the impossible line. Yet, for all their godlike prowess and unwavering resolve, the custodians bled. They fell. Myths in gold and crimson, tarnished and rent by the immaterial horror spilling from the warp, though cracks traced by their own emperor's impossibly ambitious work. Gilded armor hissed as it dissolved in acid excreted by nightmares, limbs flailed by impossible force before being shorn by warp-whipped blades. Loss piled upon harrowing loss, the halls echoing with the fading psychic resonance of fallen guardians, yet the shield wall never truly broke, for they knew with chilling certainty the chaos outside the palace walls was a lesser shadow to the utter extinction promised by failure here. They fought not merely for a world, but for the species they shielded. Sadly, tragically, the Webway project shattered. Its catastrophic implosion tore a massive, agonizing wound in reality itself, breaching the containment held for decades by blood and sacrifice. An endless, hateful tide of demons cascaded through the resulting opening, a screaming cataract of damnation threatening to drown the imperial palace and smear Terra from existence. The Emperor, his great dream collapsing around him, was forced to abandon the shattered project, pouring his incalculable power not into creation, but into a perpetual, desperate battle fought solely within the tortured arteries of the failing Webway conduit itself, physically barring the flood with his mind and body. The custodians, left atop a drowning fortressity, bearing the piercing knowledge that they had witnessed the collapse of humanity's brightest hope, fought on with the terrible weight of failure settling onto their souls. They held the terrestrial breaches with superhuman tenacity, but they could not protect their master from the devastating battle he waged within the screaming abyss. The wider heresy, stoked by this cosmic wound, culminated in a thunderous, shattering assault on the throne world itself. Horus Lupercal, his most beloved son fallen to ultimate blasphemy, led his traitor legions in an apocalyptic attack upon the solar system. His corrupted fleets, grotesque amalgams of brutal warships and weeping flesh, blasted through the iron rings of defense and orbital fortresses circling holy Terra, warships contravening all natural law plunging into the cradle of mankind. For the Custodian Guard, this ultimate siege represented the final, consuming crucible of their existence, stripping away the ceremonial vigil and revealing them fully as warriors, pure and devastating. Kneeling motionless behind the defenses was over. The age of observation had irrevocably ended, supplanted by an eternity of relentless war. As the bloated shapes of the traitor armada choked the skies, blotting out Terra's sun with vessel upon nightmarish vessel, casting ominous dancing shadows across pilgrim-haunted avenues and the monumental plazas of opulent majesty, the custodians readied themselves for a fight unlike any other. The defense of their silent emperor, his sprawling sanctumcity, the soul of his imperial palace, the dwindling hope for any human future. The fortification of Terra was a task of staggering magnitude, diligently directed by Rogel Dorn, the stoic primarch of the Imperial Fists, architect god of enduring battlements. The custodians, whose singular prowess might eclipse that of entire squads of Astartes, recognized with grim humility that Dorn's genius for siegecraft and planetary defiance was monumental, surpassing any individual skill or insider knowledge of the palace's topography they possessed. In this vast construction of shields upon shields, they served not as commanders, but as counselors and potent, strategic tools, lending their unique insights into defensive warfare practices gleaned from defending humanity's birthplace for centuries. Their mere golden presence on the ramparts, a shining, indomitable symbol of unbroken loyalty that ignited desperate hope among shattered soldiers. When the traitor tide finally crashed against Terra's bulwarks, the assault was an unholy melange of brutal siege engines vomiting searing plasma, fanatical hordes of heretics surging forward on waves of their own dead, and the thunderous, reality-shaking tread of gargantuan chaos titans, once imperial wardens now bent and reshaped into weapons of planetary defilement, their corrupted power fields crackling with blasphemous runes. The sky itself rained fire as orbital bombardments seared the heavens, smashing districts into glassed craters. Even the adamantium-capped walls of the imperial palace trembled visibly, a geological shiver running through its colossal embrace under the relentless onslaught. Naturally, the custodians surged towards the critical points, the weak links where defenses strained towards utter rupture, their peerless armor reflecting beams of fractured daylight through cavernous openings created by imploded defenses, appearing like divine wrath remnants themselves amidst the smoke and collapsing architecture. It was before the Eternity Gate where their deepest resolve and skill were stretched unto breaking. This colossal, adamantium portal, the monumental last door sealing the innermost sanctum against the world, became the consuming fixation for Horus's unholy fury. The emboldened sons of Horus, Korobrothers to treachery, the inexhaustibly resilient Death Guard rotted with celestial paunch, and mutated, braying packs of demonic entities hurled themselves against the loyalist shield wall, not with tactical consideration or semblance of strategy, but with sheer, overwhelming mass and spite. Their corrupted zeal, fueled by chaos tapestries woven into their souls, saw them throw literal bodies into the defenders like sluicing meat towards a waste disposal portal, heedless of survival, intent only on corroding the loyal resistance. These relentless waves threatened to swamp even the power-armored bulwarks that doggedly held position atop mountains of their own slain. Custodians formed the crucial keystone of the defense at this Gate of Souls. Each siphoned trooper measured his place not in meters, but in howling corridors of foes unmade before their guardian spears manifested dying noises. Each of these golden giants stood as an unmovable, self-contained fortress, seizing key orbital zones, where entire companies of lesser reinforcements would have melted away like ice shells flooring during orbital vaporization into solar vapor. The battle for the Eternity Gate rapidly devolved into a crushing contest of wills. These mutated Astartes, masters of broken armors who had once directed sanctified warfare tactics honoring their divine father, now sought only the desecration of everything he had meticulously constructed. Or the custodians, who perceived even loyal Astartes' guarded respect with a faint quantification of being powerful yet fundamentally flawed instruments. The treasonous sight before them cut with immense gravity each traitor marine slaughtered was not merely a military setback, but a profoundly personal wound, a visible scab ripped away to expose the rotting flesh beneath, an agonizing reminder of loyalty's infinite fragility and pride's horrifically destructive price staining their shining reliability. In one nexus of particularly savage fighting, recounted in gruesome detail through private guard statistics missives, a guardian identified only as Larian Scorpiwauger entered an isolated, protracted duel against a grotesque captain of the Death Guard Legion. The bloated figure, a swollen monument to grandfather Nurgle's pestilent love, honked and chuckled with infectious despair, taunting Larian with prophecies of inevitable decay claiming his golden armor, his resolve, the very emperor they both sought opposite goals for, that all ambition crumbled to rusted ruin and skeletal bleached memories, left to disintegrate by cosmic time measured as entropy personified. Larian, not answering with boast or curse, merely advanced with impossible speed, cutting through the intervening melee like a power-bladed blade through soft Agnellian wax. Ignoring flies the size of fists and the smoking acidic wounds from squirted projectiles, fired by mutated organs from enemy troop flanks beneath scrap metal shield platforms held high by cultists below, Larian plunged into single combat. The struggle proved long and brutal, a tempest grinding metal against plague-hardened carapace and sickening animate flesh that regenerated almost instantly. Yet eventually Larian sank his spear deep into a softened, palpitating jelly-like chink in the captain's corroded armor plating. The captain gurgled words like bubbling pus as he disintegrated into rotting biomass slowly vaporized by the power field crackling along Larian's spear. Larian stood, significantly scratched and bearing acidic patching across ceramic plates instead of non-shielded jams, sweeping gore into deep saturated mossy seams across the broad plates of his golden warplate, but importantly, unblemished golden armor beneath the patina splashed remnants of the putrid filth that encompassed his enemy stood testament, and crucially, entirely beyond the grasp of cosmic decay promised as the mirror of the traitor Legi's final taunts. For what felt like eternity stretched thin across the fractured bones of sane history packs of demons, materialized through fractures sizzling in the air itself, their forms an abyssal kaleidoscope of misanthropy, scorpion-tailed horrors snapping phasing jaws made of despairing souls, multi-limbed psychopathic flayer hordes that shifted mass like spilled internal organs appropriating humanoid mobility. Their cacophonic howls were tangible psychic blades directed at the resolve of any shielded mind nearby. The custodians and sisters of silence fought deep through exhaustion reserves, burning across cellular respiration parameters unattended. resilience was no longer a conscious decision, but a biological imperative, hard-coded in metaphysically reinforced DNA strands. The presence of the sisters provided Vanira's carefully constructed lies, evaporated like acid mist under the searing, silent judgment radiating from the Emperor's gaze. A psychic detonation witnessed by Dominica that snapped the chains of doubt, burning away her treachery and igniting anew the pure, fanatical flame of her devotion. Dominica returned not for reconciliation, but as the Emperor's righteous hand, sent to execute the traitor personally, her own faith violently restored by the unfathomable power of the custodians, intervention a power forged and meticulously preserved over 10 long millennia. For 10,000 years they had stood their eternal watch, their golden forms immovable statues guarding the throne world, their vigilance unbroken by the relentless passage of centuries. Time itself, that corroder of empires, had failed to gnaw at their skills, failed to weaken the diamond-hard resolve sculpted within each perfect warrior. They trained endlessly within the sacred precincts of the imperial palace, endlessly repeating the forms passed down since the Great Crusade, honing already sublime bodies and incisive minds to a grace that touched upon the supernal, a state verging on perfection. Yet at this precise moment in the decaying Imperium's doomed trajectory, that perfection found itself tested as never before. The God Emperor's sprawling domain teetered on the razor's edge of annihilation, a cancerous growth of worlds choked by internal rot and besieged, on every conceivable side, by a rising tide of extinction. Above the plague-ridden planet of Cadia, a hideous tear had sundered the heavens, the cicatrix maledictum, the great rift, pouring forth a vomitide of raw chaos and gibbering demonic legions, threatening to drown the Emperor's sacred realm in shrieking madness and infernos that consumed entire civilizations. Teloris, a custodian godspear, voiced the bitter disillusionment festering beneath the golden helms whilst surveying this apocalyptic vista. The Emperor's realm, he uttered, the synthesized tang of his vox lending the words a chilling metallic finality, is a festering ruin, overcrowded worlds drowning in their own morbid ignorance and mindless, paralyzing fear. It is a crumbling ghetto, ablaze from one crumbling end to the other, perpetually devoured by the twin flames of endless war and its own cancerous stupidity. They do not deserve their Emperor. They do not deserve us. The harsh, acidic truth of Teloris's pronouncement hung weighty in the stale air of Terra's bastion, a corrosive indictment of the humanity they served yet scorning, yet none of that indictment, however brutally accurate, altered the inviolable bedrock of their existence. None of that alters the fact that our duty must be done. That bedrock sentiment, forged in the fires of the heresy itself, crystallized the harsh, unyielding reality confronting the Adeptus Custodes at this nadir of humanity's history. Their sacred charge, etched upon their genetic code and inscribed upon their souls, was not to be the judges of humanity's worthiness, a value plummeting towards negligible depths, but its eternal defenders, sworn protectors regardless of how abysmally low the species had sunk, how grotesque its deviations had become. This unfolding age of darkness, this time of encroaching oblivion, a period that threatened to extinguish the Astronomican's light forever, paradoxically kindled a renewed, almost volcanic determination deep within their ranks. In ages past, the iron shackle of their duty had strictly confined them to the echoing, labyrinthine halls of the imperial palace, their focus so utterly centered on the golden throne, one could believe the rest of the universe had ceased to exist. Now, as the unknown shadows of the era Indomitus began to bruise the galaxy with their malignant touch, almost imperceptibly at first, the parameters of their ancient purpose began to expand, to metastasize like loyalty itself becoming aggressive. The Custodes were taking their primordial vow of protection, that core imperative to safeguard the Emperor, to its ultimate, devastating conclusion. They would not merely sit back and defend the Emperor's fractured realm passively, waiting for the Xeno's claw or the demonic maw to breach the walls. They would actively seek out and annihilate, utterly, the myriad blasphemous entities who dared threaten its brittle existence. This was the pure, ruthless extension of the age-old Terran strategic wisdom. The best defense is a decisive, crushing, annihilating offense. And so, after millennia of glorious isolation, the guardian hosts of the Adeptus Custodes, bearers of the Palatine Aquila, prepared to march to war. The companions, the sacred coterie of 300 elite warriors entrusted with the direct, unbroken defense of the Emperor's Solium Imperatoris, remained anchored to the dust of Terra, their presence unwavering beside the flickering psychic lumen on the throne. Yet the rest of the custodian guard, legions of post-human warriors whose martial skill was legendary even in silence, turned their gaze outwards to the fear-darkened void and the innumerable stars burning with threat. It was at this bleakest nexus, as the Custodes embraced their nascent militant destiny, that another improbable spark of hope was violently struck into life amidst the encroaching shadow. Robot Guilliman, Primarch of the long-scattered Ultramarines, architect of rationality, was wrenched back from the very precipice of unending stasis death by a convergence of incredible factors. Desperate sacrifice heaped upon desperate sacrifice, melded with obscenely complex arcane ingenuity that bordered on the miraculous. His return was less a mere resurrection, and more a defiant spat into the hungry void, a miracle undoubtedly, yet a miracle purchased with oceans of mortal blood and priceless relics consumed in the process. And with his emergence came a sudden, potent glimmer of defiance against the galactic tide of chaos, a cold, resolute defiance personified. Though his stoic countenance, noble and largely unreadable as adamantium, betrayed nothing of his inner turmoil in those initial moments of terrified new life, Guilliman was profoundly, existentially shaken to his core by the decaying, pitiable reality of what his father's once-glorious empire had become during his cold slumber. The Imperium had ossified, mutated into a bloated, hypocritical, grotesquely inefficient parody of the rational, unified stellar empire he and his brothers had bled to establish, fractured by the cancerous growth of suffocating bureaucracy, barnacled by layers of fervent, dangerous religious fanaticism, and drowning in an ocean of abyssal ignorance that drowned enlightenment. A lesser being faced with such profound unpleasantness, such institutionalized decay crushing the spirit, might have succumbed to paralyzing grief or lashed out in furious, scathing condemnation of the benighted High Lords stewarding this carrion state into dissolution. Guilliman, forged from the Emperor's own blood and will, did neither. Instead, the shock petrified into a harder substance within him, an unbreakable core of action. He hardened instantly, like ceramite plunged into cryoforge, and marshaled his colossal intellect and tactical genius. He launched an immediate, unprecedented crusade, not merely a military campaign, but a whirlwind of logistical and philosophical might aimed not at conquest, but at imposing some semblance of order, honor, and basic survival functionality upon the very chaos that threatened to consume the whole. The road back to Holy Terra proved itself brutal beyond measure, a gauntlet of a furious battle after desperate battle against horrors that tested the Primarch's near-divine strength and shattered the lesser fortitude and bodies of those courageous souls who fought beside him. Worlds burned and star systems bled as Guilliman marched. When at last his fleet translated into the solar warp proximity, the Primarch beheld the cradle of humanity shrouded not in welcoming light, but in the stark glare of battle lanterns and refugee glare, orbiting as if mortally wounded. Once upon the throne room world, Guilliman was received with all the pomp, ceremony, and hollow respect due his supreme station, conducted through the echoing, nerve-wracking sanctity of the Sanctum Imperialis. Under the implacable, silent scrutiny of the Adeptus, custods their burnished auramite armor, reflecting the meager light like watchful gods, Guilliman was granted the most hallowed, most terrifying privilege possible, an audience with the Emperor himself. What transpired in that silent communion station, what whispers passed between the slumbering god of mankind and his resurrected son, amidst the psychic balefire and susurrations of the Golden Throne, remains one of the Imperium's most profoundly guarded mysteries, shielded even from the architect of fate himself. When Guilliman finally emerged, his face an inscrutable mask that could have been carved from Luna's ancient rock, the shell-shocked High Lords of Terra, desperate for any anchor in the collapsing cosmology, reinstated him with gilded proclamations as Lord Commander of the Imperium and Imperial Region. They granted this demigod the sweeping, near-inassailable authority needed to enact the vast, brutal reforms he deemed utterly essential to ensure humanity's survival clawed back from the precipice. His work began instantly, a campaign against institutional entropy waged within marble halls thick with the dust of millennia. He bulldozed headlong through the ossified, creaking machinery of the Adeptus Terra, a tidal force breaking against calcified reefs of tradition and incompetence, simultaneously preparing the fractured, screaming Imperium for apocalyptic wars that erupted faster than any strategist could forecast. Guilliman's return, as divinely importunate as it ultimately was, could not have blazed into existence at a moment more cruelly critical. For the great rift, that gaping wound in the galactic belly, had unleashed more than merely invading fleets. It birthed the long-prophesied time of ending, the dread night of darkness. This was the hour when, like a guttering lumen snuffed violently out, the indomitable astronomicans guiding light abruptly, cataclysmically failed. Countless worlds, suddenly untethered from the psychic beacon that had been the North Star of interstellar travel for 10,000 years, were plunged into utter navigational chaos, swallowed by the roiling warp storms or consumed by predators who could exploit the sudden blindness. On Holy Terra itself, sovereign heart of the Sol system, shockwaves both physical and empiric ripped through the strata of being. Even the Bastion Eternal, the Imperial Palace itself, that symbolic fortress of humanity's dwindling hope, shuddered as if struck a titan's blow. Its foundations groaned, its adamantium bones stressed to near breaking. Within the besieged sanctuary, the golden-armored custodian guard encountered struggles as much from the foe within as the horror from without. Doomsday cults, long festering in the reeking, lightless underlevels of the hive spires like mental contagion, burst into frenzied life, their adherents finally tipped over the razored edge of sanity by the Empyrean resonance pouring through the rift. Simultaneously, throughout the palace's shadowed forbidden sectors and unmapped uncraft, ancient containment wards, potent seals laid down by warlocks and technomancers in the centuries immediately following the heresy itself, abruptly flared in a nova of failing energy and burned themselves out. Horrors summoned and bound since the Imperium's most tumultuous founding days slithered free, gibbering monuments to atrocities long forgot, loosed once more upon the trembling bedrock of humanity's capital. The warriors in gold, aided once more by their long-lost battle sisters, the pariahs of the Silent Sisterhood, stood like impregnable bulwarks against the rising storm of corruption. They fought with transcendental skill born of millennial practice, their guardian spears carving enlightened fire through swathes of mutated flesh and psychoplasm. But the toll was hideously heavy. Even perfection found purchase when assaulted from psychic nightmare and maddened horde alike. And into this escalating tempest of demon and mania crashed the crescendo, the terrible, brutal Second Battle of Terra. Directly from the fetid, maddening depths of the warp erupted a colossal, screaming horde dedicated to Khorne's legions of fanged butchery incarnate, a tidal wave of demonic rage incarnadine shrieking towards the most sacred site in the galaxy. Their target, the majestic Lion's Gate spaceport, ancestral portal world linking Terra to the stars. Bastion-sized defensive weapons, flanking the immense structure, roared their devastating payload, plasma cyclones carving furrows of glowing destruction deep into the onrushing tide of Dionic hatred, immolating thousands in blasts of purging light. Yet despite the strategic height, the mountain-rivaling weapon pits vomiting death, the defenders alone, even the finest of each chapter, could never hold indefinitely against the sheer implacable numbers, the ceaseless fury driving the unsouled host. The disparate forces of defenders, the custodians in their auric splendor, alongside the Gilliman blue plate of his ultramarine brothers in arms, and the eerie stillness of the Sisters of Silence rallied together under unified command. The demigod Gilliman and the Custods' supreme leader, Captain General Trajan Valorous, whose presence infused the defense with ancient Terran fury. They marshaled forces not defensively, static, beleaguered, but offensively they marched out, warriors clad in gold and blue and absolute determination, forcing confrontation upon the infernal invaders. In desperate scenes tragically familiar, mirroring and tattooing anew the catastrophe of the siege of Terra 10 millennia before, golden-armored custodians clashed with Khorne's brass-clad berserkers and slavering fleshhounds across the burning plains before the spaceport. Guardian spears swung not merely with cutting edge, but with symphonic lethality, reaping disciplined paths through the frenzied horde as Valorous orchestrated a ballet of annihilating grace. Leading the demonic assault were 8 crimson juggernauts of wrath, bloodthirsters, greater demons of Khorne, towering engines of pure rage and slaughter whose footsteps shook the foundations of real space reality. The custodians, embodiments of calculated hyperwar, driven by tireless Genebrid discipline and sublimated duty refined across hundreds of lifetimes, met them not with terror but with dauntless contempt. Their blades ascended against the bloodied axes, cleaving the smoky air peerless skill, pitted directly against the psychic roar fury, the manifestation of the blood god's apotheosis. It was blade for blade, resolve against infernal hunger, perfected humanity facing raw chaotic animus. The battle raged in concentric rings around these godlike struggles. Slowly, methodically, despite tremendous casualties mounting in golden armor about them, the towering engines of psychic rage began to fall one by one, blasted into scattered brass shards and acidic haze by bolter discharges capable of razing city blocks, or dragged down and terminally sundered by the combined heroic might of warriors, whose service stretched back further than history's remembered heroes who had stood silent guard over the Emperor, while common knowledge forgot them entirely. Victory, when it finally shuddered into brutal existence, did so at a terrible, horrific toll. Noble defenders whose lives spanned thousands of years of faithful, unbroken service were finally, irrevocably brought low, their perfect forms pierced and shattered by Khorne's brazen weapons wielded by champions fueled solely by rage. Their sacrifice stained sacred Terran soil crimson gold. Only with a final chorus of frustrated, thwarted howls that scratched sanity and rended souls did the diminished legions of Khorne fade reluctantly back into the choking warp distortion, retreating into the seething rupture, abandoning only mountains of slain lesser demons and the grievously wounded defenders upon the ravaged battleground. The lion's gate stood defiant, scarred but intact, crenellations blackened with immolated demon flesh, its structure groaning amidst ruins. Yet this Pyrrhic triumph carried a budget-bitter conclusion for Terra's guardians. For all its purported glory, its palace-esque grandeur and legendary adamantium walls feared across the void, the Imperial Palace's defenses demonstrably could be breached and savagely tested. The servants of chaos, infinitely adaptable and feeding on despair, had discovered ways to bypass even the most ancient, esoteric wards laid in the era forgotten. The Custodes knew with cold certainty that Terra could never safely rely solely upon its vaunted physical barriers ever after. This grim, undeniable revelation hung thick in the smoke-choked, blood-scented aftermath of the brutal confrontation. Guilliman and Valorous, metalsmith and strategist in concert, convened within secured, deep-ground chambers beneath the battered palace superstructure, their discussion meticulously shielded by potent psychoborn wards and hardened electronic S-fields. Strategic calculus now was stark. The conclusion reached was seismic. The Custodes' role in this unfolding, defining war must evolve with radical finality. For 10,000 years, their immovable weight had remained chained to Terra, anchored solely by the psychic gravity emanating from the Golden Throne. Now, faced with a whole galaxy screaming and burning, fractured along the rift's malevolent axis, they would break those terrestrial chains and march deliberately into the bleeding stars carrying the Emperor's light. Shield hosts, the ancient, autonomous warforms of the Custodian Order, were commissioned and dispatched immediately across the violently expanding galactic warfront. Their urgent missions were guided by desperate astropath screams echoing from collapsing systems, interwoven with the uncanny, divine insights afforded by the Emperor's tarot, sacred cards read with ritual intensity within the deepest sanctums of the inner palace. Some select shield companies consciously chose to bolster and uplift Guilliman's indomitous crusade they forged into the galactic dark, becoming practical extensions of his will, instruments delivering his edict and the Emperor's implacable judgment directly into the decaying hearts of traitor worlds, overseeing the delivery and seeding of the precious genetic gift of Primaris space marines into beleaguered Astartes chapters teetering on extinction. Other shield hosts took on responsibilities far more esoteric, shadowed, and profoundly vital, hunting down secretive, deeply rooted heretic psychers whose singular scheming threatened the Imperium's entire fragile web of existence, questing across forsaken battlefields and tombworlds for ancient power-bound artifacts crucial to humanity's survival, yet lost for millennia. Relentlessly, unsleepingly patrolling the very outer defenses of the Sol system itself against repeated warp incursions, probing the defenses, safeguarding the semblance of warp-wrought navigation, passages that fleetingly, precariously connected bleeding terror to sundered portions of the Imperium scattered beyond the rift. This new age of all-encompassing war witnessed nothing less than the ceremonial, functional return of the Custodes to a militant galaxy-sweeping role, not remotely approximated since the sweeping torchlight of the Great Crusade itself 10 millennia before. They became golden champions bound by sacred oath for the distant, terrifying reaches of the veiled galaxy, bringing fire where only shadow held court. The era Indomitus had violently, irrevocably dawned, and like obscene carrion birds dancing in updrafts above a slaughter field, the enemies of mankind began gathering for the feast upon the exposed, bloody entrails of a fractured empire, unwittingly summoning their golden doom. It was precisely during this escalating tempest that Captain General Trajan Valorous, indomitable leader of the entire Custodian Guard, commander of the 10,000, offered his rallying strategic into the host's departing Terra. "The hotter the forge," he declared, his vox voice resonating with terrible gravity deep within the reinforced stratagem halls as commanders awaited their teleportarium fates. "The finer the blade," or so the old Terran masters of metallurgy decreed. The forge of war within which the Imperium now finds itself trapped rages hotter, bleeds fiercer, consumes more worlds and souls than any pyre witnessed in the previous 10,000 years writ large. We of the Adeptus Custodes were specifically fashioned, geniforged and mind-tempered to endure precisely such fires. They will not consume us utterly. Instead, his implication hung in the charnel mist surrounding the Terra holopits, glowing with certainty of execution. "We shall emerge tempered anew by this impossible heat," rendered the obsidian-keen, perfect cutting edge of his will, that we may become the very personalized bane of the foulest heretics regardless of scale. When a custodian near immortal in story finally falls upon the battlefield, trenches collapsing in burning sections beneath him, the ancient bell of lost souls tolls its mournful knell deep within the sacred precinct on Terra itself. Its profound, resonant sound, amplified by the ancient stones, echoes across the surrounding structures like grief made manifest. Once this tolling boded rare catastrophe, an event as shocking as the shattering of relics. Now, in this relentless, hate-filled age of war, its deep, somber tones seem to resound with a crushingly sad regularity, like a scar note reopened rhythmically by fresh trauma echoing through the 10,000. But despite the mounting anguish borne upon each toll, despite the litany of golden dead accumulating in the inner citadel memorials, the Custodes did not flinch, did not falter in their first steps into the galactic abyss. Every life sacrificed in this newly infernal age of war, every golden warrior brought low, sliced apart by heretical munitions or torn asunder by demon-prized talon and tusk, was seen acknowledged with silent reverence as the price willingly paid, an offering diligently made at the Embryon altar for the survival of a humanity that scarcely knew their names but owed them existence entire. The Custodians' march to war possessed an eerie, somber majesty utterly unlike the cumbersome, mass-produced machinery brutally characteristic of the modern Imperium's grinding attrition war machine. Their weapons and armor were not freshly stamped munitions fodder. These were relics breathed upon by greater times, retrieved from the hallowed, long-sealed museum arsenals deep within the forbidden inner halls of the Imperial Palace, gates baroquely clicking open to offer up their priceless treasures to the silent, demanding golden warriors. The war engines of the Custodes were artifacts of a purer age, lightning-fast gold-held stormbirds whose machine spirits sang like divine harmonics, ancient, hulking contemporaries dreadnoughts entombing veteran minds millennia old, pinpoint-precise teleportation arrays inscribed with geometries unknown, since the latter dark age of smoke still coiled from the ruins where repositories of arcane knowledge had blazed, extinguished not by failing stars, but by the righteous fire of the Imperium's unleashed wrath. Arguably, this holocaust, this calcination of a world and a legion forged in brilliance, would never have ignited had the poisoned tongue of the traitor, Horus, not slithered into the sacred channels of communication between Prospero and the throne world, twisting reality with treacherous lies. But he did, and the spark became a firestorm before reason could reclaim the moment. Magnus, the Red King, had ever been humanity's brightest flame personified, his intellect a blazing sun, his psychic potency a force that eclipsed even the rarefied light cast by his emperor-crafted brothers. Long before Prospero became its own immolation furnace, his arrival on that world felt like destiny's hand, guiding a key to its lock, a world that reveled in psychers instead of recoiling in terror. Prospero welcomed him, embraced his very essence, and became the crucible where his towering ambitions forged reality. He united the fragmented sorcerer cults, erecting not merely a society but a gleaming citadel atop the pillar of knowledge, where scholars wielded the ether as tools of creation and understanding. Prospero gleamed under his rule, the thousand suns its devoted heirs, a legion forged in intellect and arcane mastery. Yet even as their spires scraped the Empyrean, dark whispers coiled through the marbled halls, echoes of a curse older than the legion itself, the genetic instability, the flesh change. This creeping, degenerative mutation had threatened to unmake them, reducing proud Astartes, warriors bred for immortality, into mindless, writhing monstrosities bubbling within their ceramite shells, long before Magnus strode onto their forgotten homeworld. It was Magnus, drawing upon depths of comprehension even his brothers feared, who wrestled this warp-spawned blight into submission, his mastery of the immaterium imposing a fragile stasis upon the horror. He restored his warriors, stripping away the emerging horrors, earning a loyalty forged in the crucible of salvation. Under his crimson gaze, the Thousand Sons flourished not just as warriors, but as true scholars, philosophers whose treatises burned with psychic energy, sorcerers who saw the warp not as chaos, but as a great unbounded library. Magnus, profoundly convinced he grasped the warp's chaotic truths better than even his divine father, taught his sons one paramount tenet: embrace your gift, hone it, wield it as the ultimate instrument for humanity's ascension beyond the petty fears of lesser minds. This towering hubris, this luminous certainty, drew not praise, but condemnation like moths to a greater flame. The eyes of his brothers narrowed, filled not with awe but with corrosive suspicion. Lemon Russ of the Fenrisian wolves, his soul sculpted on a death world where psyker sparks were crushed beneath the heel as witchcraft, saw in the quiet libraries and humming etheric workshops only blasphemous echoes of the sorcerous warlocks he'd cleaved in his brutal youth. Mortarion, the Death Lord, whose very existence was a testament to the poisons of psychic overlords, decried Magnus's practices with a rasping voice, comparing them venomously to the foul sorcery of the Chemterants who had once choked Barbarus. And the Emperor, in his cavernous wisdom, had allowed spaces for experimentation, however fraught. The Librarius program, seeding sanctioned psychers like cautious sparks within select legions, bore his tacit blessing, a controlled harness for the dangerous flame. Yet even this measure fractured brotherhood, Russ and Mortarion howling their opposition, Magnus ardently championing its expansion, his visionary arguments falling on ears plugged by superstition and deepest loathing. What began as a cold policy dispute curdled into bitter animosity, inflamed relentlessly by Magnus's unwavering refusal to muzzle the very power his father had eventually pronounced anathema. To understand the incineration of Prospero, one must first stand upon the chill stone of Nicaea, inhale the charged air where the seeds of its incineration were not just sown, but deliberately nurtured. Summoned by the emperor himself to the newly formed world, cocooned within its nascent biotic breath, this grand assembly was convened to douse the dangerous psychic wildfire, threatening the unity of the emperor's galaxy-spanning vision and the fragile trust binding his demigod sons. At the storm's dread center stood Magnus, robed in red fire. Arrayed around him in stark judgment sat his brothers beneath the emperor's throne. Lemon Russ radiated a palpable, snarling heat, his distaste a physical pressure in the air. Mortarion sat pale, silent disgust etching lines deep into his pallid features. Rogel Dorn, ever the measured bulwark, bore the weight of profound skepticism in the set of his jaw. And presiding above them all, the emperor in golden armor, a silent, unfathomable sun whose very presence compressed the amphitheater under an iron gravity. His gaze alone quelled the burgeoning storm, forcing even the most impassioned tirades into submission. The accusations fell like hammer blows, deliberate and heavy. Mortarion spoke at length, threading his words with the chilling, visceral horror etched into his soul by the warp-wielding tyrants of Barbarus. He painted Magnus not as scholar, but as their inheritor, conjuring vivid tableaus of ruin born from minds that trespassed too far. Russ, stripped of eloquence but surging with brutal conviction, branded the Thousand Sons witches outright, dark spellweavers whose very existence was a contagion endangering the Imperium's beating heart. Then Magnus rose, his voice resonant, carrying centuries of accumulated wisdom and the weight of a mind that charted stars others perceived only as light. He extolled the triumphs wrought by his legion's sanctioned power, victories snatched from the jaws of defeat precisely because his librarians guided the blade, peered through the veil, manipulated fate's threads. Psychic might, he argued, measured, directed, was not a demon to be chained under fear, but humanity's destined staff, a vital ascent beyond the crippling shadows of ignorance. Navigators guided ships, astropaths wove the Emperor's word across the void to renounce the power utterly, would be to hobble humanity on the very brink of transcendence. Yet the prosecution cut deeper than policy. It laid siege to Magnus himself. He stood accused not merely of using power, but of sorcery, of plunging into forbidden depths, violating his father's explicit strictures despite the warnings etching deep grooves in imperial decrees. As damning accounts piled high reports of deep ritual, forbidden eavesdropping, whispered secrets pried from raw chaos, the Emperor's golden features hardened, the ambient aura shifting from stoicism to gathering storm. When he finally spoke, millennia of divine authority in every syllable, his voice was the grinding of granite mountains sealing a tomb door shut. The judgment was annihilation for Magnus's cause. The Librarius, once a nascent hope, was sundered. Psychic power within the legions was banished. No librarian would stand in the battle line. The members of those scattered, forbidden lodges were to be disbanded, reintegrated as mere line warriors. Magnus himself bore the lash of formal censure, his defiance laid bare for the pantheon of his brothers to witness. He was commanded an edict as unbreakable as adamantium chains to return to Prospero, renounce sorcery utterly, and dismantle the vast psychic academy within his legion. The Emperor's final words, echoing long after he ceased speaking, were a tolling knell. If you treat with the warp, Magnus, I shall visit destruction upon you and your legion. Your name will be struck from the imperial records for all time. Magnus departed Nicaea trailing the ruin of his life's work, burdened by the contemptuous eyes of brothers unable, unwilling to see the light he wielded. Though his demeanor was one of profound defeat, beneath the crimson facade, deep beneath the crushing weight of public humiliation, resentment coiled hot and tight like venom in his gut. To him, the Emperor's decree was not wisdom, not prudence, but a willful shuttering of eyes against a necessary truth. It was born of fear, Magnus believed, a crippling, hypocritical refusal to embrace the very force destined to elevate the species. Returning to Prospero's radiant spires was a retreat into sanctity, into the sprawling libraries and laboratories still whispering promising secrets. To the Imperium beyond the psychic wards humming around his world, it seemed the scholar Primarch had bowed before his father's will, swallowed the bitter medicine of Nicaea. A lie, an utter fabrication sustained by distance and illusion. Magnus harbored no intention of observing the edicts that sought to chain the Thousand Sons' very spirit. He convened his most senior librarians, minds tempered like Sycriactive steel. Those who saw as he saw shared his unbroken vision. Within secure vaults deep beneath the Cyclopean pyramids, he reaffirmed their shared purpose, humanity's elevation through the warp, a transformation non-negotiable. They resolved together, a somber cabal bathed in the light of impossible theorems, to plunge deeper, to harvest the forbidden fruit they knew lay at the warp's core. Prospero became a sequestered haven for that continued transgression. Magnus issued a stern recall, a summoning encrypted within the sprawling psychic choir networks only his sons could decipher. Ships draped in crimson and gold detached themselves from distant conflicts, navigators guided by the potent beacon of their father's psychic imperative. They returned to the planet's glittering embrace, the Primarch consolidating his forces, gathering his brightest sons towards what he believed would be their shared enlightenment, poised on the edge of a new understanding. Yet not all sons hearkened to the call. Some were stranded in incredibly remote engagements across the ragged fringe, swallowed by warp storms fickle and cruel, unaware that their sanctuary was soon to become an inferno. For a time, beneath the azure skies, Prospero defied the Emperor's ban in stolen tranquility. Its libraries expanded, absorbing fresh knowledge extracted by subtly probing tendrils sent into the Empyrean's roiling currents. The ancient halls of the Pyramid of Photo resonated with the concentrated hum of focused psychic power, 1,000 whispers climbing a spiraling lattice towards forbidden realizations. Magnus, the scholar Primarch, scoured these energies for deeper truths, ever seeking dominion over the chaotic tides, convinced absolutely that his will, his knowledge, was shield and lens enough to bend the warp's fury to the Imperium's betterment. Yet this quiet research defiance unfolded under the lengthening, suffocating shadow cast from Nicaea. The Emperor's judgment had been final, absolute, spoken with measured fury. Each hour spent transgressing that decree, each new theorem formulated in secret, each subtle manipulation of potent forces exploded the gaping rift between father and son. This brazen defiance, cloaked though it was in layers of shielding illusions and curated psychic silence, did not long remain a hidden garden. Whispers, sharp fingernails scraping the vast canvas of imperial intelligence, bearing the unmistakable psychic footprint of Prospero's works, slithered beyond its borders. They insinuated themselves upon ears ever primed to hear treachery in psychic harmonics. Lemon Russ, the great wolf whose senses were honed to detect foulness in the ether, caught the scent, his suspicions hardening into certainty with each fragmentary report. Mortarion, eagerly scraping at every rumor of sorcery, found grim, hateful vindication in the swirling rumors, a confirmation of the disgusting perversion he had always known the Thousand Sons to be. Prospero stood, a breathtaking jewel studded with the marvels of psychic architecture, its skies eternally awash with the auroras of controlled power, a testament to knowledge triumphant. Yet over this paradise, the unseen storm gathered with increasing, suffocating density. Magnus, instinctive arrogance battling a dawning sense of dreadful consequence, felt the pressure but viewed it as obstruction, not imminent obliteration. He pressed on, increasingly driven, increasingly isolated within his tower of thought and power. The Thousand Sons, loyal to their core, devoted to their Primarch and the luminous future he painted for all humanity, rallied their formidable intellect and psychic might. They stood firm, scholars and warriors preparing for a dawn they believed their birthright. Yet in their deep pursuit, probing ever deeper into the emerald abyss for keys to unlock godhood, the scholars saw only the prize. They remained tragically blind to the circling predators, the jaws of the trap snapping shut, the blades being sharpened in the dark. As fate's merciless web drew tighter around Prospero, binding its every spire in threads stronger than adamantium, the pieces were irrevocably aligned. The echoes of Nicaea, the Emperor's damning pronouncement, Magnus's seething resentment, and ceaseless, illegal explorations all converged, poised to ignite a conflagration that would obliterate a world and irrevocably scar the galaxy's history. Magnus, delving ever deeper into forbidden precognitive streams, cried out in psychic anguish as the future resolved not in enlightenment, but in slaughter. An unspeakable tapestry unfolded before his inner eye, blades slick with loyalist blood, brothers locked in murderous embrace, the very heart of the Imperium torn asunder by treachery festering within. Frustration clawed at him, venomous and chilling, for amidst the vividly horrific panorama rampant betrayal, the stink of cordite and corrupted void shields, the starburst flash of legions turning traitor his own line remained obscured. The warp currents swirled opaque, denying him all sight of how the shadow fell upon Prospero. Was this calculated ambiguity, the whispering lie of the Chaos Gods, pulling their favorite pawn deeper onto the board? Or was it hubris's final, blinding veil, a hard limit to his already godlike sight? Faced with this devastating revelation, the Crimson King moved with desperate secrecy, gathering his premier cabal, his most trusted librarians, eyes bright with unwavering loyalty and potent power into the shadow-infested depths of Prospero's greatest library stacks, a cathedral of accumulated knowledge whose air stank of ancient vellum and ozone storm promise. They convened not for scholarly discussion, but for survival, beneath chiseled archways depicting constellations no human eye had beheld. Magnus laid the vision bare, the impending doom writhing within his psychic aura like a caged warp beast. Hope warred with dread on their faces, illuminated fitfully by shimmering psychic runes tracing protective sigils on the ancient stone around them. The debate ignited, sharp as barbed wire. Some, steeped too long in Magnus's certainty that pure knowledge was the ultimate shield, urged desperate, unequivocal action, warned Terra immediately, circumvent the inevitable carnage, damn the consequences. Others, haunted by the specific proscriptions of Nicaea, the terrifying steel in the Emperor's final warning, argued for calculated caution, seeking safer avenues that risked precious time. The voices clashed fiercely amidst the towering stacks, timbre of fury overlaid with profound unease. But Magnus, cornered by the sheer apocalyptic scale of the disaster he foresaw, knew delay was surrender. His conviction, forged over centuries of intellectual triumph, that he alone possessed the skills, the vision to avert this, hardened into a fatal resolve. He must act. His emperor, his creator, his father must be warned before the galaxy burned. Yet here, in this critical juncture, his monumental hubris sealed the world's fate. The astropathic relay, slow, prone to misinterpretation, subject to jamming, was pitifully inadequate. Instead, believing utterly in his mastery, trusting his unparalleled connection forged with potent lore, Magnus chose the forbidden path. He would send a message the warp itself would carry, sculpted by sorcery, weaving a psychic pathway bypassing spacetime's tyranny. He could pierce the distance instantly, whispering the truth directly into the Emperor's mind. Prepared with obsessively intricate care, in a ritual chamber whose floor blazed with power-charged sigils replicating Prospero's entwined stellar patterns, Magnus and his assembled sorcerers formed a focused harmonic. Their collective power, more immense than any gathered in millennia outside Terra's psychic choir, surged. Ancient incantations resonated through the suddenly crystalline air, arteries of raw imperial force converging onto their Crimson King. Taking a psychic breath that seemed to draw Prospero's breath itself, Magnus unleashed the spell. It manifested not as a message, but as a spear forged entirely of thought, desperation, and catastrophic arrogance. It lanced across the unreal gulf of the warp with agonizing speed, tearing through its sickly currents fueled by Magnus's unwavering will and terrifying certainty. It bypassed the physical galaxy entirely, the immense fleet movements, the crawling terrestrial shifts, aimed with deadly precision at the one nexus point that mattered: the Imperial Palace on Terra. Weapons stood chiseled within the Emperor's sanctum, shields woven by his genius specifically to repel the warp's worst ravages, unfathomed complexity layered over the millennia, powered by his own awesome will. Before the sheer psychic force of Magnus's anxious broadcast, a manifestation born of supreme power wielded in sublime ignorance, these intricate barriers stood no more chance than dry parchment. They exploded inward, dissipating like vapor under a blowtorch's flame. The message itself struck with the physical force of orbital ordnance detonating inside a bunker, brutally carving into the Emperor's innermost thoughts. Horus's betrayal flooded the Emperor's consciousness with gruesome images, the corruption spreading like gangrene through legions, the coming war wrapping the galaxy in ferocious flame, all conveyed in a microsecond psychic flood. The warning was delivered. The intention behind it, desperate loyalty laced with profound hubris, pulsed like a dying star's final burst. But the catastrophic cost of this forbidden act unfolded simultaneously. The shattered shards of the wards weren't merely passive defenses, they were vital components, layers of deliberate insulation surrounding his most sacred, most dangerous work, the Webway Project. This wondercrafted lattice, humanity's desperate hope for liberation from warp travel's lethal tyranny, the Emperor's secret labor spanning centuries, lay utterly exposed. The breach gaped wide, a sucking psychic wound burrowed deep into reality, instantly flooding the sacred, unfinished tunnels with the raw, sentient malignancy of the Immaterium. Nightmare legions, entities thirsting for sentient agony, howled through the sudden, gaping rent in dimensions. They surged upon the engineers within, the Adeptus Mechanicus adepts and servitors diligently carving the future devoid of warp storms. Screams were silenced under impossible claws, sanity dissolved like sugar into corrosive warp venom, hundreds sacrificed lives and souls to horrors incarnate. The project, a shimmering dream woven with desperate genius, instantly devolved into a shrieking hellgate under Terra's skin. What pulsed as humanity's radiant hope now flickered on the precipice of utter ruin, its salvation converted into its own horrific threat. Magnus's urgent, galaxy-saving plea, inextricably fused with a forbidden trespass he swore mastery excused, had become a galactic blunder of titanic proportions. The magical backlash recoiled along the psychic conduit, burning psychic ash back onto Prospero. Magnus recoiled, staggering under the psychic concussion wave as agonized screams from Terra echoed within his mind, along with the tactile psychic shockwave of the Emperors, while rallying to stem the sudden incoming tide. The desolation, the violation of his father's most profound labor, hit his psyche like an anvil blow. the bond linking Primarch and Creator forged in genetic mystery, tested over centuries of conquest, strained by Nicaea, instantly bore the unbearable weight of betrayal. Magnus knew instantly. Not empathy for destruction incurred in noble service, not understanding of desperate intent. No forgiveness could bloom from this ash. His father would perceive only unforgivable transgression, a psychic invasion ripping apart his sacred work. What the Emperor perceived as reckless sorcery had murdered his secular hope. The golden rage flowed back along the tenuous psychic link Magnus himself had forged, silent, total, burning with the certainty of destruction. The judgment rang out across the psychic void, with the finality of reality's keystone snapping. Destruction was coming. Orders cleaved through the network swift, pitiless, gouging across the stars towards Fenris, summoning the implacable hunter, the executioner Lemon Russ. The message crackled with urgent demand: apprehend Magnus the Red. Bring him bound before the Golden Throne to face his Emperor's wrath. But Horus, the architect of this entire downward spiral, the worm wearing the War Master's skin who had manipulated Prospero's isolation and sown the seeds of distrust, stood perfectly poised. The orders converged towards the War Master's node before leaping to Fenris's icy heart. With silken treason and vile glee dripping poison distilled from demon flame into the pure command, Horus performed his ultimate betrayal. He intercepted the Emperor's edict, plucked it from the signal stream like picking a tender sinew from bone, and twisted it with lies artful and damning. While the Emperor demanded capture, Horus breathed fire into the message, painting Prospero ablaze with treason, its master a demonic usurper defying his father. Fenris would receive no call for restraint, no order for peaceful arrest. Horus commanded obliteration. Let the wolves be unleashed uncontrolled. Let Russ's righteous fury, stoked to incandescent heat by falsehood shrieked from the War Master's tongue, deliver one judgment only: violent annihilation. Let Prospero burn to ash as an object lesson writ in fire, smoke, and genocide. Russ roared with Fenrisian conviction, the order clear and brutal. Magnus was not for capture, not for judgment in chains, but for annihilation. Blinded by the stark dichotomy between his legion's raw, untamed nature and the Thousand Sons' esoteric arts, the Wolf King saw only a treacherous warlock who had spat upon the Emperor's will once too often. He marshaled the full, devastating strength of the Sixth Legion, a force honed for savage execution. Their ancestral disdain for what they perceived as witchery and corruption burned white-hot, reforged into an implacable purpose by the belief in Magnus's ultimate betrayal. The scale of the manipulative treachery that coiled around them both utterly obscured from his sight. On Prospero's glassy plains, beneath skies once vibrant with psychic resonance, Magnus waited, a sinking certainty within his breast whispering that the message carried on astropathic winds would bring no pardon, only condemnation. Seeking refuge from the encroaching horror he himself had summoned, he plunged deeper into his arcane studies, clinging to the cold comfort of his conviction that his terrible act, shattering the Imperial Palace's wards to deliver a frantic warning of Horus's treachery, however catastrophic its delivery, had been necessary, a desperate sacrifice to safeguard the Imperium he loved. His Thousand Sons, paragons of loyalty even as the brittle facade of their world began to crack, continued their meticulous work, cataloging relics and refining enchantments, the air thickening with an oppressive, unspoken dread that clung to the gleaming spires like toxic fog. Their isolation, their centuries of scholarly defiance against Nicaea's edicts, their deep communion with the riddles of the warp all rendered them alien, suspect, pariahs amongst their brother legions. Prospero, once a radiant beacon where knowledge flowed like water, was silently transforming before their eyes into a stage meticulously prepared for tragedy writ in apocalyptic runes, a doom upon which curtains were already drawing back. As the space wolves powered through the darkness of the void, engines howling like wolves scenting prey, the Thousand Sons stood oblivious, yet a leaden weight settled on their collective soul. A reckoning beyond escape was bearing down, its shadow darker than any warp storm. The chasm between Magnus and the distant Emperor on Terra had shattered like brittle crystal, impossible to mend, and the horrifying cost of Magnus's precognitive visions, the blood, the betrayal, the fire were no longer spectral portents grazing the edge of perception, but imminent, choking realities. Winds heavy with stench of violence and unmaking scoured Prospero's shining landscapes, and beneath them, bracing for the tempest they couldn't yet perceive, stood the Thousand Sons, their red-armored Primarch at the forefront. His towering frame was bowed not by the upcoming conflict, but by the crushing, abortive knowledge that this fiery cataclysm was as much the dire consequence of his own desperate choices as it was the Emperor's thunderous decree. Prospero's fate, etched irrevocably in the currents of destiny, roared into unstoppable motion. The Sixth Legion had unleashed its totality, an entire Astartes brotherhood mobilized at Russ's command to bring the unmitigated, cleansing wrath of the Emperor crashing down upon a world accused. Russ himself, his frost-rimed resolve hardened to adamantium by the terrible weight of the order he carried what he believed was the Emperor's ultimate, damning verdict on Magnus. The traitor led the vast force from the bridge of his flagship. Bolstering his wolf guard were grim detachments of the Legio Custodes, gold gleaming against coal-black void armor, the Emperor's personal sentinels dispatched to oversee the immutable verdict enacted. Alongside them, terrifying in their silence, came the Sisters of Silence, their nulleras extending like psychic ice storms, their very existence a shrieking negation anathema to the Thousand Suns, warp sorcery, the living embodiment of the anathema about to fall upon Prospero. The immense fleet gathered its grim components methodically, battle groups forming at silent waypoints, thickening its mailed fist before the final, fatal translation into Prospero's skies. Among its cohorts lurked the jagged black silhouettes of the notorious black ships, monstrous prison vessels whose hold cells awaited any captured psychers or sorcerers destined for judgment within the nightmarish depths of Terra's prisons. The prospect of confronting the Thousand Suns alone was fearsome enough. Veterans wielding psychic might alongside tactical brilliance as lethal as any legion. But to assail them upon Prospero, their cradle, a world itself vibrating with accumulated esoteric energy, saturated with their strength, woven through with repositories of forbidden intellect and raw, conceptual power that transformed the operation into a monstrous undertaking thick with hazard. The Thousand Suns were gods upon their home ground, surrounded by the labyrinthine tomes and potent wards born of millennia of arcane mastery. And yet, as the Imperial wolves crept closer through the interstellar gulfs, Prospero remained blissfully, tragically inert. Magnus, drowning in an ocean of guilt brightened only by the dreadful lightning flash of realization, seeing with agonizing clarity the full measure of how the ruinous power Tzeentch, god of schemes, had sunk its claws into his soul and turned his greatest virtues into fatal flaws. Understood the core of his corruption. He saw now that his desperate, relentless attempts to cure his legion of the creeping chaos taint buried within their genocide, the flesh change that devoured his sons from within, had not only failed but flung wide the door for the ruinous powers. What he had deemed his own transcendent intellect, his rebellion against ignorance, had been subtly sculpted by Tzeentch's invisible fingers all along, a corruption disguised as genius. To Magnus's grieving mind, the savage encounter hurtling towards them was Tzeentch's ultimate stratagem, meticulously arranged to ensure the pinnacle achievements of both Thousand Suns and Space Wolves shattered against each other, mutual ruin serving the gods' thirst for endless bloody complexity. In a final bid to escape the prismatic trap, a last gasp of doomed repentance, Magnus resolved to deny the Changer of Ways its promised feast. He would not raise the alarm. No clarion call would echo through the psychic networks warning his legion or the studious populace of Prospero. Instead, with immense, sorrowful power, he wove a dense, occluding psychic veil about the entire planet, ensuring the Thousand Suns remained immersed in their fragile normalcy, utterly blind to the sword swinging above their heads. He went further, ordering the warships of his own legion dispersed to the corners of the system, leaving the heart of Prospero the city of silent scholars, Cora Tisa naked, stripped of voidborn guardians. For Magnus the philosopher Primarch, this abject surrender was supreme sacrifice. By offering himself and his legion to the consuming flames of the Emperor's bitter disfavor, he sought to extinguish the inferno of his transgressions, to buy absolution for the hubris that had damned them, and prove in ash and silence the unbroken core of his loyalty. Yet in this agonizing bid for atonement, this stoic embrace of oblivion, he with his own crippled hands slammed shut the final lid on Prospero's coffin, sealing the fate of every living soul who called the planet home, delivering them gift-wrapped to the wolves' knives. When the Imperial fleet tore reality apart over Prospero, emerging from the warp with guns already glowing like baleful suns, the Thousand Suns stood bewildered, utterly, devastatingly unprepared. The magnificent cityscape of Tisa, Prospero's gleaming cerebral heart, jewel of enlightenment, its soaring golden spires piercing skies cleared by sorcery, its crystalline domes reflecting millennia of untrammeled pursuit of understanding, lay serene and open. There were no scarred ramparts, no crisscrossing trench lines scarring the gleaming plazas, no frantic mobilization stations buzzing with grim purpose, no grim repose sustained only by intricate telepathic communications. Its defenses existed solely in the fragile air of scholarly calm. The Legion and its legions of civilian adepts, librarians, archivists, and hopeful acolytes remained engrossed in labyrinthine studies, intricate training exercises focusing on transient mental disciplines rather than sustained combat telekinesis, unknowing that their world, their collected wisdom, their very lives, were seconds from being consigned to char and ruin. When the Space Wolves descended upon Tisa, it was with the pure, unadulterated fury of ancient nightmares. Drop pods, vast ceramite meteors trailing flame and blasphemous symbols of Fenrisian storm banners, rained down from the clouded sky. Assault craft, engines screaming a bestial dirge, plunged recklessly through the suddenly hostile atmosphere. Their impacts thundered through the planet's foundation stones, shaking glass towers to their core, shattering delicate crystalline structures into clouds of glittering dust. The mortal Prosperine Spireguard, noble defenders of their world but mere flickering candles before the hurricane force of a vengeful Astartes legion unleashed, were swept aside in bloody instants, their courage meaning little against bolter shells and howling chainglaves. Their resistance was snuffed out like guttering sparks. The alerted Thousand Suns, snapping from decades of scholarly inertia into shock and desperate action, scrambled to form some semblance of a defense, armor clattering as they struggled to deploy, psychic wards flickering weakly into existence only to be drowned by the nullstorm. Then came the Sisters of Silence, descending amidst the cacophony like wraiths of absolute negation. A psychic dagger plunged directly into the very heart of the Thousand Suns' strategic existence. Their anathematic presence struck the warp itself speechless, slamming shut the psychic channels the Thousand Suns relied upon with paralyzing force. The intricate weave of the great ocean's energy became a barren void around them, strands of foreboding psychic fire evaporating like mist in sunlight, rendering the battle psychers, the dread sorcerers of Prospero, shockingly, terrifyingly vulnerable. Stripped of the warp-gifted power that was their legacy and strength, the minds that commanded legions through dense psychic networks instead found themselves vulnerable, frantic beasts imprisoned within physical shells, formidable warriors still, honed by genetic design and centuries of combat training, yet utterly insufficient when pitted against the roaring savagery of Fenris, combined with the peerless martial perfection of the Custodian Guard. Magnus the Red, architect of this suicide, witnessed the unfolding carnage from his isolation within the Tizkin Tower, his multifaceted heart constricted by an agony of sorrow and gnawing shame. He had witnessed precisely this symphony of death countless times within the fractals of his own prescient visions, the crimson rivers soaking into the streets, the roaring conflagrations consuming centuries of collected wisdom. Yet even as the sons of Rus ripped through the avenues he helped design, tearing apart the scholars and students who revered him, he held his devastating silence. His desperate, irrevocable decision to deny Tzinch its vicious satisfaction held him paralyzed, an unbreakable command, though the cost was the extinguishing of his genetic sons and the utter desolation of the dream he had shaped. Salvaged fragments from the hemorrhaging command networks and muttered confessions wrung from survivors would later hint at dark currents beneath the visible catastrophe. Amidst the collapse, Magnus himself, or forces acting under his final despairing command, sought frantically to strangle history's throat. Logs were rewritten, selective oblivion forced upon select minds, inconvenient witnesses silenced outright, all efforts madly focused on erasing the visceral truth of Prospero's tragic downfall, ensuring the exact sequence of its annihilation remained obscured, fragmented, forever debated. Was this scrambled scramble an act of preservation, a last-ditch effort to salvage fragments of the Legion's honor from the pyres? Or a final, tortured gesture to protect its complex, shattered legacy from universal condemnation? The answer perished with Tizca's fall. The battle raged relentlessly through Tisa's burning arteries, its onsapristine crystalline streets slick and treacherous with the glittering, corrosive vidi of the defenders. Dust choked the air, settling in a pathetic blanket over bodies still clutching scrolls or shattered focusing staves. For those loyal sons wearing crimson armor cracked and scorched, inscribed with intricate silver symbols extinguished, it became a savage, desperate struggle simply to endure, fighting against suffocating odds for the elemental privilege of existing one more moment in a world rapidly turning to ash. Barely any sense of common strategy could rethread itself above the scream of psychic backlash and the roar of assault cannons. For the invading space wolves, lupin snarls echoing off the burning facades, luminescent feral eyes scanning for weaknesses, it was the brutal, cathartic enactment of the Emperor's perceived will, the execution of sanctioned judgment upon damned witches. For Magnus, pinned within his spire of learning, it became a final reckoning resonating through his immortal bones, the devastating collision point where towering ambition, defiant pride, and earth-shattering guilt slammed together within a firestorm of his own making, consuming everything. This consuming assault erupted physically with a rain of celestial fire. The bulked Imperial fleet, suspended in lethal orbit, manifested its pitiless verdict upon the mortal sphere below. The Space Wolves' flagship, the immense Hrafkal, imperative and merciless, initiated the cascade of destruction. Its colossal voidlances ignited the atmosphere, searing brilliant, radiant wounds into the trembling surface of Prospero like welder torches applied to fragile silk, etching scars destined to last millennia. Following this dreadful signal, the assembled might of the fleet opened its colossal arsenal, an unrelenting barrage hurling titanic energies. The atmosphere above Tisa churned and ignited, transformed into a maelstrom of unnatural auroras as lances of searing light and the crushing, percussive impacts of kinetic rods traveling at fractions of light speed heralded the crushing weight of the Emperor's terrible retribution. Yet, against this cosmic declaration of war, the expected roar of planetary defiance did not rise. Prospero's orbital defense platforms, vast constructs of void steel and energy projectors designed to shred invading fleets, hung silent and impotent, caught like startled prey in the Predator's glare, their crews baffled, sleepy, utterly unprepared. A wide spread of plasma torpedoes erupted from the Imperial formations, carving brilliant lines across the sky, before detonating with annihilating void rupture charges, blinking most platforms out of existence in fleeting supernova bursts before their targeting arrays could flicker online. Pitiful handful managed hurried, inaccurate salvos, pathetic streaks of defiance hurled into the oncoming storm only to be instantly silenced moments later by pinpoint lance strikes, vanishing in expanding spheres of molten debris. The planetary defense grid itself, network integrity pristine, its powerful subsurface defense laser emplacements cold and dark, sensors untripped, maintained a shocking, unnatural dormancy. What should have been a fortress world buzzing with lethal energies and military synchronicity instead presented as a lamb before the slayers, raising no shield, offering no challenge. Only later, amidst the ruins and whispered interrogations, would the chilling reason be known. Magnus the Red, the Crimson King, Primarch of Prospero, had willfully blinded his people. Crushed under the unbearable weight of his own colossal guilt, forced finally to stare into the reflecting pool of his own manipulation, by the shifting tides and impossible riddles of infernal Tzinch, the changer of ways, Magnus had commanded no preparations to be made. His psychic command broadcast paralyzed institutional reflexes. Planetary defense monitors were fed false serenity. Yet even naked and startled in their unpreparedness, the Thousand Suns were not rendered instantly helpless. Within the heart of Tizca, the most potent psychers of Magnus, Legion the Raptor occult, masters of telekinetic force united their formidable wills with practiced harmony, weaving an immense kindshield over the vulnerable city center. This immense psychic barrier shimmered invisibly in the violent air, a dome woven of raw warp-borne conviction and layered telekinetic force vectors, stronger by magnitudes than any physical armada plating or fortified adamantium. Fabricated from furious conceptual denial of destruction, layered with almost unimaginable psychic cohesion, it absorbed the terrifying kinetic washes and searing radstorms of the orbital massacre. It resisted, flexing like impossibly resilient impact gel, against rivers of destruction that would have reduced continents to slag, that would have utterly unmade competing cities in heartbeats holding, miraculously, impossibly, against the cosmic hammer blows. But this astonishing defense was sustained by unsustainable cost. The battle psychers channeling the core shield synapses stood rigid, etched bodies straining against titanic psychic backwash, as if rooted to the quivering earth by agony, sweat mingling with blood leaking from eyes and noses under ceramite helmets, faces contorted beyond recognition beneath intricate faceplates etched with protective hexagrammatic wards. Their vital psychic reserves were draining away, hemorrhaging with every colossal impact that smashed against their conceptual bastion. Invisible cracks shimmered deeper into the warp substrate with each blow, precursor to an inevitable, catastrophic collapse. Within Tizca's inner rings, isolated from the gateways sustaining the fleet bombardment, but saturated by its proximity shockwaves, the first signs of the horrific attack manifested not through the shudder of foundations or the raw noise of titanic weapons, but through a profoundly suffocating psychic pressure descending upon the city. Hot winds laden not with Prospero's natural desert purity, but with the acrid stench of vaporized steel, volatilized ceramic, and irradiated rockle compressed the very air, forcing breath shallow and labored. Waves of uncontrolled static electricity traced jagged paths across entire avenues, spiderwebbing between the silvered glass pyramids and delicate crystalline towers, illuminating the pre-dawn murk with ghostly flares that burst silent yet terrifying milliseconds before the impact wave struck. This visual horror preceded by mere moments the true terror, as hypersonic projectiles finally breached the upper layers, their passage tearing reality apart with skin-flaying sonic booms that rolled across the city in enraged waves, merging with detonations kilometers distant into a single deafening, soul-pounding cacophony. When the first lance strike finally scarred the planet's surface proper, It exploded crater zone northeast of Tisa proper, a distant lancing bolt beyond the shield's dynamic boundary barriers, a brilliant speartip of unfiltered stellar energy plunging into the Earth. Its breathtaking actinic flash illuminated the entire horizon like an unpredicted second sunrise, starkly revealing the sheer scale of destruction plunging towards them. This dire signal was followed instantly by a crushing, sequential sequence of saturation bombardments coordinated from orbit. Macrocannon shells the size of Titan heads shrieked down. Fusion cores ignited deep subsurface bunkers they couldn't penetrate with pinpoint emissions designed for sheer obliterative saturation. The already brittle landscape surrounding Tisa became sacrificial terrain in the first phase. Ancient forests nurtured for millennia exploded instantly into furnaces that painted the underside of the choking smog, a swirling, malevolent orange. Centuries of intricate botanical life cycles reduced instantly to blackened skeletal embers scattered by world-breaking shockwaves. Pristine grasslands sculpted by careful terraforming into a tapestry of alien beauty blazed furiously uncontrolled chemical fires consuming breathable air and releasing thick, toxic phosphoxylase smoke that drifted back towards the city boundaries, bringing violence on the wind. The rich countryside, reflecting Prospero's serene cultural dialogue of knowledge-respecting ecology, became a sterilized, cratered wasteland before the main barrage on Tisa paused for breath. By the brutalized time the bombardment slackened its initial suicidal fury merely to reorganize targeting relays towards the defiant shielding center itself. The land embracing Tisa was stripped utterly bare, unrecognizable, transformed into a smoking geological injury. Heavy metals frosted glassy crater edges glowing under toxic cloudscapes where once life thrived. But Tisa stubbornly endured barely. The miraculously resilient raptor occult's complex kindshield had somehow absorbed the impossible kinetic punishment, yet for the panting, tearing sorcerers pouring soul essence to sustain its integrity from skeins within shielded generation pylons woven deep below city root systems, the sustained effort surpassed mere exhaustion. They sustained neural liquefaction, bleeding permanence outwards through eyes and ears, knowing each second measured in agony brought inevitable fold collapse. High within his sanctuary tower that pierced the luminous smog like a prophecy turned to obsidian, Magnus the Red observed his world dying. His single, cyclopean eye, that organ that historically blazed with insatiable intellect, cosmic ambition, commanding vision, now reflected nothing but devastating, world-consuming sorrow. The ever-shifting horizon, stained uniformly in apocalyptic orange by the fires consuming everything beyond his fragile shield, mirrored precisely the crushing grief scorching his immortal soul. Below, bright blossoms erupted incessantly, where specially timed airburst incendiary munitions detonated high above the distant forests, designed to deliberately set entire cloud layers ablaze. The geoforming rains intended to freshen Tisa now became lethal storms of superheated kerosene gel and phosphor emulsion, washing indiscriminately down onto the city's last shield globe and lands emptied of living cov. Actual salt tears fell from the Primarch's weathered face, diamond-hard droplets staining his intricately crafted crimson battle plate unseen beneath him, as he witnessed the universe he cherished being methodically erased. The forest his legion recreated from long-dead genistrands, the solemn patrol grounds sculpted from volcanic sands into harmonious grassland pathways gone, utterly ablated, replaced by smoldering carbon fields that stretched beneath toxic skies where whirlwinds of ash danced over magma slicks cooling slowly. The incomprehensible beauty ingrained in Prospero's existence was unraveling into irreversible ruin, the ultimate, unappeasable price demanded by the gods for his colossal hubris, paid chunk by excruciating chunk. Magnus's great heart shattered rhythm from the unbearable mass of comprehension crushing it. He had believed with desperate, almost messianic fervor, in the paramount righteousness of his path championing forbidden knowledge, the warp's vast potential as mankind's birthright, the necessity of seeing beyond blinkered doctrines. And yet the Emperor, Father and distant Godmaker, Radiant One, judgment was brutally clear. Magnus had defied it at his world's core. Now, as Prospero groaned under the unforgiving demands of his relentless retribution, Magnus understood the unspeakable magnitude of his transgression with crystallized despair. He grasped the crimson echo of Magnus's shattering reverberates through eternity, the mournful fall of Magnus, not merely a defeat in a psychic storm, but the fracturing of a soul surrendered to despair. His heart, though silent, already braced for Prospero's crushing finale, its rhythm pounding a dirge for enlightenment extinguished. He fell, that terrible day, not just from grace but into the voracious tides of the warp itself, pulled beneath by the talons of corruption. To the Imperium, that catastrophic convulsion on Prospero served as a monstrous monument carved in flame and telekinetic ruinous stark, indelible image fulfilling the silent prophecy of what awaited those who spurned the immutable will of the master of mankind, a thunderous counterpoint to the Emperor's most fundamental decree. Yet this brutal tableau was also a poisoned chalice carefully prepared, a masterpiece of duplicity orchestrated by Horus Lupercal at the zenith of his deception, a carefully cultivated tragedy nurtured by the insidious whispers and patient malevolence of that swirling, ancient darkness claiming another Primarch. This grim overture gives way to the sunless hush surrounding the sentinels beyond malachite doors. For countless souls dwelling far beneath the alabaster towers and adamantium bastions of the imperial sanctum, the existence of the Adeptus Custodes hangs perpetually veiled in deepest shadow, a profound enigma woven from strands of immutable tradition, ultimate authority, and impenetrable secrecy, a watch maintained by figures who embody the concept of the Emperor's most sacred trust made manifest in gold. To eyes peering from beyond their gilded ceramite ranks, the intricate machinery governing these immortal guardians appears hopelessly Byzantine, deliberately labyrinthine in its design, a deliberate opacity shielding truths too potent or too fragile for the galaxy's sundered multitude to withstand or comprehend. Yet against all assumptions generated by their outward inscrutability, the custodians themselves maintain an organization burnished by a core of startling adaptability, each cog perfectly meshed towards a single, unwavering purpose, guardianship unto eternity. Supreme above all within the custodian hierarchy stands the solitary sentinel of the Captain General, a figure radiating absolute authority, wielded as the Emperor's direct earthly proxy. This towering individual commands the might of the 10,000, yet his influence arcs far beyond phalanxes and guardian spears, often ascending to take a seat within the conclave of High Lords of Terra, shaping the Imperium's labyrinthine destinies as much as he guards the sanctity of its entombed sovereign. Since the inexplicable vanishing of Constantin Valdorth I, most myth-enshrouded Captain General, whose very name is whispered with reverence tinged with cosmic Sarotha's staggering mantle has passed through a lineage of warriors unmatched, each selected for transcendent skill honed over centuries and wisdom, distilled from the bitter dregs of 10,000 human triumphs and tragedies, direct inheritors echoing Valdor's ghost upon the golden paths of duty. Directly beneath this paramount figure rests the august tribunal of the Tribunate, a council forged from the souls of 10 veteran custodians, each bearing the immense weight of uncountable battles, serving as strategic architects and counselors whose insights reach back to epics faded from mortal memory. These tribunes, the most weathered and time-tempered warriors of the entire order, exhibit not only the pinnacle of martial perfection forged on anvils of perpetual war, but also possess a preternatural depth of strategic insight, meticulously cultivated through centuries of unflinching service, rendered solely to the Emperor's idea. To ascend to this hallowed circle of the 10, a custodian must have accumulated a minimum of 10 glorious honorific name-sacred titles, bestowed with agonizing rarity by the Emperor himself, each earned through staggeringly selfless acts of transcendental valor or uniquely intricate service that resonates within eternity itself. These names are celestial markers, iridescent symbols burned onto their very essence by deeds so profound they elevate their bearer beyond even the exalted ranks of superhuman peers. The Tribunate, therefore, must be understood as immeasurably more than a distant cabal of strategic planners whispering insular mantras. Its members possess the unfathomably rare and perilous privilege of offering counsel directly within the cloistered presence of the throne, should he, impossibly, somehow choose to require it. While their sacred burden often mandates the silent council chamber over the blazing crucible of the front line, the Tribune's monumental contribution remains utterly vital. For 10 Terran years, entire generations witnessed only in fleeting moments in the greater imperial narrative. They focused their colossal intellects entirely on intricate strategy, unimpeachable efficiency, and the ultimate geometric mandates of the Custodes as an order, ensuring without the slightest deviation that their final guardianship remains the unshakable cornerstone, the adamantium spine of the Emperor's eternal defense. Beneath this venerable council and the overarching shadow of the Captain General, the ranks of stamped captains and the elevated prefects compose the pulsing, relentless operational heart of the Custodian Guard. The distinction shimmering between these potent ranks remains subtle yet critically important, a nuance lost on all outsiders. Shield captains are the active blades, the field commanders whose golden presence leads their brothers into breaches and breach walls, either defending the corporeal embodiment of the Emperor's titanic works scattered galaxy-wide, or executing his perilous will like a beacon amidst interstellar void. Prefects, in Damascene contrast, ascend to their rank often as a crowning mark of supreme veterancy, their roles exquisitely tailored by the direct, celestial fiat of the Emperor's favor and his shifting needs in the unfolding apocalyptic moment. Titles meticulously woven into the identity of these peerless leaders are elaborate tapestries of responsibility. Aquila commanders stand watch over intricate palace defenses, fortifications layered upon defenses. Master Guardians shoulder the immense weight of overseeing specific, critical deployments into situation tiers dissolving into utter chaos. Together in sacred tandem, the shield captains and prefects embody the Custod's dual spirit. They are paramount generals orchestrating orbital descents into war-torn hives and imperial champions, shattering demon primarchs alike. Their inherent authority combined with combat capabilities rendering them utterly peerless beneath the galactic dome. When the Imperium's most golden hand moves inexorably towards war, it is invariably the unwavering presence of a shield captain who exerts ultimate operational command, yet supported frequently by others bearing the same transcendental rank, whose accumulated centuries of wisdom and foundational physical strength amplify and refine the mission towards inevitable, crushing success reel. Below the exalted peaks of the Captain General, tribunes, shield captains, and prefects lies the dynamic, verse-shifting tapestry of the base custodians' warrior bands. Their own internal structuring defies typical martial expectation. This is not the clanking rigidity of Astra Militarum command chains or even the potent lodges of the Adepta Astartesno. The custodians exist as ascetics and as elective nobility, welded by duty writ in blood. Defining this fluidity are the fundamental sodalities, functional warrior groups formed naturally, organically, by custodians whose ancient souls and individual spheres of devastating expertise beautifully align. While each custodian stands as an evolved master of war in every conceivable form, a demigod of destruction, many discover an innate resonance with particular specializations. Some inevitably gravitate towards the role of Varus Praetors, the unrelenting cavalry phantoms of the 10,000, scorching across battlefields mounted upon archaeological relics, ancient antigrav jet bikes roaring with warborn hearts louder and faster than any natural lightning strike could possibly hope to match, banking through volleys designed to annihilate titans. Others link their fate to the barrier-shattering fraternity of the Alaris Custodians, whose artisanal armor woven with hymnals surpasses Terminator plate in resilience, and whose titanic weapon-reflaming blades singed from starshell hearts and lauded, hubris furnishes them as the apocalyptic vanguard, bludgeoning any defiant assault. Then there stand the Custodian Wardens, their souls tuned to the stoic chorus of eternity, sentinels who lock shields inscribed with hymns sacred against roaring tides of cornate demons, bulwarks incarnate against insurmountable darkness. Despite this perfectly honed diversity in execution, these sacred specializations never congeal into ossified strata of command within their brotherhood. Supremacy amongst brothers standing alongside one another within the dedicated sodality is determined purely by the untarnished merit their comrades eternally recognize and reverie a natural, almost poetic aristocracy forged upon shared sacrifice spanning centuries and steeped in countless cosmos-shattering engagements. This exquisite fluidity in structure ensures without question that the Custodian Guard glides seamlessly, automatically, towards adaptation for any conceivable challenge the throne requires. When the Emperor's intolerable will ignites a lightning impulse demanding decisive action, the scattered sodalities are meticulously reaped and gathered unto its crucible, becoming newborn shield companies. These constitute the base operational units scattered forth upon the Emperor's fields of battle, representing unfolding strategy made manifest. A shield company wields neither fixed size nor predetermined arsenal as some common battle engine militarized might. Instead, it blooms as a bespoke weave, an assembly uniquely conceived and entirely handpicked by a governing shield captain, expressly to sculpt suitability against the imminent task. Its nature unfolding looms, intensely variable from silver strike teams, precisely sent into shadow graves worlds, to immense formations incorporating stampeding jetbike hordes, lumbering dreadnought ossuaries radiating primal dread. And even proto-titanic engines drawn screaming from antique reliquaries, nestled deep within the Imperial Palace's museum arsenals, grotesquely beautiful antediluvian vehicles harboring fury long dormant, pressed into service once more. Typically, such a company forms around 30 to 40 vigilant custodians, pulsing unity commanded by a single shield captain clutching ultimate authority over life, combat doctrine, and terminus. For greater nightmares, full shield companies themselves coalesce into terrifying edifices known as shield hosts, custodians' nightmarish vision of an army unleashed upon existence proper. Shield hosts are apocalyptic constructs marshaling superlative power in number and implacable teleological purpose, invariably led by the sacred triumvirate command embodied by a captain commander and his conclave of trusted shield captains. These colossal formations are summoned and funded from Imperial Treasury sublevels, only for missions gravity clasps at the tipping point of Imperium contingency. Unshakable outcomes where catastrophic failure constitutes a blasphemy unraveling reality itself, and absolute, unflinching reliability cannot even be tangentially delegated to any other Imperial agency, lest they fall or worse, fracture under strange influences emanating from possessed stellar mass Lagrange points. Whether unleashing silent punctuality upon Xeno swarms breaching segmentum obscurus holdfasts, quelling astropathic heretical uprisings, contaminating primary nodal worlds linking warplanes protected since M32, or embarking upon quests tasked with safeguarding critical, almost sentient aspects of the Emperor's own arcane unfinished laboratories, buried miles under Terra's molten mantleshield hosts, move as monolithic embodiments of the Adeptus Custodes, uncompromising totalitifuri made manifest against Oblivion's tapestries, thread by thread. The sacred fane chambers consecrating custodian souls profoundly articulate their orchestral versatility, discipline born from millennia spent standing atop continental oblivion beneath Skyfar. Each custodian belongs intrinsically to a dedicated caste or chamber, meticulously aligned with predetermined tactical roles. This seemingly intricate internal structure serves ultimately as a precision orchestra, ensuring every essential facet of the throne's unimaginable, universe-spanning defenses remains accounted for, nurtured to razor-efficiency architecture soldiering, acting as psychological biogeography. Representing the bedrock, the indisputable foundation upon which all other chambers rest silently, the Heteran Guard stand apart in intricate lore and daily ritual. Defying projections of classical guard disposition methodologifer, they alone form the backbone matrix squad, weaving through inner palaceate, numerically significant within conclave records referencing sieges, inflicted across 10 millennia gathering traumatic momentum. They are the eternalized visage, emblazoned inside the imagination of every common Imperial hiver glancing devotional images, pinched onto half-melted data slate screen. Gold-armored sentinels marshaled into perfect statuary ranks flanking skies tall as atmospheric zones, supreme incarnation wielding apocryphally long guardian spears singing prophecies as they pierce Diamondorak carapace. Nestled supremely within their own gilded ranks lie legendary specialists operating on capabilities defying formal notation Sentinel Guard, masters of psychological stillness transforming foreknowledge into preemptive fatal energy, and most elite of the elite among an order designed to shatter the concept of elite musings, the Heteran Guard proper. Demigods already, their esoteric planetary martial prowess eclipsing even the maddening extraordinary standards maintained universally among their own genetic brethren, sculpted directly from primordial Terran helots, martyrs from previous age offerings. Yet for all their staggering authority and foundational omnipresence across archives containing sacred paths mapping palace movement vectors, the Heteran toy supreme calibrate towards iterative battleground superiority paradoxically conceived as essentially precision instruments, sculpted to excise threats with lethal, textbook efficiency incarnate. Heritage fire designed never for protracted sieges shaking continents or devolving wars threatening attritional mutilation, consuming whole stellar nation-states over time. Finite energy expenditure mapped religiously not engines entirely configured for endless grueling consumption internally. To resolve such eventualities, the custodies maintain lurking within deeper dimensional armories, stacked chemically inert, yet infinitely potent therthine regimentum, the indomitable chamber consecrated exclusively to heavy assault battalia. The Thyne constitute the custodian's gravitic solution to overwhelming force manifested atheist within Imperial spectral investigations, entirely clad in specially forged and revered Terminator warplate, meticulously custom-fitted over centuries accretion to their unique posthuman physiological strata. They epitomize the essence of primordial shock troops baptized in planetary cores, collapsing inside avoided observatory angles. Among their mechanical saints proudly march ghostly contingents numbering steadily, just beyond observation lethal Sagittarum Guard annihilators. Armored bearers blazing ancient Attic weapons technology, locked within contrasionic security doctrines. Profound dark instruments revealing ancestral strategies, sealing nightmare tides during Dark Age insurrections, forgotten devastation power relics, entrusted solely by vow to the Imperial household's archives. Forbidden artifact constructs requiring biological holder sequences to activate. Once the Thine Alliance deployment promulgates irrevocably against installation images flickering defensive buffers into continuous divisional shield failures, they annihilate the stubborn spine shadow of opposition formations via volcanic coordinated devastation, defined impacting regional geology. Acting in harmonic resonance, these select chambers sculpt a flawless operational schema, each intricate piece spiraling effortlessly to complement the others, executing the Adeptus Custod's ultimate mandate supremely ordained under blood oath. Enduring motionless in eternal vigil within the harmonic sanctum imperialis, advancing regimentally with statuesque perfection, as the Heteran Legion phasing starlight weapons crossfiring impossible angles, or obliterating planetoid megalith fortresses hurled from dark matter bombardment profiles, as monolithic Thine constructs during through near-planetary event horizons, objectively, philosophically assaulting mythologies posing opposition artifacts. Additional, more elusive roles exist mute within Canton structures, folded deep inside tower of hegemonic resonance generators, humming hymns during noted palace festivals. The Cataphract Saberwing host resonates almost dissolutely, speed incarnate functioning as the swiftest stellar strike forces initially conceptualized from Terra Incognita assault, origins during the halcyon, nascent terror years of the Great Crusade's unprecedented Crimson advances, and indeed throughout much of the Emperor's active campaigning millennia, as Terracentric Spotlight Corps command architectures shifted between Proxima Centauri's strategic bodies long excommunicated now. Their sacred charge flourished as perpetual vanguard deploying celestial advance patterns, ensuring cosmological threats, categorically lacked the capability to outmaneuver sacred geometries, protecting their liege cult, accelerating galactic liberation curves per enthroned cosmological calculus. Piloting truly advanced repulsor lift, grav vehicles ranging from shimmering sleek pulsar pattern jet bikes, drafted near protostar formations, to archaeotech grab tanks radiating ancient anti-singularity excavation fields, capable of planetary annihilation. The cataphracts delivered unparalleled reconnaissance telemetry, whispering silent patient ambitions against voids hungry, while orchestrating blisteringly rapid counterattacks, specifically engineered to interdict emerging cosmic dangers almost instantaneous. These warriors differed profoundly, brother not passively protected but initiates, designed as jeweled strategic hunters, employing their transultimate velocity to intercept and surgically annihilate nascent threats within pot embryonic articulation, manifesting formative face spaces. In stark, harmonious contrast to the cataphracts' overt engagement doctrines dazzling observers or imprinting indelible psychological monuments, standing visible debating nightly in archived dossiers, the Ephoroi live immersed exclusively in mitigating meaning shadow. Tasked perpetually with calculatingly covert operations, manifested invisibly along planetary surfaces and perpendicular dimensions, conducting unfathomably sophisticated counter-surveillance networks woven into imperial infrastructures via arcane treaties and proactive infiltration protocols deemed industrielpic. The Ephoroi constitute the Custod's unseen core architecture regarding underground immune to conventional renderings of tribute offered for diligence. Their ceaseless telos frequently encompasses orchestrating the hallowed, yet terrifying blood games brutally realistic simulated complex infiltrations, perpetually besieging the Victorum Imperial Palace, parameters from impossible alt-space angles, examining potential weaknesses within its multivector defenses. Such staged liturgical landscape combat serves simultaneous purposes, critical training, continually drilled into all generations morphing technical stratagem, whilst functioning as cyclic acidists challenging echelon surveillance networks, irrevocably guaranteeing that no hostile external entitype alien infiltration, units teleporting shielded inside environmental civil disaster zones, or internal imperial traitors, manipulating warplet textual amulets, discovered charting secret tunnel subsidence beyond designated Masonic orders could conceivably achieve an objective even nominally equivalent unto that which these perpetual guardians constantly strained simulating internally without signature leakage encoding. Identities past thresholds for millennia proving cycles, Endel Sliet, must be published quietly, not always in simulation. Fragmented whispers occasionally theorize that the ephorial surveillance sphere radiates considerably farther than palace underworld cities, collapsing psychic hinterlands. Some doctrinal scholars postulate potential overlaps merging in perpetual oscillation, terrestrial dominance, strategies with that most shadow-enshrouded organization within Imperial data systems. Officio Assassinorum Legendary Executor Leginciat, whether this constitutes fundamental ideological collaboration, manifesting cooperative manus-piercing rebellions, or implies a subtle, centuries-long bicontinental rivalry, mutating into near-pathological obsession remains speculative history, circumscribed on macroscopic level, encrypting entire continents beyond dim sightlines. Ephoroi operatives demonstrate adeptitude verging upon psychological transcendence, within blending seamlessly into the political labyrinths, forever gnawing at Terra's rotting anima braincore. Cases province confirmed upon secret processes archived on deep digital catacombs describe invisible agents infiltrating noble dynastic houses, predating human sanity benchmarks, to surgically dismantle existential threats, surgically developed silently within aristocratic hierarchous entities, acting with virtual impunity, disregard for established imperial collegia administrative legislation structures. Existentially bound exclusively by commands inscribed electrochemically from the occupant he dreamed still within the golden thronework unfettered. Furthermore, touches beyond understood continuum levels, revered Moratai convergent destination, mortally manifested entities otherwise known cryptically across secret battlefield reports, recovered billions annually looted, as the honored corpses who persistently traverse outer sanctuaries while partially eternally entered states. These potent warriors, those unforgettably wounded indestructible, yet still cruelly clinging tenaciously to the ragged cusp dividing life customary, to mortal comprehension from thing darkness, beneath existing entirely between temporal moments ere carefully interred deep beneath sanctum imperialis, via ritual ignition into cybernetic life support sarcophagi, inserted perfectly within walking dreadnought fortifications, resembling slain titans, sculpted by fate's abandoned children. Miscible comparably within ally definitions, graspable by the Adepti Mechanicus, or even cavorting ranks of ordinary Astartes chapters, whose dreadnoughts constitute armored personas more naturally encountered despite lingering taboo. The custodes deploy these soul-anchored living siege machine extrusions, only with intensely mechanical reluctancia, mortal calculus, weighted on inhuman scales, created before mankind sought utter stellar ascendance through blood equation. Encased religiously within modified Achilles, patterned chassis lattices, said to writhe psychoscopically endless prayers to forgotten mechanism deities during combat moonfalls, engulfing biological storm geometries. All-encompassing thought pollution contained marginally through periodic penitent engine rituals, hooded in Titan shackle fields, projecting inert silence universes internally. Each entombed Moratoi stands as a towering cathedral to coordinated destruction incarnate, polymerizing nightmare-cracking sounds. Armed singularly with relic weaponry surpassing analytical matrices, prepared even contemplating the infamous Contemptor dreadnoughts, mythologized across space marine funerary monuments charge. Their potential appearance upon drawn battlefields, governed by marker demons materializing from dimensional storms, occurs rarely a kind, statistical anomaly, but its literal impact upon enemies witnessing sculptures wrought auric fire dissolve reality's fragility possesses truly overwhelming. The cosmological terror inherent within Moratai precipitated theater warfare introduces variables glitching astral projection methodologies immensely. The Morai catalyzer formation remains obsessively limited in sanctioned permanent iterations by Imperial encryption key, vaults numbered consistently beneath 100 fully consecrated examples per duty epoch, synchronized internally. Be even the carnage devouring height witnessed hopelessly during the planet-sundering Horus Heresy's initial apocalyptic centuries. Impeccable records consistently affirming manuscripts citing no more than 9 to 9, arriving simultaneously initial solar warfare phase, surrounding Sol Central collapse fractal under cumulative stratagems, activating vengeance subroutines onto Imperial soil, thus rendering every isolated Moratoi deployment utterly unforgettable, its effects resonating ceaselessly inside astronomic and relay archives employees scan constantly. Finally bound unto sovereign initiative bleed pathways, these honored dead singularly propagate reality spectra, constituting the foundation parameters energizing the shadows beneath colossal golden terra's shifting landscape, finally pointing apocalyptically towards zones requiring extinguishing entire galactic pocket Dankanat, striking force's objective. A unique chamber soulbending manifested during the final dying hours prostrate beneath the Horus Heresy's soul-consuming violence fanfare echoes. Born umbilically linked to phenomenally dense retribution, imperative burning unquenchably round during survival war maneuvering history logics, as the great scouring arc consumed persecuted souls, entire foundationless systems, by annihilatory opera sanctuary, Borderus initially hurled, without mercy, into mankind's most ultimate bloodwork. Pursuing asymmetrically, the fragmented remnants of Horus Lupercal's shattering rebellion corpses scattered beyond Fringicia's intersect galaxy, unmapped enemy quarantine sector charts, fragmented simultaneously by psychic vaporization telemetry preserved. Foundational records drafted prior towards near-total imperial homogeneity state unequivocally. These relentless empty sculpture formations authored enduring essential functions, guarding liminal contours defining considerable reality frames throughout the Imperium's subsequent millennia, exhausted reigning eminent domain, remotely countering unpredictable horror systems, perpetually mutating oppositional conceptual vectors, attempting deviant toxin infects. Despite its genesis steeped inexorably in apocalyptic haste signaling desperate fresh configuration, squeezing command protocols impossible against Exodus Flux unwinding humanity local monolith, Icon's historically interpreting predictor machinery consistently channels defense profile philosophy spectrum threats, consolidating, since Crucible Genesis events originally fractured timelines, endlessly dissected conclusion failure territory possibility, examined reserved. The Golden Sentinels stand ever vigilant, but their gaze extends beyond the shimmering walls of the Imperial Palace. When a warrior of the 10,000 finds the relentless millennia weighing upon his frame, or the diamond edge of his perfection ever so slightly dulled by the unimaginable trials demanded by his oath, he does not fade into honored oblivion. Instead, he vanishes. Relinquishing the burnished plate that marked him as a custodian guard, he cloaks himself in hooded robes of profound black, the color of deepest void. Thus begins his service as one of the eyes of the Emperor. He slips into the Imperium's colossal, shadowed sprawl and echo of the Unification's blood-drenched dawn, a stark reminder that the Emperor's watchers never truly rest, their vigilance a blade eternally in motion, poised to strike wherever his divine radiance dims. Some eyes walk alone, their sheer shrouded presence in the gloom-choked underhives or the cold Prometheum-slick decks of void stations, a wordless admonition to the treasonous, instilling dread simply by existing. Others weave intricate, unseen webs, becoming spy masters whose networks of eyes and ears slither into fortresses, guilds, and forgotten colonies, seeking the nascent rot that eludes even the Officio Assassinorum or the endless reams of the Administratum. And when such corruption blooms, unfurling its lethal petals towards the throne world's heart, the eyes act. Through channels known only to their ancient order, word races back to the Captain General, triggering surgical, devastating preemptive strikes that scour the infection before it can truly threaten the Sanctum Imperialis and the sacred throne itself. Among the specialized hosts within the Adeptus Custodes, two forms embody the contrasting facets of the master of mankind's indomitable will. The Aquiline shield is his protective hand, a silent assurance against death prescribed by destiny. The dread host is his clenched fist, descending in searing obliteration upon the defiant. Where the Custodian Guard as a whole redefines martial perfection with their overwhelming presence, the Aquiline shield moves with unnerving subtlety. They are the whisper of a blade left unsheathed, their every action dictated by the intricate patterns of the Emperor's foreseen design. Their sacred mandate is absolute: shield those individuals whose lives, woven into the skein of future events, are critical to Terra's survival. Deep within the Sanctum Imperialis, unseen in chambers saturated with the metallic tang of precognition, Psyker's doomsquares and oracular seers wrestle meaning from the warp's chaotic tides. They hunt for fleeting strands of fate, cryptic twists of shadow, and half-understood portents that tie a single soul to planetary salvation. Generals destined to hold a breaking line, preachers whose fiery words ignite vital defiance, or lowly militia leaders whose strategic genius blooms only in catastrophe, all can be revealed as pivotal cogs in Terra's continued existence. To these chosen souls, regardless of rank or station, an Aquiline shield custodian is sent, manifesting without preamble or permission. His pronouncement is undeniable: you are under the protection of the Emperor. To refuse is impossible. To receive this guardianship is the highest conceivable honor, a decree of worth spoken by the Imperium's foundation itself. High lords governing entire segmentums have known their invisible guard. Obscure hive-world preachers inspiring desperate last stands have felt their golden shadow. Once the oath is sworn, the shield custodian becomes an immovable, inescapable presence. He is the unseen blade that intercepts the assassin's toxin-tipped dart, the detonator sabotaged moments before detonation, the adamantium wall holding against a tide of demons to buy a critical second for escape. Yet this protection, forged in divine mandate, is cruelly finite. When the ordained moment passes, when the destinied purpose is achieved, the Guardian departs as silently and inexplicably as he arrived, leaving his charge exposed to a galaxy that resumes its casual cruelty. What follows is often brutal: a betrayal, a stray last bolt, a slow decline. but the Aquilan Shield's gaze is fixed solely upon Terra's survival. The subsequent fate of the Protected is an irrelevance long since factored into the Emperor's unshakable plan. Their purpose fulfilled, their continued existence holds no divine significance. In stark, thunderous contrast to the Shield's subtlety stands the dread host. Should a foe arise whose ambitions or sheer power imperil the Segmentum Solar or the throne world itself, different drums beat. Shield hosts assemble under the dread banner of annihilation. They are no mere detachments. They are avalanches of gold and ceramite, numbering in the hundreds, following ancient rites forgotten by all else. Their conveyance is the stark, pre-heresy might of the Moiraids, a trinity of warships whose silhouettes against a besieged world spread hopeless terror. The dread host represents a breathtaking concentration of preternatural fury, deployed only when the Emperor demands absolute, uncompromising eradication. Their methodology is chillingly direct, supreme annihilation. No parley is offered, no surrender entertained, no quarter granted. War is waged as total, terminal excision. Pinpointing the heart of the malignancy, the dread host descends like the hammer of cosmological judgment, descending through atmospheric firestorms aboard networks of Gravcouriers and thundering landers. Dozens of Alaris custodians, Terminators clad in Baroque adamantium, spearhead the assault guardians bearing the destructive might of singular starship batteries became embodied wrath. Behind them surges the full, inseparable entity of the host. Cities constructed over millennia are not conquered. They are sundered, reduced to continent-spanning pyres. Planetary defense forces melt before concentrated guardian spears like ice in stellar fusion. Strongholds designed to endure siegecraft for centuries shatter like pottery beneath mastercrafted power fists. Entire planetary populations that harbor the traitorous stain are cleansed in fire and adamantium. False idols raised in defiance are cast down by hand and immolated, ensuring no memory, no echo of rebellion persists. Their wrath annihilates not just armies, but hope. They leave psychological scars visible in populations light years distant, a suffocating dread to silence future sedition. Grim legends echo through strategic briefings. Orc-Waog-s encompassing millions of berserkers blunted and broken on dread shields, traitor warbands and entire renegade systems excised from reality as if they never were. Yet another facet of the Adeptus Custod's mandate manifests not in shield or hammer, but as the direct voice of silent sovereignty. For millennia, even entombed upon the Golden Throne, the Emperor's will finds expression through chosen custodians. Among the 10,000, the emissaries Imperatus, the heralds of the Golden Throne, perceive more acutely than their brethren the lingering psychic resonance of their master. They are bound not solely by chain of command, but by an unshakable certainty, a conviction felt in deep meditations that the master of mankind stirs within their consciousness. Guided by this profound connection distinct from religious ecstasy, for they serve master, not God, they become living conduits of his direction. Acting with the Captain General's sanction, they undertake missions that thwart galactic peril or alter the imperial course, bearing commands none would dare challenge, redirecting crusade fleets mid-vig across the void, prying open the deepest, genalocked vaults beneath the palace to bestow arcane relics onto champions marked by fate. Their significance surged dramatically with the resurrection. The return of Robot Guilliman, bearing the forbidden knowledge of Primaris Space Marines, ignited fierce debate even within the Sanctum Imperialis sacred halls. Old wounds from the heresy bled afresh. Some custodians saw only another potential betrayal reflected in these new, potent warriors, fearing the strengthening of potential rivals. It was the emissaries Imperatus who stilled the discord. With serene authority resonating with perceived certainty, they declared the Primaris creation the Emperor's manifest will. Mounted upon revered Varus Praetor jetbikes, they became inseparable heralds alongside the resurrected Primarch on his indomitous crusade. They bore reinforcement orders written in arcane ciphers, lending sacrosanct authority to Guilliman as he reforged shattered legions. Their arrival at ancient chapter homeworlds ensured the fractious Space Marines, whether proud sons of Dorn or the blood-ruled angels, accepted the Primaris without murmur. No chapter, regardless of treasured independence or millennia of isolation, could dare refuse a gift carried by the Emperor's own golden tongues. Thus, the emissaries Imperatus enforced divine intent. Their quiet pronouncements forge alliances others cannot, unlock gates sealed by ages, and thwart disasters felt only as psychic tremors, preserving fragile knowledge vital to humanity's survival against encroaching doom. These hosts, these silent watchers, these divine messengers, they represent the manifest power of the custodian. Yet to truly fathom one, to grasp the gravity of their duty and the sheer impossibility of their existence, requires delving into the shrouded genesis. It is whispered that each custodian guard is a singular masterpiece, an act of transcendent alchemy, genomic scripture, and the indiscernible genius of the master of mankind. where the crafting of a space marine is a brutal, albeit jealously guarded, science of implantation and bioforgery, a known art possessed, albeit with variations. By scattered chapters, the forging of a custodian is an art lost to all others, its truths locked tight beneath mountains of secrecy and reverence within the palace complex. Fragments, ghost stories traded by terrified savants who glimpsed forbidden lore, are all outsiders possess. The journey begins impossibly young. Mere infants, before reason takes seed, are culled from obscurity across humanity's teeming worlds. Few possess the unimaginable confluence required, not merely physical superiority of muscle and bone, but an elusive spark, a genetic and psychic resonance rare as viable worlds in the ghoul stars. For these chosen, their transformation commences before self-awareness dawns. The Emperor's art, we're told, reshapes them at levels invisible, fundamental. Strands of DNA rewoven, cellular architectures transfigured through mechanisms beyond current imperial comprehension. Unlike the Astartes, whose frames bear testament with black carapace sockets and nerve-weave grafts, the custodian carries no such scars. His enhancement is seamless, perfection etching itself invisibly beneath unbroken flesh and bone. This process imbues them with a divine legacy, an agelessness untouched by decay or pestilence. Barring catastrophic destruction, their physical prime endures for millennia, golden armor serving for centuries only to be replaced, its wearer unchanged. Some imperial savants dare to call it biomancy, a blurring of empiricism and esotericism. Others speak, hushed with awe bordering on heresy, of the Emperor personally shaping each nascent god-soldier, instilling a core partitioned from his unfathomable psyche. Truth or legend, the outcome is undeniable. A custodian embodies a biomechanical perfection eclipsing all else in the galaxy. Such creation demands commensurate preparation. For decades beyond counting, the nascent custodian is sculpted, his mind laced with neural pathways of flawless logic and unshakable purpose, ruthlessly stripped of weakness, of distracting passion, of self, channeling every faculty into vigilant duty. Though they share a soul-shaped void with the Astartes' emptiness filled only with loyalty, their conditioning blooms into something more profoundly analytical. They are watchman and scholar-philosopher, trained to perceive threats of ideology, subversion, and cosmic intricacy that mere warriors would overlook. A mistake in vigilance, a microsecond's doubt, spells certain doom for Terra. Thus, their perfection must be absolute, encompassing intellect as much as swordcraft. Their curriculum spans forbidden knowledge, alien physiologies dissected mentally, galactic history etched into memory, imperial law understood to its paradoxical minutiae, the elegant languages of diplomacy learned alongside the brutal dialects of genocide. Every custodian is a walking archive, a being whose purpose transcends destruction to encompass preservation through ultimate understanding. Yet, protection remains their birthing scream made flesh. Their loyalty, deeper than marrow, resonates as a psychic constant, a fortress impervious to the lures of the warp. Immune to psychic domination and curiously unaffected by the soul-stilling nullfields of Sisters of Silence, they stand beside those anti-witch sentinels as one half of a divine equation of defense. Crucially, they wield no psychic power themselves. This lacuna is deliberate. Psychers are vulnerability incarnate, potential warp gates held open by consciousness. For the Emperor's proximate defenders, such susceptibility was unthinkable. Crafted flawless, incorruptible by either blade or soul gaze, they stand as the unyielding, unblemished bulwark against annihilation. Shield Captain Valerian stands motionless, his sculpted form encased in eternal gold catching the thin pallid starlight penetrating the viewing portal's thick armor glaze. Behind him lay the monastic silence of a ship designed solely for custodian passage, a fleeting echo of Terra's weight. Before him, the rippled light of distant Sol painted the void. He watched the unknowable yoke of human civilization, a sight every fiber of his being understood he existed only to guard. The voyage's resonance settled into the bones of the Aquila Justicar, the deep, rhythmic pulse of its plasma drives vibrating through adamantium bones, the constant damp hiss of recycled air scraped from the void, the murmurous drone of the crew echoing down its cavernous arteries, engaged in the sacred routines of dream. Sanctified oil, thick and cloying, mingled with the ancient ghost of extinguished incense, remnants of morning devotionals echoing within the obsidian depths. Uneven bars of pale light streamed from the vast viewports, falling upon walls carved from millennia-old stone, illuminating the sepulchral ranks of locked codices and reliquaries, standing mute witness to 10,000 years of unbroken vigil. Velas stood immobile, his gaze, flecked with the faint golden light of his undying kind, fixed upon the growing orb of ultimate responsibility. Each rotation drew Terra deeper into focus, the vast, sickly atmospheric storm swirling in chaotic majesty across its poisoned face, the intermittent, sputtering flashes of its orbital defenses corrupted power flickering against the void, and finally, breathtakingly, the terrifying splendor of the Imperial Palace itself, its impossible spires clawing towards the orbit. Familiarity bred no contempt here, only a profound stirring deep within his core, an ageless chord vibrating in resonance with the cradle of mankind. The phantom scent of ancient leather-bound parchment still clung to him from his study hours before, the chronicle of distant battles and measured sacrifice now feeling ephemeral, a mere echo compared to the visceral immediacy reborn within him. His hands, steady despite centuries, locked in unending watch, rested lightly on the haft of his guardian spear, its generatorum core humming like a sleeping beast. The rebellion crushed mere weeks past surged behind his eyes, the twisted, tear-streaked masks of mortals screaming invocations to snarling gods beyond understanding, the abrupt, jarring shock as corrupted blood thick and oddly oily against ceramite splashed onto the ground. Those echoes resisted silence. The ship's vibration deepened, a resonant tremor threading through the deck plates beneath his gilded boots as the Aquila Justicar began its terminal descent towards Holy Earth. Terra now filled the void framed by the viewport, a colossal masterwork of shadows and smothered light. The summons, transmitted directly from the Captain General, carried the Emperor's own absolute imperative, and Veles felt its crushing, specific weight settle upon him. Soon he would stand again within the Sanctum Imperialis itself, a silent, eternally vigilant sentinel amongst his brothers, the Companions. The thought crystallized into a cool, immutable resolve. This convergence was ordained. This was the core of his being. A single, sharp chime cracked the chamber's stillness, signaling transition through Terra's high orbital veils. It was an acceleration of inevitability, the final nautical mile chime. Veles turned from the apocalyptic vista of his homeworld and strode with measured cadence towards the immense armored doors framing the chamber's end. His footsteps echoed faintly on the ancient stone, impossibly firm echoes, as if the ship acknowledged the singular gravity of his cargo, the return of a guardian's soul. He moved through the arterial corridors alive with imminent approach, the suffused hum of power flowing to docking thrusters, the urgent crisscrossing of crew offering brief prayers and flashing glances at their silent lodestar, the agile darts of buzzing service skulls casting jumpy, discordant shadows, the clatter of sanctified tools, and the muttered litanies of tech adepts. Yet Veles moved through the orchestrated chaos utterly apart, untouched, a golden battleship cleaving through waves, parting throngs who instinctively yielded space, a living bulwark on the march. He emerged onto the viewing deck closest to the primary docking bay antechambers. Here, unimpeded, the full terrifying majesty unveiled itself. The Imperial Palace dominated the tortured planet's horizon like an indestructible godfist punched through the crust. Cyclopean towers stabbed through the swirling, filthy clouds, its sheer walls glistening with merciless gold not merely gleaming, but bleeding light into the polluted atmosphere, a beacon of inexorable divine authority that brooked no denial. Even from orbital height, Veles' enhanced eyesight traced the serpentine coils of battlements, the recognizable indomitable gate maws, the fortress palace rising honorscard and implacable, a fortress within the fortress of the throne world itself. He drew a slow breath of the vessel's filtered, stagnant air, holding it for just a moment. Behind his eyes erupted a cascade of memory. The soaring, impossibly ancient corridors lined with 10,000 echoes, the vaulted inner sanctums where his brethren stood in silent, perfect formation, eyes watchful still, the hushed chambers where the Emperor's perpetual light shone like a wound-piercing reality itself. Decades had peeled away since his soul's last pressed Terra's sacred stone, but the recall was diamond-sharp. A deeper, resonant thrum, followed by a settling shudder, announced secure lock with the orbiting hemispheres. The journey's physical transit concluded. Veles pivoted without fanfare, commencing his final procession to the embarkation deck. Light intensified as he neared the bay-reflected Terran sunlight, defiance flickering through viewports, catching the immense bluing gold of his armor with cold fire, each plate a sharpened mirror reflecting duty's demanding face. The immense bay doors retracted with a groan of millennia-heady hydraulics. Terra's vast receiving platform materialized, a vast expanse of cyclopean gray stone marked by ceremony and ceaseless duty. Veles strode down the ramp, his spear a silent extension of his purpose. A profound, almost soothing calm descended, a familiar stillness after the void's silence. Home, not a place of softness or ease, but a consecrated altar demanding ceaseless alertness, sacrifice eternally offered, eternally received. He absorbed the peculiar thickness of Terran atmosphere, heavy not merely with pollutants, but with the dense sediment of history itself, the gravity of consequence. His heavy boots struck the dressed stone with a rhythmic, staccato toll, the sound lonely in the platform's immense cathedral silence, echoing faintly towards the unseen gatemouth leading deeper. As the Aquila Justicar's seals gasped shut behind him, The chill void retreated, the lingering phantom cries of slaughtered heretics dissolving. Only the immense, crushing tons of the palace above, the fathomless corridors ahead, and the imperishable light radiating from the golden throne itself remained constants against which the millennia were but filings dust. Home was here now, this endless, crushing vigil before the Emperor's dreaming agony. The doors awaited, the spearhead prepared, the watch continued, unbroken, unto annihilation. On the fog-shrouded world of Nova Thulium, where jagged cliffs clawed at bruised skies and endless plains whispered beneath the tread of silent laborers, the first breath drawn by the child Tacitin tasted of dust and damp stone. Born into the shadowed service of House Calgar, his world unfolded within the high walls of a noble estate, each dawn breaking over fields that stretched toward horizons forever barred by the indifferent weight of ancient architecture. Life as a serf flowed like the seasons, predictable, unrelenting, a tapestry of bowed heads and calloused hands, where the only rebellion lay in stolen glances toward the heavens. Yet from his earliest memories, when the overseer's shouts faded and the clatter of servitude stilled, young Tacitin would tilt his chin upward, eyes tracing the pinprick lights that danced beyond the suffocating embrace of Nova Thulium's atmosphere. The stars called to him in voiceless chords that vibrated in his marrow, a wordless promise that tightened his chest with yearning even as his small hands scrubbed floors or hauled water for the very nobles whose bloodline bound him to the soil. Beside him always, a mirror in spirit if not in station, stood Manus Carer to House Calgar, whose name rang with ancestral power, yet whose laughter echoed through the estate's orchards with the unburdened joy of a boy untouched by pretense. Where others saw hierarchy, Manus saw companionship. Where tradition demanded distance, he bridged it with shared secrets and scraped knees. They were an impossibility serf, and lordling it between them grew a bond woven from midnight rambles, along moonlit hedgerows and whispered dreams beneath the skeletal branches of the estate's oldest trees. "We're more than our blood," Manus would declare, sprawled on sun-warmed grass hills that overlooked the labyrinthine Calgar holdings, his tunic streaked with the same dirt that smudged Tacitin's threadbare sleeves. "One day we'll soar past these walls like falcons, you'll see." And Tacitin did see, in those fragile moments when the weight of his birthright lifted, replaced by visions of crystalline battleplate and the thunderous roar of starship engines. To become a space marine, Manus spoke the words like a prayer, eyes alight with fervor. But for Tacitin, the dream hooked into his soul like a fishbone, sharp and inescapable. It transformed from fantasy to necessity, a lifeline thrown across the chasm of his predetermined fate. The selection, when it came, felt less like chance than destiny's cruel joke. Both boys ripped from the only home they'd known and hurled onto the scarred decks of a transport bound for Thulia Minor. Not serf and lord now, but aspirants equal in their gleaming novice armor, jaws set against the trials ahead. Their mentor, Crixus, greeted them not with encouragement, but with a gauntlet thrown, a grizzled veteran whose face bore the topographical map of 100 wars, his voice a graveled rasp that promised suffering as the price of glory. Days bled into weeks, each dawn a gauntlet of musketeering drills and mind-numbing routines that left Tacitin's body a symphony of aches. The air in the training halls tasted of sweat and rust, the nights a cacophony of strangers' snores and the phantom itch of fresh scars. Through it all, Manus remained steadfast, his confidence a torch in the suffocating dark, his presence a tether to the boys they'd been under Nova Thulium's pale sun. "Remember the orchard," he'd murmur as they lay side by side in the barracks' gloom. "The memory of Sundappled leaves a talisman against the ceaseless grind. That'll be us someday, brother." Armor instead of sticks, but the same hearts. Yet it was in those silenced, hollow hours after lights out, when fatigue pinned Tacitin to his bunk, that doubt slithered in. He'd stare at the cracked ceiling, listening to the distant howl of Thulia Minor's winds, and wonder if the stars were laughing at his presumption. Who was he, blood thickened with generations of obedience, to grasp at the Emperor's glory? Manus bore nobility in his veins like a warrant of authenticity. What did Tacitin carry but serf sorrow and stolen ambition? But morning always came, and with it Manus's grin, the easy clap on the shoulder, the relentless certainty that brooked no argument, and Tacitin's resolve would harden anew. The change crept in like rot beneath floorboard, subtle, insidious, averted gazes in the mess hall. The way Crixus's eyes lingered too long during blade drills, his critiques sharpening toward something Tacitin couldn't name. The other aspirants moved differently, their camaraderie curdling into something furtive, their laughter taking on a brittle edge that set Tacitin's teeth on edge. He mentioned none of it to Manus, burying his disquiet beneath layers of denial, until the night the nightmares came, not dreams, but terrors that smelled of copper and burning hair, yanking him from sleep with a gasp that echoed in the empty barracks. The moon hung low, a bloated orb casting sickly light through narrow windows as Tacitin slipped from his bunk, boots whispering against cold stone. Some primal instinct pulled him toward the training halls, where shadows writhed like living things and the air hummed with a wrongness that prickled his skin. What he glimpsed through the half-open doors carved itself into his memory with acid clarity. Crixus stood before an altar hewn from black rock, his armor replaced by blood-slicked furs, hands raised in supplication to a sigil that pulsed with malevolent light, tangled and hateful, the mark of Khorne. Around him, a dozen aspirants swayed in trance-like devotion, their eyes reflecting the brazier's flames like animals caught in torchlight. The chant that spilled from their lips wasn't any holy litany of the Imperium, but a guttural dirge that vibrated in Tacitin's bones, thick with promises of skulls and endless battle. So much blood pooled at the altar's base, gleaming wetly in the firelight, and Tacitin understood with sudden, stomach-churning clarity why so many recruits vanished in the night. Retreat was instinct, fear flooding his limbs, but the hand that clamped his shoulder wasn't a cultist's. Maenus stood rigid beside him, his face a mask of horror etched pale in the gloom, pupils dilated not with battle fever but with disbelief. They shared no words, none were needed. The truth hung between them, fetid and undeniable. Yet as they turned to flee, the doors slammed shut with a boom that echoed like a death knell, sealing them in a tomb of corrupted stone. Crixus turned slowly, his smile revealing teeth filed to points, eyes no longer human but pits of swirling damnation. Little lambs wandered from the fold, he crooned, the words slithering over Tacitin's skin. Come to witness the red feast. Khorne cares not from whence the blood flowsonly that it does. Around them, the traitors advanced, blades glinting, features twisted into rictus grins that held no trace of the brothers-in-arms Tacitin had sparred with mere days before. Maenus moved first, always Bravehigh's training blade flashing as he bellowed the battle cry they'd practiced since childhood. For the Emperor, the first cultist fell, throat opened in a scarlet arc, but there were too many too fast. Crixus moved like tempest given form, his axe a blur of murderous intent. Maenus met the strike with a clash of steel that rang like a funeral bell, but youth and desperation shattered against centuries of corrupted skill. The axe head bit deep and time fractured. Tacitin's scream shredded his throat as Maenus crumpled, lifeblood spurting across cold stone in arterial jets. The cultists descended like carrion birds, knives rising and falling in a frenzied rhythm, reducing the noble Earth Dreamer. The brother Tacitin had Chocento ruined meat. Something inside Tacitin ruptured then, not grief but a supernova of rage, igniting every nerve until his vision swam with crimson static. The training blade in his hand felt alive, humming with the need to rend and tear, to paint the walls with traitorous viscera. He barely registered his own movement's clumsy thrust that gutted the nearest cultist, the wild swing that sent another reeling. Crixus's laughter boomed, thick with mockery, as Tacitin's weapon flew from numbed fingers. The blood god claims you, boy, revel in it. But Tacitin didn't revel. He burned. The vaulted hall narrowed to a tunnel, Crixus's leering face its only exit. Every beat of his heart pumped liquid fire through his veins, scorching away fear, erasing the last fragile vestiges of the boy who'd once marveled at stars. In that molten crucible of fury, as the cultists closed in and Khorne's sigil pulsed like a diseased heart, Tacitin made a silent vow not to the Emperor, not to noble ideals, but to the ghost lying butchered on the stones. They would all pay, every last one. His fingers curled into claws, ready to rip the world apart or die trying, and the darkness he'd glimpsed in himself since childhood's shadow he'd fought with hope and borrowed Courageros at last, swallowing him whole. No more dreams, only blood. The air hung thick with the coppery stench of spilled blood and rancid incense, the chamber's flickering torchlight casting elongated shadows that danced like demons across the blood-slicked stone. Tacin's knees pressed into the cold floor where Maenus lay broken, his friend's unseeing eyes reflecting the carnage around them, cultists in ragged crimson robes, chanting guttural hymns to their dark god, their blades carving obscene sigils into the flesh of the fallen. A low growl ripped from Tacin's throat, raw and primal, as his fingers tightened around the notched hilt of his rusted sword. They didn't see Himphy's butchers drunk on slaughter, their backs turned as they dragged another thrall toward their blood-stained altar. Fools, their arrogance was a noose waiting to tighten. His muscles coiled like springs, every nerve alight with a cold, crystalline fury that burned away fear, burned away doubt. In that heartbeat, Tacin ceased to be a boy, ceased to be a serf scrambling through the dark tunnels of Thullian miners' minds. He was vengeance incarnate, honed in the crucible of loss, his soul a furnace roaring with a single truth. Maenus' name would not die here. He moved like a shadow given teeth. The first cultist died with a choked gurgle, Tacin's blade punching through the man's spine before he could turn, the warm spray of arterial blood painting the floor in a grotesque mural. Chaos erupted, shouts of alarm dissolving into screams as Tacin whirled through their ranks, his sword a silver blur. He fought without thought, without strategy, each strike a syllable in the elegy he carved into their flesh. Maenus, a downward slash cleaved a bearded fanatic from collarbone to sternum. Car. Reverse thrust gutted a snarling woman clutching a jagged dagger. Calgar. The names became a mantra, a drumbeat driving his fists, his feet, his steel. Bodies fell around him, their lifeless eyes wide with surprise, but Taken saw none of them. Only Manus, slack-faced, the promise they'd whispered in the dark. One day we'll stand among the stars. Only when the last acolyte crumpled did the red haze lift, leaving Taken swaying amidst the carnage, his breath ragged, his knuckles white around his drippings. Crixus awaited him, the traitor's massive frame framed by the flickering braziers, his blood-stained axe resting casually against his shoulder. A grin slithered across the man's face, revealing yellowed teeth. "Think this changes anything, boy?" Crixus sneered, his voice like gravel grinding beneath a boot. "The blood god cares nothing for your petty grief. Your friend's soul is already screaming in the warp." Taken's silence was his answer, a yawning void where words might have lived, filled instead with the memory of Manus' hand slipping from his grasp as the axe fell. They crashed together in a storm of sparks and ringing steel, Crixus, strength monstrous, each blow driving Taken back, his arms trembling under the onslaught. Yet the traitor's brute force met Taken's razor-edged resolvia, while sharpened by loss. Every parry, every pivot carried the weight of his oath. "I will remember. I will make the galaxy remember." His sword kissed Crixus' cheek, his thigh drawing hissed curses, but exhaustion clawed at him, his vision tunneling. Then light. Blinding, glorious light as the chamber doors exploded inward in a shower of splintered timber and shattered stone. Giants clad in cerulean ceramite filled the room, their bolters barking hymns of death. Cultists disintegrated mid-charge, torn apart by mass-reactive shells, the staccato thunder of gunfire drowning their dying shrieks. Taken collapsed to one knee, his sword slipping from numb fingers as ultramarines swept past him with machine-like precision, their armor gleaming like sapphires in the gore-streaked gloom. One posset, a towering warrior with a captain's laurels etched into his pauldron, his gaze lingering on Taken's bloodied face before turning to the fleeing Crixus. A single barked order, a burst of bolter fire. The traitor's head vanished in a crimson mist, his body crumpling like a puppet with severed strings. It was over. The silence that followed was heavier than the fighting, thick with the iron tang of blood and the hollow ache spreading through Taken's chest. No triumph flooded Himmenly the yawning chasm where relief should have been. Weeks later, the scent of incense and polished metal replaced the stench of death. Takano, not Taken, never again stood before the obsidian gates of the fortress monastery on Macragge, the mountain wind biting through his threadbare tunic. Below him, the training field sprawled like a chessboard of discipline, hundreds of ultramarines moving in flawless unison, their chainswords humming through drills, their bolters stripped and cleaned with ritual care. The weight of his new name pressed upon him, Maris Calgara mantled both shield and anchor. Captain Sarius loomed beside him, a monolith in cobalt warplate, his stern face etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Look upon them, aspirant," Sarius intoned, his voice colder than the mountain stone. "These warriors are the Emperor's will made manifest. Your past is ash, your bloodline irrelevant. Here you are nothing until you prove yourself everything." Maris let the words seep into his bones. Your past is ash. How those words burned away the last flicker of Taken, the miner's son, the boy who'd wept over a friend's corpse. Only Manus' steadfast gaze remained, seared into his memory. Days bled into months of relentless trial. Maris ran until his lungs screamed, climbed ice-slick cliffs with fingers raw and bleeding, sparred against battle servitors whose fists could crack stone. Sarius' lessons were blades hammering him into shape. Discipline is your shield, Calgar. Without it, rage is a wildfire it consumes but does not cleanse. The captain's eyes missed nothing, slight tremor in Maris, sword arm after hours of drills, the hitch in his breath as he forced aching limbs to obey. Mock battles beneath the merciless Macragge sun became crucibles. Once pinned beneath a hulking aspirant's knee, dirt grinding into his cheek, Maris nearly surrendered until Manus' laugh echoed in his mind, bright and defiant. "Get up, you idiot. We've got stars to claim." He'd bucked, twisted, slammed his forehead into the brute's nose, tasting blood as he scrambled free. Sarius gave no praise, only a fractional nod that lit a fire in Maris' chest. Years folded like pages in a war journal. Maris fought on a dozen world-snarled orcs bellowing their crude war cries, heretic Astartes dripping with chaotic corruption, sleek Eldar phantoms dancing just beyond bolter range. With each campaign, the boy's fury hardened into a commander's resolve. He learned to read battles like poetry, anticipating enemy strikes before they landed, his voice rising clear above the din to direct his brothers. Yet every victory was whispered to a ghost. Before deploying, he'd traced the name etched inside his vambrace, Manus Carr, still here, brother. When a sniper's round punched through his left pauldron on Vulcanes, he fought on, feeling Manus' phantom grip steadying his bolter. When a plague drone's claws gouged his chest on Mortanes, the pain was a distant thing compared to the gaping wound left in a blood-soaked mining tunnel. The final rite came beneath Macragge's triple moons. Maris knelt in the Sanctum Bellator, the chamber's vaulted ceiling lost in shadow, the air thick with sacred oils and ozone. Before him, the chapter's ancient chaplain pressed a burning brand to his left pectoralis, screaming, "Eagle crowned with the Ultima." Flesh seared, but Maris did not flinch. The pain was catharsis, a final pyre for Taken, the last whisper of the surf buoy's fear turning to ash. Rising, he accepted the freshly forged armor presented by Sarius, the captain's stern facade finally cracking into something resembling pride. "Stand tall, Brother Calgar," Sarius murmured. "Your vigil begins." Now, thunder beneath his boots, the sky over Sheridan rained fire, a tyrannid swarm darkening the atmosphere, their shrieks reverberating through Maris' armor. At his side, Battle Brothers tightened grips on chainswords, their eyes locked on him. Not Taken, the grieving child. Not even the aspirant, desperate to prove himself. Maris Calgar, a name reclaimed, a promise kept. He raised his gauntlet, the cerulean plate gleaming beneath smoke-stained skies. "For Macrag," he roared, the cry echoing across the line, across the years, to a boy lying cold in the dark. "For the Emperor, for you, brother." The swarm descended, and Calgar met them with a smile sharp as his blade, ready to carve their shared name into the annals of stars. The air hung thick over Sheridan, a toxic miasma of burned promesium and ionized metal that clawed at the lungs with every breath, the very atmosphere weeping rust-colored tears from chemical-laden clouds that blotted out the sun. Below the looming shadow of the battle barge Valen shield, stretched a wasteland forged in the crucible of endless war-continent-spanning trenchworks, zigzagging like suppurating scars across terrain cratered by macrocannon impacts, jagged spires of shattered hive cities clawing at the bruised sky like skeletal fingers. For 7 weeks, the Ultramarines had bled for this graveyard world. 7 weeks of grinding attrition, where every inch gained was purchased in Geneforged blood and broken ceramic. Chapter Master Pyther stood motionless upon the command deck, his massive frame outlined against the panoramic viewing bay, the reflected glow of burning refineries below flickering across battle-worn armor, whose gold trim had long since been scoured to bear adamantium by orcish fury. At his side, Manus Calgar felt the vibrations of distant artillery through his boot soles, a constant tremor beneath the chorus of damage control klaxons and murmured battlefield reports that filled the Bridget heartbeat of a dying world. In 37 years of service since his ascension to the ranks of the Astartes, Calgar had learned to taste the subtle poison of doubt that sometimes seeped into even the most disciplined campaigns. But this was different, a cold fingernail tracing his spinal column whenever the Voxnet fell silent, an uneasy shimmer in the air that made the lumen globes flicker at precise 17-second intervals unnoticed by all save him. His enhanced hearing caught the edges of conversations cut suddenly short when he approached, the minute tightening around Captain Heron's ocular implants when reviewing casualty manifests. They'd broken 3 orc WAAGHs. Already shattered their idols and decapitated their warbosses, yet still the savages came with unnatural cohesion, their ramshackle gargants advancing in textbook envelopment patterns that spoke of some dark intelligence guiding the usual anarchic tide. Pyther shifted, the servos of his armor purring softly as he rested both hands on the stratagem table, the hololithic displays casting his ravaged face in ghastly blue light, deep scar tissue pulling tight across his left cheek, where tyrannid bioacid had eaten through his laramens years before. "They mass in the Gorgon Valley," he rumbled, throat raw from breathing fire-retardant foam during yesterday's boarding action against the Greenskin Rock. His gauntlet traced a glowing sigil over the tactical projection, where scarlet runes pulsed like infected wounds amidst the imperial blue. Hundreds of battle wagons, siege towers tall enough to shame the titans of Legio Invicta. This isn't attrition, Manus, it's invitation. Calgar studied the readouts scrolling across his retinal display: ammunition, reserves bleeding away into the red, the telltale static fuzz encroaching from the eastern hemisphere that spoke of massive atmospheric disruptors coming online. The acrid tang of overheated circuitry mixed with the faintest whisper of something else, something that bypassed the olfactory sensors in his armor to crawl directly into the ancient reptilian core of his brainazone and spoiled meat and the copper-kissed promise of slaughter. "They're hurting us," he realized aloud, the revelation coating his tongue with bile. "All these months, letting us believe we were grinding them down when every engagement was funneling our forces toward." His armored finger stabbed at the hololith where the valley's entrance yawned like a serpent's jaws. "They want us here, need us here." A smile without warmth cracked Pyther's face, pride and sorrow warring in his leaguery eyes. 10 years ago, you'd have charged headlong into that obvious trap just to spit in the architect's eye. That instinct is why Gilliman's blood flows strong in you. He straightened, the bones in his neck audibly creaking. "But your right shadow behind this infestation hungers for our deaths in that valley specifically. I've reviewed the cyclonic scans. There's something buried beneath those mountains, something older than this crusade, older than the Imperium itself. The orcs are just the scalpel being used to cut us out." The chapter master's Voxbead blinked. Crimson Signals Officer Castus waited with urgent news. Pythor acknowledged with a curt nod, his entire demeanor shifting from mentor to monument as the harried voice crackled through the bridge speakers. Warboss Skullcrack himself leads the assault column. Lord, their weird boys are channeling enough psychic energy to light up the Auspex from orbit. End. Sensors detect an unidentified energy signature emerging from the valley's western ridgereeds like static swallowed the rest. Every lumen on the bridge dimmed as power rerouted to void shields, the deck plating thrumming in resonance with some deep planetary agony rising from Sheridan's burning crust. Pythor didn't hesitate. Battle stations, all ground forces to muster points Sigma and Omicron. Prepare the Spear of Macragge for deployment. He turned to Calgar, removing his artificer helm from the mag clamp at his waist. The ceremonial faceplate still bore the proud blue of Macragge's skies, rather than the scorched black of his current armor. Whatever ancient evil stirs beneath our feet, it plays a dangerous game using orcs as pawns. If we break their back here, we may rip out the puppet strings before the true enemy reveals itself. Calgar's fist crashed against his plastron in salute. By your will, Chapter Master. As he strode toward the Dropod bays, the familiar scent of sacred machine, spirit oils, and following death. Below in the valley, the air itself seemed distilled violence superheated by flamer bursts and concussive detonations, howling with the pottery shards whine of shock rifles and the basso profundo of charging power claws. Calgar fought in the bloody vanguard, his plasma pistol whining with each shot that turned orc knobs to vaporized silhouettes against the firestorm, his combat blade a silver blur trailing ropes of luminescent alien viscera. Through the choking smog, he saw Pythor everywhere, a golden giant wading through tides of green flesh, the relic sword Augustus Rex trailing arcs of lightning as it bisected warbikes in sprays of promethium and teeth. Yet with every decapitated orc, 3 more clambered over the twitching corpses, their warcry of WAGH, now threaded with strange cadences that buzzed against the Ultramarine's auditory implants like static locusts. It happened between heartbeats. One moment the Chapter Master stood triumphant upon the burning wreckage of a Gorkanaut, his blade raised in defiance as he roared encouragement to the 4th Company pushing through the enemy's flank. The next reality tore. Not ruptured by explosives, but unzipped along edges that screamed in colors outside human spectra. The orc war machine that manifested wasn't built. It was extruded, a cancerous sculpture of meat and iron that throbbed with internal lightning, its gunmouth belching warp-spawned fire that clung and screamed as it consumed. The blast didn't merely kill, it erased. 30 of the finest warriors in the Imperium disintegrated mid-charge, their atoms unwoven into loose clouds of quarks that glowed briefly before winking out. And Pythor fell not as legends fall, no last words, no glorious fade against a sunset. He simply ceased being vertical, crashing to the ashen earth with 2/3 of his torso missing, the marble-white bone of his spine protruding like a broken flagpole from ruins of oromite and meat. Calgar's enhanced physiology recorded the next 17 seconds with crystalline clarity, the wet slap of some detached organ hitting his boot, Sergeant Tyrus vomiting inside his helm, the acidic stink-breaching filter systems, the orc whose head he pulped without conscious thought, its claw still scrabbling at his greave as it died, the perfect cathedral silence behind the ringing in his Irsa vacuum where the Chapter Master's booming voice should reside. Then, as neurons armed by hypno-indoctrination overrode grief, the world snapped back with physical force. His helm display lit with priority alerts, casualty reports, and a blinking golden runically active when command lineage severed without air. The weight crashed down not as burden, but as biological fact vertebrae compressing under sudden gravitational shift, breath turning to slurry in corrupted lungs. For 3.4 seconds, Calgar understood with terrifying intimacy what antimatter containment failure feels like. Then his training fortress crystallized core rose to the surface. Survival, duty, vengeance. He inhaled pain like sacramental incense, let it scour him clean. When his vox erupted with Captain Vorlow's panicked voice, they're breaking through the eastern bulwark. Orders, sir. Calgar responded not with his own vocal cords, but with Pythor's. The timbre was all wrong, higher-pitched, yet the absolute authority that had led 100 crusades rolled through the channel like thunder. Close ranks, phalanx formation lambda. Reserve aggressors to forward position their flamers will sterilize those trenches. Brother Dace, angle your predators to enfilade the mob crossing the dry riverbed. And Vorlow, a pause filled only with chainswords meeting Zeno's bone. They will break upon us, he fought possessed. Not with Ragathat ephemeral fuel had burned away, but with the cold certainty of orbital mechanics. Every step flowed into the next, bolter patterns weaving kill zones that funneled the orcs into killboxes of overlapping fire. Where Pythor had been a blazing sun around which warriors orbited, Calgar became event horizontalant, inevitable, pulling all toward grim purpose. When the warboss emerged atop a shambling titan of riveted skulls, bellowing challenges that shook blood from dead men's eyes, It was Calgar who met him in the crater where Pythor fell. Not with roaring defiance, but with glacial precision sidestepping the roaring power claw to place 3 mass-reactive shells through the same ocular lens. The ensuing explosion of psychic backlash blinded every warrior within a kilometer, but through augmetic eyes streaming crimson coolant, Calgar saw true for the first time. Threads of sickly light connecting the orc horde to some cyclopean structure, buried deep beneath Sheridan's mantle, its architecture all wrong angles and fractal geometries that burned the brain to witness. When silence finally fell, no true silence, but the relative hush of sporadic gunfire and crackling flames, Calgar stood amidst a charnel plain where 80% of his brothers lay dead. Voxtraffic confirmed the orc forces were routed, their remaining scraps fleeing into the rad wastes. Yet as the ash began to fall like gray snow, collecting in the crevices of his battle-stained armor, he felt no triumph. Only the cold seep of understanding was never about Sheridan, nor orcs, nor even Pythor's martyrdom. That throbbing abomination beneath their feet had been using the greenskins against them, testing, probing, studying Astartes' combat doctrine through a billion data points of blood and anguish. The real war was just beginning. It was Tech Marine Solon who found him, the scarlet-armored figure kneeling in reverence as he presented the remnants of Augustus Rixam melted stump of sword with Pythor's hand still clutching the hilt, fingers fused to ceramite by plasma burns. Calgar took the relic in silence, the weight of command settling into his marrow with its true gravity. He had carried the name Calgar since initiation like a too large cloak borrowed from some greater hero. Only now, with the butchered heft of his mentor's blade in hand, did that name become flesh not inheritance but incarnation. Perhaps in another life he might have wept or raged or knelt in prayer. But in this life, Chapter Master Manus Calgar simply turned his scorched optics toward the smoking horizon where storm clouds bruised the sky, already dictating deployment orders for what remained of his battered fleet. His voice never shook. The orc threat was ended. The true enemy awaited. 73 Terran days later, the seas of Tassar witnessed his coming. The ocean boiled where drop pods breached its surface, waves crashing against cliffs that had stood since the planet's birth now crumbling under artillery bombardment. Calgar's boot sank into wet sand up to the ankle, the first chapter master to set foot on this world since Gilliman himself had consecrated its forges 11 millennia prior. Data slate in his grip displayed nothing but orcish troop movements, a tide of red sigils flooding the strategic display it in the howling wind. He tasted that same metallic foulness from Sheridan, sharp beneath the salt and cordite. Behind him, the last progeny of Macrag's finest stood ready, their newly reforged armor gleaming defiantly against the storm-darkened sky. For the fallen, for the future, for the shadow war that raged unseen behind the curtain of flesh and steel. Manus Calgar activated his vox with a thought, his voice neither prayer nor war cry, but simple immutable truth echoing through every helmet and cockpit and gun deck. In the name of the Emperor, forward unto dawn. The Thunderhawks' engines roared with vengeance, drowning out the wail of the storm as they tore through the tumultuous skies of Talissa. Within their steel bellies, Marnius Calgar stood immovable amidst his battle brothers, the cerulean plates of his armor catching the dim lumens like cold forgefire. The reek of promethium and sacred oils clung to the air, thick as the tension coiling in the warriors' fists. They knew the gravity striding among them, felt it in the weighted silence between the thrum of warp engines, saw it etched in the grim line of their commander's jaw. Below, beneath clouds bruise-purple with impending war, the orc horde sprawled like a festering wound across the valley, their crude warcries a savage counterpoint to the tempest. Calgar's gauntlet tightened around the grip of the gauntlets of Ultramar, every rivet in his power fist thrumming with pent annihilation. This would not be a war of attrition. It would be a surgeon's strike, precise, lethal, absolute. No mercy, Calgar's voice cut through the din, steady as bedrock beneath a flood. No quarter. We carve the heart from this beast before it knows its blood is spilled. Nods rippled through the strike force, their faith in him as unshakable as the adamantium in their bones. They'd seen this mind at work on 100 battlefields, watched him dismantle fortresses with calculations colder than void silence. Today, however, would be no siege. Today, they hunted among a rabid sea. The warboss had gathered his lieutenants in the shadow of the mountain ridge, believing the storm his ally, a fatal arrogance. Orcs mistook brutality for strength, cacophony for order. Calgar would educate them in whispers of ceramite and screams of shattering bone. The Thunderhawks plunged earthward, assault cannons streaking tracers of phosphor-bright death through the gloom. Orc sentries crumpled mid-below, their mangled bodies swallowed by the churned mud as the gunship skidded to land. Calgar was first out, boots crashing into the mire like the drop pod of an angry god. Around him, the Ultramarines fanned out with drill-field exactitude, bolters snapping disciplined volleys into the green tide surging toward them. The orcs came in a howling avalanche muscle and rusted iron and jagged steelbutt against the Astartes. They broke like jaundiced waves against a cliff. Calgar waded into the fray, the gauntlets of Ultramar alive with barely restrained destruction. A knob lunged, Chainax spitting greasy fire, only to be seized by the throat and crushed into paste before his war cry finished echoing. Calgar moved as though the Codex Astartes had birthed him, every pivot, every blow a verse from Guilliman's sacred text. Amidst the carnage, the warboss revealed himself an abomination of swollen muscle and scar tissue, towering over his kin like a toad god from barbarian myth. His roar shook rainwater from the sky, and the very mud seemed to recoil as he charged, a cleaver the length of a rhino's hull winding through the air. Calgar met him mid-stride, the impact sending a shockwave through the muck. The cleaver screeched off Calgar's pauldron in a shower of sparks, and for a heartbeat, Beast and Space Marine were eye-to-eye, spittle flecking Calgar's visor. Then the gauntlet struck not wild haymakers, but artisanal ruin. One blow caved the warboss's chestplate, the next punched through ribs like parchment. The orc warlord's dying gasp drowned in blood and thunder as Calgar ripped his fist free, the warboss's crude iron medallion clenched in his fingers like a grotesque trophy. Panic scoured the horde. Without their howling center, the orcs became a thrashing snake severed from its head. The ultramarines pressed, relentless, bolters reducing the Xenos into scarlet mist and shattered bone. By the 6th minute, the rout was total greenskins fleeing into the storm's teeth, wails of terror swallowed by thunder. Calgar stood panting amidst the slaughter field, gore steaming on his armor like some ancient champion sculpted in blood-stained marble. The victory was absolute, yet as Talus's scattered survivors emerged to kneel in the mud, weeping his name like a prayer, Calgar felt only the weight deepening. This was but a skirmish in the Longwara, prelude to trials that would demand more than mere martial perfection. Upon Macragge, the fortress monastery's vaulted halls bore witness to ascension. Torchlight gilded the frescoes of Robout Guilliman, their solemn gaze fixed upon the warrior kneeling before the chapter's assembled lords. Honor guards stood like statues wrought in silver and cobalt, their silence more resonant than any fanfare. Calgar felt the relics, Gazeth armor of reason, the gladius Incandor burning into his soul. This was no battlefield glory, it was a covenant. As the mantle of chapter master settled upon his shoulders, heavier than Terminator plate, Calgar understood with crystalline clarity. Guilliman's ghost lived in every word of the Codex, in every stratagem, every boltron spent in Ultramar's name. The lead was to become both sword and shield-toe wield tradition and innovation, as twined blades against an uncaring galaxy. The Feast of Honor lasted precisely 4 to 7 minutus efficiency, was after all the highest virtue. But as Calgar withdrew into the stratagem, Vox reports already scouring his ears, the shadows deepened not with ceremony, but dread. Scouts brought word from the eastern fringus worlds vanishing from astropathic choirs like snuffed candles. Not razed, not conquered, but consumed. The Tyranids, a void swarm whose hunger eclipsed even the archtraitor's malice. Calgar stared at the hololith as it painted macabre constellation system after system blinking crimson then gray as Hive Fleet behemoth surged toward Ultramar. This foe would not break before a warboss's death. It lacked fear, craving, hope. A force of nature, mindless yet insidiously cunning, its synapsebeasts weaving strategies from primal hunger. Macragge's skies, once a vault of sapphire perfect enough to make Guilliman weep, now crawled with ominous stillness. Clouds gathered, sulphur-yellow at the edges. The Tyranids did not announce their arrival with wardrooms, but with silence said deathly hush before the Leviathan breaches. Calgar walked the battlements, his footsteps echoing through gun nests crewed by ashen-faced chapter serfs and thick with stench of rocket fuel. Along the polar fortresses, the First Company's Terminators stood vigilant, frost glittering on their pauldrons like diamond dust. These were warriors who'd held the line against demon princes and renegade legionsate as Calgar passed them. He saw it in the tilt of a helm, the white-knuckled grip on a storm bolter. Doubt, not of him, of extinction. When the bioships pierced the atmosphere, they fell like rancid comets, streams of ichor streaking their descent. The ground quaked. Then came the Chitteringa sound to freeze marrow, a billion scissoring claws and needle-fanged maws. The first wave hit Ajax Bastion at dawn. Raiders the size of lemon russes skittered over minefields on spindly limbs, ripper swarms boiling behind them like living clouds. Heavy bolters chewed chitin to pulp, yet still they came, flooding trenches in tides of chitinous horror. Calgar stood in the command nexus, hololiths painting scarlet ruin across his face. Reports crackled. 04 West begged for reinforcement. Company champion Anriel demanded a Thunderhawk strike on a towering Carnifex shredding the left flank. Calgar's responses were clipped, methodical. The Codex offered no chapter on abominations that learned, adapted, evolved mid-assault, but Guilliman had prepared him for this. To lead was to distill chaos into order. At the polar gates, First Captain Aegiman's Terminators fought God's work. Frost had turned the approaches to glass, yet the Nids scaled it, claws punching through permafrost. Assault cannons roared until barrels glowed white-hot, bioacid eating through ceramite like rust. A Hive tyrant breached the walls, its scythe talons reaping 3 veterans before Aegimon's power fist found its thorax. They held, not for honor, not for glory, but because failure meant the synaptic web would sever Macreg's defenses like a surgeon's knife. Calgar, watching Aegimon's last stand via grainy pict feed, silently recited the master's oath. They would hold this line or add their bones to the fortress foundations. By the 7th day, Macreg's air tasted of Dethacrid smoke, seared flesh, and the nauseating sweetness of ruptured biosacs. Tyrannid corpses piled high as the battlements, but still they came, their fallen fueling the living tide behind them. In the eye of the maelstrom, Calgar stood unbowed, thumbing a round of bolter shells engraved with his name. Around him, the fortress monastery shook as if the world itself screamed. But within, in the marrow-deep quiet where will became deed, Marneus Calgar found the same truth forged at Talisa. A chapter master's strength lay not in never bending, but in knowing that his spine, like Guilliman's legacy, could bear the weight of stars, even when the stars themselves fell. The air above Macreg's frozen plains thrummed with the grotesque symphony of war, a cacophony of tearing chitin and screaming chainswords, of bolters barking in staccato fury, and the alien screeches of the tyrannid swarm that crashed against the citadel walls like a living tide. Bodies piled high, a grisly rampart of cobalt armor and twitching biohorrors, the ice beneath slicked with steaming ichor and the dark blood of ultramarines. Calgar stood amidst the storm, his indomitable Terminator armor scarred and spattered, the gauntlets of Ultramar crackling with each shattering blow against the clawed monstrosities surging over the battlements. The first company fought like legends resurrected, their Terminator plate gleaming beneath gore-stained visors, power fists pulverizing Xenos forms into pulp, storm bolters roaring, until barrels glowed crimson-hot. Yet for every beast slain, 10 more writhed from the shadows, a seething, endless plague that gnawed at the edges of their resolve. The Vox in Calgar's helm spat static-laced reports from the polar fortress's outer walls breached, auspex arrays dark, the last squads fighting back-to-back in crumbling corridors choked with the dead. He clenched his fist, the servo-joints whining, the weight of the slaughter settling like lead in his gut. Heroes, all of them his finest, damned to die in darkness so the rest of Ultramar might see dawn. But there was no time for grief, only the terrible calculus of survival. Beyond the stratagem table's hololith, past the flickering icons of fortress monasteries buckling under the swarm, true victory lay in the void. Calgar's voice cut through the command deck's frenzy, a blade honed by centuries of war. Break their synapse anchors, sever the beast's head. The fleet translated from the warp, Gothic-class cruisers and strike frigates sliding into formation beside the Ultramarines' battle barges, their lance batteries bathing the darkness in actinic fury as they surged toward the Hive ships. Those vast, pulsating abominations hung like rotten fruit in the black, their spined hulls birthing fighter scarabs in endless streams, the very stars seeming to recoil from their corruption. Calgar watched through shuddering pict feeds as boarding torpedoes pierced chitinous hides, as cyclonic torpedoes detonated deep within the abominable gravity wombs, rupturing synaptic nexuses that shrieked across the Empyrean. Below, on Macreg's ice fields, the Tyrannids faltered at a ripple of confusion in the hitherto unstoppable horde. Warriors stumbled, claws spasming, biocannons firing wildly into their own ranks. Calgar gave the order, his voice stripped of triumph, pushed them into the sea. The counteroffensive rolled over the broken swarm, dreadnoughts stampeding through drifts of corpses, tactical squads carving disciplined kill zones in the chaos. Victory tasted of ash and frozen blood. When the last Biotitan crashed into the permafrost, the silence that followed was heavier than any bombardment. The first company was gone and not merely spent, but extinguished, their sacrifice carved into the ice-walled mausoleums now clotted with their remains. Calgar walked the ruins of the polar redoubt, boots crunching over frost-rimed helms and shattered heraldry, his breath fogging the air. They had saved Ultramar. They had paid for it in the only currency chaos, and Xenos understood the lives of the irreplaceable. Years bled away. The galaxy itself tore asunder. The great rift yawned across heaven, a festering maw that vomited forth nightmares. Reality curdled in its shadow, stars guttering like candle flames, and from its depths sailed the Death Guard, their vessels weeping rust and pus. Nurgle's rot preceded them, a whispering sickness that soured crops in the field and choked infants in their cradles, a blight that made mockery of Ultramar's noble order. Calgar met this new war on the rock-choked plains of Axonce, the Garden of Ultramar, now a necrotic parody. Rivers ran black, bloated corpses bobbed in their currents, and the air reeked of spoiled meat and open graves. The Ultramarines advanced in locked shields, their retinal displays flickering with pathogen warnings, their armor pitted by corrosive drizzle. Plague Marines shambled towards them, flesh ballooning beneath corroded plate, chuckling wetly as bolt rounds punched through necrotic tissue only for maggots to writhe forth and knit the wounds closed. Worse were the demons' great unclean ones that rolled across the battlefield like mountains of rancid fat, trailing flies and warbling nursery rhymes in gurgling voices that liquefied resolve. Calgar felt the corruption gnawing at the edges of his own Geniforged biology, his enhanced metabolism battling the fever creeping through his veins. Then came the voxhail from Macridge's orbit Mortarian's second wave, spearing toward the capital, a blade aimed at the heart. Delegating command to Sicarius, Calgar prepared to disengage, but the sky darkened, thickened, curdled. Mortarian descended on stinking wings, a miasma of despair preceding him, silenced the scythe humming with stolen souls. Marneus, the Primarchdaemon crooned, flies swirling in the gaps between words. You huddle in your corpselord's shadow while we embrace eternity. Surrender, let entropy caress you. Calgar ignited his gauntlets. I guard what you betrayed, brother. Their clash shattered the battlefield, Mortarian's scythe shearing through adamantium with warp-tinted edge, Calgar's counterblows cratering the plague-blown earth. Each impact jarred the chapter master's bones, pain flaring in old wounds, but he would not yield. Around them, ultramarines rallied, methodically dismantling plague spires that pumped corruption into the soil. A grim calculus again victory not through annihilating the infinite, but through severing the bonds that held the corruption whole. Squad by squad, node by fetid node, the rot was cauterized. Mortarian faded into the warp, his bellows of rage shaking the ruins, leaving axe trembling but unbroken. The cost was etched in blighted earth and empty armor racks, in the lingering coughs of serfs and the ashy taste of reclaimed water. Calgar stood atop Macrag's spires, the sky clearing to fragile blue, the great rift a wound on the horizon. The dead were beyond count, their names a litany that would echo in his dreams. But Ultramar endured. Their defiance was a beacon not of untouched purity, but of resilience, a stubborn flame fed by sacrifice that refused to be snuffed. The stars might scream, the gods might howl, but here today, standing in ash and marrow-deep weariness, Marneus Calgar allowed himself one thought: we held. Tomorrow's war could wait. The silence that followed the transmission's final static was thicker than the void itself, heavy with the weight of a galaxy's unraveling. Marneus Calgar did not move. The air around him seemed to crystallize with the enormity of the report. Cadia had fallen. The words echoed in the steeline chambers of his battle barge, their truth colder than the blackness pressing against the armored viewports. For 10,000 years, Cadia's defiance had been the Imperium's shield, a burning star against which the darkness of the Eye of Terror broke and receded. Warriors had stood where others faltered, guarding the wound in reality where chaos festered like a gangrenous limb. Now that star had been snuffed out. Something primal shuddered through the Ultramarines' commander, not fear, but the visceral understanding of a foundation crumbling beneath his boots. Around him, his officers murmured like ghosts, their voices fraying at the edges. A colonel uttered the forbidden thought, half-strangled. If Cadia could fall, the unspoken despair hung like poison in the recycled air. What hope remained when even the unyielding had shattered? Calgar closed his eyes, not to escape the truth, but to let it crystallize inside him. He thought of Cadia's last stand, picturing the final fortress cracking under the despoiler's fury, the Cadian shock troops firing their last guns even as the world tore itself apart beneath them. Such courage, such waste. Cadia had not merely been a world, it had been an idea, a testament that chaos could be held at bay, that some walls would never crumble. Now the Eye of Terror yawned wide, its malice unbound, spilling warp storms and reaving fleets into systems that had never known such darkness. But where others saw the death of hope, Calgar saw duty, sharp and clear as a whetted blade. He turned from the view screen, his face a mask of glacial control, though the grief was there, buried beneath the bedrock of his will. The Emperor's light still burns, he declared, his voice a low rumble that stilled the whispers. The words were neither comfort nor defiance, but a fact as immutable as the stars outside. We will not falter. Cadia has fallen, but we will hold. Ultramar will hold. Nods answered Himgrim, resolute, but the doubt lingered in the corners of their eyes like cobwebs. They understood what the widening eye meant. The galaxy was bleeding, and Ultramar lay along its crimson trail. The days that followed were a blur of calculated haste. Calgar became a storm of purpose, his mind dissecting the threats with cold precision. The Death Guard were already clawing at the edges of Ultramar's domain. Nurgle's pestilential legions made their stench known before their ships even pierced the void. The Agriworlds would suffer first, their lush fields blighted, their rivers choked with filth before the plague ships turned their gaze toward Macrag's defiant spires. Calgar moved like a master sculptor reshaping stone, summoning his captains in a flurry of encrypted missives and priority seals. Each world, each bastion, each orbital defense grid was assessed, reinforced, woven into a lattice of resistance. The Codex Astartes was his scripture, its pages worn smooth by centuries of consultation. Gilliman's words rose in his mind like clarion calls. Adaptation is the soul of strategy. The Codex guides, does not command. He repeated it like a mantra to his officers as holograms flickered above tactical displays, chapters deploying, fleets mustering, the vast machinery of war groaning to life. Trust the Codex, Calgar urged, his finger tracing a ragged line across the glowing star map where the ruin storm seethed. but trust your instincts more. In the quiet moments, though, beneath the weight of command, he felt the cracks in his own certainty. Cadia's fate haunted him. He had walked its battlements once, centuries ago, felt the psychic pressure of the eye's malevolent gaze. How easy it was now to imagine Macreg's mountains crumbling, its cities choked by warp-fed flames. He banished the image with a practiced exhale. Ultramar was more than a realm, it was a testament to order, a beacon that had guided lost ships through the Imperium's darkest nights. If it fell, the last candle would gutter out. The rumors arrived, first whispers carried by astropathic choirs, fragmented and delirious. A Primarch walked among mortals, a legend reborn. Guilliman. Calgar dismissed them as wishful myths at first, the desperate fantasies of a galaxy teetering on oblivion. No Primarch had drawn breath since the heresy's final cataclysmic crescendo. Guilliman himself lay entombed in stasis, a monument to his brother's betrayal, forever frozen a heartbeat from death. And yet, the reports persisted, growing louder, sharper, until even the most skeptical captains could no longer deny the impossible. A strike force returning from the fields of Tsagualsa spoke of a golden giant leading the charge, a warrior whose ceramite gleamed under alien suns with the faded glory of Ultramar's earliest days. Then came Call's encrypted logs, a flood of data confirming the unimaginable, arcane sciences, Eldar trickery, sacrifice and resurrection woven into a miracle. Not as a memory, not as a marble effigy in the fortress of Hera. Alive, Calgar stood in his arming chamber when the final confirmation arrived, a datapad trembling imperceptibly in his grip. Around him, serfs polished his armor to a sapphire sheen, unaware of the earthquake beneath their lord's stillness. To meet one's Genesire, a living god of war whose blood ran in his veins, whose voice had shaped his every doctrinthas, was beyond protocol, beyond ceremony. It was a collision of epics. The Primarch's presence filled the stratagem chamber like a sudden shift in gravity. Every ultramarine present felt Eta subsonic hum in the bones, an instinct to kneel woven into their very DNA. Guilliman stood before the hololithic projections of the crumbling Imperium, his armor still bearing the scars of his long sleep, his eyes ancient and weary yet ablaze with undimmed purpose. When Calgar entered, the Primarch turned, and time seemed to fracture. Here was the architect of Ultramar's golden age, the author of the codex that had steered Calgar's hand through 100 campaigns. Robot Guilliman regarded his chapter master not with the disdain of a deity among mortals, but with the piercing focus of a commander assessing his most trusted lieutenant. Calgar met that gaze without flinching, centuries of discipline anchoring him. Yet beneath the surface, an unfamiliar tremor stirred something raw and profoundly human. Relief, guilt, awe. "You held them," Guilliman said at last, his voice a resonant baritone that seemed to vibrate in the chamber's marrow. "When the walls crumbled and the night closed in, you held them." The simplicity of the acknowledgement struck deeper than any commendation. They spoke then of the galactic wounds cicatrix maledictum clawing the sky, the Death Guard's relentless putrefaction, the thousand fires burning across Ultramar's borders. Calgar detailed deployments, supply bottlenecks, the gnawing attrition in the northern sectors, his words clipped and precise. Guilliman listened, nodding at times, interjecting with questions that cut to the heart of logistical frailties Calgar himself had only begun to suspect. This was no reunion of father and son, but of two generals salvaging order from ruin. Later, walking Macreg's sun-drenched battlements, the scope of their task yawned before them. Below, the scarred plains stretched to the horizon, dotted with the jagged teeth of reconstruction scaffolds rising like skeletal hands from ruined districts, smoke hazing the air from forges working day and night. The stink of promethium and fresh-returned earth mingled with the saltang of the distant sea. "They think we rebuild stone," Calgar murmured, his gauntleted hand resting on the sun-warmed parapet. "But it is their hearts that need fortifying. Every fallen beam, every poisoned well, it whispers to them that chaos cannot be stopped." Guilliman paused, his gaze distant, seeing not the rebuilding but the fragile web of belief holding Ultramar together. "Faith is the true bastion," he replied, the wind catching the edges of his words. "Not in gods or relics, in us, in the idea that men can still stand when the stars die. Show them that, and the stones will rise on their own." They did not speak again for a time, the silence filled by the distant clang of hammers and the cries of drilling provosts. The partnership unfolded with unspoken synchronicity, Calgar the unwavering executor of Guilliman's sweeping designs, the Primarch the strategist who saw galaxies as chessboards. Each fortified agri-complex, each relic tank pulled from Macreg's vaults, each shipment of grain to a starving outpost, became a stanza in a new litany of defiance. Farmers tilling fields under the armored gaze of Astartes sentries began to straighten their backs. Children in refugee camps stopped flinching at every shadow, their eyes no longer hollow voids but bright with borrowed courage. Ultramar's spirit, though scarred, was not broken. But beyond their realm, the storm worsened. The Imperium splintered with each passing cyclosectors falling silent, warp roots dissolving into madness, worlds devoured by cults that sprouted like mold in the dark. Gilliman's return was a flare in the night, yet for every ship that rallied to Macreg's beacon, a dozen more were lost to the howling void. The Primarch saw the grim arithmetics he were holding, but only just. Thus began the Indomitus Crusade's gestation, a plan so audacious it bordered on madness, not merely to defend but to claw back the darkness, to sail into the storm's heart with fire and sword. Calgar stood at Gilliman's side as the first troop dispositions etched themselves across star charts, the names of lost systems burning like brands in the gloom. The weight of it pressed down the knowledge that billions would perish, that entire chapters might be spent like currency in this gambit. Yet in the grim set of Gilliman's jaw, Calgar saw the same resolve that had forged Ultramar from wilderness 10 millennia past. "We are the Defiance," he thought, the old Cadian credo echoing through him as fresh orders cascaded to the fleet. Even in ruin, the galaxy had ended once before in fire and betrayal. Now another ending loomed. But here, in the roar of starship engines flaring to life, in the determined faces of serfs loading shells into the bellies of thunderhawks, in the cold, clear light of his Genocire's will, Calgar found not hope something fiercer. A vow etched in adamantium, in blood, in the unyielding certainty that as long as one ultramarine drew breath, the knight would not have the final word. He adjusted his gauntlets, the familiar weight comforting against his palms, and stepped forward into the howling gale of the future. The vast tapestry of the Indomitus Crusade unfurled across bleeding stars and shattered voidlanes, wounds freshly torn in the galaxy's flesh by the Cicatrix Maledictum's hideous birth scream, 1,000 nightmares made manifest. Behind Gilliman's campaign lay the rot-streaked carcasses of entire sector worlds swallowed by ravenous darkness, once-proud imperial bastions reduced to howling madhouses where 10,000 years of order had dissolved overnight. To reclaim them would demand not the heedless fury of the Crusader, but the surgeon's precision. Gilliman understood. This was no bludgeoning siege, but a reconstruction of ravaged souls. Fallen systems lay before them like broken toys discarded by petulant gods, their skies choked with warp fog and the greasy residue of dread magics, their populations mutated or massacred, their histories reduced to ash on the mocking winds of the Empyrean. And so the Primarch and his chapter master bent their wills to the task as one, iron resolve forged in the crucible of Ultramar's survivala realm, whose every shining spire and bustling agri-world stood testament to that same quiet, grinding defiance that now faced the apocalypse. Calgar, weathered face-etched with the scars of blasphemous wars and the unspoken weight of command, surprised none by his ascension to Gilliman's shadow. If the Primarch was the mind charting each perilous arc through tempests of unreality, then the Lord of Macreg was the fist that struck true when malice rose to meet them. While Gilliman wove strategies in the cavernous stratagems of the Macreg's honor, fingers tracing holographic horrors across light years, Calgar became the living conduit through which those grand designs hardened into brutal, necessary reality. Upon his broad shoulders fell the deployment of the Primaris, those golden titans wrought by Khal's forbidden arts, their armor gleaming with the cold promise of a forgotten age's potential. He sorted them like chess pieces wrought in ceramite and holy wrath, their thunderous tread echoing through embarkation decks as he dispatched them to breaches where only death awaited, stitching fragile imperial lines with fresh sinew of war. The vast armadas groaned under his scrutiny, fleet almoners and grizzled void captains stiffening under his gaze as he turned rusted battle barges and creaking supply vessels into instruments of deliverance. When battle finally erupted, the Voxnit screamed with the static wails of the dying, and the filth-smothered bulwarks of chaos reared like jagged teeth above burning cities, Calgar was already there, fists smeared black with promethium and alien gore, his battle cry cutting through the haze as he waded into crimson tides of cultists and snarling warp spawn. The enemy broke upon his presence like fetid waves against stone, yet even as bolters roared and war hymns echoed in gutted cathedrals, the deeper burden pressed upon him. Worlds cried out not just for liberation, but for resurrection. Gilliman knew this truth in his ancient core of victories unbuttressed by governance, where hollow illusions so, they rebuilt where they conquered, Calgar laboring with the same grim efficiency in times of false peace as he did amidst slaughter. Imperial scribes bearing charters of reconsecration followed the tread of his warplate through shattered hive spires. Stonemasons raised new Aquilas where heretic effigies had toppled under his guns. Judges draped in penitent sackcloth dragged screaming apostates from rat holes by dawn's bloody light. Through it all, the crucible burned hotter though Calgar's resolve never cracked, his iron spine magnetized by duty. There flickered private moments when the raw scale of oblivion threatened to snuff the brightest spirit. To gaze into the cicatrixes, Ma was to understand true insignificance. Whole star systems winked out as warp storms birthed weeping demon worlds, and the Imperium's dying breath stank of rust and plague. Yet when that primordial doubt gnawed, when the sheer impossible arithmetic of loss clawed at his Geneforged psyche, need only turn to the Primarch's patient majesty. Guilliman's ice-blue eyes held no false comfort, only the immortal fire that had once lit the heavens during the Great Crusade's zenith, a forgeglow declaring with quiet thunder, "We endure." And so he did, not a slave to blind obedience but disciple to a shared creed. Their bond spanned the fathomless gulf between mortal and demigoda Primarch, humbled by 10 millennia's brutal tutelage and frailty, a chapter master exalted by impossible burdens borne with undimmed faith. Guilliman's counsels with Calgar weren't commands offered down a divine mountain, but dialogues between peers. The regent bent his ear to the man who'd held Ultramar through the grimmest watches of the Long War, drawing from wells of sacrifice no transhuman could fathom. Calgar, in turn, offered fealty not to an icon, but to the living embodiment of all he'd bled to preserve with promise that reason might yet reign over the galaxy's screaming madness. Side by side upon 100 bridges scarred by lancefire, they rose like twin colossi against a hurricane of ruin, and worlds burned cleaner in their wake. No battle epitomized their dance of blade and blueprint better than the grueling redemption of the Karthus sector, a festering pustule on the galaxy's underbelly, where the warp's blight had sunk roots deep as planetary cores. Its skies stank like open graves, its continents braided with throbbing vein highways pumping demonic ichor into swollen citadels, where fly-swarmed lords cackled over flayed saints. To charge headlong into that nightmare would see even legions buried in meat and madness. Instead, Calgar played the Zionki master-feigned retreats, baiting corrupted warbands away from their shadowed fastnesses, false supply lines left bleeding to draw ravenous packs into kill zones. When came the lightning riposte, the Primaris spearhead struck with Cronus-crafted precision, Guilliman's strategic axioms rendered tangible in Phosphex fire and Volkite beams. What might have been a decades-long siege resolved in weeks of vicious dagger thrusts, the back of chaos, grip broken not through overwhelming force but surgical excision of its command wrought. Yet Calgar lingered long after the last heretic stronghold fell, stalking ruined hablocks to ensure water purifiers restored flow before his fleet's departure, his gauntlet propping up priests who trembled with gratitude beneath half-rebuilt walls. Even as the Crusade stormtide surged from conquest to conquest, Calgar's gaze never fully left home. Ultramar's halo of worlds glittered behind his eyelids in rare moments of reposia, jewel ever circled by jackals. Orc hulk slid like tumors through its periphery, eager for slaughter loot, only to be shattered by his sudden, brutal counterstrikes launched mid-crusade with logistical mastery bordering on clairvoyance. No Xeno fleet mustered in darkness without his auspexes marking it. No chaos cult whispered blasphemies in ruined temples without his watch officers scenting its taint. Though Ultramar stood bastioned by tradition, its borders bled, and Calgar stitched each new wound with meticulous Fura-blade bargain strike cruisers annihilating greenskin flotillas one month, Gladius-class escorts flensing heretic outposts the next. Always the Guardian's vigilance thrumming through his hearts like a second pulse. And through it all, changing everything yet changing nothing, strode the Primaris divergent light fracturing the Astartes' ancient certainties. When first Calgar beheld them mustered by Khal's skeletal heralds beneath Terra's sickly skies, their silent ranks seemed ripped from antique murals depicting the Emperor's first angels. Taller by a head than his own veterans, their Mark X plate resplendent with reforged heraldry, they exuded an aura not of raw might but of completeness, as though millennia of degradation had been scoured from their genicode. They knelt before him with perfect discipline, yet their eyes betrayed no familiarity with the ragged edges of this decaying reality warriors born from Triumph's long dust, too pure to comprehend the rot they'd been sent to cleanse. Their arrival rippled through Ultramar's strike cruisers like a seismic charge. Grizzled sergeants eyed them with wary appraisal. Tech marines scanned their armor for signs of Mechanicus heresy. Chaplains muttered litanies against hubris while confessing stirred hopes. Were they reinforcements or replacements? The question hung unspoken in every arming deck, every silent mess hall where new and old mingled like awkward kin at a funeral feastone forged in humanity's brightest hour, the other tempered in its longest midnight. Yet amidst tidal shifts, bedrock endured. However the galaxy convulsed, however strange the weapons arrayed or distant the battlefields to which duty called Calgar and Guilliman advanced in lockstep. Each reclaimed world was not merely a victory tally, but a votive candle lit in the abyss, frail yet defiant, their flames multiplying one by one into constellations of stolen hope. The Primarch surveys spanned stellar clusters, his quill inking edicts that knit fractured subsectors into circuits of desperate resilience, while Calgar's warplate trod trench lines under artillery-blackened skies to rally mortal conscripts who'd forgotten the meaning of courage. Somewhere between grand strategy and the mud-choked boots of beleaguered humanity, between the cold calculus of resource allocation and the visceral spray of chainsword through traitor flesh, the crusade found its truth that a dying imperium breathed still because men bore burdens beyond their strength and bore them anyway. and beyond them Court and Corpsemaster loomed the future's shadow. The Primaris turbo strength would prove itself upon fields drenched in so much blood, their meltifier banishing horrors beyond sane comprehension. For Calgar, each fresh report of their battlefield prowess brought pride assuaged by quiet disquiet, not fear for Ultremer's legacy, but the thorny knowledge that his storied generation now watched history's tide recede, leaving them beached on strange shores where even their hard-won virtues might be outmoded. Guilliman, ever the pragmatist, wove them into his tapestry of renewal without hesitation, and Calgar followed, ever the dutiful Handiot in the chapter master's private chambers, amidst flickering holograms tallying the Crusade's ceaseless butcher's bill, a new weight pressed upon his spirit. The galaxy spun towards a precipice none could see beyond where even the angels of death might be rendered obsolete by what clawed hungrily from the dark. But until that hour come, it surely would stood unbowed. Upon a bridge thrumming with translated fury, flanked by the demigod who was his lodestar and the silent giants who were his future, Calgar readied his fleet for the jump to yet another embattled sphere. Coordinates burned crimson in the tactical hololith, battle plans tore themselves asunder and rewove in rapid iterations, and through wide oculus ports, the void itself seemed to glare back a pitiless abyss teeming with wraith ships and laughter like splintering bone. He gripped the command rail, knuckles whitening beneath ceramite, helmless head high. To falter was impossible, to fear unthinkable. The enemy would bleed, the innocents would find succor, the Imperium would endure not without scars, never without cost but endure. For as long as Guilliman stood clad in storm-wreathed purpose, and Calgar wielded his will like a master-crafted blade, there would be defiance, there would be wrath, there would be Indomitus. The air within the sanctuary chambers of Macreg's honor hummed, with a tension thicker than the ceramite plating, lining its sacred Halsa silent battle, raging not against Xenos or heretic, but against the creeping tendrils of doubt coiling through the Ultramarine's very soul. Beneath the cold blue glow of lumen strips reflecting off polished marble, the mighty struggled to reconcile 10,000 years of immutable tradition with the stark reality unfolding before them. Towering figures clad in Mark X armor, bearing the same heraldry, yet carrying the scent of Mars forges rather than Macreg's stone quarries. Every footfall of these Primaris Marines echoed with alien resonance through the vaulted passageways, where Guilliman himself once strode, their enhanced stature causing even veteran battle brothers to tilt their helms upward fractionally in unconscious reaction that tasted bitter as promethium fumes to those who'd bled for the chapter across centuries. Whispers slithered through training cages and armories like venomous serpents, old warriors trading glances laced with unease as they observed neophytes sparring with reflexes bordering on precognition. The Emperor's gift, or a blade at tradition's throat, growled one grizzled sergeant during the third watch cycle, his augmetic eye whirring softly as it tracked a Primaris squad moving with uncanny synchronization through tactical drills. Yet in the observation decks above, tech marines fresh from the forge world of Lucius leaned forward with hungry eyes, murmuring prayers over exposed neural interfaces gleaming beneath the newcomer's gorgets. For every veteran clenching his power fist at the sight of armorial scrolls rewritten with unfamiliar campaign glyphs, a younger brother stared transfixed at holodisplays, showing Primaris Reavers dissolving into shadows with impossible stealth during mock engagements in the asteroid fields beyond Calth. In this maelstrom of conflicting truths, Marnius Calgar's throne room became an island of gravitas, where past and future warred silently beneath cold ivory arches. The Lord of Macreg sat immobile as the statues of Primarchs lining the hall, his indomitable will the only anchor preventing the Ultramarines from splintering into factions, as so many chapters had. But when the Apothecarium's latest reports flickered across his retinal display, three more honored brothers gone to ash and Belisarian furnaces, their genetic legacy unraveling in screaming agonized great pauldrons of the armor of reason, seemed to weigh upon him like dying stars. They spoke to him then, in the silent hours when even servitors powered down to their lowest cycles. Captain Sicarius's voice tight as overwound suspension coils, recounting how Aristed's squad hesitated a fatal microsecond awaiting orders from firstborn officers during the Devlin counter-ambush. Chief Librarian Tigurius waking breathless from prophetic dreams of Guilliman's gauntlet pointing toward Mount Pharos, while ancient wargear shattered against demon Primarch's hides. And always, beneath it all, the 517 names etched in molten gold upon his soul rears lost, since the great rift yawned open who might still draw breath, had they marched into fire with enhanced Laraman cells knitting their wounds. The decision crystallized not in some grand war council, but in the dust-choked aftermath of Fornax Gamma, where Calgar stood amidst the smoldering remains of a tyrannid bio-titan, neural shredders still twitching at his feet. His battered Terminator plate hissed with corrosive acids eating through sacred oromite, blood mingling with synovial fluid in his ruined arms joints as apothecaries scrambled to stabilize him. Through blurred vision, he watched Sergeant Cronus directing Primaris Eliminator's warriors fresh from the void, yet moving with the precision of Vetter Ransto seal breaches that would have required 3 sacrifice charges from standard squads. In that moment of searing clarity between agony and unconsciousness, the weight of epiphany struck harder than a Genestealer's talon. To lead these reforged warriors, to truly understand both their magnificence and limitations, he could not remain as a relic gazing down from ivory towers. He must drown in the same fire. They came for him at the turning of Macreg's twin moons, crimson-robed adepts trailing mechadendrites like ceremonial incense burners, their chanted binary, a discordant counterpoint to Chaplain Cassius's booming benedictions. The apothecarian's inner sanctum swam with swirling vapors smelling of ozone and forgot, Aganya far cry from the clinical sterility of standard enhancement procedures. Ancient machinery towered around the central slab, its surfaces etched with both Aquila's and Cogwheel symbology that had never been permitted to intertwine before this age. Stripped of his armor, Calgar's body told the brutal poetry of 10,000 battles, knotted tissue mottled by meltaburns fading into nervided synthskin grafts, archaic subdermal plating fused so deeply with rib cartilage that the tech marines could only shake their helms during diagnostics. The Magos biologist's voice rasped through vox grills like grinding tectonic plates as he warned of triple redundancies failing during catalyzing, of blood viscosity factors beyond known parameters, of legacy genocide markers that might reject Belisarius Call's alchemy like poisoned water. But when the casket seals hissed shut, plunging Calgar into amniotic blackness, where even a Primarch's son became merely flesh awaiting the sculptor's chisel, it wasn't theoretical risks that tore screams from a throat unused to voicing weakness. The pain was a livia sentient force, ripping through marrow spaces, with fractal precision, molecular knives, rewriting Osmodula triggers strand by screaming strand. Somewhere between the 73rd and 74th hour, suspended in agony that dissolved time's linear flow, Calgar found himself back in the hall of Ultramar facing Robout Gilliman's stony gaze. His Genesire's greatsword gleamed coldly, as the avenging sun spoke not with lips, but through the fracturing pain itself. A chapter master does not ask his men to walk ground he fears to tread. When neural override buffers failed during the ossification phase, flooding his system with raw torment that made the black carapace implantation feel like a child's inoculation, Calgar's teeth shattered against the Bitegard, but no command phrase passed his lips to halt the procedure. They learned later that 3 monitoring servitors short-circuited attempting to process his vitals during the crucible phase, their machine spirits fleeing the data flood like rats from torpedo breach. Emergence brought not relief but alien dislocation. Where once bulkheads had stretched tall as any cathedral's embrace, now door arches seemed to loom oppressively close despite his enhanced height. The tactile buzz of Vox networks whispered seductively at the edge of perception, raw data streams begging for cognitive integration. His armored fist clenched involuntarily as transhuman dread radiated from him in waves, causing even Captain Ajaman, his oldest living companion, to falter mid-stride when approaching for the first time. Yet when Calgar spoke, voice thundering with new resonance but diction steeped in antique Macreg aristocratic inflections, tears glistened in veterans' company, eyes they would later deny to record. By Gilliman's blood and the Emperor's light, he rumbled, towering naked and glorious beneath the oculus admitting pale sunlight, skin still glistening with nutrient gel that pooled around feet capable of crushing Terminator helms to scrap. We remain Ultramarines. He proved it not in throne room declarations, but amidst Prometheum fires burning across Espandor's jungles months later. When the Death Guard's corrupted Warhound Titans breached the secondary wall, it was Calgar who physically hefted a disabled repulsor tank to bridge the crumbling fortifications. The machine's crushed hull groaning protest, as Primaris and Firstborn squads sprinted across this makeshift bridge behind a barrage of Hellfire rounds. Later in the sulfur-reeking trenches, where plague drones swarmed like carrion flies, veterans watched slackjawed as their reborn chapter master took a demonic scythe strike across his unarmored chest blow, meant to sunder battle tanksonly to heal before their eyes, as Laraman cells wove ceramitelase tissue over the wound, his retaliatory fist pulping the creature's biomechanical skull in a single impact. Yet when the survivors raised voices in celebratory roars, Calgar silenced them with a gauntleted hand, directing apothecaries instead to the broken form of Brother Sergeant Heron, whose marked VII armor hadn't withstood the same blows. "Honor the shield that never falters," he intoned, pressing his blood-slicked forehead against Heron's fractured visor in ancient Ulan ritualno performed not just between equals, but across biological generations. Through every engagement that followed the void skirmishes above Quintarn, where his storm shield crackled under Lance battery hits that would have vaporized lesser beings, the brutal close-quarters purge of Drakeskull Temple's Genestealer infestation, where he refused to wield his enhanced strength until Firstborn squads established firing lines. Calgar's leadership etched the truth into his warriors' minds more indelibly than any librarian's didactic hypnosessions could. They were not Ultramarines of the Firstborn or Primaris, but sons of Macragge forged in a crucible none could face alone. Even the skeptical found their resistance crumbling when Tech Marines discovered Belisarian enhancements could interface seamlessly with Legacy Wargear, or when Flamer crews realized the new warriors learned Vox procedure quirks older than their armor marks within weeks. In rare respites between musters, when Navy lighters shuttled fresh recruits from Terra and battle barges cycled void-scarred hull plates, Calgar would sometimes stand before the great dichotomous mural in Fortress Hera's Hall of Remembrance. Guilliman's stern visage facing ancient artworks of mythical Ultramarand touched the newest edition, a fresco depicting his own transformation, rendered in shades that morphed from deep cobalt to gleaming sigmarite around the central figure. Here, when none could observe their demigod's momentary humanity, Marneus Calgar allowed himself to remember the biting neural agony, the terror of losing sensations, held dearth metallic tang of Stormrain on glacis plates, the vibration of mass drivers thundering from Sicarius's strike cruiser, even the exact pitch of Aegimon's laughter during the victory feast for Tyron's world. The fear never faded that this great gamble might erase all traces of the warrior who'd held the tyrannid beast at bay while civilians evacuated, or who took 7 cyclonic torpedo detonations without yielding Bridge Primus during the Orc Wag of Gazkul. Yet when he flexed fingers capable now of crushing adamantium, yet still tracing the exact pattern to activate Terminator teleport homers encoded millennia ago, Calgar tasted not the bitterness of lost self, but the iron certainty of an oath fulfilled. Across 5 fraught solar months measured in void skirmishes and boarding actions against Druckery raiders growing ever more daring, the chapter's dual bloodlines learned to flow as one Primaris squads, adopting traditionalist honor rites during the Feast of Finding, Firstborn devastators eagerly integrating Gravtech suppressors invented by their augmented brothers. The great armory of Hera rang with new rhythm every battle cycle, the resonant thrum of plasma incinerators charging alongside the satisfying clank of old-pattern bolt gun slide mechanisms, symphony of past meeting future. Not all accepted this bridge. A handful of veterans still clad in Heresiera wargear requested reassignment to Terra's defense, rather than undergo the procedure rebut when statues across Ultramar began depicting Calgar with one foot upon ancient Macragge stone and the other upon Belisarius Call's schematic scrolls. None dared protest. By the time Hive Fleet Leviathan's vanguard tendrils brushed the Pharaoh system, breaking against integrated defenses where Primaris fire support and Firstborn ambush tactics worked in flawless harmony, the sound that rose from the ranks bore no factional dividingly the unified war cry of Ultramar Ascendant. In rare solitude before deployment, Marneus Calgar would sometimes stand before the great oculus of the Arx Macragge, gazing at stars now veiled by the ominous warp storms of the Cicatrix Maledictum. There, amid swirling nebulae that mirrored the genetic helix recently burned into every cell of his being, he meditated on the fundamental truth written not in his enhanced muscles or ossified bones, but in the terrified faces rescued civilians wore when looking upon his transhuman visagia, face now indistinguishable at distance from any Primaris, yet softened recognizably when administering the Oath of Moment to new scouts. They would endure. Not merely because call sciences made them faster or harder to kill, but because while genetics had fractured the legions once, this new divergence sought reconciliation. The unnumbered suns might bring salvation from without, but the true salvation flickered alive every time a grizzled tactical veteran clashed plastrons in greeting with a towering Gravis-armored warrior whose chromatic heraldry mirrored his own, twin stars united. As storm clouds gathered for the Indomitus Crusade's next phase, promising horrors that would make his transformation ordeal seem trivial, Calgar felt no dreamily the same quiet anticipation preceding every boarding action. They were the Ultramarines. Tradition would be their shield, adaptation their sword, and Guilliman's legacy, the indestructible core that held firm against whatever cosmic fury awaited beyond the Imperium's bleeding borders. The echoes of war rang hollow in the aftermath, the cries of the vanquished swallowed by grim silence and the fading groan of toppled stone. Yet where brother legions saw only the finality of ruin, the warriors in sulfur-yellow plate found purpose rising like smoke from cooling ashes. Selection had forged them not the random cruelty of genetic lottery, but deliberate design like tempered steel plunged into icy brine. The agony of the genocides embraced demanded souls as unyielding as ceramite, and the VII Legion endured where others shattered, their bodies transmuted into vessels of Emperorot fury. They emerged not merely as soldiers, but as paragons their spirits annealed in suffering's crucible, their minds honed to comprehend conquest as other legions comprehended slaughter. For these warriors, victory was no transient spasm of annihilation, it was an architecture. Where blades fell and tanks ground defiance into mud, they saw frameworks for dominion, blueprints etched in blood. Before the final echoes of bolter fire faded, they raised bastions upon scorched earth, mingling plasteel with shattered bone, binding rubble into ramparts that would outlast memory itself. 600 citadels scorched the skies from Himalaya's glaciard peaks to the phosphorescent shallows of the Crystal Sea. In their first decade alone, each fortress, a clenched fist hammered into the throat of rebellion, each battlementsker of a covenant. The Imperium's grasp could not be pried loose. Theirs was a duality lesser warriors mistook for paradox creators, whose artistry flourished only after apocalyptic wrath. On Kenstar's wind-scoured plains, 50 land raiders birthed a storm, their charge-churning dust clouds vast enough to choke the sun. Yet once the tyrant's Werengans lay as molten slag, surveyor teams mapped foundations where his palace had burned. In Galbar's molten underrealms, tectonic charges cracked the planet's skin like eggshell, and yellow-armored phalanxes descended through continents of falling stone. Yet before celebratory braziers guttered out, earth-movers reshaped the rubble into redoubts deeper than catacombs. Observers whispered awestruck that the Emperor's own hand must have closed upon those worlds, a metaphor hardening into name when the master of mankind declared them imperial fists. Laurels were bestowed, carved onto pauldrons still reeking of promethium, accepted not with triumphal roar but silent nodshiner acknowledged, then set aside like tools awaiting next dawn's labor. For the fists' new symbols mattered more than glory. Their fortresses weren't mere strongpoints but sermons in stone. To the conquered, they promised order's shelter. To the defiant, annihilation's inevitability. Yet no citadel, however adamantine, could outshine the bedrock upon which the Legion's soul was anchored, the glacial wastes of Inwit, that tomb-world haunting the galaxy's frozen edge. Death ruled there unchallenged, skies blackened by a dying star's emberglow, seas congealed under ice miles where pallid leviathans slithered through abyssal ink, mountains sculpted not by tectonics but by despair. Unshielded flesh crystallized in moments. Survival demanded more than strength, it demanded collective, will sharpen to a razored edge. Weakness murdered kinsfolk as surely as crevasses or ice sharks. From this crucible of perpetual dusk emerged Rogel Dorn, his origins of voidark mystery even to himself, clutched in the frost-rimed robes of House Dorn's patriarch. Bloodtease meant nothing on Inwittenly duty's iron grammar. He learned governance not through treatises, but by calculating starvation ratios amidst blizzards, warfare not as glory him, but as grim arithmetic ensuring clan vessels didn't fracture under ice pressure. The fur-lined robe of his grandfather became his shroud and standard, a relic whispering that survival was the only sacrament. When his hands first grasped a forge hammer, he didn't ornament palacish rebuilt reactor conduits so orbital drydocks wouldn't bleed air. When he commanded armies, it wasn't for territory, but to secure ice trawlers against Xenos predations. Inwit didn't soften him. It sculpted his soul into something as merciless and necessary as the dawnless cold. The Emperor found him not upon frozen wastes, but aboard the Phalanx's star fortress older than the Imperium, pitted by stellar winds, its halls echoing with the groans of dying suns. Dorn hadn't built it. No forge-world could replicate its ossified majesty, but he'd mastered its labyrinthine corridors, its star-furnace heart commanding the Inwit cluster's fleets from its stratagem throne. Recognition between father and son was instantaneous, wordless. No theatrics of revelation, just a gaze exchanged across the Phalanx's command deck, two titanic wills mirroring perfectly. The 7th Legion's history might have been woven for Dorn's arrival. Their doctrine of calculated obliteration followed by steadfast reconstruction mirrored his own soul. Where other Primarchs had reshaped their legions into quirks of their personalitas blood madness or esoteric artistry, Dorn found his sons already sculpted to his hand. They shared the glacial focus that saw fortresses not as ends but as keystones for imperial truth. His first act, observing them in battle, motionless as statues, absorbing the fractal precision of their bolter drills, the machine-like synchrony of voidboardings. Only when Castellan Matthias, warriors secured a burning space hulk without a single deviation from protocol did the Primarch speak a single, hoarse syllable of thanks. Promotion followed not with fanfare, but anointment as High Castellan, steward of Inwit's domains. Then immediately orders, 30 new regiments to be drawn from ice-locked hive cities. There was no feast, no pageantry, only the turning of gears toward the next war. 16 decades of unbroken compliance campaigns followed, the Fist's reputation crystallizing like Inwit's permafrost unyielding, inevitable. Their methodology became dogma: analyze, annihilate, rebuild. On Necromunda's ash-choked battlefields, they broke orcish hordes with methodical gunlines and countercharges timed to the microsecond. Hivalords groveled with offers of governance, desperate to bind the fists as overlords. Dorn refused, consecrating a Fortress-Chapelle Spiredeep in toxic rock. "I want recruits, not vassals," his voice like glaciers calving, embodying the Legion's creed. War was their purpose, not dominion. This pragmatism's refusal to conflate conquest with rule-ignited embers of discord, however, embers that would blaze into the heresy's inferno. For among the Primarchs, one alone mirrored Dorn's mastery of siegecraft Perturabo of the Iron Warriors. Their kinship was poisoned at its root by twisted reflections. Both wielded math and massacre as one instrument, but where Dorn raised citadels as hymns to permanence, Perturabo's bulwarks were brutalist equations of expediency. The schism sparked from a courtier's just Fulgrim's serpent inquiring if Perturabo could crack the fists, fortification stow, which Dorn replied with infuriating calm. He cannot. Perturabo, whose psyche festered with perceived slights, absorbed this not as fact but insult. The Iron Warriors seethed, the fists endured philosophies hardening into mutual contempt. Dorn's idealism enraged Perturabo's pragmatism, the latter seeing not nobility in eternal bastions, but weakness-wasted resources on Vanitistone. The Emperor's appointment of Dorn as Praetorian, architect of Terra's defenses, plunged this rivalry into darkness. As the Imperial Palace ascended a zenith of defensive artistry, its walls threaded with anti-orbital lasers and psychic wards, Perturabo saw only favoritism. Dorn's quiet declaration that even the Fourth Legion couldn't breach them drew volcanic fury, bitter rants echoing through Olympian halls. The fists bore their estranged cousins' glares without comment, fortifying terraces and gunnists, unaware how deep resentment's roots could worm. Buried beneath this mounting tension lay Dorn's silent burdens, gnawing grief of lost brothers, a Primarch's loneliness that no fortress could exclude. He channeled sorrow into vigilance, doubt into over-engineered kill zones and redundant void shields. When the Legion sallied forth from the phalanx, descending upon rebellion-cankered worlds like architects of apocalypse, they bore not just bolters and breacherams, but their father's unspoken creed, that humanity's unity was worth any sacrifice. Even creation's splendor, the vaulted cathedrals they built was simply another weapon, striking awe into allies and terror into traitors. Theirs was the resilience of the unyielding, stubborn granite beneath civilization's mantle. As galactic dusk approached, as brother turned on brother, the fists would need every iota of that strength, every lesson etched into their marrow by Inwit's cold and Dorn's indomitable will. For the coming storm wouldn't test their ability to build but to endure when everything burned. The clanging of war echoed through the smog-choked void of a campaign whose name would be lost to all but the iron-handed architects of its brutality. Ferrus Manus, a titan of calcified resolve and merciless calculus advocating strategies that would see mountains of dead piled high in service to swift victory. Against him stood Rogel Dorn, Praetorian unbowed, whose measured cadence spoke of a different arithmeticone, where the weight of each life extinguished held tangible gravity, where unnecessary sacrifice was not strategy, but blasphemy against the Imperium's sacred charge. Their disagreement, though brief as a bolter's, burst across command holographs, reverberated through the strategic cores of both legions, etching into the minds of attending captains the immutable truth of Dorn's nature, a warrior, forged in violence, yet one who wore the mantle of loss as a penitent bears chains, each life surrendered carving fresh furrows into the bedrock of his duty. Far from that caustic debate, amidst the swirling biohorrors of the Adonis cluster, where the Zahel breed's resurgence clawed at the Imperium's throat with talons dipped in existential dread, Dorn's rare fury ignite not the wild conflagration of Angron's berserk abandon, nor Magnus's psychic inferno, but a glacial storm, a diamond-hard wrath that crystallized the resolve of his warriors. It was said his silence before battle was more terrible than any war cry, that the ice-cold certainty in his eyes, as he surveyed the ravening tide, steadied trembling hands upon fortress walls. His criticism of the tardy reinforcements at Castor's delivered not in shouted recriminations, but in a voice like crumbling granite burned itself into the fleet commander's souls, a lesson seared with the acid of truth. To fail in duty was to spit upon the Emperor's vision, to grind sacred oaths into the mud of complacency. Victory at Anner would ascend like a pyre, consuming the grotesque empire of Overlord Urak Uruk, an empire vast enough to drown sectors in tides of feral green, crushed beneath the mechanized heel of the Imperium's greatest muster-own 100,000 legionaries, 8 million souls of the Imperial army, a constellation of warships blotting out starfields. Amidst this titanic assembly, the Imperial fist stood apart, unyielding as ancient bedrock, while Luna Wolves shattered defenses with radiant heroics and Blood Angels painted epics in orcish viscera. Dorn's sons specialized in the unglamorous algebra of endurance, reinforcing spearheads, buttressing crumbling lines, transforming footholds into unbreakable bastions, their contributions less sung, but no less vital as Uruk's hordes shattered against their discipline. Triumphant Anner rang like a clarion across the stars, yet within its echoes lay the seeds of dissolution, the moment the Great Crusade's trajectory warped toward calamity. The Emperor's withdrawal to Terra, the ascension of Horus Lupercal as Warmistrith's axe sent seismic fractures through the fraternity of Primarchs, where once camaraderie flowed like brother blood. Sanguinius and Fulgrim embraced Horus's elevation with genuine warmth, their regard for his charisma a balm against dissent, while Angron's simmering resentment boiled like a poisoned geyser and Perturabo's envy calcified into spiteful silence. Dorn observed the fractures with the stoic detachment of a mason surveying cracks in a foundation yet to bear its load. He accepted the decree without demur, for he understood in his marrow that Horus possessed the fluid grace of leadership. He himself lacked where the Warmaster could weave loyalty through laughter and subtle compromise. Dorn's unbending truths often erected walls no siege could breach. Their consultations became studies in contrast. Horus, ever the radiant diplomat, painting grand stratagems with words that glittered like stellar nebulae, Dorn responding with terse certainties, each syllable hewn from mountain stone. Aboard the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet's flagships across Windark scarab tables, their dynamic crystallized in Horus's jest, "If I ever laid siege to a bastion commanded by you, dear brother, the war would last for all eternity," a quip layered with the unvarnished truth of their natures. Dorn the immovable anvil, Horus the unstoppable hammer. Yet even as the Warmaster's star ascended, the Emperor entrusted Dorn with a counterweight burden Praetorian of Terra, defender of the throne world. As the Imperial fists withdrew from Crusade's glittering frontiers to the heart of Imperial power, their role transmuted from conquerors to custodians, their victories now measured not in planets claimed, but in fortifications raised, in killzones plotted, in void shields humming overhead like mechanized choirs. The palace that ossified labyrinth of ancient supremacy became Dorn's canvas, reforged it into a masterpiece of defensive horror, every parapet and sublevel a stanza in a symphony of deterrence. Walls grew thicker than starship hulls, their surfaces etched with kill funnels and murder slits, gargantuan gates, their mechanisms buried deep within armored bowels, groaned shut with finality. Void shields crowned the spires, their ozone tang permeating the rarefied air. Beneath the earth, tunneling networks spiderwebbed into a subterranean hellscape, where defenders could bleed attackers dry even as the surface burned. Night after night, Dorn paced these emerging battlements, the grit of new-cut stone beneath his boots, the weight upon his spirit deepening with every completed redoubt. He knew with the prescience of a Primarch that these stones would weep blood one day, that his labors were not prelude but premonition. And as Terra's defenses hardened, the galaxy beyond curdled into chaos. The bright certainties of the Crusade corroded, brotherhoods fractured, and ideologies mutated into heresies, while Dorn maintained his vigil. Until the Eisenstein came limping from the void, a battered frigate vomiting atrocities into the Phalanx's stratagem. Nathaniel Garrow's haunted testimony, and Euphrates Keeler's prophetess ramblings unraveled Dorn's disciplined composure. Furiprimal and Skorking erupted within him, a volcano breaching ironclad restraint. Horus, the beloved, the radiant, Warmister traitor. The concept tore at sanity's fabric, yet the survivors' wounds, their hollowed certainty, were irrefutable. Disbelief curdled into resolution. In that moment, the Praetorian's path crystallized. Terra must become unbreakable, for the storm was coming. Dispatching Sigismund and 4 companies to claw salvation from Mars's burning forges was but the opening gambit. Captain Kobernix's desperate last stand at Mondus Gamma. Zagreus Kane's loyalist forges hammering out Mark IV plate amidst the screams of collapsing orbitals. Sigismund's reluctant retreat under the shadow of traitor Titansol to salvage the weapons and armor that would one day arm the defenders of the Lion's Gate. Dorn returned to Terra with the Eisenstein's refugees, his psyche now reforged into an engine of absolute defiance. As the heresy's cancer spread, as Istvan's butchery birthed a million fresh nightmares, the Praetorian turned his full wrath upon the palace's fortifications, every bastion perfected, every approach measured and mined. The celestial sphere around Terra transformed into a labyrinth of death under his lord's castellan's command. And beneath the architect's focus, beneath the cold equations of defensing depth, the human truth festered, knowledge that these walls would be tested not by Xeno's horrors, but by brothers once beloved, their hands still wet with loyalist blood. The siege loomed, and Dorn unyielding, relentless, armored in duty awaited it upon battlements that were not stone and steel alone, but extensions of his own indomitable will. The air above Terra thickened with the scent of burnt ozone, and the silent screams of void shields straining under anticipation. Rogel Dorn, will had shaped the very bedrock of the throne world into a concentric nightmare for any who dared assail it, layers of defiance carved in adamantium and faith. The outermost sphere, a vast and merciless perimeter where the void itself became a killing field, fell to Sigismund the Black Templar, the crusader whose blade had tasted the blood of more traitors than any living soul. Here, in the cold dark where stars offered no comfort, the enemy would first taste imperial resolve. The second sphere coiled inward like a serpent, engineered by the stoic genius of Hretheric to bleed the foe through labyrinths of razor-wire trenches and artillery emplacements, each step forward purchased with rivers of traitor blood. Edger's domain, the third ring, was a cage of fire and wrath encircling the Martian battle zone, where the dark Mechanicum's demon engines roared against containment, their blasphemous forges casting hellish light against Terra's night. And at the heart of it all, beneath Dorn's unblinking gaze, the Imperial Palace rose not merely a fortress now, but a living entity of stone and wrath, its walls humming with overlapping void shields, its battlements pregnant with enough firepower to scour continents. Yet deeper still, beneath mountains of armored plating and psychic wards, the Sanctum Imperialis waited in tombsolence. Here where golden light bled from the cracks in reality itself, the Emperor toiled upon his throne, guarded by custodians whose armor gleamed like frozen blood and sisters of silence whose presence choked the warp itself. This was the unbreakable core, the final truth of the Imperium. If this fell, all light in the galaxy died with it. But treachery, that patient poison, had already seeped into the roots of Dorn's perfect design. While the Imperial fists labored over bulwarks and kill zones, the Alpha Legion moved like phantoms through Terra's shadowed veins. Sleeper agents, buried in bureaucratic crypts and labor-hive underbellies decades before the heresy's first breath, stirred to life. Their target was no military bastion but a temple to Memorith Investiry, where the stone effigies of the Primarchs stood frozen in triumph. Two plinths lay perpetually empty, voids where forgotten brothers had been scrubbed from history. 9 others bore statues shrouded in black mourning cloth, traitors made monument. With meticulous mocking cruelty, the Alpha Legion's blades reduced these idols to rubble all save 2. Alfrius' own likeness stood untouched, pristine in its duplicity, beside the unmarred image of Rogel Dorn, the Lord of Iron himself. A message carved in symbolic defiance. We see your pride, we know your weakness. The insult was a scalpel to the heart of the VII Legion, a deliberate desecration meant to fester in Dorn's meticulous soul. Not even Malkador the Sigillite, that shadow among shadows, could fully pierce the veil of this crime. The legends whispered. He sensed the corruption's tide through means no mortal could comprehend. Dorn's vow cracked the air like thunder when he learned of it. Every Alpha Legion worm would be dragged into light and fed to the Phosphex furnaces. Vengeance, however, would have to wait. Long before Terra's defenders could root out the infiltrators, the Hydra struck its first true blow. Alfrius led his fleet of 200 warships into the Sol system not as a hammer, but as a virusilent, cold, undetectable. For a full Terran year, their vessels drifted on minimal power, slipping past sentry moons and patrol auspexes like ghosts through fog. Their target, Pluto's moons, the outer sentinels of Dorn's first sphere. Hydra Cordetus, a frozen rock encased in fortified voidomes, housed the astropathic choir that served as Sol's outermost psychic watchtower. Alfrius took it personally, leading a boarding action so precise it resembled a surgical extraction. Linean terminators materialized in the moon's nervous centers, slaughtering tech priests and severing vox lines before alarms could sound. Amidst the carnage, the Imperial fists, master of the Huskarls, Fafnir Ran, pierced the Alpha Legion's design Hydra was the linchpin, the eye through which the traitors would blind Terra's early warning systems. With the grim acceptance of a man walking to the gallows, Ran led a counterattack into hell. The battle for Hydra Cordetus became a microcosm of the heresy's savagery. Alpha Legionnaires, masters of ambush, bled Rand's forces in icy corridors rigged with meltabombs and neural shredders. Huskarls fell to barbed harpoon fare, their armor peeled open like tin, yet the loyalists pressed Anchin blades howling, bolt shells carving geometric kill zones in the dark. It was on the blood-slick command deck that Rand faced Alfrius, the twin serpenthelm gleaming with frost-reflected starlight. The Primarch fought as though dancing, every thrust of his pale spear a hypnotic feint, every twist of his body a vanishing act. Ran, all brute force and relentless focus, carved a path through the Hydra's elitist but not unscathed. A backswing from the spear tore through his chest plate, ceramite splintering like glass. As death's cold fingers closed around his heart, Rand did the unthinkable. He hurled himself between Alfrius and the flickering astropathic relays, buying seconds with his dying breath. Salvation erupted from the void above. The Phalanx, Rogel Dorn's mountainous fortress monastery, slingshotted through Pluto's gravity wells like a god's hammer. Its arrival shattered the Alpha Legion's careful choreography. Imperial fist-strike cruisers vomited boarding torpedoes onto Kerberos and Karen, reclaiming moon after moon in scenes of apocalyptic violence. Void shields flared and died under the Phalanx's Lancer batteries, their detonations silent blossoms of fire in the airless dark, but the killing stroke came from below. Dorn teleported directly into Hydra's command sanctum, Storm's teeth roaring in his grip. Alfreus met him with a duelist's grace, the pale spear a silver blur seeking crevices in golden plate. They fought amid the ruins of the astropathic arrays, machinery sparking like dying stars around them. For all his guile, Alfreus could not match the raw, tectonic fury of Dorn, a force of nature given purpose. With a roar that shook the chamber's frost from the walls, Dorn seized the pale spear mid-thrust, wrenching it from his brother's grip. One blow severed Alfreus' hands at the wrists. Another drove the spear through his chest, pinning him to the deck like a specimen. The final stroke came from Storm's teeth, the Chainblade's teeth chewing through oromite and bone, silencing the Hydra's voice forever. Yet even as the Alpha Legion's fleet fractured into retreat, the taste of victory turned to ash. Omgan the twin never acknowledged, emerged from the shadows to don his brother's mantle. Alfreus lived again in 100 fractured lies, his legion's war of whispers unstoppable. Pluto's moon stood ruined, their defenses shattered, their halls choked with loyalist dead. Among them, Fafnir Rand's broken form was borne back to Terra, his sacrifice a bitter hymn sung in the stratagem. The respite was fleeting. Horus' shadow stretched across the galaxy, his fleets clotting the warp as they descended upon Sol. The Warmaster's pause at Beta Garmin was no hesitation, but a serpent coiling Mars had already fallen, its red sands choked by traitor titans and dark mechanicum hellfoundries. The lodges of the IV Legion, experts in the murder of worlds, whispered siegekant over Terra's stolen defense schematics. News came in shattered fragments. The iron hands mauled at Istvan could not answer Dorn's call. The Ultramarines burned in the fires of Calth. The Space Wolves bayed at the Hydra's many throats in distant stars. Only the Blood Angels, fresh from Cygnus Prime's nightmare, and the White Scars, harried but unbroken, raced to Terra's aid, a thin crimson line against the storm. Dorn turned his mind to the final geometries of defense. The palace walls grew teeth, volcano cannon emplacements sunk into mountainsides, mile-high bastions studded with missile silos, killzones calibrated to funnel traitors into lakes of promethium fire. Every street in the outer precincts became a shooting gallery, every hablock a necropolis waiting to be baptized in Xenos blood turned traitor. Refugees flooded the inner sanctums, their eyes hollow with tales of worlds burning. Custodians paced the thoroughfares in silence, their auric armor daring the coming damnation to test its edge. Beneath it all, the air grew thick with psychic static, the Golden Throne's power waxing, its light casting cyclopean shadows that danced at the edge of mortal vision. When Horus came, he did not knock. His fleet tore through the Sol blockade like claws through rotten meat, Luna's orbital plates crumbling under sustained lancefire. For 30 solar days, the Loyalist fleets died in flaming arcs across the skyfrigates, exploding into shoals of shrapnel, battleships venting atmosphere in final death rasps. When the last defense platform fell silent, the bombardment began. Terra's skies burned. Continental plates shuddered under macrocannon impacts that left craters like bleeding wounds. Hive spires melted like wax, rivers boiled to steam, and the atmosphere itself became a storm of radioactive soot. Dorn's palace held, its void shields flickering, but holding beneath the apocalyptic rainiate, every man, woman, and child knew it was only the overture. In the lull between bombardments, the darkness above Terra parted to vomit forth dropods, an avalanche of ceramite and hatred, the first wave of world eaters howling for blood, Death Guard trudging through radstorms with graveyard patience, Emperor's children descending in orgiastic splendor. The siege of Terra, that grim crescendo of mankind's folly, began not with a declaration but a snarled legions against the last ember of light. And somewhere in the palace's deepest vault, where reality thinned to a shivering veil, the Emperor bent his will upon the Golden Throne, his grand design a heartbeat from extinction. Hope, that frailest of illusions, clung to the barrels of bolters and the edge of chainsword soon to be drowned in the tide. The thunderous roar of artillery shook the very bedrock of Terra, as the Warmaster's wrath fell upon the Eternity Wall and Lion's Gate, twin bastions that stood as sentinels against the coming storm. These towering spaceports, their shields glittering like false constellations, were the first teeth in the maw of Horus, ambitioned footholds from which 5 traitor legions vomited forth their corrupted might. Through choking clouds of promethium smoke and the howl of turbocharged engines, the scions of darkness descended, world eaters howling hymns to Khorne, Death Guard shuffling with pestilent purpose, Emperor's children lost to senseless excess, iron warriors methodical in their malice, and word-bearers chanting curses that scoured the air. Behind them swarmed tide upon tide of mortal heresy chaos cultists, with eyes bleeding ruin, renegade auxilia, whose loyalty had curdled to zealotry, and the Mechanicum's lost sons piloting war machines fused with screaming demon flesh. Against this apocalyptic vista stood the golden defiance of Terra's last sentinels. The Imperial fists formed an unyielding wall of crimson and saffron, their bolters spitting disciplined fury alongside the crimson-clad blood angels whose battle cries soared like choir hymns, and the white scars who flowed across the killing fields like silver lightning. The spaceport walls became slaughterhouses of twisted metal and liquefied stone, every parapet a graveyard where men died standing, their boots fused to ferrocrete by rivers of their own clotting blood. For hours that felt like eternities, the Loyalists held until the sheer weight of corruption ground their resilience to dust. When the Warmaster's banners finally clawed their way atop shattered bastions, dyed black with soot and gore, the Lion's Gate fell with a groan that echoed in the bone marrow of every defender. Then the Eternity Wall crumbled, its proud name now a sick jest, as the enemy poured through ruptured gates like pus from a lanced wound. Terror's surface writhed in sympathetic agony. From the ashes of fallen districts rose the cobrahis of cultist incantations, their voices weaving a tapestry of damnation that slithered through rubble-choked streets. Sacrificial pyres bloomed like obscene flowers, where once market squares thrived, each charred corpse thinning the veil between realms until the air itself birthed nightmares. From rippling gashes in reality emerged greater demons Belekker's kin, monstrous juggernauts of rage and cunning, whose very footfalls birthed firestorms. A bloodthirster raised an axe the size of a tank, its blade drinking the light as it carved through a platoon of Astra Militarum, their lasguns as futile as spit against a volcano. Yet still the golden lights of defiance burned. Sisters of Silence moved like vengeant ghosts, their nullfields extinguishing warpspawn with silent finality, while custods in auric armor spun through the maelstrom, their guardian spears puncturing demon flesh with surgical precision. Victory, if such a word could flavor this rancid feast, merely opened fresh arteries of horror. With the spaceports secured, Horus loosed his true filth upon the throne world. Massive landers, bloated as necrotic organs, weathered the gut-punch fury of Terra's defense lasers. Many detonated in the upper atmosphere, raining molten shrapnel across continents, but countless others vomited their corrupt cargo into the burning plains. From their rancid bellies spilled columns of traitor legionnaires, their armor defaced with obscene glyphs, followed by herds of possessed tanks whose treads oozed sentient pus, and Titanso, the titans whose cathedral-sized frames now housed gibbering demons. The Legio Mortis marched, their god machines weeping black oil from joints fused by warp sorcery. The Die Zeri, an imperatorcless behemoth crowned with skull turrets, leveled its armaments at the palace's outer bulwarks. Its first plasma volley turned a kilometer of adamantine ramparts to slag, the screams of incinerated fists swallowed by the roar of collapsing architecture. And yet, in this hell of fire and failing hope, the defenders clenched their teeth and bled the enemy white. Rogel Dorn, his face a mask of frozen granite, orchestrated a symphony of attrition from command bunkers choked with vox static and the coppery stench of fear. His strategy was a blade drawn slowly across the traitor's throat, every redoubt a tooth, every trench a vein ripped open. At the Delphic battlement, bloody-handed blood angels under Sanguinius met, wave after warp-twisted wave, their angelic Primarch a shining spearhead in the gloom. To the west, Jagatai Khan's white scars harried the flanks, their bikes skimming over mud made from pulverized bone, hit-and-run strikes leaving trails of burning transports in their wake. But the sheer relentless press of corruption squeezed them backward, inch by screaming inch, until the outer wards ran scarlet as arterial spray. From the front ranks of this tidal darkness came a roar that liquefied weak men's bowels. Angron, the Red Angel, his once noble form swollen to demonic grotesquerie. Chain axes fused to meat-slab arms, wings of flayed skin beating the ash-choked air. He slammed his fists against the hegemon's wall, each blow birthing seismic cracks that spiderwebbed through rockery. Lay down your arms, little loyalists. His voice was a landslide of grinding teeth. Your corpse Emperor forsakes you. The words carried psychic rot, and even veteran fists felt doubt's cold fingers squeeze. Their heart-until radiant wings cast a halo of defiance over the ramparts. Sanguinius descended like wrath-given form, his blade gleaming with impossible light. No words passed between the brothersonly, a heartbeat of shared grief for what Angron had been before the demon Primarch's snarled retreat, his promise of slaughter deferred but undimmed. 3 times the Black Legion's fury breached the Sanctum Imperialis. 3 times Sanguinius hurled them back, his presence alone reigniting crumbling resolve. At the dolorous spire, a Terminator claw ripped through his ivory breastplate, yet he still crushed a World Eater's champion's skull with his bare hand. In the shattered remains of Lion's Gate Plaza, he dueled a squadron of mutated obliterators, their flesh guns sputtering impotently against his speed. But Horus, festering in orbital dominion, grew impatient. His final gambit lumbered forth the Die Zeri, flanked by a coven of Warhound Titans vomiting phosphorus doom into the defenders' lines. Entire companies vanished, not even ash remained. Jagatai Khan saw the death stalemate grinding the palace to dust. Vision piercing through the crapulent smoke, he turned his lightning towards the Lion's Gate spaceport Horus' rotten lifeline. At dawn's bruised light, a tsunami of white scars bikes and Chagorian rough riders tore through cultist cordons, chainblades reaping a harvest of spines and diesel fuel. By noon, loyalist colors flew over reactivated defense lasers, their beams shearing through troop landers like godly scalpels. The counterpunch at Eternity Wall faltered beneath concentrated demonic fury, but the blow was struck Horus. Infinite Tide now flickered, strained. No respite came. As voids buckled and bastions fell, the loyalists retreated inward, fighting through colonnades where fine murals depicted triumphs now trampled under blood-caked boots. The Eternity Gate loomed last barricade before the sanctum. Here Sanguinius stood haloed by muzzle flare, his feathers singed black, as cabined immediatest of corns, bloodthirsters manifested in a geyser of boiling ichor. The demon spun a whip forged from fused vertebrae, its cracks splitting ceramite like eggshells. Angel of Light, taste the darkness. Their duel shook the foundations. Sanguinius, already bleeding from a score of wounds, took blades meant to sunder worlds thin rows, ribs shattered, to seize the monstrosity. A sound like continents colliding split the air as he broke Cabanda's spine across his knee, hurling the fading abomination into its cringing worshippers. The gates sealed with the shriek of dying hydraulics. Behind them, Rogel Dorn surveyed his shattered brother's fists, with missing limbs still clutching bolt guns, blood angels weeping blood tears over their genocide's wounds. Gilliman's reports lay heavy in his mind, the Codex's cold logic a dirge for Legion glory. Soon the Emperor would strike a boarding action on the vengeful spirit that would shatter Horus' soul, but break the Imperium's spinal cord. Sanguinius dead by the Warmaster's talon, the Emperor enthroned in charred agony, and Dorn Architect of the Unbreakable left to dismantle his own masterpiece, his fists, into scattered chapters. As dawn bled across Terra's corpse, he stood before his wrathful captains, their fury beating against his resolve like siege hammers. In his chest, pride warred with Dudith's same battle that had scorched the star sands somewhere. Amid rancid smoke and the keening of widows, he wondered when the bleeding would stop. The answer, whispered by the ghost winds of dead titans, was simple: never. For this was the victory they had purchased at a future cloven in half, held together by scars and sorrow, its every breath drawn in the shadow of a broken throne. Loyalty curdled into defiance as Rogel Dorn stood firm against the breaking of his legion, that adamantine resolve forged over centuries of crusade, now trembling beneath the crushing weight of necessity. Across the Imperium, still reeling from Horus' betrayal, brother turned against brother over Gilliman's code's not merely doctrine, but an open wound where the legion's sundered identities bled out. The Imperial fists, they who had endured the hellish siege of Terra as the Emperor's unbreakable shield, now faced dissolution for the Imperium's salvation. Dorn's refusal was a thunderous silence shaking the halls of the Phalanx, every instinct howling that to dismantle his sons was to dishonor their countless sacrifices upon the anvil of war. Yet deeper than pride ran the bitter truth: the fractured realms of mankind could not withstand another civil war. He tasted the specter of it in the acrid tension between chapters, saw it in the battle readiness of fleets not yet demobilized, felt it in the tectonic pressure building within his own Geneforged bones. Visions of Terra burning anew haunted his nights, not from traitorous ambition this time, but from the very protectors who'd saved it. And so the stubborn mountain moved not in capitulation, but in excruciation. For the first time since the Emperor's interment upon the Golden Throne, Dorn yielded. His blessing upon the second founding was less decree than dirge, each newly birthed chapter a shard of his legion's soul splintered away. The Black Templars tore into the void under Sigismund's zealous banner, their eternal crusade a blazing comet scorching heresy from the stars. Alexis Pollux's crimson fists rose as the younger siblings, their cobalt gauntlets soon to be stained legendary in desperate last stands that would etch their names into imperial hagiography. Then came the battle-scarred excoriators, forged in the siege's cruel fires and wearing their pain like a cloak of thorns, and the enigmatic Fists Exemplar, entrusted to Dantleon the captain whose foresight had once sparked rebellion in Dorn's own halls. Each founding carved another sliver of living history from the Legion's heart, and amidst the hollow echo of the Phalanx, Dorn stood alone, his heart still beating in the chests of 10,000 sons scattered beyond the reach of his command. But scars fester when left untended. The iron cage awaited a poisoned seed planted millennia before, when two masters of siegecraft first locked gazes across a stratagem table, respect souring to rivalry, then curdling into undying malice. For Chirabo's betrayal had transformed him into a living mockery of what they'd once shared, crafting the eternal fortress on Sebastus Iv, a blasphemous eight-pointed sprawl of trenches and slaughter alleys screaming its corruption into the void. To Dorn it was more than stronghold, it was profane testament to his brother's fall. What followed was not strategy but catharsis. The Imperial Fist's assault was a volcanic eruption of pent-up anguish, Dorn's pristine discipline buried beneath the weight of Horus' betrayal, Kur's sadism, and now Thith's ultimate desecration. Perturabo, the architect of broken dreams, had birthed a labyrinthine hell where walls wept rust and every corridor breathed ambush. Trapped in that steel intestine of Bastion IV, the sons of Dorn fought not for victory, there was none to be found but for the purity of their extinction. Ammunition spent, warriors with mangled fists and shattered armor clawed at rusted iron with blood-slick fingers. Bolt rounds gave way to combat knives, knives to ceramitek-lead teeth, the choking stink of promethium and void-scorched corpses thickening the air into a miasma. At the heart of the carnage stood Dorn, his warplate scoured to bare metal in patches, hammer rising and falling in the unsteady rhythm of desperation. Perturabo, perched somewhere in the fortress' mechanical bowels, watched his brother drown in attrition, savoring each imperial fist death like fine Amescuntal Gilliman crashed into the crucible with ultramarine sirens wailing. Robout's pragmatism severed the death grip, sparing Dorn only to brand him with survival's shame. The retreat was silence deeper than any Voxdead void, bitter with unspoken truths. Decades later, Dorn met his final reckoning not in the embrace of his legion, but amidst the dying light of the Imperium's first Black Crusade. Abaddon's horde tore from the eye like a tidal wave of teeth, Warmaster's ambition made manifest in corrupted hulls and howling demon engines. The Phalanx interposed its selfless fleet, then mobile bastion-rolding not rescue but grim calculus. Reports whispered of Dorn transmitting fleet dispositions with mechanical comm even as Gothic-class cruisers imploded around him. On the bridge, alight with the electric stench of ozone and ruptured conduits, the Primarch spoke his final order, boarding action against the sword of sacrilege. Not tactics, but repentancy of Primarch's atonement cast in blood and the certainty of oblivion. The claustrophobic innards of the Despoiler-class flagship reeked of charnel pits and ruptured sump tanks as Dorn's strike force carved a red road through the writhing dark. Mutant crewmen burst from shadowed bulkheads, their flesh sown with screaming faces. Possessed armor clanked with the discordant laughter of bound Neverborn. Plasma discharges scarred battle plate and illuminated grotesque murals daubed in excretions older than Terra. When the last Voxlink died, Dorn fought in eerie silence, his chainsword snarl the only requiem for the warriors dying at his heels. Records suggest he breached the bridge alone, the door seals blasting open to reveal Abaddon's throne room swirling with empiric lightan then nothing. Fleet sensors registered a detonation that peeled the sword of sacrilege open like rotten fruit. What the rescue crews found amidst the derelict's corpse-strewn decks was not a body, but a relic clutched in the rigor mortis fist of a dead apothecary. Dorn's skeletal hand, severed cleanly at the wrist, ceramite fused to bone. Brought back to the Phalanx gleaming under funerary oils, the hand was more than mortal remains. It was scripture cast in ivory. The Chapter S Scrimshaw priests descended upon it like carrion saints, etching tiny reliefs into its ossified plaints storming of the Iron Warrior's bastion, the defiant silhouette of the Phalanx against Abaddon's shadow, the Primarch's last stand rendered in painstaking filigree. It is these bones that hold the Legion's soul, both literal and metaphorical. The Imperial fists, Genocide flawless, alabaster pure, rejecting mutation with Dorn's own blunt, Obstinacibar's subtle betrayals. The missing Betcher's gland denying them venomous spittle like cursed birthright. The absent Susan membrane stealing the mercy of hibernating coma. Yet it gifts them the Scrimshaw need, an ancestral murmur echoing through their genetic helix. Ritualized bone carving binds their chronicles to the fallen, marrow-deep memoirs of loss, transmuted into acts of meditative remembrance. Battle brothers spend off-watch hours hunched over rib fragments or finger bones, etching miniatures of void battles or sacred texts onto ivory canvases. Chaplains wear vertebrae gorgets etched with the names of wall breachers who died at the siege's eternity gate. Even the tech marines concede to it, servorms delicately incising the armor of the dead with geometric scarcistry rendered imperishable. Deep within the sanctum oculus of the Phalanx, lit only by guttering corpse candles, rests the greatest relic, the scrimshawed hand of Dorn himself. Each microsculpted scene whispers a testament to Primarch on the Iron Cage's bloodfields, Gilliman's arrival at Sebastus rendered in sapphire dust inlay, the phantom outline of the Emperor's throne upon Terra. Yet one knuckle remains defiantly bare. The keepers of the reliquary say it awaits the final engraving, the moment when their lost Primarch strides anew from the storm-racked edges of the Imperium to reclaim his shattered legacy. Until then, the hand grips an invisible sword, forever poised in stoic defiance, a skeletal metaphor for the chapter itself, unyielding even in the agony of doubt, its faith etched not in stone, but in the marrow-deep certainty that duty outlives death. To be an Imperial fist is to exist within a crucible of self-flagellation, where the relentless pursuit of flawlessness borders on divine madness, a ceaseless war waged not against external foes, but against the whispered specter of inadequacy that haunts every battle brother's soul. This is no mere chapter. Culture rate is a sacred pathology, an obsession etched into their genetic fabric by the stern hand of Rogel Dorn himself, transforming even the faintest stumble into a heresy-demanding purgation. Every microsecond lost in deployment, every millimeter of defensive miscalibration, every fractional lapse in bolter discipline becomes a wound upon the honor of the Legion, flayed open by their own unforgiving scrutiny. Such wounds fester unseen by others, but to the Sons of Dorn, they scream with the intensity of Phosphex burning flesh, demanding penance. Enter the pain Glovia sacrament of agony, a biomechanical confessional where failure is exorcised through neural fire. To don its synaptic tendrils is to drown in a holocaust of memory, every error relived in screaming clarity as the device feeds upon agony, coursing white-hot through nerve bundles like molten lead poured into the marrow. Some inquisitors name it barbarism, a madness birthed from toxic pride, yet to stride from its torturous embrace, skin blistered, muscles quivering, eyes ablaze with rekindled resolves to emerge reborn, a phoenix purified by self-immolation. This same indomitable spirit bleeds into their battle doctrine, where retreat is a blasphemy carved deeper than any Narthesium scar. Witness them at the breach, yellow ceramite fused black by promethium, gauntlets welded to storm bolters as waves of heretics crash against their bulwark. To yield ground is to desecrate Dorn's legacy, to spit upon the sacred stones of the imperial palace they once shielded with mountains of their own dead. Thus, they plant their banners in blood-soaked earth and die standing, voxcasters howling the litany of sacrifice until their final breath steams in the cold void. Yet hidden beneath this adamantine exterior lies a genetic poison. Dorn's darkness. Though it rarely claims the imperial fists directly, it festers within their successors like rot in a fortress wall. The excoriators bear its cruelest touch, warriors frozen mid-stride, clarity replaced by waking nightmares where they drown anew in their Primarch's ancient anguish. Trapped within the psychic echo of Terra's darkest hour, these cursed souls relive the siege's despair thunder of Warhound Titans collapsing the Lion's Gate, the stench of burning Astartes' flesh clogging the Helios corridors until their minds fracture, leaving hollow shells that neither eat nor speak nor heed the drums of war. Among the living, however, another fire burns, the cult of the Blade. Duels reverberate through the Phalanx's cavernous training decks, a thunderous ballet of chainblades and combat shields, where honor is etched in scar tissue. These are not mere sparring matches, but rites of self-creation, each clash a sermon in steel, where brothers dissect their weaknesses under the pitiless gaze of Dorn's stone effigies. The resulting scars jagged across pauldrons, furrowing cheekbones are worn as scripture, physical testament to lessons carved in pain. Such trials begin long before the black carapace, amidst the howling voids where the phalanx drifts like a continent of gunmetal. Here, in this nomadic colossus that scorns planetary ties, recruitment chapels thrive as gardens of agony. No homeworld coddles these aspirants. They emerge from deathworld crucibles where survival is a prayer screamed into blizzards or ganger wars. In Wit's glacier-strangled hives spawn youths who chew frozen lichen to silence hunger pangs, their bones tempered by cold that cracks plasteel. They come bearing frostbite and stoicism, kneeling on chapel decks still stained with the blood of predecessors who shattered under Genocide torments. Beneath Necromunda's toxic skies, hives come claw their way from sump pits to the spire's chapel, lungs seared by chemfogs, eyes narrowed by perpetual betrayals. Survival here breeds the cold pragmatism Dorn cherished, loyalty forged not by idealism, but by the certainty that only the chapter's embrace offers escape from the endless knife fight of existence. The chapels accept all, for the fists care not for pedigree, only endurance. Those who expire during selection are left where they fall. Carrion for servitors to clear weakness has no burial rites in the Emperor's shield. The survivors, hollow-eyed and trembling, face the true ordeal aboard the phalanx. Neophytes are broken upon the anvil of fortification drills, their minds rewired to see not landscapes but kill zones, not rubble but redoubt potential. They memorize pressure points in bastion walls, calculate fields of overlapping fire while last burns blister their skin, and learn that defense is not passivate, is an act of controlled fury, a masterpiece of slaughter sculpted beforehand. All beneath the gloom of lumen strips and Dorn's brooding statues, whose stone eyes seem to track their every stumble. Culture here is dictated by memory not just of Dorn's vanished presence, but the siege itself, an event etched into their collective soul like a brand. Shield companies bear gate names from that apocalyptic struggle hemispheric wall, Lion's Gate, Saturnine invoking not history but holy writ. Battle brothers shed birth names like Useless Skin, reborn as Defiance or Unbroken, titles earned by surviving trial combat where bone shields splinter under power mauls. Yet this unbending pride courts annihilation, as adamantly as it forges victories. Adamantio's near erasure proved Thistiburnus ossifying into dogma until catastrophe shattered their ceremonial chains. Now they wage wars anew, though their souls remain bound to Terra's scarred soil. In rare moments of quiet, when the guns fall silent, a different siege begins. Scholars of war dissect the Codex Astartes with ultramarines' diligence, tracing defensive formulae across hololiths like monks illuminating grimoires. They embrace the Junker Correctin archaic, pitiless doctrine from ancient Terra demanding perfection in minutiae, boltrons stacked in rhomboid patterns, bootlaces triple-knotted, auspex sweeps timed to the millisecond. For in these tiny obediences lies the marrow of their creed that no act is too small to escape the shadow of Dorn's expectation. Hierarchy weaves through all facets of this brotherhood, merciless as a guillotine. From the lowliest neophyte scrubbing corrosion from deck plates to the high lords encased in relic Terminator plate, absolute obedience binds them not to abstract ideals, but to the unbroken chain stretching back to their Primarch's vanished hand. At its apex, gleaming like a dagger, stand the Templars 1,000 blades sworn to the Temple of Oaths where granite walls weep with centuries of inscribed vows. These grim paladins exist beyond standard company structures, a spiritual razor's edge whose zeal melts ceramite. Templars duel not for honor but transcendence, seeking that perfect moment where skill, fury, and faith intersect like targeting Reticulus a union, named the Fury of Dorn. Their induction requires not mere prowess but ecstatic devotion, proven by walking unscathed through neutron flames in the temple's heart, emerging with skin blistered into golden sigils. Such extremes birth legends, yet some whisper that the chapter's greatest battle has already been fought not against Xeno's hordes or warpspawn, but against the crushing weight of their own legacy. Every Panglove session, every defiant last stand, every recruit gasping his life out on the Phalanx's decks is both an act of worship and desperation, a scream into the void that they are still Nurgle Dorn's unbroken wall, that decay has not yet claimed them. They are the Emperor's shield, yes, but also their own most merciless judges, sentencing themselves daily to trials no other legion could endure. And in that endless self-immolation, they find not peace, but purpose, for in a galaxy screaming towards oblivion, the Imperial fists alone refuse to bend, even should the act of standing straight shatter their very bones. The Imperial fist stood as a bastion of unyielding discipline, their hierarchy forged not in the cold halls of political favor, but upon the searing anvils of Werech leader, a blade tempered by merit alone. The roles within Nurgle Dorn's inner circle were not gifts bestowed by bloodline, but honors carved from the bedrock of battlefield valor, earned by those capable of rising to meet the galaxy's unrelenting trials. Below these senior captains, the Legion's structure descended into a meticulously ordered tapestry of line captains and centurions, each commanding battalions and companies with the precision of a master craftsman. Yet two ranks soared above the rest, embodiments of the Legion's unmatched mastery over specific domains of annihilation. Fleet masters, their minds sharpened by the infinite calculus of void warfare, steered the colossal armada of the 7th Legiona Leviathan force, numbering 1,500 warships at the heresy's dusk, its arsenal a symphony of destruction unrivaled in the Imperium. Siege masters, conversely, were architects of terrestrial apocalypse, orchestrating the grueling ballet of fortress-breaking and trench warfare with cold, methodical genius. Though specialists, their authority was a thunderclap second only to Dorn himself, their voices shaping the fate of worlds. Within the labyrinthine keeps and bastions scattered across Imperial space, the titles of Castellan and Legion Seneschal burned bright emperorary crowns, worn by those entrusted with the sacred duties of fortress stewardship and recruitment, fleeting honors that nonetheless carried the weight of ancient oaths. Far from the booming orchestration of drills and the sanctified clamor of forges, deep within the heart of the fortress monastery on Malecha, night-shrouded orb lying perilously close to the eye of Terror librarian Galen bent like a penitent over his sacred task. Enveloped by the librarious cavernous gloom, its vaulted ceiling lost to shadows, he hovered above a time-battered tome bound in leather so aged it resembled cracked earth. Around him, the air hung thick with the ghosts of knowledge. Endless shelves groaned under crumbling scrolls and grimoires, their pages whispering secrets brittle as bone or humming with wards older than the stars above. The light danced fitfully from swaying looming globes, painting serpentine shadows across gilded spines and carved runes, each flicker granting the illusion of movement words slithering, symbols pulsing as though alive. The chamber's atmosphere was a tangible thing, dense with the perfume of decayed vellum and mineral bite of oxidized iron bindings, undercut by the coppery tang of sealing wax long dried to bloodust. Galen breathed it in, the musk of centuries settling upon his armored shoulders like a mourner's cloak. Beyond the soundproofed walls, the muted thunder of distant drills and the nasal chants of mechanicum liturgies seeped through as a dull resonance, a reminder of the ceaseless preparation for war. But here in the crypt quiet, only the scrape of his quill broke the silence, yet stroke deliberate, each flourish a sacrament as he inked the chronicles of the Death Watch, the long vigil given form. It was said that of 100 Astartes, one possessed the iron willand, the singular dread wisdomto, answer the call of the Death Watch. A shadow brotherhood bound not by blood but necessity, these warriors abandoned their chapter's colors to don the solemn black and silver of the Long Watch, pledging fealty to the Inquisition's Ordo Xenos. They stood as a blade in the dark, a final wall against the ravening horrors that slithered from the void's abyss. Born of no single world or lineage, they were a living mosaic of the Adeptus Astartes Ultramarine and Space Wolf, Dark Angel and Iron Handshoulder to shoulder beneath the inquisitorial sigil, their original heraldry reduced to a muted badge on their pauldron, a ghost of loyalty subsumed to higher duty. Their mandate was vast as it was dire, the eradication of the alien, in all its multifarious vileness, greenskin hordes bellowing mindless fury to the uncaring stars. Tyrannid swarms consuming worlds in a grotesque mockery of life cycle, Necron legions rising from silent tombs, metal bones clicking with Aeon-souled malice. Each foe was a unique damnation, and the Death Watch met them not with blind hatred but studied predation, for to kill the Xenos, one must first dissect its soul. None in the Imperium commanded such harrowing expertise, nor bore the burden of such profane knowledge. While other chapters crusaded for conquest, the Death Watch waged a silent, perpetual war for survival, deploying not in battle companies, but in kill teams, surgical instruments honed for precision extermination. Should the threat exceed even their lethal prowess, entire chapters or the uncountable masses of the Astra Militarum would be summoned, but it was the Watch who struck first, who delved deepest, who returned scarred by truths too lethal for common minds. Their genesis was a riddle wrapped in myth. Some chroniclers pointed to the time of rebirth, when the Imperium quaked beneath the apocalyptic boots of the Beast of Warboss. Of such monstrous cunning his horde seemed less an invasion than a crude parody of the Great Crusade itself. With Terra itself trembling, Chapter Master Corland, last son of the shattered Imperial fists, beseeched the High Lords to sanction a desperate gambit. Kill teams drawn from every chapter, united under the Inquisition's gaze to execute decapitation strikes no army could deliver. Reluctance curdled into assent, and from the ashes of Armageddon the first Death Watch arose, their ranks filled by broken men clinging to purpose like shards of glass. Other whispers, older and fouler, spoke of the apocryphal conclave on orate Iva Cabal of the Ordo Xenos, highest lords gathering in dread portent, foreseeing a day when every Xenos breed would unite to drown mankind in a tide of fang and claw. Their answer was the Watch, an eternal sentinel forged from the finest blades of 100 chapters, its warriors sworn to secrecy so profound even their Genefathers could not pierce it. Two tales diverging and entwining like serpents, yet both ended in the same oath, vigil. Those who took the black returned irrevocably altered, their minds vaults of forbidden lore, their souls forever apart from the brothers they once called kin. Clad in the livery of mourners, they carried with them the cold comfort of duty, knowing that should they fall, another would step into the shadows, another hand take up the silvered blade. For in the end, the long vigil was not a choice but a chain, its links forged from the simple, terrible truth that without the Watch's silent war, there would be no Imperium to burn in daylight's fire. In his dusty sanctum, Librarian Galen inscribed these truths with reverence, each word a ward against oblivion. The cold light flickered, the shadows convulsed, and somewhere in the void beyond Malech, a kill team moved black against black, hunting a horror only they could name. The vigil endured. The Death Watch endures as a silent blade poised in the galaxy's shadowed veins, their existence a paradox of unity and secrecy and alliance, forged between the uncompromising will of the Inquisition and the unyielding resolve of the Adeptus Astartes. No other brotherhood in the annals of the Imperium has walked such a razor's edge, their autonomy preserved even as they bend to the whispered directives of the Ordo Xenos. Watch captains stride into the colliginous frontiers of known space, their blackened armor a void against the alien horrors they hunt, guided not by overt command, but by the cold calculus of Xenos intelligence parsed through 1,000 auspic-scarred data looms. They are the unseen sentinels who trespass where the light of the astronomicon flickers and dies, who study the clickdung dialects of hive-dwelling monstrosities and the fractal tactics of crystalline star predators, all to sever threats before they coalesce into invasions that might bleed into humanity's trembling heart. Theirs is a legacy etched in the oldest oath sworn by Corvus Corax and the apocryphal conclave in an age when the stars themselves seemed less cruel and upheld now by warriors drawn from 100 chapters, their heraldry obscured beneath the argent pauldron of the long vigil. For centuries beyond count, they have waged war without witness, their triumphs unheralded save in the sealed archives of watch fortresses, their dead mourned only by brothers who dare not speak their names aloud. They are bound not by glory but by purpose, a purpose that now frays beneath the calamities of the 41st millennium. This is an epic of unraveling, of entropy's ghastly crescendo, where the shield of the Death Watch trembles beneath blows from a dozen galactic wounds. The Imperium fractures under the great rift's baleful scream, its halves severed like a butchered carcass, and in the resulting darkness, ancient and novel monstrosities surge forward, hungers whetted by humanity's vulnerability. Like carrion birds descending to a dying beast, the Xenos Kameth Eldari of Craftworld Alatok, their once-stately grace sharpened into desperation, waging war with a fervor unseen since their empires collapse, not for territory, but for resurrection, a final flare of pride before their species winks out into myth's cold embrace. Their venomous kin, the Druckery of Komorog, descend in predatory tides upon fractured imperial worlds, not to conquer but to harvest, spiriting away entire populations to pain-engine coliseums where agonies are refined into art. Cities are left as hollowed husks, their streets echoing with the aftersilence of screams, all to slake a thirst that has turned the dark city's lords into something even the demons of the warp might shun. And yet these predations are but facets of the doom closing in. Beneath dead planets, where tomb dust chokes vaults older than the Imperium itself, Necron dynasty stirrers of living metal reassembling from scattered atoms, phasing through reality as though the Death Watch's bolter fire were but minor annoyances. Destroyer cadres vanish into teleportation mist, only to rematerialize seconds later, Gauss flares reducing battle brothers to ash before the Watch can recalibrate tactics. Each foe slain is a fleeting victory, for Necron cryptechs labor in sunless forges, drawing fallen warriors back across the Veil, their legions swelling faster than kill teams can cull them. And amidst this, like a virulent infection, the Orcs of Tharka swarm under the banner of Gazkul Mag Uruk Thraka, a prophet whose very name ignites primal terror. His WAGH is no mere green tide, but a tsunami of rusted iron and fungal flesh, his clans unified in aberration. Under a cunning that outpaces even the beast of legend, this Krorkin Albert name carves through sectors with mechanized hordes, dropping asteroidrum ships onto hive cities and deploying graviticrumpas that crumple titans like tin. Death Watch strike forces melt into his peripheries, planting vortex mines and sabotaging fuel stills, but against such numbers, even the Astartes are but pebbles hurled against a flood. In the galactic east, cold stars watch the Tiao Empire's insidious advance at their Xenos Horizon engines slipping past Imperial blockades, their rhetoric of the greater good, a honeyed poison that turns governors into puppets. Whole systems succumb not to fire, but to flickering holograms of prosperity, their populations lulled by pulse rifle diplomacy, until the Aquila is quietly replaced by the Sept emblem. The Death Watch answers with surgical decapitations, vanishing ethereal leaders mid-speech, yet each halted expansion bleeds the Watch's reserves thinner, their warriors recalled by desperate chapters to bolster homeworlds buckling under other fronts. And through it all, silent but omnipresent, the Tyranid swarms encroach Hive Fleet Leviathan, a shapeless dread oozing from beneath the galactic core. Its vanguard is not mere bioforms, but tectonic horrors. Capillary towers piercing continents like weeping needles, spore chimneys exhaling synaptic mists that dissolve the will to fight. Where Hive Fleet Behemoth roared and Kraken slithered, Leviathan suffocates, wrapping tendril fleets around Segmentum Solar itself, forcing the Death Watch to choose between saving Holy Terra's approaches or abandoning 1,000 peripheral worlds to the digestion pools. It is in this hour of midnight despair that the Battle of Venner is remembered less a battle than a crucible, where the Death Watch's nascent might faced its first inferno. Anner Prime, a barren rock transformed by Orc ingenuity into a pulsing green fortress, its surface shielded by a crackling energy dome that turned orbital bombardments into firework displays. Lord Commander Korax, flanked by the grim specter of Vulcan Hermit Primarch of the Salamanders, cloistered aboard the Alcazar remembered, his silence await his brothers mistook for Wisdomald the assault. Drop pods fell like steel hail, only to crash into labyrinthine kill zones, where Gretchen sappers detonated seismic charges beneath advancing Astra Militarum regiments, while commandos emerged from sludge-swers to drag space wolves into ambushes. Every step toward Gagod, the beast's capital, cost oceans of blood. Orcs fought not with mindless fury, but with the cruel precision of hunters herding prey, their traps baited with imperial dead. Mega-gargants, towering idols of grease and rivets, stamped through maniples of Skidarai, while shock attack guns teleported Cybernetica into molten slag. By the time the Imperial spearhead reached the temple palaces, half the fist's exemplar lay broken, and the Blood Angels, sanguinary priest, could scarce keep pace with the butchery. It was Esed Wire, assassin of the Venenum Temple, who pierced the inner sanctumsonly to find not one beast, but a conclave of warbosses clad in scavenged Terminator plate, hulking in the flickering shrine light of Gork and Mork. His mission impossible, Wire seized a rickety Orc fighter, its engines coughing promethium soot, and careened through AA fire to bring warning. Korax, battered but unbroken, shifted strategy with a predator's grace. Strike not at the beast's heart, but his belly. Death Watch kill teams, their existence not yet formalized but their tactics already ghosting into being, slipped behind Orc lines. They torched fungus vats swollen with squigmeat detonated rampant energy cores powering the shieldome, turned greenskin-supplied to potstocked with cannibalized Captivacinto radioactive craters. Famine did what bolters could not. The beast's tide faltered, clans fracturing into warring warbands over dwindling food. The victory was brutal, pragmatic, a mirror of the Death Watch's Futuria victory written in ash and silence, its architects unthanked, its cost etched only in the blackened armor of the fallen. As the Imperium's darkness deepens, the Watch stands at the precipice, warriors recalled to dying chapters, their strength a slow bleed. Yet still they light candles against the night, each kill team a spark refusing extinction, their war eternal, their names forgotten, their oath unbroken. The air crackled with the acrid stench of ozone and scorched iron, as the greenskin tide erupted from Gagad's depths, an avalanche of howling flesh and rusted metal that shook the very bedrock beneath the Imperial lines. Like some primordial force given form, the Orc horde crashed against the human defenses gargants, the size of city blocks, slammed into Legio Ultima Titans in collisions that sent shockwaves tearing across No Man's Land, toppling soldiers like toy soldiers beneath a child's tantrum. Shells screamed overhead, detonating in spheres of orange fury that illuminated the nightmarish tableau. Waves of Orcs clambering over the smoldering husks of lemon rust tanks, their crude axes rising and falling in sprays of crimson while Imperial engineers, faces streaked with grime and desperation, bolted together the last hope of the vanguard, a jury-rigged ordinatus cobbled from a capital Imperialis, shattered frame, and the gutted plasma core of a fallen starship. Each discharge from the monstrosity carved a corridor of screaming green bodies, the superheated air itself seeming to wail. But for every 100 Orcs vaporized, 1,000 more scrambled over the corpses, eyes blazing with manic glee. Then the earth trembled not from artillery, but from revelation. The temple of Gorkin Morkin obsidian ziggurat that had absorbed weeks of orbital bombardment without yielding suddenly unfolded. Stone shrieked as colossal plates slid aside, revealing ocular lenses larger than baneblades glowing with malevolent sentience. The Megagargant did not merely rice it uncoiled, a god machine of scrap and spite that pulsed with the raw psychic hatred of 100,000 Orc souls bound into its reactor core. Its first footfall cratered the earth for half a mile. Its arm, a piston-driven wrecking ball studded with shrieking buzzsaws, swept through the Imperial left flank, sending tanks pinwheeling through the air like discarded playthings. In that final, choking hour, Vulcan emerged from the smoky fortifier in the darkness. 3,000 Space Marines assembled at his command, boarding Thunderhawks and Stormbirds with faces set in stone, each knowing this flight led only to the pyre. They screamed through flak so thick it blackened the sun, ramming through the Megagargant's hull in explosions of molten plating. Within, the air burned with the stink of fermented fungusoil and scorched wiring. The corridors shook with the thunder of klaxons and the stomp of elite Nob bodyguards. Chainswords met power claws in showering sparks as the Astartes fought room by room, hallway by hallway, until only the Primarch and his honor guard remained, breaching the sanctum where a titanic effigy of the beast himself loomed, a statue of scrap-iron and hatred that turned its creaking head and roared. Armor the color of clotting blood encased the warlord, his bulk straining the Megarmor's joints as he hefted a power claw crackling with stolen Voidshield energy. The beast's laughter was guttural, wet a sound felt in the bones more than heard, his Gothic mangled but merciless as he boomed of mankind's extinction, of Terra drowning in tides of green. Vulcan answered only with hammer raised, the Drakeskull cloak billowing behind him like wings. Their clash split the air, every impact sent shockwaves spiderwebbing through the chamber's groaning superstructure. The Primarch's armor buckled under blows that could have felled a warhound, but his strikes began to tell. Ceramite shattered, cables snapped, and still the beast laughed, goading Vulcan onward until the Primarch saw the only path left. With a bellow that shook the walls, Vulcan drove Forgebreaker into the beast's chest, not through flesh, but into the pulsing core of the Gargant's reactor behind him. Corvid's Voxcree to withdraw was swallowed by the detonation of white-hot supernova that ate the Megagargant from within, peeling back reality itself, before collapsing into a column of ash and mourning. The Greenskin rout was immediate, their frenzied cohesion dissolving into scattered warbands gnawing at each other in the vacuum of leadership. Yet the Imperial survivors moved like ghosts, their armor still warm from the funeral fire that had claimed a demigod. As the fleet limped toward Terra, the augurs flickered to life not with distress calls, but with a growling chant that oozed from every frequency, every vox beat and cogitator. I am slaughter, a taunt echoing from some unseen throat. Desperation, once a specter, now sat at High Command's table. Corvid, his face etched with grief and the knowledge that brute force had bled the Imperium dry, listened as Inquisitor Veritas unfurled his poisonous salvation. The Sisters of Silence, the outcasts who walked with the Emperor's shadow clinging to their heels, whose Nullera strangled Weirnerger with a scalpel to gut the Orc psychic sinew. Finding them on Necrotic Niter was a gauntlet through Orc flotillas whose captains, driven by instinctual dread, threw ships into suicidal ramming maneuvers to keep the Null Maidens entombed. When Corvid finally stood before their abbess, a woman whose gaze was colder than the void between Starsha refusal was a blade drawn across old wounds. Only at Vulcan's name did her frigid resolve thaw, the Primarch's shadow stretching beyond death to bind ancient oaths. The plan was heresy given form: capture Orc weirdboys mid-Waag, chain them in circuits of psychodampeners, and set the sisters amongst their thrashing forms. On Incus Maxima, they unleashed this abomination and artificial feedback that ripped through the Orc horde like chain lightning, turning psychers into flesh bombs that vaporized their kin in spirals of green viscera. For the first time since the beast reared its head, Orcs ran. The Death Watch was forged in this bitter epiphanide, understanding that victory lay not in legions, but in precise, annihilating cuts. Veterans from 100 chapters, clad in black ceramite etched with xeno-killing sigils, boarded inquisitorial black ships alongside Skidara, Kilklades, and Stoneface sisters. Their baptism came at Damnos, but their true crucible was the Second Battle of Ulanora Crusade bled pale by the first assault yet hardened by sacrifice. Corvid's strike team teleported into Gagod's rotting heart even as the fleet burned above, trusting the Death Watch's knives to carve a path to the beast's throne. What they found was no mere warlord. Seated atop a dais of bolter-riddled Terminator armor, the beast waited, flanked by 6 thrones of bone and plastileech sized for a monstrosity his equal. The honor guard weren't Nobsthi, were living gargants, mech-suited colossi that crushed Grey Knights into paste with hydraulic fists. Corvid fought like a man already damned, Storm's teeth revving as he sheared through power fields and ceramite, but every wound knitted shut before their eyes, every boltround flattened against warp-infused plating. Hope was a dying ember when the sisters knelt, their nullfields flaring a psychic backdraft that crumpled weirdboy conduits and made the beast howl in pain. Corvid struck, the blade finding the gap beneath the beast's helmet as the warlord toppled. A final roar shook the chamber. Not from the corpsifrom, the shadows behind the throne. Another beast emerged, identical but larger, its claw closing around Corvid's torso in a burst of ceramite and bone before the teleport flares dragged the survivors back. Lord Commander Corvid died choking on his own blood, cradled by Death Watch hands as the truth clawed at his fading mind that 6 beasts remained, each uglier than the last, and the Imperium had merely traded one extinction for another. The void, it seemed, had only begun to laugh. The frozen winds of Damnos howled across its desolate plains as the Ultramarines' warships pierced the void, engines burning with the fire of vengeance. 25 standard years had crawled past since Imperial boots last desecrated this accursed tomb world, a quarter-century of festering shame that clung to the blue armor of every Ultramarine like frost on ceramite. Chapter Master Marnius Calgar stood upon the bridge of the Lex Talionis, fists clenched so tightly that the adamantium of the gauntlets of Ultramar groaned in protest. Below him spread the ice-glazed hellscape, where his brothers had broken against the implacable metal ranks of the Necronter, where Captain Sicarius had learned the bitter taste of defeat that still twisted his features into a permanent grimace. The High Lord's decree burned in Calgar's mind like a brand, not a request, but an ultimatum written in the blood of failed sentinels. Redeem your honor, or be remembered as the chapter that bowed to soulless machines. The journey through the Necron-patrolled system had been a masterpiece of misdirection written in voidcraft maneuvers and sensor ghosts, a deadly ballet choreographed by tech marines poring over flickering hololiths. Now explosion blossoms bloomed soundlessly on the planet's night side, as the first wave of empty drop pods tore through the upper atmosphere sacrificial decoys, trailing burning promethium trails to draw the wrath of the Gauss pylons. Sicarius watched their fiery descent from the embarkation deck, his fingers tracing the unfamiliar weight of the vortex, grenade mag clamped to his belt. Sergeant Emak's parting gift felt heavier than any relic blade, a distilled singularity of trust from a Deathwatch brother who knew what it meant to hunt aliens in the marrow-deep dark. Around him, 4th Company veterans checked bolters with ritual precision, the ship's lumens turning their warplate the color of midnight ocean depths. 30 seconds to insertion. The ship's machine spirit intoned, its binary cant washing over 500 transhuman warriors standing immobile as statues in their launch cages. Calgar's voice rolled like thunder through the vox beads nestled in their auditory implants. Remember Calth, remember the gauntlet. The Xenos thinks us broken, show them the unbroken chain. Sicarius felt the battle cry resonate in his twin hearts, drowning out the whispering ghosts of fallen brothers whose names adorned his armor's scrollwork. Catapult charges detonated beneath the drop pods with apocalyptic force, plunging them toward Damnos, glacial crust in a storm of ionization trails. Impact rattled teeth in Astartes' skulls as the pod slammed into ice permafrost, hatches exploding outward to disgorge their cobalt-armored cargo into a hailstorm of emerald death. Gauss beams sliced through the howling winds with reptilian hisses, flickering beams of annihilation that turned immortal guardsmen to vapor where they grazed, leaving only the faintest scream lingering in charged air. Sicarius was moving before his auto-senses fully adjusted, power sword already arcing through a Necron warrior's spinal column in a shower of necrodermis sparks. Forward, break their lines before they coalesce. His Voxcrawl cut through the storm as the frozen plain erupted in overlapping firestorm stalkers unfolding like monstrous insects from buried vaults, destroyers hovering on antigrav arcs to pour enfilading fire into human ranks. To the west, Calgar carved a path through the mechanical horde, with the gauntlets of Ultramar ringing like funeral bells against Necron chassis. Each blow cratered the permafrost, sending metallic limbs twitching through crimson-spattered snow. But for every Necron shattered beneath Terminator boots, another rose from the ice, wounds sealing with liquid metal sighs as the tomb complex beneath their feet thrummed to full awakening. The skeletal warriors moved with hideous synchronicity, not ranks but a single entity, a corpse of metal tide washing against the Imperial beachhead. Chapter Master, energy signature spiking from the central monolith. Codicir Venudius, astropathic shout tore through the Voxnit, even as reality screamed around the Tesseract vault. The floating nightmare loomed over the battlefield, its obsidian geometry violating mortal perception as containment fields ruptured in cascading failures. Frozen air crystallized into falling diamonds as a cruciform shape tore through dimensions, its scream scraping at sanity like broken glass. Varulker the World Shaper, namesake plague of forgotten epics, unfolded into reality with a star's wrath, a Cetan shard, whose mere presence bent glacial ridges into screaming faces before it casually backhanded a land raider into molten scrap. Calgar's auto-sensors screeched damage reports as he charged the malfunctioning Gauss pylon, armored boots cracking meter-thick ice sheets with each stride. The war machine's energy sickle wavered in its housing, crippled by overcharged Necron Resurrection's protocols, now flooding the battlefield. With a roar that fused Voxgrill to gorge it, Calgar wrenched the crescent emitter toward the Tesseract vault, just as Varulker brought down a continental plate-shifting fist toward the Ultramarines' command group. Energy met energy in a detonation that bleached retinal implants for kilometers the gathered might of Damnos, defenses pitted against the captured fury of a star god. When the actinic flare faded, the vault's shield shimmered and died like collapsing soap bubbles, revealing the shard now hovering fully unleashed above fissures cracking Damnos to its mantle. Beneath the carnage, deep within suffocating crypts that predated human speech, the Deathwatch kill team found their prey. Sergeant Lazarius watched impassively as melta charges transformed the Undying Lord's reanimation chamber into a superheated grave, the Necron Overlord materializing midstride only to shatter like glass under entropy grenade bombardment. Above them, through kilometer-thick bedrock, they felt rather than heard the Cetan's triumphant bellow shaking the planet's core. On the surface, Sicarius fought through flensing particle winds to reach the Maelstrom's heart. Necron-flayed ones descended upon his position in a blizzard of rusted talons, their gibbering scrap code nearly drowning out warnings of armor integrity loss. The Vortex grenade felt frigid against his palm as he thumbed the activation rune, listening to the warp's rising whisper behind its containment seals. Varulker turned its semi-aware gaze upon the lone Astartes, cold galactic amusement vibrating in the molecular bonds between them, for Guilliman and the Throne World. The Vortex device spiraled through Archangauss fire to detonate against the Cetan's chest, reality itself hemorrhaging where ancient science and warp-born predation collided. Varulker's rage outshone dying suns as the wound dilated, dragging its cosmic essence screaming into the Empyrean in ribbons of stolen starlight. Sicarius stood frozen in the back-blessed zone, his sword arm dangling useless from a flayed one's toxin-seeping claw marks, watching the last afterimage of the Godshard vanish like mist. Around him, Necron legions stuttered mid-stride incomprehension registering in their inhuman architectures before the Ultramarines fell upon them, with renewed fury absent their animating will. Victory came slow and costly under Damnos, sickly green-tinged auroras. Deathwatch tech savants led purgation teams through crypts with archaeotech flamers, sterilizing tomb complexes with xenocidal thoroughness. When Frostrime Thunderhawks finally lifted the survivors from the permafrost weeks later, Sicarius stared impassively at the world shrinking below. The chapter master's silent nod carried more weight than any laurel wreath absolution etched not in ceremony but shared burden. Above the ravaged planet, aboard watches whose obsidian hulls bore no heraldry, neophytes of the Long Vigil observed the war's final acts through sensor feeds. These initiates bore the hidden scars of 100 xenocidal campaigns already, their freshly painted black armor obscuring original liveries beneath solemn oaths of secrecy. For them, Damnos wasn't redemption's stage, but a living textbook on Necron combat doctrines, another fragment of implacable knowledge to be dissected, memorized, and secreted away behind mindlocks aboard scattered vigil stations. The transition from chapter brother to Deathwatch operative began in silence. No cheering crowds lined the embarkation decks when Chaplain Cassius relinquished veteran Brother Pythal to the black-lead envoys. The ritual stripping of his blue warplate took place before the Temple of Correction's grimacing gargoyles, apothecaries recording every genetic marker before the black ceramite closed over his flesh like a second skin. His left pauldron alone retained the Ultramar symbol, a single cobalt tear in an onyx void. The Tech Marine's chant resonated in the armor's machine spirit as sacred unguents anointed its joints, binding his fate to secrets no fellow Ultramarine would ever divine. Aboard the Watch Fortress Eternal Penance, Pythal learned the true price of vigilance. His introductory days unfolded in vaulted chambers, where holographic xenotypes lunged from every shadow orc genostructure dissections, giving way to Tyranid synaptic wave analysis before circadian rhythms reset to analyze Eldar soul crystal harmonics. Each lesson ended with the same thrumming neural purgation, preventing remembrance of anything but approved doctrines and targetable weak points. He trained alongside a Black Templar, whose vows of poverty clashed with an Imperial Fist's ritualistic protocols, supervised by a mentor whose Storm Warden's brogue couldn't quite obscure the chapter symbol hastily scrubbed from his own shoulder guard. The immersive indoctrination fused battle data with psychic conditioning until Pythal's nightmares brimmed with unpurged alien vectors. When deployment orders finally came, mission parameters outlined in a data slate as blank, as his ship's transponder no farewells echoed through Eternal Penance's docking bay. Only the hum of teleporters and the scent of ozone as he vanished in crackling energy, already disappearing from records he'd spent a lifetime building. Somewhere halfway across the galactic core, Sicarius stared at fresh scrollwork engraved on his armor, still hearing the Vortex grenade's dying wail. Somewhere in dark between stars, Varlker raged against impossible geometries. And in 10,000 watch stations, the Templars of Mankind's survival continued compiling their anathema archives, writing humanity's defiance one secret at a time in blood and stolen alien knowledge that would never see the light of common imperial day. The long vigil burned eternal, fed by sacrifices like Damnos not victories, but desperate stays against the gathering night where even gods could be made to bleed. The galaxy teems with hidden terrors, a vast menagerie of razor-limbed predators and incomprehensible intellects that prowl the void between stars, and the Death Watch knows them all. Through synaptic indoctrination that etches itself bone-deep, through relentless drills that supplant even autonomic responses, every Death Watch Marine becomes a living repository of xenobiological nightmares. When the fighting starts, when chitin scrapes against ceramite and alien warhorns shatter the air, these forbidden archives explode into brutal clarity. Acidic weak points beneath a Tyranid's armored crest, the precise millisecond a Necron's reanimation protocols falter, the territorial aggression pattern of a Kroot carnivore, packed these truths detonate in the Space Marine's mind like gunfire. No matter the foe, no matter how many bladed limbs or howling psychic assaults crash against him, instinct becomes a surgeon's scalpel. He strikes where the alien bleeds, terminates where it breeds, shatters where its incomprehensible biology fractures, a dance of annihilation choreographed long before the enemy crests the horizon. Yet this lethal perfection demands sacrifice. A Space Marine steps into the obsidian armor of the Death Watch, and in that moment, the heraldry of his chapter, the battle honors etched across his pauldrons, even the very name by which his brothers once hailed him, all are cast into the Forge of Fire. The kill team is his brotherhood now, a mosaic of warriors fragmented from 100 divergent doctrines. Here the methodical siegecraft of an Imperial Fist collides with the wildfire assault doctrines of a White Scar. Here, a Blood Angel's crimson thirst must still itself beside the machine-cum of an Iron Hand. Combat doctrines clash like swords, arguments ignite over suppressive fire patterns and close-quarter tactics, but the long vigil tempers them in blood. Battle after battle against the galaxy's most grotesque predators melts differences into necessity. A Space Marine learns to trust the kill team brother covering his flank as he trusts his own genetically engineered reflexes. He knows, with utter certainty, which of his new brothers wields flamers with purgatorial fury, who can thread a stalker pattern bolter round through a Hormigaunt's synaptic ganglia at 900 meters, whose psychic shadow can wither an Eldar warlock's conjurations. In the crucible of ceaseless war, rivalry becomes respect. Respect hardens into kinships forged not in the comforting rituals of a homeworld shrine, but in the shared terror of battling organisms that breathe vacuum, that communicate through telepathic plagues, that weaponize the very fabric of reality. The kill team, once strangers snarling at each other's tactical eccentricities, ceases to be a collection of warriors at all. Under the Crucible's hammer strike, they fuse. Squad movement becomes a single organism's breathing. Bolter drills murmur in uncanny unison. The death scream of one Xenos breed triggers a choreographed response from all 5 in the kill zone. They are a scalpel, but a scalpel crafted from darkness, edged with impossible knowledge, wielded by hands that know precisely when to cut deep and when to twist. But the Death Watch is more than executioners. They are scavengers of the apocalyptic archivists of 1,000 impossible horrors. As the Ordo Xenos' chamber militant, their mandate stretches beyond eradication into the forbidden, the capture, the containment, the blasphemous study. A howling Necron face sword, still quivering with anti-entropic energies, wrenched from disintegrating metal fingers. A Drukhari agonizer, its neural toxins analyzed in sterile vaults deep within Watch fortresses. Even in desperate extremes, the turning of such devices against their creator's a tech marine, his sanctified mechadendrites trembling with revulsion and necessity, jury-rigging a captured Orc shock attack gun to tear apart its former masters. Such acts are anathema, necessary heresies performed under the cold gaze of the Inquisition and the sterile scrutiny of the Adeptus Mechanicus. To feast upon the enemy's strength is to balance on the precipice one misstep, one overlooked scrap of alien consciousness lingering in the captured weapon, and catastrophe bleeds into the Imperium's veins. Yet the Death Watch endures this sacrilege, bearing the taint so that the countless teeming hives of humanity never need know the razor's edge their shield walks. This burden is not borne lightly. Chapters steeped in zealous orthodoxy, the Black Templars with their unquenchable thirst for annihilation, the Dark Angels clutching their own secrets like poisoned daggers, despise the compromises the long vigil demands. They come as men sentenced, not commended, their oaths of compliance bound in chains of ancient obligation to the Emperor himself. The Space Wolves snarl at inquisitorial oversight. The Iron Hands dissect orders with cold logic, distrusting any directive not arising from binary clarity. The Blood Angels wage inner wars against their own darkness, while Xenocide brews around them. Yet they fight. They fight because ancient writs etched onto Titan-bound parchment command it. They fight because there is no other bulwark capable of meeting the galaxy's monstrosities as equals in slaughter. Even the stalwarts ultramarine stalwart as fortress walls. Crimson fists with vengeance etched into their genetic code carry silent doubts. To walk this path is to become more and less than Space Marine, a keeper of forbidden truths, a wielder of unholy armaments, an eternal watchman resigned to knowing he can never fully return to the light of the brotherhood he once called home. And when the mission ends, should he survive the incalculable perils, the Death Watch Marine faces his final trial silence. He is relieved of his midnight armor, his seals of joint service ritually burned, his mind purged of certain volatile operational details. He returns to his chapter, his armor repainted, his tongue weighted with oaths stronger than adamantium. No tales of genostealer infestation hatching within segmentum solar bureaucracies. No whispered accounts of Atrud migration corridors coiling through prosperous agri-worlds. No warning of Rangdan psychic echoes still flickering at galactic fringes. He keeps his brother's trust by betraying them with omission, by smiling grimly at their boasts of Xenos battles while knowing the true horrors gnawing at the Imperium's edge. Some, scarred beyond recognition of their former selves, choose the eternal vigil, sinking into the structure of the Death Watch itself. They become watch captains, their faces obscured by artificer helmets, their voices ground to gravel by decades breathing recycled fortress air. Others become apothecaries of atrocity, tech marines versed in alien desecration, librarians whose psychic hoods hum with secrets lethal to unshielded minds. These secrets fester, corrosive and sacred. The Ordo Xenos knows well knowledge is the sharpest weapon and the deadliest plague. Let the Imperium's common soldiery learn of the Canib's gravity-warping sporeships, the Slaw's sentient fleshbits manufactorums, and despair would beget heresy, panic would birth betrayal. Thus, ordnance reports become elegies, mission debriefings transform into rituals for the dead. Every Death Watch fortress doubles as a mausoleum for truths too hazardous to be borne. The long vigil's veterans become living crypts, their silence a stronger barricade than any fortress wall, their burden sharing space in their genocide alongside the Emperor's holy gifts. Amidst the galactic sprawl, clinging to dead asteroids or drifting unseen in the nebula's heart, the Watch fortresses stand sentinel. These are not chapter keeps resonant with hymns and the reek of sacred oils. They are sterile, echoing vaults operating in perpetual shadow. Tassa Prime, fortress world gifted by Robot Gilliman's own hand, once thrummed with initiates from Ultramar's gleaming bastions, now severed by the cicatrix maledictum. It serves as a tomb for lost knowledge. Fortress Fuelo's IX, stripped down to skeletal girders and immense vox spires, listens not for warp transmissions, but for the aberrant harmonics of Craftworld gravsails. Griffon Altus is a grim spire orbiting a dead hive, its cells overflowing not with battle brothers, but with cryosailed specimens, orc spores in stasis, necrodermis fragments sealed behind nullfields, twitching tyrannid bioforms dissected under pallid lumens. A watch commander's authority here is absolute, surpassing mere military rank. He's a fixture of the fortress, scar tissue giving command some bare bionic grafts, restoring anatomy devoured by Atrud temporal rot. Others speak through synthboxes after lictor venom melted lungs. Still others project faint holograms to hide bodies, ruined beyond even Astartes' regeneration. Their council, the stratagem, is a gathering of necessary heretics. The librarian dreads the warp not only for demons, but for the mind-shattering psychona of the enslavers. The apothecary steps beyond healing into abhorrent xenobiology, injecting battle brothers with synthesized tyrannid antitoxins, surgically implanting Eldar Shadowfield generators into their own bodies. The tech marine becomes a priest of desecration, worshipping the Omnissiah while calibrating captured Gauss weaponry, knowing each activation risks phasentropy bleeding into the fortress's core. Even the chaplains here preach a distorted creed. Sermons speak not of glory, but of the purity found in absolute silence, the righteousness of smothering forbidden truths beneath oaths sharper than blades. Within these hollowed-out mountains or dangling orbital colossi, watch companies form skeletal things, 50 warriors or fewer. Each company is a mosaic hungry to be broken apart and reassembled, their kill teams shuffled like tarot cards prophesying annihilation. Crimson heraldry stripes on greaves, silver skulls inset on midnight pauldrons, these fleeting sigils mark fleeting brotherhoods. Today's warrior belongs to the company of shattered stars, purging Eldari corsairs from ghost-wreathed void hulks. Tomorrow the silent workings of the stratagem may embed him within the company of Dusk's vengeance, deploying him alongside 2 tech marines and a librarian to desecrate a Tiao communications array. Only the kill teams are constant, and even they exist in flux. Some surge into battle encased in bulky Centurion warplate, their heavy incinerators scouring orc spore-choked asteroids. Others flit through darkness on graveshoots, their blackened armor swallowing lumens as they ambush Necron flayers. Others gather like thunderheads, a stalker pattern bolter's shot cracks a synapse node. Another battle brother severs the limb tendrils of the bewildered bioform with chainsword precision, and before the alien horror crashes down, the plasma cannon erupts, erasing it from material existence. Primaris formations Fortis, Indomitor, Spectrus coil through battlefields as adaptable pathogens, shifting from mechanized spearhead to infantry wall to surgically precise eradication duties. Each fresh atrocity witnessed sharpens their next assault. Every alien mutation cataloged fine-tunes their next barrage. To face a Death Watch kill team is not to face mere transhuman dread, it is to exist in the telescopic sights of 10,000 years of cold hatred, to be drowned in institutional knowledge distributed across weaponized minds. When a watch fortress unleashes an entire company, silence becomes panic. The void shivers not merely from the displacement of strike cruisers, but from the psychic backwash of assassinated horrors. For planetary governors, clutching their writs of desperation before pickfeeds showing tendrils erupting from the crust or archaeotech constructs awakening beneath hive spires, the arrival of midnight armored giants offers no comfort. They understand in their gut-deep terror the Death Watch does not come to save worlds. The Death Watch arrives to sterilize. To burn infestation so utterly that not even memory survives. And if that sterilization requires the deployment of vortex grenades, the sanctioning of 10 million souls to halt a Genestealer cult spread, the betrayal of Allied Guard regiments exposed to psychic reclamation, it occurs without hesitation. These are the apostasies no chapter banner could endure, made bearable only in the void-black shroud of the long vigil. Time wears on. Missions blur into an endless scroll of devastation across worlds without names. The warrior celebrates no Terran anniversaries. He marks the passage of years in recovered alien relics, in serums injected to combat extra-dimensional parasites, in the slow accumulation of encrypted mission logs his chapter will never access. He may once have clutched beliefs about purity, about the spiritual rod of defiance against Codex orthodoxy. Now he laughs inwardly. Such distinctions belong to those unburdened by knowledge of the slot's fleshcraft, unmarked by the scorch patterns of dark Eldar darklight weaponry. He becomes alien in thought to those who knew him, his rituals interlaced with the death chants of 1,000 Xeno civilizations, his targeting reticles calibrated by the death throes of bioforms never recorded in Imperial archives. Should he expire upon a nameless asteroid, choking on biospheriating microbes, his corpse will be vaporized by his brothers. No genocide left to return home, no Warkry left to echo from chapter halls, just a void-blackened entry in the fortress logs and another silent vigil ended. This is the Death Watch, not a chapter, but a cancer, a malignant necessity metastasizing in the Imperium's darkest reaches. They wield shadows as weapons and truths as shackles. They sacrifice brotherhood upon the altar of versatility, purity upon the pyre of pragmatism. They endure so that hive worlds may light their gaudy spires unabated, so that merchant barons may squabble over resource rights, so that imperial scholars may somnolently debate heretical texts free of the paralyzing truth that we swim in a black ocean teeming with razored jaws, and only the silent, death-dealing few hold those jaws at bay. The long vigil offers no glory, no monuments, no respite. Only the void, the enemy, and the certainty that extinction is forever a single, unsuppressed Xeno's breath away. The silence of the void gave no warning before they came, materializing in a corona of coruscating energy that scorched ancient stone and boiled alien ichor where they stood, the scent of ozone sharp as broken glass in the air. 5 ceramite giants emerged from the storm of displaced atoms, Deathwatch black armor drinking in the sickly green light of the Necron tomb, crimson pauldrons bearing the heraldry of forsaken brotherhoods, now united in singular purpose. At their head strode Watch Captain Varos of the Crimson Fists, his auspex arrays painting targeting sigils across retinal displays, the hum of his mastercrafted stalker pattern bolter, harmonizing with the low chant of incantations spilling from the vox grill of Brother Zachariah, the kill team's librarian. Their insertion had been precise, brutal teleportation matrices delivering them into the heart of the enemy's sanctum, before the tomb's sentinels could raise alarms, before synapse shrieks could cascade through the labyrinthine depths. Such was the way of the Deathwatch, a scalpel thrust into diseased flesh, a lance of imperial vengeance wielded with the cold calculus of those who knew extinction was merely one failed mission away. They moved now as they had been trained bootfalls, silent despite their bulk, targeting reticules dancing across holodisplays, fingers resting lightly on triggers honed to hair-trigger reflex. Each motion spoke of centuries of war encoded into gen-enhanced muscle, of neural pathways rewired by hypno-indoctrination, until reaction became instinct. Varro's helm tilted fractionally, the motion caught and mirrored by his squad. Brother Nihilus of the Black Templars shifting his grip on the heavy bolter's gyro-stabilized harness, suspended ammunition feeds gleaming like serpent coils. Chaplain Orton adjusting the grip on his Crozius Arcanum, its disruptor field casting rippling shadows across hieroglyph-led walls. Apothecary Silas cycling bioscanner overlays across his visor, ceramite fingers twitching near the array of specialized rounds sheathed at his waist-crocking penetrators for Necron warriors, Hellfire missiles for the flayed ones swarming tide. The stench struck them first to zone, giving way to the thick, metallic tang of necrodermis, the oily undertones of reanimation protocols humming in the air like static before lightning. Figures emerged from the gloom, skeletal warriors carved from captured starlight and hatred older than Terra herself, emerald eyes flaring to life as ancient systems detected their presence. There was no time for hesitation, no space for doubt. Nihilus, Bolter roared first, Kraken rounds punching glowing wounds through Necron warriors, their segmented bodies rupturing in blooms of molten metal and green soulfire. Yellow targeter beams sliced through particulate-rich air as Varro's, Stalker Bolter spoke with lethal economy, each shot detonating a skull-like cranium with surgical precision. Orton's Crozius Arcanum caved in an immortal's chestplate before spinning to intercept a glowing war scythe, the impact sending sparks cascading across the gloom. Their movements were hymns to a choreography of annihilation, Bolter reports punctuating the shriek of disintegrating Necrons, the bass thrum of Zachariah's psychic shield shimmering into existence to deflect Gauss Flayer beams. Yet Varros saw the danger before Auspec's warnings, could chime a nightmare of shifting scarabs flowing like mercury across the floor, coalescing into a Necron overlord whose staff bore sigils that hurt the eyes to witness. The creature moved with unnatural speed, phasing through Orton's defensive swing, its warscythe carving ceramite as the chaplain staggered. No human force could have reacted, but these were no mortals. Silas was already moving, a melta charge arcing through the air even as Varros snatched the Xenophase blade from his maglock, its alien alloy shimmering with stolen Necron tech. The explosion engulfed the Overlord in purifying radiance, and where its reconstructed form began to shimmer into existence, Varros' blade severed its spinal column, the unnatural metal screaming as it died. Silence fell, save for the hiss of cooling metal and Zachariah's murmured litanies of mental fortitude. No cheers, no exultationally Varros accessing mission parameters through retinal feed, vox-click commands sending the kill team deeper into the tomb's heart. Their mission was clear: find the Nexus Orb, destroy its control matrix, vaporize this festering wound in Imperial space. But Varros felt the weight pressing on them, all 5 Space Marines against a tide that had drowned entire sectors. Once they could count on reinforcements from the Astartes chapters, calling upon sacred oaths sworn in crusades long past. Once. The The unspoken truth hung in the stale air between their armored forms as they advanced. The days of blades were ending, the long vigil fraying under the onslaught of an uncaring galaxy. Above the tomb world, unseen by those in the killing fields below, the void echoed with its own lament. Hive Fleet Leviathan's shadow crept ever closer, tendrils tasting the system's edges, a biological doom swelling to eclipse stars. Across the galactic rim, orc hordes under Gazkul's banner ravaged the Scaras sector, war moons blotting out suns while Imperial battlefleets fractured under the strain. And always, the Necrons rose, awakening not in scattered tombs, but in legions that blackened worlds with their march. The Deathwatch were spread thinner than ever before, watch fortresses screaming into the astral void for reinforcements that never came, or came too changed, too alien. Varos knew this in the way his kill team's ranks had shifted since the Rift's birth. Brother Cassin of the Iron Handscon recalled when Medusa's forges guttered under Tyranid's siege. His replacement was a Primaris Marine, Brother Kalen of the Nova Marchers, his redoubtable armor thicker, his reactions a nanosecond quicker, but his eyes those unsettled Varos. Not for weakness in battle, Kalen fought like a demigod unleashed, but the lack of ingrained instinct against Xeno's trickery, the hesitation before choosing between Melta charges or Gravflux shells when facing Lictor ambushes. Friction hummed between old and new, tradition and necessity, a microcosm of the Deathwatch itself. Training halls once resonant with the unity of shared purpose, now held simmering tensions, Primaris warriors drilling with transfixed awe at veteran Killmarines, esoteric knowledge of alien physiologies, chafing under protocols forged in centuries of clandestine war. Veteran Deathwatch, in turn, eyed their augmented brothers with suspicion masked as discipline, resentment bubbling beneath the black carapace at orders diverting precious resources to outfit these newcomers, whose very genetics came from secrets hidden even from their own commanders. And always the departures, the messages received and buried deep, the honor-bound requests from chapter masters with voices like fraying steel. Return our son, our penance is paid, our walls crumble without him. Varos remembered escorting Brother Malak of the Blood Angels to the shuttle docks, the way the Flesh Terror's eyes had burned with sorrowful fury beneath his ceremonial hood. His chapter called him home to Baal, where Leviathan's jaws snapped at their throat, called him even as the Deathwatch prepared a strike against the Necron Cryptek, coordinating the system's demise. Malak had left his oathring on the docking bay floor, a shattering of tradition that echoed through the fortress monastery like a breached airlock. These fractures were not merely logistical, but spiritual. Long vigil, once the pinnacle of honor among the Astartes, now held the bitter tang of conscription. Chapters that had once competed for the privilege to send their finest now clung to veterans like Miser's hoard. Even the sacred inquisitorial mandate wore thin as radical ordos exploited the desperation, offering the Raven Guard respite from Hive Fleet splinters in exchange for 5 more years of Captain Solari's service, bartering Dark Angel support at the Caliban Nebula for the right to keep Interrogator Chaplain Barbaros embedded in Watch Fortress Iriok. The stench of political machinations clung to briefing rooms like Prometheum smoke. Varos saw it in the way Watch Commander Gensis now held War Council's tactical hololiths depicting galactic sectors bleeding crimson as incursion markers proliferated. The man's unshakable voice now edged with fatigue when he spoke of allocating forces. They were down to half strength in 7 sectors, forced to deploy kill teams in penny packets where full demi-companies were needed. Strike cruisers retrofitted for stealth insertions now lumbered into full frontal assaults, Deathwatch brethren fighting as line infantry when their talents were wasted on anything but precision decapitation strikes. And yet, they endured, adapting as they always had, survival etched into their bones like the litanies of hate. When Kraken rounds proved ineffective against Genestealer cults warped by Hive Fleet Chronos, psychic evolution, the armories broke open stasis-sealed vaults, deploying stolen Drukhari haywire grenades. When termite drills couldn't penetrate Biotitan-carved hive cities, Kill Team Thanatos had turned the Xenos' own weapons against them, luring Hierophants into Necron scarab swarms, watching as Biotitans dissolved under metallic corrosion. Even now bolted to Varos' own weapon harness was a Tiao Pulse disruptor salvaged from a Pathfinder's corpse, its overload sequence jury-rigged to fire 3 bursts before melting down. Heresy to Puritan minds, salvation to those drowning in alien tides. Deep in the Necron tomb, Zachariah raised a fist, the kill team freezing mid-stride. Ahead pulsed the Nexus Orb, its crystalline structure shimmering with captive starlight, tendrils of energy linking it to pylons stretching into darkness. The chamber reeked of temporal dislocation, air thick enough to choke even transhuman lungs. Nihilus already had the Melta charges primed when the ambush struck not from ahead but below, the floor disintegrating into a swarm of scarabs that climbed armored joints like metallic locusts. From shadowed alcoves poured flayed ones, blades weeping contagion, dementia shrieks scraping at mental wards. Varro's world narrowed to the dance of Death Sinafe's blade, severing claws, Stalker Bolter coughing specialized rounds into Necron joints. But their formation was breaking. Orton went down beneath a tide of scarabs, his Croxius crushing one flayed one even as others shredded armor cabling. Kalen roared, emptying his Hellfire rounds point-blank into the swarm, bioacid melting necrodermis. Zachariah's psychic beacon flared, a scream inside their skulls as he unleashed a telekinetic blast that ripped flayed ones into shrapnel. Silas dragged Orton clear, Narthesium whirring to inject combat stims. Varro saw Athena phalanx of Lichguard materializing around the orb, warscythes crackling with dimensional harmonics. They were outnumbered, outgunned, seconds from annihilation. His hand closed over a vortex grenade proscribed, unstable, capable of shredding reality itself. A weapon no watch captain should possess. A weapon this watch captain had bartered from a grinning Ordo Xenos Inquisitor in exchange for 6 months added to his vigil. His thumb hovered over the activation rune. Deathwatch Protocol roared for purity, demanded they die upholding the Emperor's dictums against such abominable arsenals. Necessity whispered of the greater victory, the mission above all. The grenade detonated with a sound like time tearing, a momentary black maw devouring Lichguard, the explosion's backlash hurling Varros into shattered stone. He rose amidst the wreckage, helm cracked, blood mingling with sacred oils leaking from his armor. The Nexus orb lay fractured, Necron constructs collapsing like puppets with cut strings. Mission accomplished. Another star saved, another debt owed. But as he looked at his kill team Orton limping, Kalen's helm visor shattered to reveal eyes bright with fresh trauma, Zachariah's psychic aura flickering like a guttering candle, Varros felt the cost etched into them all. They were becoming what they fought, adopting alien ruthlessness, bending oaths until they threatened to snap. Light years distant, in eternal cold that bit deeper than any battlefield frost, the great library of the Blood Angels, Balite Moon loomed over its lone scribe. Larian's quill scratched across vellum under the watchful gaze of statues weeping frozen blood, their angelic wings spread in silent benediction. Here, under Librarian Arcona's silent vigil, history unfolded not in blood and bolter shells, but in ink and dying firelight. The boy trembled, not from cold though the library's chill seeped into marrow, but from the weight of knowledge flowing through his hand. He chronicled the sanguineous, lineage-glorious victories over traitor legions, the whispered pain of the Black Rage, the recent horror of Baal's devastation under Leviathan's jaws. Each word seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the Imperium, a fragile thread connecting past to unraveling present. The hearth's crackle echoed battles come and gone, flame shadows dancing like phantoms of fallen heroes. Arcona stood immobile, his mind brushing Larian's thoughts gentle, inexorable. Below them, beneath Moonrock and Permacrete, the Blood Angels prepared again for war. Recalled veterans from Deathwatch strike forces brought alien weapon schematics to the armories, their eyes haunted, their allegiances split between star-spanning brotherhoods. Even here, the vigil's shadow stretched long. Larian's ink froze mid-sentence, breath catching as an older pain resurfaced memory of a Deathwatch chaplain who'd visited the librarium years past, his black armor scorched by Atrud temporal weapons, voice hollowed to a rasp as he recounted fighting beside Blood Angel brethren on the plains of Hesiod. That warrior was dead now, torn apart by Hormagaunts during a Tyranid boarding action. Yet his saga remained, etched in scrolls Larian now touched reverently. Duty was memory, service was legacy. He dipped his quill once more, the scratch of nib on parchment joining the wind's mournful choir outside the diamond glass windows. Thus did the galaxy endure not merely through bolter and blade, but by the recording hand that bound their stories against entropy's tide. Somewhere far away, the iron-bound doors groaned deep within the library's heart, a shuddering gust rattling against ancient hinges, and Laren's fingers tightened around his quill as if it were a blade. The sound was a raw, unwelcome reminder of the world beyond these stone walls, a howling expanse of ice and death, where survival was a duel fought daily against wind and weakness. Here, amidst the towering shelves and the soft, accusing glow of looming globes, the silence felt alive, thick with the breath of generations past. Their voices coiled in the dust-moted air, spectral hands pressing down upon his shoulders, urging him to carve their truth into the vellum before it faded into oblivion. The weight was a physical thing, a mantle of memory heavier than ceramite. He dipped the quill again, the nib scraping like a bone against parchment, and let the ink flow not with the flourish of triumphs, but the ragged truth of beginnings. For Laren had come to understand, through sleepless nights and crumbling texts, that angels could only be captured not in their soaring glory, but in the dirt-smeared roots of their making. The chamber itself seemed to lean closer as he wrote, the firelight flickering like ancestral eyes, transforming the cold air into a living tapestry where shadows whispered tales older than the Imperium's heartbeat. long before the stars bent knee to the Emperor's dream, when Terra was a festering wound of chemstorms and howling anarchy, the Ninth Legion clawed their way into existence. The old night was not a time, but a suffocating presencia poison seeping through the planet's veins, twisting flesh and shackling hope. While other legions rose as banners of unity and conquest, gleaming symbols of a golden dawn, the Ninth were birthed from necessity's grim womb, a scalpel for cancers even the Thunder Warriors dared not excise. They were not born to inspire hymns, but to endure screams. Where cultivation failed, they salted the earth. Their ranks were forged not from noble stock or warlord champions, but from the forgotten Dregscavingers gnawing on irradiated carcasses, slaves whose spines had bent beneath techno-barbarian whips, their bodies warped and blistered by generations of betrayal by air and soil. The Emperor's genetic alchemy was no gentle sacrament. It was a crucible that shattered weak men and reforged survivors into parodies of the divine. Tall they stood, fair as marble statues under a blood-red dawn, features sharpened to a cruel symmetry that mocked the future Primarch they'd never met. Living icons, yes, but also embers of a terrible equation. For every shred of glory, a pound of flesh paid in advance. In the rad-choked wastes, where mutated horrors slithered from collapsed hive cities, the Ninth found their baptism. The Amarca nestled in their biology was less a gift than a Shackleyan organ that let them devour the memories and skills of the fallen, sucking knowledge from marrow and brain matter. Survival demanded it. Resupply was a myth in the blighted zones they haunted. When the killing ended, they lingered like carrion birds over fields of corpses, alabaster faces smeared crimson, feasting not out of hunger but grim strategy. Each bite was a stolen secret, a fragmentary weapon against the next abomination. But where their brothers saw pragmatism, outsiders saw predation. Whispers followed them like flies to rot eaters of the dead, a title that clung like a second skin. Their battle cry was silence, their legacy erasure. They fought without the Ultramarines' noble calculus or the Space Wolves' howling joy, only a cold animal rage that scoured life from the earth as if purging a stain. Even victory tasted ashen. Among the Imperial army, their arrival drew not cheers but averted eyes, the soldiers crossing themselves as if warding off plague. Angels they called them, but angels with teeth bared and hands forever slick. The Emperor had crafted them for this very purpose, yet in his genius, he'd sown the seeds of their exile. Their beauty was a gauntlet thrown in the face of their function-pale skin glowing like funeral lilies amidst gore-streaked armor, features too regal for the butchery they delivered. Paradox sculpted in ceramite and genicode, monsters with the faces of saints. When fleets gathered in the great mustering halls, the Ninth stood apart, their storm-great plate daubed with kill marks and archaic runes of mourning. Other legions bonded over shared campaigns. The Ninth exchanged only the rituals of the fallen captains consumed, their identities devoured and reborn in the veins of successors. When a warrior fell, his name became an heirloom swallowed whole by the next bearer. To outsiders, it reeked of barbarism, a grotesque pantomime of immortality. To the Ninth, it was the sacrament that bound them to duty. Figures like Shizu Aros weren't men but lineages, chains of memory stretching back to unification's dawn. When the Crusade flung them into Neptune's lightless moon sent to die in the labyrinthine guts of Xenos-infested colony Rex the Imperium wrote their obituary. 12,000 revenants in unmarked gray dropped into the choking dark. Months passed. Silence. Then when Imperial fists finally cracked open those blighted vaults, they found not corpses but a legion reborn, swollen with recruits ripped from the mutated wretches scratching a life in the void. The Ninth's apothecaries worked miracles, hammering human wreckage into angels, their armor now adorned with bone trophies and terraglyphs. They fought barefaced, letting foes behold their blood-masked divinity before the killing blow. Malcador himself dubbed them the Revenant Legion, a title bitter with awe. They'd cheated death, but the cost was written in the way other legions. Officers tightened their gauntlets when the Ninth entered a stratagem. The Warhounds and the scattered of ETH might share their exile, but even those brutal souls hesitated at the edge of the Ninth's shadow. And so they embraced their mantle of Emperor's necessary stain, the darkness against which his light could sear brighter. They asked for no parades, no ballads. Every purged world, every silent battlefield was a hymn to their purpose. Yet beneath it all, in the quiet between war cries, a question festered like an unhealed wound. When the Crusade's fires finally guttered out, when the Golden Age dawned clean and pure, what place would there be for angels woven from shadows? Laren's quill slowed, ink pooling like clotting blood. He could taste their sorrow in the dry library, Ira loneliness as vast as the void they'd conquered. The past breathed around him, but the future was a door still sealed, guarded by ghosts not yet made. His hand resumed its work, etching truth into the page, each word a vigil for the beautiful, broken things the galaxy could never quite forgive. In the vast, unrelenting march of the Great Crusade, as worlds burned and civilizations bowed before the Emperor's light, the Ninth Legion stood an enigma amidst the legions of the Adeptus Astartes, a brotherhood, torn between transcendent glory and unspeakable damnation. their angelic visages belying the darkness coiled within their very blood. Their victories were etched across the stars, their heraldry a symbol of hope and terror in equal measure. Yet for every world brought to compliance, whispers trailed them like poison, tales of crimson excesses staining their honor. They were death-defied, yet death's architects, a legion whose legend was written not merely in battle honors, but in the ashen aftermath they left behind, the husks of worlds drained of life in their wake. Even as their brothers hailed them as paragons, the warriors of the Ninth felt the gnawing truth take root: they were outcasts in the making, diverging from the imperial ideal with each campaign, their path forward choked by doubt, and the haunting suspicion that there was no redemption to be found, no absolution for what they were becoming. The answers they sought would not come from the cold forge worlds or the stratagems of distant fleets, but from a desolation at the galaxy's edge, where destiny awaited them in the form of a being whose own blood would be their salvation and their damnation, a Primarch, golden and divine, whose arrival would both elevate them to demigodhood and shackle them to a curse as ancient as the warp itself. For Sanguinius, angel of Baal, hawk-born and perfect son of the Emperor, was more than their progenitor, was their mirror, their ideal, and the source of their torment. The Blood Angels, in their soaring majesty and terrible flaw, were not merely warriors remade, but souls transformed, their mortal frames reshaped by the gene seed's touch into living embodiments of angelic grace. Where other legions bore genetic aberrations as marks of grim endurance, the Ninth stood apart, their faces sculpted into masks of inhuman beauty, their movements poetry given form. Yet beneath this radiance writhed an affliction, a duality carved into their bones the moment Sanguinius' blood mingled with their own. To become a Blood Angel was to endure a metamorphosis that verged on blasphemy, a ritual of insanguination where aspirants, drawn from the irradiated hellscapes of Baal Secundus and Tertius, drank deep from the blood of the sanguinary priests, vessels of the Primarch's preserved essence. Their bodies swelled with unnatural vigor, their senses sharpened to preternatural clarity, their very souls straining toward the light of nobility Sanguinius embodied. But for every aspirant who emerged from the crucible reborn, a dozen more perished in agony, their bodies rejecting the gift, their veins boiling with corrupted life. Those who survived bore invisible scars, fissures in their genetic code that whispered of darker hungers, red thirst, first and most insidious of their curses, a gnawing, ceaseless craving for the vity of the living. This hunger was no mere appetite, but an echo of their Primarch's essence, a paradox of their transcendence. In battle, it gifted them ferocity beyond reckoning, strength to rend ceramite and shatter bone, yet it was a storm barely leashed, threatening always to break free. To feel the thirst rise was to straddle an abyss. The noble warrior could become a slaughterer in an instant, pale skin flushing with stolen life, fangs elongating as the mask of humanity slipped. Some in the Imperium spat that these were the marks of demon blood, that Sanguinius' wings were not divine but the spore of chaos, that the Ninth Legion danced on the precipice of damnation, heresies, all but heresies that clung like a stench to the Legion's reputation. The thirst, however, was but the shadow before the storm. For when a Blood Angel fell not to hunger, but to the black rage, the abyss opened wide. The warrior's mind shattered under the weight of Sanguinius' final moments, the siege of terror replaying in his skull in an endless screaming loop. He saw the vengeful spirit's corridors bathed in betrayal's light, felt the Warmaster's talons pierce angelic flesh, knew the crushing despair of a Primarch robbed of hope. These were no memories but living wounds, time itself collapsing until the present became a ghostly stage for past tragedy. Lost in the rage, the Blood Angel howled with his father's voice, striking down friend and foe alike, his body a puppet for the angel's dying wrath. To witness a brother succumb was to see a star vanish into darkness. Those overtaken were taken by the chaplains, their crimson plate painted black as mourning, as void. They became the Death Company, a sacred brotherhood of the damned hurled into war's hottest crucibles, their madness channeled into one final act of redemptive violence. None returned, none could. Yet even in their damnation, the Black Rage bestowed a grisly gift, afflicted endured wounds that would pulp even a space marine, fighting on with limbs severed and organs pulped, sustained by the phantom vitality of a Primarch's last breath. Commander Dante himself, chapter master and ancient beyond measure, stood as bittersweet testament to this curse-born resilience. Though untainted by the rage, his millennia of life fueled whispers that Sanguinius' blood conferred more than mere strength. It was life stolen from death, a vampiric endurance. Scholars in gilded scriptoria argued whether the flaw sprang from the warp's touch upon the Primarch's gestation, or some impurity in the ancient rites of insanguination, where once the Legion drank directly from Sanguinius' veins. Now they relied upon the Red Grail, a relic holding the dregs of his sacred essency, a thinning potency, many feared, that left each new generation more vulnerable to the flaw's teeth. This duality made the Blood Angels pariahs clad in splendor. Allies revered their martial elegance, the poise with which they waged war as if untouched by the gristle and gore of the battlefield, yet those who glimpsed fangs bared in the heat of combat, or heard the Death Company's dirges echoing from the gunship holds, knew the truth. The Ninth Legion teetered on a razored edge, forever one moment from plunging into bestiality. Their fortress monastery on Baal became not merely a bastion but a gilded cage, its walls thick with the silence of shame. Within its sanctums, sanguinary priests labored to unravel their curse, delving into forbidden genetic lore, scouring Xeno's archives, and the whispers of rogue psychers for salvation. Yet for many, the flaw was not a shackle, but the furnace of their resolviach battle a test to master the thirst, each campaign a gamble that the rage would not claim them before their duty was done. The Tower of Amaro loomed over Baal's wastes, a grim sentinel where the most thirstlost were said to be entombed, its obsidian heights echoing with cries that could not be wholly muffled. Rumors clung to the Legion like carrion birds, villages found drained of blood near Blood Angels' musters, battle brothers vanishing after their eyes gleamed too hungrily in the gloom. Was it the flaws clower their enemies' lies? The truth remained buried like the dead of forgotten outposts, and the curse spread. Successor chapters bore the taint like a shared scar. The flesh terrors reveled in brutality barely leashed, their battle cries edged with frenzy. The angels sanguine hid behind masks, fearing their affliction was plain to see. The noble lamenters, whose genocide was painstakingly purified by Martian adepts, found no peace. Misfortune dogged them like a foe, as though fate itself punished their hubris in defying their blood's demand. When the Primaris Marines emerged from Belisarius Call's labs, their arrival on wings of hope, many prayed the curse was broken. These new warriors, taller, stronger, their sinews woven with arcane science, seemed immune to the Black Rage's grasp. Yet the thirst endured, a serpent still coiled in their veins-cooled, perhaps, but whispering still. The flaw's shadow stretched long, proof that even innovation could not cleanse the angels' legacy, for in their torment lay their strength. The Blood Angels, perhaps alone among the Adeptus Astartes, understood frailty. Their battle cry was not merely for glory, but for survival, a daily war against the darkness within. That struggle birthed compassion, empathy for mortal souls they fought to protect, even as they feared themselves the greater monsters. To stand with them was to stand with angels who knew they might fall yet fought on, wings tattered but unbroken. Nowhere was this dichotomy sharper than the sands of Chiron. In that bleak age, as the Great Crusade clawed into the lawless void beyond Segmentum Solar, the Ninth Legion wore not the gold and crimson of heroes, but the storm-grey livery of executioners, an epithet earned in blood. They were the Revenant Legion then, a name spoken in dread. Chiron was a festering pustule of a world, orbited by silence. 4 regiments of the Viridian Regulars, sent to scout its wastes, had vanished without void signal or final prayer. When Voxelence stretched too long, the Ninth descended, 3 companies plunging in drop pods like falling stars. What they found was no simple rebellion, but a grotesquerie Chiron's tribes, twisted by generations of radiation into pallid, wasted cannibals, worshipping a tyrant sorcerer named Eghaloya and his cabal of warp-touched shamans. To these wretches, war was sacrament, flesh the only sacrament. Their fortresses of fused bone rose like broken teeth from sulphurous flats, the air reeking of charnel pyres and spoiled meat. At first, compliance seemed assured. The Revenant Legion advanced like a scythe, rotor cannons chewing through mutant hordes, blades gutting chieftains in their piston-thrown dens. But Chiron fought as a single, malignant organism. Eghaloya's sorcery thickened the air with miasmas, turning brother against brother in hallucinatory fog. Mutants swarmed not as rabble, but in disciplined tides, hurling themselves upon the Astartes in waves of mangled flesh, their warcries ululations to a dark god gnawing at reality's edge. In those claustrophobic tunnels, beneath skies bruised with warplight, the Blood Angels, though they bore not yet the name, faced a foe worse than death. Chiron forced them to see their own reflection fangs, fury, the hunger beneath their disciplining amidst the slaughter. Something within the Legion shifted. The thirst, once a secret shame, became a weapon. They drank deep from foe and friend alike, the battlefield turning crimson not with spilled blood but consumed blood, their pale faces glistening, their eyes fever-bright. Here in the crucible, the flaw's ugly truth was laid bare. It was the source of their endurance, their victory, and their soul's erosion. Chiron was not merely a battle, but an omen, a foreshadowing of Sanguinius, gift, and its Pricea keynote in the symphony of damnation that would echo through 10,000 years of war. The air screamed, not metaphorically, not poetically, it screamed, a physical tearing of reality itself as the warlord's weapon unraveled existence. Where moments before there, deep in the roar of chainswords and the guttural howls of Chiron's mutant horde, now there existed only an impossible shriek reverberating through bone marrow as the sky bled. Monstrous shapes coalesced from the ripped, half-formed nightmares given claws and gnashing teeth, falling upon Astartes and mutant alike with mindless hunger. For creatures bred for war, engineered to withstand horrors beyond mortal comprehension, Even the warriors of the Ninth felt something cold and unfamiliar flicker in their Geneforged hearts. This wasn't war. This was the warp made flesh. They'd pushed deep, a spearhead of crimson ceramite hacking through tides of malformed flesh, their every stride a symphony of violence. Chainteeth dulled from overused spat sparks as they punched through sinew and bone, yet for every mutant felled, a dozen more swarmed forward, numberless, endless. The superhuman precision of the Astartes began to mean less than sheer endurance, muscles screaming under armor dented by crude blades and blunt projectiles. Then came the rip in the world, the warp-spawned horrors descending, and the calculus shifted again. Survival became the only arithmetic that mattered. Retreat. Not orderly, not glorious, a desperate scrabbling backwards through rivers of viscera, using the shattered husks of fallen brothers as bulwarks, as weapons, as shields. 2 companies sacrificed to the red calculus, their sacrifice buying a harrowing withdrawal for 380 warriors who no longer resembled the Emperor's angels. They resembled survivors, scavengers, predators. Lesser legions would have shattered. Lesser legions would have starved, withered, died under the uncaring void where Imperial supply lines should have stretched. But the Ninth remembered older hungers. They remembered Terra before Unity, before the Emperor's light, when survival meant taking what the enemy possessed and making it yours by right of fang and claw. Genocide became currency, lifeblood, the future carved from the unwilling. Apothecaries, once healers, became butchers, harvesters, alchemists distilling strength from death. Quran's mutants, those twisted but resilient, found themselves collared by necessity, their bodies reshaped in the Ninth's grim forges. Their offspring would not weep beneath radioactive skies. They'd stand tall in modified plate, the Legion's genicode etching angelic might into brutish flesh. And the fallen fed the Legion. Flesh denied to the enemy, flesh recycled into sustenance. There was no ceremony, no sacred rites, only the wet sound of consumption beneath Quran's poisoned stars. 12 years. A dozen cycles of bloody sunrises across poisoned sands. Precision became obsession. Small-scale raids bled the enemy, hit-and-fade tactics perfected over years of grinding attrition. The Legion moved like ghosts now, no longer the gleaming hammer of the Imperium but a knife in the shadows, rusted yet lethal. Numbers dwindled, then stabilized as the mutant thrall novitiates swelled their decimated ranks, yet whispers traveled faster than vox signals. Regiments marching beside them saw the gauntness in Astartes' eyes, the too-long glances at wounded warriors, the stains around the mouth grills that no solvent could fully erase. Recovered journals spat venomous truths, the charnel feast, a title hissed with fear and revulsion. Stories of verdant rifles, soldiers vanishing from triage tents, of broken men drained dry, their husks discarded like empty ration tins. Saviors. Yes, the Ninth had shattered the mutant warlords. But what manner of savior feasted on those they protected? Victory, when it came, tasted like ashes. Yaya's spaceport fortress fell not to righteous might, but to relentless, gnawing pressure. The warlord's final sorceries lashed out, but the Ninth met hellfire with cold, hardened pragmatism. Warbands led by Geneforged novitiates swarmed the battlements. Chainblades rose and fell. Eloya fled skyward in a rattling voidship, only to disintegrate beneath the macrocannons of the 7th Legion fleet newly arrived in orbit. Salvation had Kemedu late, and bearing judgment. Rogel Dorn descended to a world baptized in horror. Buren's ruins stank of old death, its soil black and cloying where blood had pooled and congealed over years. Imperial banners hung limp where they should have snapped proud in victory winds. Dorn's face, stern as carven stone, betrayed nothing as his gaze swept over the Ninth survivors. Their armor patched with scavenged mutant bone and corroded plating. Their eyes hollow yet burning with a defiant pride. He saw necessity, he saw atrocity. His censure was thunderous. Buren burned a second time, purged by phosphex and sealed by imperial decree. No chronicles would record its fall. No remembrancers would etch tales of Quran's banquet. Only ashes remained, and the Ninth. They stood amidst the pyre's smoke, battered but unbowed. Scorn flowed now like a poisoned tide within the Imperium. Whispers in the stratagem, averted gazes in the muster halls. At Jant's siege, the 14th Company butchered prisoners upon the ramparts, feasting openly as defenders retched in terror. Intelligence gathering, they claimed. Psychological warfare. The excuses curdled even Astartes' stomachs. Malegant rifles dying were given the Emperor's mercy by having their throats slit. Then their veins drained for later genetic recycling. Pragmatism, the Ninth argued, because broken men could not march, and the Legion could not let its future wither. Yet each grim act tightened the noose of condemnation. Resupply dwindled. Advanced armor marks went to legions whose honor remained untainted. The Ninth adapted, scavenging like carrion birds, their war gear a patchwork monstrosity. Victory remained their only creed, the respect of brothers long since discarded as naive. Jealousy some warriors spat, jealousy of their adaptability, their resolve. But in the quiet moments between battles, even the hardest legionaries felt doubt's icy touch. Was this survival, or slow, inexorable damnation? Salvation came not as a beacon of light, but as a whisper in radioactive winds. A scout vessel, straying far off the Crusades' beaten paths, stumbled upon a graveyard planet bathed in the sickly glow of dying stars. Baal Secundus, a name spat with dread by rogue traders. A hellscape where poisonous cyclones scoured flesh from bone and mutant legions warred amidst ruins older than old night itself. Yet amidst the carnage, survivors clung to existence as tribes of the blood they called themselves. Broken, scarred, yet enduring, and among them stories, legends, tales of a winged child battling red scorpions barehanded, of a youth shattering stone with his fists, of a leader whose wisdom banished tribal strife, whose wings carried him above the wasteland's horrors like a promise of better days. The ninth, drifting ever closer to the abyss, paid little heed at first. Scouts' reports spoke of unusual genetic markers, potential recruit stock, nothing more. Yet slowly, trickle by trickle, other tales filtered through stories not just of strength, but of compassion, of unity forged not through terror, but through hope. A winged leader who turned tribes from cannibalism, a warlord who healed as swiftly as he slew. On Baal Secundus, beneath skies choked with perpetual dust, the child who fell from the stars never spoke of his earliest dazed screams echoing through gestation pods as the wombship fled unspeakable forces, the impact that shattered ancient ruins, the decades wandered amid scorpion nests and howling mutants. He remembered the ache of radiation on skin that refused to blister, the coppery tang of mutant blood in his mouth. Survival etched itself into his bones, but so did sorrow. They found him at last not as a conqueror, but as prey. A blood-hunting party, gaunt from famine, encircled the winged youth. Their spears trembled not from fear of his strangeness, but from the madness of starvation glittering in their eyes. A spear thrust meant for his heart met empty air as wings, bone-white and vast, unfurled in a thunderclap of displaced dust. He could have slain them. It would have been effortless. Instead, he offered the scorpion corpse he'd dragged for miles, its venom glands carefully excised. "Eat," he'd said, voice cracking from disuse. "There is no honor in this death, only waste." He never claimed to be an angel, even as his wings bore him laughing above the dunes while tribesmen gaped. Even as his fists shattered mutant warlords clad in scrap iron, he spoke of unity, of shared strength, of protection. Tribes fractured for centuries under poisoned skies found themselves following a youth who moved like the desert windswift, untouchable, yet leaving life in his wake where before there'd been only dust. And when the nightmares came, visions of a golden giant cloaked in shadow, of brother turning upon brother in endless war, Sanguinius, for the blood had named him thus. Sanguine, the protector. Aeus, the storm, took his fears to battle. His fury became a radiant thing, a nimbus of light wreathing his brow as he cut down entire warbends, leaving corpses smoldering under Baal's pale sun. Live by example, die by example. Devotion spread like wildfire. Blood elders muttered of old Terra's myths resurrected. Warriors bearing scars older than their chieftain's birth pledged blades to his cause. Still, the dreams worsened. Golden giant, betrayal, wings torn, blood, endless blood on the eve of his ascension as master of Baal Secundus, a title won not through force, but through every tribe chief bending knee freely. Sanguinius stood atop the highest spire of ruins older than mankind's exile from Terra. Behind him, lights flickered in caves repurposed into homes. Children laughed where once only mutant howls echoed. Below, his people thrived. Ahead, the stars beckoned, cold and uncaring. He knew a greater war awaited beyond the wasteland's embrace. A war where his science these hardened, loyal blood would need to become more than survivors. He would need to become more than their protector. On distant Quran, unwatched by imperial eyes, the ninth burned the last bodies of their mutant thralls. Their own genetic legacy, now stabilized, pulsed with stolen strength, yet a hollowness remained. No word from Terra, no Primarch to shield them from censure. Only the bitter certainty that survival demanded ever greater sins. They did not yet know of Baal, of wings unfolding in desert sunlight, but fate's gears turned. The blood's angel stirred, and across the void, the revenant legion's downward spiral shuddered, paused, and waited for destiny's touch. Stars, though he harbored no certainty of their provenance, Sanguinius, could not extinguish the longing those visions ignited within him. Burning brighter than the twin suns that withered his poisoned homeland, his time upon Baal was merely the threshold of an odyssey destined to stretch beyond the irradiated wastes and blood-soaked sands that had cradled his haunted youth, as the tribes of the blood gathered beneath wings that shielded them from the worst of their cursed existence, as the twisted and the malformed were cast. Into shadowed exile, a new legend began its inexorable weaving. The saga of the angel who ascended from damnation became a resonant hymn of survival and salvation, carrying across Baal's desolate moons. Even as Sanguinius lifted his broken people from anguish, the heavens beckoned a future unfurling beyond the sickly clouds of their blighted world, where the Emperor of mankind waited patient and immeasurable, his gaze settling upon the Ninth Legion's fate. The Emperor's fleet descended upon Baal Secundus. Not as conquering heralds, but as the first light of dawn piercing, a sun-blasted waste, a revelation cast across a realm steeped in eternal dusk. This barren moon had long been dismissed by imperial surveyors, its cracked surface, deemed devoid of strategic worth, no resources to plunder, no armies to muster, only silence and sorrow festering in isolation. Yet in the turning of 843 M30, the master of mankind veered his course toward this forsaken orb, drawn not by material ambition but by a psychic resonance, faint, yet undeniable, the muted cry of a stolen sun shrieking across the void. The Emperor's armada breached Baal's poisoned skies, expecting to find ruins, and the remnants of despair. Instead they beheld the fragile glow of tenuous order kindled by the great angel Sanguinius, had wrought an improbable peace upon his scorched cradle. The warring Pharaoh's tribes, fractured by generations of brutal conflict, and tormented by the creeping horror of mutation, now knelt united beneath his radiant wings, not through the fire of conquest, but through the gentle strength of wisdom, his mighty sinews tempered by mercy. He had forged a sanctuary amidst the wastelands, a fragile kingdom, where the damned clutched hope like a blade against the throat of oblivion. Sanguinius had dreamed this moment, as he had dreamed so many others. The visions that once tormented his youth now unfolded before him, with the terrible clarity of prophecy. Forsaking crown and retinue, he walked alone into the endless sands to meet destiny. Clad in the humility of foresight, the radiant being who haunted his dreams now stood incarnate, and Sanguinius knelt, not as a king, but as a supplicant, his wings folding like a penitent shroud his soul, plea a fragile mercy for his blighted people. The Emperor beheld in this divine son a mirror of his own impossible aspirations, and granted the boon Baal's tribes would endure untouched. Their fragile existence, shielded, no imperial ship would violate their sands without the angel's blessing. With that covenant sealed, Sanguinius ascended, abandoning the only home he had ever known, to embrace his celestial birthright, soaring into the void, to stand at his father's side. His initiation into the Imperium's grandeur unfolded under the tutelage of Horus, first among sons, Warmaster and Paragon. Together they carved paths through the stars, Sanguine Blade and Lunar Wolf, learning the vast terrible scope of the empire they were forging. But even as Sanguinius fought beside his brother, his soul turned toward the scattered shards of the Ninth, the sons he had never known, the Revenant Legion, a name etched in blood and ignominy, fractured into disparate bands of survivors, each a testament to endurance and horror. The Emperor's summons dragged these tattered remnants from 100 battlefields, a gathering that spanned weary years, until at last they assembled upon the storm-racked hell of Teghar Pentus, a world as shattered and tempestuous as their own fractured spirits. They came not in glory, but in grim silence, armor scarred by centuries of war, faces hardened into masks by scorn and betrayal. And it was here, amid the maelstrom, where rain fell like shrapnel and winds howled the dirge of dead worlds, that Sanguinius first beheld his broken children, descending from a stormbird wreathed in lightning wings of impossible white, unfurling against the bruised heavens. His visage was their own sculpted perfection, made grotesque by the lineage of scars each warrior bore. He stood luminous amidst their battered ranks, met not with adoration, but with cold silence, arms crossed, defiance burning in eyes that knew only the sting of distrust. Sanguinius did not command them, did not invoke his divinity or demand their fealty. In an act that shattered the heavens themselves, the angel bent his knee to the damned, his wings embracing the mud-stained earth before his sons. An unspoken pact forged not by decree, but by sacrifice. Rising from that abased moment, Sanguinius led them not as a general, but as the foremost blade, charging into the teeth of the Abhuman hordes, defiling Teghar. The carnage that followed baptized them in fire, a whirlwind of violence that tested the Revenant Legion's marrow, and tasted their Primarch's soul. Sanguinius fought among them, no leader aloft, but brother in arms, his sword parting monstrous flesh wings. A tempest of deathblood, Grace's blood mingling with theirs in the churned gore of the battlefield, claiming the pelt of a slain Carnadin as a sacrament of shared ordeal through the crucible of slaughter. Sanguinius glimpsed the abyss lurking in their hearts, the gnawing hunger, the ravenous thirst for annihilation. He saw his own shadow reflected a darkness, mirroring the light he so fiercely embodied. Yet amidst the carnage, he discerned a flicker of something finer, a stubborn ember of nobility. These warriors fought not merely to destroy, but to claim something. Tasted victory not as thralls, but as men starved for recognition. They clung to their own desperate codes, discipline hammered from despair. Sanguinius saw in their ragged honor a foundation to build upon the silent fields of Teghar. Slicked red beneath a brooding sky, Sanguinius stood before his sons, the weight of their shared destiny crushing his winged shoulders, and declared them redeemed not by empty platitudes, but by blood and blade, and the covenant of that fatal kneeling. They were no longer revenants doomed to haunt the Imperium's fringes, they were blood angels, and their name would ring as a clarion of hope and absolution. Sanguinius granted them more than title. He bestowed purpose, vowing to temper their fury and their hunger into a force that served the Imperium through creation as much as destruction. Thus the blood angels ascended, reborn not in a singular epiphany, but through the slow alchemy of ordered struggle, their shadowed natures held at arm's length, by the radiance of their Primarch's faith. Sanguinius understood the burden he now bore, the flaws and fears of his sons etched into his own soul. Their redemption would span stars and centuries, but here upon Teghar's corpse-strewn plains, a vow had been woven into history, sealed in blood, as enduring as the angel's wings, the blood angels. Rebirth was less a transformation than a pilgrimage, a metamorphosis mirroring their sire's own arduous climb from Baal's ruins to the pinnacle of imperial glory. The name Blood Angels rang as a clarion, but remaking these war-scarred revenants into paragons demanded decades of deliberate trial. Under Sanguinius's watchful gaze, the legion turned toward Horus, the Warmaster, mentor who had guided Sanguinius through his own galactic apprenticeship. Sanguine wisdom held that service alongside the hallowed Luna Wolves would forge his sons into true instruments of the imperial truth. Thus the Ninth was divided company by company, each embedded within the Lunar Wolves. Ranks, campaigns meticulously chosen each battlefield, a crucible to anneal their brutal, passed into gleaming discipline upon Anai's Xii. The Blood Angels held the line beside the imperial fists. When year-long siege against a seething tide of Rudd barbarians, they learned the steel-born worth of Brotherhood shields, locking as one against the crushing onslaught on Cambria's fog-choked hills. They met the Eldar's Wraithbone Legion's deadly dances of blade and shadow that demanded not berserk fury but surgical precision, honing their savagery into a weapon of controlled wrath. Upon Karis, Beta Sanguinius showed them another path, leading a bloodless pacification, where mercy proved sharper than any chainblade victory achieved. Through presence rather than slaughter, through these arduous trials, the Blood Angels sloughed off the stigma of their birth. They emerged from the Crusade's shadowed margins as warriors reborn, their Ansa-Revel name now whispered with respect by friend and foe alike. Sanguine teachings planted in them a new pride, not rooted in carnage, but in the transcendent belief they could rise beyond their damned heritage. They became more than killers, they were artists of war, scholars of destruction, and guardians of fragile truths. When finally they returned to Baal's irradiated embrace, the Blood Angels were unrecognizable from the broken things that had fled Teghar's storms. The desert's welcomed warriors transformed, their bloodlust sheathed by discipline, their rage tempered into a honed edge. They found a new generation awaiting them, sons of Baal, handpicked by Sanguinius, youth scarred by radiation, yet unbroken, their faces etched with the same fierce nobility as the great angel himself. These initiates merged with the scarred veterans, forging a legion where radiant hope and grim experience intertwined, a living tapestry of crimson devotion. Yet no amount of redemption could excise the legion's shadowed heart. The bloodthirst that once defined them lurked coiled and venomous beneath noble facades. Sanguinius armed them against this inner beast, taught them to wield their fury as dual-edged sword, not merely descending upon battlefields like wrath incarnate, but maneuvering with the lethal precision of scholars. They embraced feigned retreats, orchestrated gun lines, coordinated assaults across multiple vectors, embodying the Emperor's vision of war as an art requiring both savagery and intellect. Among their brother legions, the Blood Angels carved a singular niche, rivaling even the World Eaters in fearsome reputation. Yet where the latter embraced raw carnage, the former fought with an angelic grace that elevated slaughter to the sublime. Sanguine himself ascended to eminence among his brothers, radiant and peerless, his noble bearing and unshakable loyalty rendering him beloved by siblings. The air around Sanguinius hummed with a sacred stillness, as if the universe itself paused to witness his radiance. Closest among all his brothers to the Emperor's divine vision, he walked through the ashes of old night, not merely as a conqueror, but as a living promisee, a golden figure whose wings caught the light of dying stars and turned it into hope. Bonds forged on battlefields, still echoing with the screams of fallen empires, tied him to Horus, Rus, Jagatai Khan. Threads of mutual respect pulled taut with the weight of shared purpose. Even the Wolf King, whose pride was as vast as Fenris' frozen seas, lowered his gaze when the angel passed, recognizing in those sorrowful eyes a purity that scalded his warrior's soul. And so the legion marched, the Blood Angels' saga unfolding in symphonies of blood and rebirth. Worlds trembled at their approach, not in terror, but in desperate relief as thirsty soil drinks the rain, until they came to Anactor. Anactor, a blight hidden among the carcasses of forgotten systems. While other realms had crumbled during the long night, this festering starcluster survived by feasting on the weak, its void fleets sharpened into predatory claws that tore into refugee ships and bleeding colonies. When Imperial heralds entered its dominion bearing the Aquila's light, they were answered not with diplomacy, but with lancefire, alien alloys, and the mocking laughter of scavenger kings drunk on stolen power. Word reached Sanguinius as his fleet glided through the interstellar currents near the Gordian Reach. No anger flickered across his face, only a deepening sorrow, as if each act of defiance pained him like a physical wound. 12 companies turned as one, crimson prows slicing toward rebellion. The angel deployed his forces with the cold precision of a duelist unsheathing a blade. The first engagement was swift, brutal, beautiful. Blood Angels' strike cruisers fell upon the marauder flotillas like raptors, reducing their hulls to spinning ruins in moments, boarding torpedoes piercing their guts before their engines cooled. The void cleared, the Legion descended upon the outposts girding Anactor's throne world. On Anar Extruse they met the Iron Bulls. Cybernetic brutes encased in piston-driven armor, their courage twisted into fanaticism. The Blood Angels fought them beneath the planet's surface, in dripping tunnels where lumiglobes cast long shadows that danced like specters. Here, the 9th Legion's grace met grinding, ugly defiancy, a war of inches, fought in darkness, Jenna-forged fists crumpling plasteel, chainswords howling as they bit through reinforced bone. Bulls lured them into ambush after ambush, detonating magma events to drown whole squads in liquid fire, collapsing tunnels on warriors who died without a sound. Anactor Medias became a charnel ballet. Acidic seas churned beneath hovering ort frames, their surfaces studded with jagged islands where bulls waited in rusted redoubts. They charged across makeshift bridges with suicidal fury, their warcries choked by chemfog, forcing the Astartes to fight knee-deep in corrosive brine that ate at their ceramic. Sanguinius watched from above, wings spread against the sickly green sky. There was no contempt in him as he observed their Tennessetianly grief, heavy as a tombstone. After 7 weeks of slaughter, he commanded the guns to fall silent. For 6 hours, the ash-clouded skies of Anactor's throne world, Anos Andalis, hung empty of death. The angel offered mercy through every vox channel, every pick screen, his voice a somber counterpoint to the ruins below. "Lay down your arms," he urged. "Join us in the light." Treachery answered him. Under the white flag, the bulls sent barges toward the red tier, their holds crammed not with treasures but with fusion mines disguised as offerings. Scans showed no life signs, no weapons, only the cold bulk of dormant machinery. The first barge breached the flagship's ventral docks. Then the universe tore itself apart. The explosion ripped through 3 decks, flames swallowing engine seers, servitors, and a full company of blood angels at muster. Oxygen feeds ignited, turning corridors into blast furnaces. The Inheritor, a battle-scarred cruiser that had fought at Sarosh and Dwell, vanished in a silent flower of plasma, her hull peeling open like rotten fruit. On the bridge, Sanguinius did not roar, did not rage. He went terribly still, his wings trembling, face pale as funeral marble. When he spoke again, it was with the finality of a tomb ceiling. No quarter. What followed was not war, but revelation, a divine wrath that scoured Anactor from the stars. The Blood Angels' fleet descended like the hand of an angry god, cyclonic torpedoes turning outpost worlds to glass, neutron bombs purging biodomes in flashes of actinic light. On Centralis, the last bull's stronghold, they deployed weapons forbidden since old Nightfisfex that ate through bunkers like liquid agony, rad munitions that left survivors gibbering as their flesh slewed away. The Iron Bulls fought with the frenzy of the damned, hiding behind civilians, implanting prisoners with rigged explosives. It made no difference. Sanguinius led the final push himself, a streak of gold and crimson through the toxic smoke, his blade and carmine shearing through exosuits as if they were parchment. In the throne room, he found their Kinga shivering wretch swaddled in robes sodden with fear sweat. Without a word, the Primarch dragged him to the balcony, forcing him to witness the fire he had wrought. Fields boiled beneath blackened skies. Cities lay eviscerated, their spires reduced to twisted skeletons. The few survivors stumbled through ruins, already bound in chains for the prison hulks. Sanguinius' voice, when it came, was hollow. "See what your pride has birthed." Then he flung the wretch into the flames below, yet victory tasted of ashes. In the silent aftermath, something stirred in the Blood Angels, a twitch in the fingers of weary warriors as they cleaned gore from their armor, a too-quick movement when a serf approached with wounds still weeping. The red thirst whispered, not sated by slaughter but awakened by it. Sanguinius knew. He saw it in the way his sons averted their eyes, the way chaplains lingered near the apothecarian with heavy flamers ready. Still, they rose above it. By the Anar Crusade, they stood as Paragoncheros whose names were etched into the heart of the Imperium. When the Orc Empire of Urak-Urg vomited its green tide across 12 sectors, it was the Blood Angels who sang the loudest hymns as the legions mustered. Horus directed the campaign with hunter's cunning, his Luna wolves carving the path to victory. Sanguinius remained on Baal, rebuilding, fortifying, yet his absence was a palpable thing, the angel's name invoked by soldiers who'd never seen him in the flesh, as though faith alone could turn back the darkness. Then came the triumph of Ulanor and the doom that followed. The emperor, clad in golden majesty, stood before his assembled sons. All knew what was coming. The great crusade needed a single blade to lead it. A war master. Sanguinius did not step forward. He didn't need to. It lingered in the air, the unspoken truth that the angel was the sword's finest edge, the brightest soul. Horus Lupercal knelt instead. The galaxy held its breath. The wrongness of it crashed like thunder through Sanguinius' heart, though his face showed only joy for his brother. He clasped Horus' shoulders, spoke words of loyalty, and in that embrace felt the cold seed of betrayal take root. Years later, that seed flowered in the Cygnus cluster, a trap woven with venomous patience. Horus, his soul now a hollow vessel for the Pantheon's laughter, sent the summons himself. Come to Cygnus, brother. Here lies the cure for your son's affliction. Hope, that most poisonous of lies, led Sanguinius into hell. The system greeted them with screams. Navigators clawed their eyes out as warp-tinted starlight speared their minds. Astropaths burst into flames, their last psychic shrieks painting visions of a realm where flesh was clay and pain was worship. Sanguinius met the terror with perfect calm. Form battle spheres, he ordered, blade already shining in his fist. We break this sickness or die baptized in it. Cygnus Prime was no mere Xenos hive, it was a cancer. Mountains pulsed with swollen veins that bled phosphorescent pus. Rivers of liquid lamentation wound through forests of bone, their waters thick with sobbing faces. Above it all loomed Kairos the Perverse, her voice a honeyed razor sliding between the ribs. She met Sanguinius atop a pyramid of living slaves, their bodies fused into writhing brickwork. Little angel, she crooned, 100 mouths blooming across her distended torso. Why chain your children to mortality? Let them feast. The Primarch's sword flashed at her laughter, followed him as he tore skyward, wings shedding gore. The battle was a delirium. Blood angels fought demons that slid through bolter fire like smoke, only to solidify with claws deep in power armor. Brothers turned on brothers, the red thirst roaring up in the presence of so much carnage. One moment they were warriors, disciplined and lethal next, frothing beasts ripping throats with their teeth, only to wake from the feud covered in their comrades' blood. Sanguinius rallied them again and again, his presence a beacon, but each hour eroded him. Then came Kabendha. The bloodthirster descended on wings of flayed skin, its axe death scream trailing fire like a comet's tail. I claim your soul for the blood god, it bellowed, and the very air trembled. Their duel shook the planet, Sanguinius weaving through strikes that could sunder continents, his blade chipping the demon's brass armor as they spiraled above burning legions. At the climax, he severed Kabendha's wing, sending it crashing into a lake of boiling blood. The Primarch stood panting over the beast, his own chest laid open to the bone, knowing this was but the first peal of the coming storm. In the lull, truth dawned. Horus hadn't sent them here to cure the thirst had sought to drown them in it, to make Sanguinius watch as his legion devolved into monsters. The angel stared at his hands, sticky with demon blood that sizzled where his tears touched it. Somewhere beyond the warp's veil, his brother waited, a puppeteer reveling in the unraveling of the noblest thread in the Emperor's tapestry. And in that moment, wings torn and heart breaking, Sanguinius understood his destiny, not as War Master, not even as savior. Redemption, if it came, would be written in scars and defiance. Above the battlefield, surrounded by the howls of the damned and the fading cries of his sons, he raised in Carmine once more. The heresy had begun. He would meet it not as an angel, but as vengeance made flesh. The grace of the Emperor's design manifested in Sanguinius, as his blade carved through the demonic horde like a silver comet, its gleaming edge a testament to celestial craftsmanship honed in the forges of lost ages. Yet Kabendha's power was an earthquake made flesh, a tempest of ruin that shook the very foundations of Cygnus Prime. When the greater demons fell, Mace descended in a single catastrophic arc. 500 sons of the blood angels dissolved into crimson mist, not merely slain, but unmade, their essence torn from the materium in a scream that echoed through the warp. The psychic backlash of their annihilation hammered Sanguinius to his knees, wings buckling under the weight of shared agony as every extinguished soul tore through his spirit like shrapnel. And in that terrible moment of shared brokenness, the Ninth Legion fractured. The red thirst erupted not as mere battle lust, but as a primal tsunami, drowning reason in a flood of crimson need. The black rage followed at a darkness deeper than the void between stars, twisting noble warriors into howling berserkers who rent demonic flesh with bare hands, their weapons forgotten in the ecstasy of destruction. They became a storm of teeth and talons, an avalanche of ceramite and fury that even Khorne's legions could not withstand, a force of nature, embodying both salvation and damnation, as they tore through the Neverborn with savage, weeping abandon. In defiance of ancient edicts and the cold shadow of Nicaea, the legion's librarians cast aside restraint, their hooded faces gleaming with psychothermic ice as they funneled their collective will into their fallen Primarch. The angel stirred beneath their efforts, golden lashes fluttering open to behold his sons, reduced to ravening beasts, their humanity buried beneath the beast's crimson hunger. With a voice that rang like clarion bells over the din of slaughter, Sanguinius called them back from the abyss, his presence a lighthouse piercing their shared nightmare. And Rissingo, how he rose, wings unfurling like dawn breaking over a damned world, Sanguinius embraced divine fury. His vengeance upon Kabendha was a ballet of ruin, a crescendo of strikes that cracked the demon's brass armor like eggshell, until at last the bloodthirster collapsed, its essence screaming back to the warp. Even Kairos the Faithless, architect of Cygnus Prime's damnation, fled before the Primarch's wrath, the fabric of its reality-rending schemes unraveling like rotten thread as the angel's blade banished it to the well of eternity. Yet victory was ash in their mouths. The black rage did not recede but coiled in their genicode like a sleeping serpent, a psychic scar mirroring their father's deepest Anguisha heritage of madness that would stalk their bloodline for 10,000 years. The flight from Cygnus was a dirge sung in steel, their ships limping through the ruined storm's howling maelstrom, where the light of the astronomicon guttered like a dying candle. Navigators clawed at their eyeless sockets, psychers collapsed bleeding from their orifices as Sanguinius steered them by faith alone, following the faintest glimmer in the Tempesta beacon he prayed was Terra's guiding radiance. When reality stabilized, the vista beyond their viewports was not Sol's golden embrace, but the ordered constellations of Ultramar, its worlds gleaming like sapphires strung across velvet night. The Pharos device pulsed its alien welcome, its unknowable light bridging galactic